My name is Shu Mu, an ordinary college graduate. I was lying dead at home today. But I didn't expect that when I woke up, I suddenly found that the world I was in had changed drastically. Countless people who were fine a second ago suddenly turned into corpses the next second. Well, if it was an ordinary corpse, it would be fine. But this corpse is a zombie that only exists in novels. It bites people when it sees them, and the people who are bitten will also be infected and become zombies. In just half a day, the whole world has almost fallen. And at this time, I just got up. Shu Mu rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw the elegant queen opposite. At this moment, she was only wearing shorts and dancing a magical dance on the balcony. I slapped myself and said, "I'm not awake yet?" Roar! The queen opposite made a sound as if her throat was stuck with phlegm. How to describe this sound? It's just getting up early in the morning and wanting to speak. But I found that my throat was stuck with a lump of 1,000-year-old phlegm, making an uncomfortable sound. It was a strange sound coming from the throat. "Hey, sister, do you want to drink a bottle of anti-phlegm syrup?" Shu Mu was about to shout this out loud. He found that the queen opposite, dancing with magical moves, accidentally leaned out of the balcony and then fell down. "Fuck! Someone jumped off the building!" Shu Mu's eyes widened, and he also leaned out half of his body and looked down. Snap! The seductive figure of the queen fell on the open space of the apartment and suddenly turned into a red scroll. The scene was extremely bloody, like a tomato that was stepped on and exploded. But this was not the most exciting. Shu Mu suddenly discovered the apartment, which should have been relatively empty in the morning, was actually a lot more lively at this time, although most of the sounds coming out were the sounds of old phlegm being stuck. Strange, is it all stuck with phlegm? Shu Mu thought strangely, but he took out his mobile phone skillfully and wanted to call the police. But no one answered the call. Well, the police must be busy, but other neighbors should have called, so I won't worry about it. Shu Mu fiddled with it for a while, and then pulled back. He planned to chat on WeChat Moments. After all, this jumping off the building was too rare, and it was the neighbor who missed him every night, which made him feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. Just when Shu Mu found that there was no internet and wanted to curse, there was a noisy running sound outside his door. "Help, help, my uncle, he's crazy!" Roar! "Uncle, I'm usually nice to you, but you shouldn't be so enthusiastic to come up and bite me. Stop chasing me, I've run to the 5th floor and I'm almost exhausted." A very clear wailing sound of a young man. Shu Mu decisively dropped the phone in his hand, ran to the door, lay on it, and looked out through the cat's eye. Sure enough, it was a tenant on the 1st floor who seemed to be a college student. He often plays basketball with his friends, so he is in good physical condition. It is said that he has a good relationship with the landlady. There is an old man in a wheelchair at home. His parents work away from home. He is a young man with a bright future. Plop! The young man ran 5 floors in a row. He was exhausted and exhausted, so he accidentally tripped on the stairs and fell to the ground. Dong dong! Regardless of his painful body, the young man hurriedly got up and ran to the first door on the 5th floor. He knocked on the door desperately, making a loud bang. "Brother, help! Open the door quickly! My uncle is crazy and wants to eat me!" Shu Mu's heart tightened when he heard this. His hand had already fallen on the door handle, wanting to open the door and let him in. But at this moment, a very fast black shadow suddenly rushed out from the dark corner of the stairs. "Ah!" the young man screamed. I saw the black shadow pounced on the young man, and Shu Mu took a closer look. Isn't this the young man's uncle? He was in a wheelchair yesterday, but how come he ran 5 floors in one breath today, and the speed of running scared him? Before he even had time to open the door, the old man pounced on the young man, and the next second, something happened that made him shudder. The old man opened his sparsely toothed mouth and bit the young man's neck. The glaring red made the young man scream. He struggled desperately, but the bite seemed to have bitten his aorta, and bright red blood spurted out. Shu Mu, who was lying at the door, shuddered. He had already taken back his hand on the door handle, because in that moment he finally figured out one thing. That is, the old man was not normal, and all his symptoms were very similar to the zombies in the novel. His face was livid, with only the whites of his eyes. bites anyone it sees, and the main attack area is the neck of a living person. The guy at the door died after struggling for a few times. Shu Mu wanted to save him too. But when he thought of the old man outside the door, who was the legendary zombie who killed people without blinking an eye, he immediately gritted his teeth and pretended not to see it, silently saying sorry in his heart. And with this injury, even if he could be saved, he wouldn't live long. Roar! The old man outside the door was still roaring. Fortunately, he didn't knock on the door. It was probably the blood food in front of it that attracted its attention, so that it didn't notice Shu Mu inside the door. And Shu Mu decisively lowered his voice. Little by little, he gently locked the door and then secretly looked out through the cat's eye. The poor guy couldn't be colder. The flesh on his neck and face was bitten into a blur, and the old man's body was splashed with blood. The scene had to be heavily mosaicked for a time. About 5 minutes. The guy who was originally lying on the ground gradually began to move and then struggled and twisted to climb up. Because his neck and face were gnawed, they were all blurry. So the way he struggled to get up scared Shu Mu so much that his heart slowed down. It only takes 5 minutes to turn into a zombie. This speed is too fast. Shu Mu swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, this is a burglar-proof door, which is relatively hard. The old man left before. It seems that there was some noise from the 4th floor that attracted its attention. The speed of its running was really scary. It rushed out like a sharp arrow. I guess I can't outrun this old man at my best. But this guy who just turned into a zombie still stayed in front of his door. I don't know if it's because he just turned into a zombie, but Shu Mu always feels that this guy is a little weak. No, compared with the perverted old man, this guy who just turned into a zombie is the real zombie. He moves slowly and reacts slowly. He wandered at his door for 2 times, then stopped, and there was no movement. When I woke up, the whole world had fallen. Shu Mu felt as if he hadn't woken up yet, and it was all just a dream. But the zombies standing in front of the door reminded him how fragile a life is. Fuck, is the end of the world coming so suddenly? Shu Mu huddled on the balcony, poking his head out to check the situation. Now, the entire apartment complex is in chaos. Perhaps the sound of the royal sister's neighbor falling was too loud, so that a group of bloody zombies were attracted to the downstairs of the community building. It was the lowest level of zombies. The whole body was bloody and the limbs were stiff. Some had their faces and necks bitten, some had their stomachs torn, and there were even many missing arms and legs. Outside was full of zombies roaring, and from time to time there were 1 or 2 screams. Just when Shu Mu didn't know what to do, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Or rather, the same mechanical prompt sound rang in every corner of the world. Doomsday system, early stage of catastrophe system. Unknown forces have swept the world. More than 90% of humans have been infected and turned into zombies, and the remaining 10% are the lucky ones. You will continue to survive in this world as humans. Doomsday system, early stage of catastrophe for 3 days. All zombies during this period will be added with a weak state, and all attributes will decrease by 20%, and humans who are scratched will no longer be infected as zombies, and the equipment explosion rate after being killed will increase by 20%. Doomsday system, when night comes, the weak state of zombies will disappear. Doomsday system, please try to survive. The inexplicable sound made Shu Mu stunned for a long time. Will scratches not be infected in these 3 days? He quickly grasped the key point. Now scratches will not be infected, but it does not include death, and the guy at the door, after being killed by zombies, has also become a zombie. Also, this is not a dream, but the real Doomsday has come. At the same time, the prompt sound of the main system quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of Shu Mu was another interface like a mobile phone screen. It was in the form of a small red dot, and it had always existed in his mind. As long as he wanted, it would appear in front of him at the first time. Character, Shu Mu, level 1 attributes. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, the overall attributes of normal humans, which may vary due to individual differences. Talent, not extracted, start extraction by default. Skills, not extracted, start extraction by default. Equipment? None, black and gold border as the bottom. Just like the personal interface in the game, it is very simple and intuitive. Extract! At the same time, at the moment when the end of the world just began, in the dark and humid environment of the city's sewers, dense rats and cockroaches ran and gathered, and the domestic pets also showed abnormalities one after another. Some were in pain, vomiting, and twitching. Some hid in the corners of the house, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Some of them began to lose their hair. Their teeth were replaced by sharper fangs, and the gentleness in their eyes was gradually replaced by ferocity and violence. Mimi? Liuli sat on a small stool and warmed herself by the fire, looking at the kitten that suddenly jumped away from her body and asked in confusion, "Hiss!" The cat changed its previous cuteness and squatted on the ground and hissed in warning. Its hair was fluffy, which scared Liuli so much that she dared not get close. "Mimi, what's wrong with you?" Liuli wanted to get close to, comfort her kitten. But who knew that the cat turned around and ran away while hissing? This is the countryside. Usually the kitten is very well behaved, so before Liuli could react, the kitten ran from the door of the house to the outside and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not far away, there seemed to be the barking of a dog next door. Liuli hurriedly ran into the yard and shouted to the next door, "Uncle, what's wrong?" "Woof!" The dog was still barking. Liuli listened to the familiar dog barking, but she felt inexplicably scared. "You evil beast, I've kept you for so long, and you dare to bite me?" The uncle did not respond to Liuli's question, but roared angrily. With the sound of ding-dong-dong, the dog's barking became more and more fierce, and the uncle's roar also changed from anger and ferocity at the beginning to fear and terror at the end. "You beast, are you crazy? Get out! Get out!" Liuli heard the gentle uncle's angry voice this time and immediately ran out of the yard anxiously and ran into the uncle's house. I saw a huge local dog in the yard, like crazy, with red eyes, staring at a strong man in the yard and biting him. And this strong man was her uncle. At this time, her uncle was holding a broken golden stick and slapping the big dog, chasing and biting him behind him. His trouser legs had been torn. "Damn it, still chasing!" The uncle was simply furious. Obviously, this dog is usually very quiet. It only barks when outsiders pass by the house. And as its owner, the dog never dares to bark more than twice. But I didn't expect that when I was preparing food for it this morning, this guy actually ran up and bit my butt. It's really ruthless. The uncle was so angry that he found a golden stick and hit the dog. Who knew that the dog seemed to be furious and kept chasing and biting him? "Uncle, what's wrong with Kelly?" Liuli looked at the fierce big dog and hid outside the yard, not daring to get close. The uncle seemed to notice Liuli and said unhappily, "It must be mad dog disease. It even bites its owner. I'll beat it to death." Having said that, the uncle still ran very fast. Fortunately, the yard in the countryside is quite large. The uncle ran around the yard and could fight back while being chased, but he was bitten hard on his legs several times, and his beard was curled up in anger. And at this moment, the prompt of the Doomsday system suddenly appeared in their minds. "Ouch!" the uncle screamed. It turned out that his paws just now gave the dog behind him an opportunity to rush up and bite his butt. "Ah, you beast, I really raised you in vain." The uncle screamed in pain, and Liuli swallowed her saliva in fear. She pointed at the vague figure outside and shouted, "Uncle, something is wrong. Aren't they zombies? Zombies? What zombies? This is not a movie?" The uncle kicked the dog away and cursed, "Come on, keep going. Don't run if you dare. I'll break your dog legs." The crazy dog whimpered twice, as if it realized that something was wrong, and ran towards the gate of the yard and soon disappeared. Liuli ran into the yard, looking at the zombies getting closer and clearer in the distance, with a bit of fear in her tone. "Uncle, look!" Uncle squinted and looked outside. "Damn, it's real!" He thought he was just hallucinating. "Something's wrong. You should go into the house and hide." Uncle's ability to accept things was quite fast. He reacted in an instant and ran to the gate of the yard to close the iron gate. "There are still weapons." Uncle ran to the kitchen and picked up 2 axes for chopping wood and followed him into the house. Not long after, the zombies followed the sound and came to his door. However, the zombies without intelligence wandered back and forth for a while, and when they saw no living creatures, They stood outside the courtyard gate and gradually stopped moving. Shu Mu, Level 1. Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Gift, Summon, Shadow Servant. None. Gift can be bestowed on designated creatures. The effect is random and unique, and it will consume a lot of physical strength when used. Summon, consume 1 point of spirit to summon a Level 1 Shadow Servant. Fuck, Summoner? Awesome! Shu Mu was immediately excited when he saw his random skills. Every man has fantasized about becoming a handsome summoner one day, but I didn't expect that my handsome brother Shu could actually realize this dream. And the Shadow Servant sounds very strong. This is not to summon rubbish creatures such as slimes and skeleton soldiers. And his own gift talent also looks very powerful. Although the introduction is not very clear, this kind of random thing has the highest operability, and it looks like a magic skill at first glance. My Shadow Servant, come out, lifted his bangs with one hand and shouted in a second-year voice. Fortunately, the anti-theft door has a good sound insulation effect. Otherwise, the guy at the door would probably knock on the door if he heard it. It was around 8 o'clock in the morning. The rising sun through the open balcony gently sprinkled the sunlight into the house, shining on Shu Mu's body, dragging his shadow very long. The shadow that was originally quiet. After Shu Mu shouted in a second-year voice, it began to wriggle strangely. The next second, a black thing broke away from the shadow. It slid from the floor to Shu Mu's eyes and then under his gaze. From a two-dimensional state, a three-dimensional entity appeared. Like a stream of black spring water, it kept gushing out from the floor, gathering and surging, and gradually a person's feet appeared, followed by a torso, hands, and head. Fuck! So handsome! Shu Mu was stunned. His shadow still existed, but at the moment of summoning the Shadow Servant, he felt that he was suddenly missing something. He checked his attribute panel and found that his spirit had indeed become 0. But he didn't feel any discomfort. The Shadow Servant that appeared in front of him gave him a huge sense of security. The Shadow Servant was a standard 1.8 meters tall. He had a well-proportioned figure, which was very suitable for a fitness expert who exercised regularly. However, he was wearing a black combat uniform, and even his facial features were covered, with only a pair of dark red eyes exposed. At first glance, he gave Shu Mu a familiar feeling. This Shadow Servant looked very much like a soldier of the Shadow Corps in a cartoon he had seen before, but when he thought of the power of the Shadow Corps, Shu Mu couldn't help but smile. Haha, now it's hard to die. These damn zombies, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Ahem, calm down. Let's check the attributes first. Shu Mu glanced at the door. Young man, cherish your time. I'll send you to peace later. Shadow Servants also have attribute panels. When Shu Mu stares at him, a prompt to open the panel will appear. Race, Shadow Servant, nameable. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Immortality, Learning. Skills, Stealth. Equipment, none. Immortality, the core of the Shadow Servant, is hidden in the Dark World. If it receives any fatal damage in the main world, it can be resurrected in the Dark World. Learning. The Shadow Servant has a very high talent for learning, especially for martial arts and weapons. Stealth. The Shadow Servant is a creature from the Dark World. When it is summoned to the main world, it will be given the effect of stealth. When it is in a moving state, it can turn into a black shadow and move silently. When it is in a stationary state, it will be like a shadow, with a shadow but no shape. Fuck, 2 talents plus a skill. Awesome. Shu Mu shouted and jumped excitedly beside him. This time, the young man at the door seemed to have heard the noise, roared twice, and began to knock on the door. Shu Mu froze instantly and dared not say a word. He still remembered clearly how fierce the old man was just now. Although he now had a brave bodyguard, he was still scared and sweated at the first time. But after all, there was a hard anti-theft door blocking him. The young man knocked twice and stopped as if he didn't hear any sound. Shu Mu continued to study the bodyguard in front of him excitedly. The attribute is the same as his own? Is this the initial attribute? However, after taking a look at his strong bodyguard, he dared to guarantee that the Shadow Servant could beat 3 of him with his weak body. And the most critical point is the controllability and intelligence of the Shadow Servant. It's easier than playing games. As long as you think in your heart, you can immediately feed back to the heart of the Shadow Servant, and he can also know what you want him to do. Shu Mu muttered to himself while looking at the Shadow Servant in front of him, squatting on the ground and skillfully performing the movements he thought in his mind. Toad Kung Fu. Ahem, just kidding, just testing it. Secondly, the intelligence is also surprisingly high. Just like an abnormal living person, with a normal IQ, but does not need to eat or entertain and will only obey his own orders. There is no problem in communication. As long as he wants, his cognition can be fed back to the Shadow Servant. So even if he tells a joke, the Shadow Servant can understand it. He just won't laugh, but he can return a little satisfaction of completing the Master's order. Awesome, this is simply the most perfect summon, Shu Mu exclaimed with great satisfaction. If it were before the end of the world, he would directly summon a bunch of Shadow Servants, and then throw them into the factory to tighten the screws, and he would only need to lie down and collect money. So cool. And they are immortal. Even if they die, they can be summoned again. So this is a good helper for the end of the world. Those dangerous zombies can be left to them. By the way, there is another point. That is, my mental power recovers very slowly. Shu Mu glanced at his attribute panel, and it was still 0. I don't know if there is a limit to my summoning skills? Can I only summon one Shadow Servant, or is there a fixed limit on the number, or is there no Shadow Servant at all? But I can't test it now because my mental power is still 0. But when it recovers, I can try to summon it again. Other people should be able to awaken similar abilities. Shu Mu muttered to himself, wanting to try his own gift talent. But who would have thought? Shu Mu touched the Shadow Servant, and just when he silently recited the gift, an indescribable feeling instantly surged into his brain and every part of his body. Suddenly, his eyes went dark. Plop! Young people are good. They fall to the ground and fall asleep. In the brightly lit room, Shu Mu only lay there for 2 minutes, then suddenly sat up and said to himself, "The gift of grace cannot be used for the time being. Using it will consume a lot of physical strength, and my physical fitness is not up to par now, so I failed. But my Shadow Servant is very strong and should be able to kill ordinary zombies easily. So in order to use the gift of grace as soon as possible and make my own safety more secure, I must work hard to become stronger. And the way to become stronger is to kill zombies." Shu Mu looked at the security door and smiled. "Ha ha! Shadow Servant, it's time to work." Shu Mu lay on the security door and looked out through the cat's eye. Sure enough, the guy turned into a zombie and stood facing his door. It was probably in the off state. Although his eyes were white, his body was motionless. Want to play the ball-catching game? Shu Mu gave an order in his mind, and the Shadow Servant turned into a black shadow in his envious eyes and turned into a dark shadow on the floor and got out from under the security door. This skill is not bad, and there is no need to open the door. Shu Mu was happy in his heart, and there was less risk without opening the door. At the same time, a black shadow slid from under the zombie's feet to behind it, and then quietly, a sturdy human figure emerged. The Shadow Servant held a kitchen knife in his hand. That's right, it's a kitchen knife for cutting vegetables at home. When summoning a Shadow Servant, there is no weapon, not even the ninja darts in the Shadow Army, so Shu Mu can only equip him with a kitchen knife. I don't know what the principle is, but the Shadow Servant holding a tangible kitchen knife can actually blend into the floor and sneak with it. But this is not the time to think about this problem. In order to achieve a foolproof effect, Shu Mu did not let the Shadow Servant attack directly, but waited until both parties were in place, and then punched the security door twice. Dong dong! The sound of knocking on the door activated the zombie in front of him, and the sound was not particularly loud, so it would not lure zombies from other floors over. Roar! The zombie opened his bloody mouth, roared twice, and grabbed the security door in front of him, but the security door was very strong. It only left a faint scratch, and there was no other damage. At the same time, the Shadow Servant behind the zombie took the kitchen knife and slashed at his neck fiercely. Puff! The neck, which had been gnawed to the point of having little flesh, was directly chopped into by the sharp kitchen knife. However, the bones on the neck were too hard. The kitchen knife was stuck on it, and it could not be directly decapitated as imagined. Shu Mu was stunned for a moment. He seemed to remember that someone on the internet said that the bones on the neck were very hard, and it was not as easy to be decapitated as in TV dramas. Fortunately, the shadow servant was very reliable. The high intelligence was shown at this time. Although Shu Mu's command was wrong, the shadow servant immediately made up for the attack. The zombie twisted its body, trying to see what was attacking it. The shadow servant kicked the zombie in the popliteal fossa, which was behind the knee. The zombie's stiff limbs were also kneeled down in front of the security door by this kick, and its head was also shaved and hung on the chest, with a trace of flesh and blood. The kitchen knife fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound, and the zombie cannot be explained by science. It has become so horrible, but it can still half-turn its body and stretch out its hand to scratch the shadow servant behind it. However, the shadow servant dodged it easily. Picking up the kitchen knife on the ground, he cut it again and successfully beheaded it. Roar! The headless zombie struggled twice. Soon, it gradually stopped moving, and the shadow servant was waiting on the side. If it could continue to struggle, he would continue to attack. Fuck! Martial arts master, awesome! Shu Mu shouted from inside the door. This shadow servant is simply a perfect summon. At this time, at the moment the zombie died, Shu Mu's personal panel changed a little. The zombie rolled to the side, and a white light also emerged from its head, which penetrated the security door and went directly into Shu Mu's body. What is this? Shu Mu was startled, but he opened the panel immediately. Character, Shu Mu, level 1, 110 experience. Attributes, Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Gift, Summon Shadow Servant. Equipment, Decadent Machete, Strength +1, Speed +1 not worn. Wealth, 1 gold coin. There is an experience bar. Shu Mu was surprised to find that his experience bar had increased by 1 point, and to upgrade to level 2, 10 points are needed. In other words, I have to kill 9 more of those garbage zombies before I can reach level 2. After level 2, I don't know if my mental strength can be increased. Shu Mu looked at his attribute panel thoughtfully. There was a new wealth on it, and a new weapon was added to the equipment column. It felt like playing a game. You have to kill monsters, gain experience, upgrade to increase attributes, collect various equipment, and stack attributes. Take out the equipment. Shu Mu muttered silently, and a large machete covered with rust fell to the ground. Shadow Servant, you can change your equipment. Shu Mu handed the new weapon to the Shadow Servant directly. After all, he didn't need to fight. He just needed to hide in the room and leave the fighting to the Shadow Servant. Race, Shadow Servant, nameable. Level 1, 10 experience. Attributes, Strength 1, 2, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Undying, Learning, Stealth, Equipment Decadent Machete, Strength +1, Speed White. Sure enough, after equipping the weapon, the attribute values have all increased. Shu Mu glanced at the attributes and then looked at his level. The experience bar appeared just like his own. However, unlike his own, his did not increase at all. This means that killing zombies does not increase the experience bar for the Shadow Servant. Then, does his method of increasing the experience bar also require consuming spirit? Shu Mu looked at the 0 on his panel in a bitter way. Why hasn't his spirit recovered yet? Don't tell me it will refresh on time at midnight the next day. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and it was still early. Shu Mu planned to continue hunting zombies. He was on the 5th floor. Since it was the first room on the 5th floor, it was very close to the stairs. There is an elevator, but it is out of power and cannot be used. The young man ran up the stairs before, and the old man zombie also followed him up the stairs, so this place is very dangerous. Shu Mu directed the shadow servants at the door to quickly close the safety door of the stairs. Each floor has a solid iron door that can be closed, but it is usually open, and this is an abnormal period. It's just that there is no lock on it, so it can't be closed tightly. Shu Mu thought about it, asked the shadow servants to go to his room, and moved the coffee table and wardrobe over to block it. The reason for doing this is to prevent the zombies on the upper and lower floors from accidentally running to their floor from the stairs. If it is a zombie like the young man, it's okay. It's nothing more than giving yourself experience. But if it is a scary zombie like the old man, it's a bit of a headache. After closing the staircase door, the only entrance and exit, Shu Mu asked the shadow servants to walk through the entire corridor of the 5th floor. The main purpose is to prevent the neighbors from turning into zombies and not closing the door properly. After hearing the noise, they will suddenly rush out from the next room and catch us off guard. Fortunately, the doors are all closed tightly. Even if the neighbors turn into zombies, they are probably locked in the room. Shu Mu felt relieved. He found a few thick clothes in the house and put them on. He also took the kitchen knife that he had discarded before and then carefully opened the door. The shadow servant followed him closely with a scary, rotten machete. He came to room 502. Shu Mu first tried to open the door handle, and sure enough, it didn't work. Dong dong! Is anyone there? Shu Mu knocked on the door, hoping that there would be a response from inside the door. But there was no sound in room 502. The roar of zombies had already been heard from room 504 next door, and there was also a noise in room 503. Huh? No one? Shu Mu frowned. Looking at the next room, room 504, he thought to himself that he would come to deal with you in a while. According to his previous memory, a female teacher in her 30s lived in room 502. The disaster seemed to have occurred at 8 o'clock in the morning. It was estimated that the female teacher had gone out at this time, so there should be no one in the room. Shadow servant, go in and check if there are people or zombies inside. If not, open the door for me. Shu Mu gave an order to the shadow servant beside him. The shadow servant turned into a black shadow again and went in. Not long after, the door in front of Shu Mu opened from the inside. Shu Mu poked his head to take a look inside, and then walked in slowly. What he saw was a very clean and tidy living room. There were TVs, sofas, coffee tables, dining tables, etc. There was a kitchen without a door on the left, and a clean toilet next to it. The space was not very large, but there were not too many extra things, and it looked very clean and bright. There was a closed door on the other side. Shu Mu thought it should be the bedroom, so he opened the doorknob and walked in. Unlike the tidy living room, the bedroom was a bit messy. On the soft pink bed, some personal clothes were thrown. It was probably because the owner was a bit in a hurry when he went out in the morning, so the things were not put away, and even a piece of bitter tea seeds was thrown on the ground. The curtains were light yellow. Shu Mu opened them and looked out. It was the other side of the community. There was nothing to see. There were wandering zombies below. Pulling the curtains again, the blocked light turned dim yellow, shining into the room with pink decorations. It looked very girly. Secondly, in addition to the women's clothes in the closet, there is also a tall bookshelf in the room, which contains some famous books and some novels that girls like to read. Yes, this female teacher also likes to read novels. And most of them are themes like, "The domineering president falls in love with me." Shu Mu touched his nose and put it back silently. Normal, I also like "The domineering rich woman falls in love with me." There was nothing else in the bedroom that could be used, so Shu Mu went to the kitchen and found 2 kitchen knives and some pots and pans. Don't underestimate the power of pots and pans. If you are desperate, you can still use them as weapons. However, Shu Mu only took 2 kitchen knives, a small bag of rice and a bag of noodles in the kitchen, and some ready-made cakes on the coffee table. It is estimated that the owner of this house bought them outside at night. In addition, there are some apples, tangerines, and grapes on the top of the refrigerator, and 2 bags of quick frozen dumplings and some quick frozen fresh meat below. I'm rich, I'm rich. Shu Mu said that he was a robber and took all the food and kitchen knives. Before leaving, he put some cash on her coffee table. If you are still alive, just think of it as me buying your things with money. Although the money is useless now, I don't know if you can still return to the apartment. Shu Mu thought to himself and closed her door before leaving. The space in each room of the apartment is about the same size, so the combination of a living room, kitchen, toilet, and a bedroom is also common. At least Shu Mu's room is similar to 502. It's just that there is an extra balcony in the living room. and the lighting is better than 5 hover 2. I guess the whole world is almost out of power. Shu Mu opened his refrigerator, and sure enough, it was no longer cooling. There was no signal on his mobile phone, so he couldn't chat online or play games. The food that should be placed in the refrigerator should still be placed in the refrigerator. There is still a little bit of cold air inside, and there are some ice cubes underneath, which can keep it fresh for a while. Food that can't be stored for a long time should be eaten first. Secondly, I have a few bags of instant noodles. These things can be stored for a long time, so I will eat them later. It seems that the natural gas is gone. Will I never be able to eat a hot dish again in the future? Shu Mu fiddled in the kitchen for a while and found that nothing could be used. I'm hungry, so I'll eat an apple first. Forget it, let's talk about these things later. Let's eliminate the safety hazards on my floor first. Shu Mu chewed an apple while leaving the room with the shadow servant. Came to the door of room 503. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Shu Mu continued to knock on the door according to the previous procedure, but there was no response from inside. Strange, there are no zombies howling, so there should be no zombies. But when I knocked on room 502 before, I clearly heard a noise coming from room 503, so there must be something inside. Shu Mu analyzed silently, guessing that there should be living people inside. However, as long as there are no zombies, it's fine. He remembered that there seemed to be a family of 3 living in room 503. His parents were typical office workers, and there was a very well-behaved little girl. But there was no response at this time, probably because they were worried that he was a bad guy. Shu Mu did not intend to force the door open. Although he was not a good person, he was not bad enough to force open the door of a room with living people. So, Shu Mu silently brought the shadow servant to room 504. There were zombies roaring inside before, so there were zombies inside. Knock, knock. The door of room 504 was knocked. Roar. There was an immediate response from inside the door. Shu Mu took back his hand from knocking on the door and thought, there are zombies, and there are more than one. The shadow servant received the command and quietly crawled under the door. It was a pity that he did not have the ability to share vision. Otherwise, he could see clearly what was happening inside the door. In room 504, a male zombie and a female zombie were wandering at the door. Perhaps the sound of knocking on the door attracted their attention. So much so that the 2 of them were crowded at the door. Unfortunately, they lost the ability to open the door and could only scream and scratch the hard anti-theft door. The curtains in the room were drawn, and the light was a little dim. In the dim environment, a black shadow quickly appeared behind the zombie. Swish! The shadow servant emerged silently. Grabbing the rotten machete, he chopped at the waists of the 2 zombies. The 2 points of strength were equivalent to the combined strength of the 2 Shu Mu, plus the 2 points of speed, which made the machete swung into a half-moon/fierce. Before the 2 zombies noticed, they were cut in half by the rotten machete. Among them, the male zombie was directly cut in half. The upper and lower bodies fell to the ground, still in a daze. When the female zombie's waist was chopped, the remaining force had been offset by the male zombie, so it was stuck in her waist again. However, the shadow servant was well prepared. He clenched the machete in his hands with both hands and kicked the female zombie on the buttocks. The female zombie was like being hit. With a bang, it hit the security door in front of it. The machete stuck in her waist was also pulled out. The shadow servant held the knife and chopped the wound on her waist again. This time, it was easily cut in half. In just a few seconds, the battle ended quickly. However, the wound of being cut in half did not seem to be fatal to the zombies, but this made them lose the ability to resist. At this time, they could only lie on the ground and roar, dragging their bloody bodies, crawling forward, trying to bite the shadow servant. The shadow servant stepped on the back of the male zombie, holding the rotten machete in his hand, staring at his neck and slashed twice. Sure enough, as long as the head fell off, the zombie lost its vitality soon. The female zombie who was screaming on the side also chopped off the head in the same way. Shu Mu, who was outside the room, received a reminder of the increase in experience and gold coins. Done! Shu Mu's face was happy. Our shadow servant is really powerful. The next step is to enter the room and search for supplies inside. The corpse at the door was dragged by the shadow servant to the corner of the room and piled up. The two zombies were disheveled, but the man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They were probably a couple at first. It is estimated that before the end of the world, they were doing the big thing of reproducing offspring. But I didn't expect the disaster to come so quickly. Before the two of them finished, one of them turned into a zombie. The other was confused at first, and finally terrified. However, the speed of the corpse transformation was far beyond imagination. I thought the other party just felt a little uncomfortable physically, but I didn't expect that the next second he bit towards my lower body, and the severe pain instantly swept through my body. As for why Shu Mu guessed so, that's because the male zombie was not wearing anything underneath, and that thing was missing half. Shu Mu could tell at a glance that it was bitten off, and the upper body was cut off, and there was only a big hole in the stomach, which was empty. The stomach of the male zombie was hollowed out. Shu Mu's anus tightened when he saw it, and he always felt that his pants were torn and a little ventilated. The female zombie was relatively well preserved, with only the wounds of being cut off and decapitated, but her clothes were also disheveled, but Shu Mu was not interested at all. After all, after becoming a zombie, the skin becomes grayish-white, and all the black capillaries float on the surface. The facial features are congested and exposed, and only the whites of the eyes are left. The appearance is very scary, the kind that makes you unable to eat at first glance. The mutilated bodies of the two zombies were piled in the corner of the room. Shu Mu said that this thing would cause physical and mental discomfort. So he asked the shadow servant to drag it to the corner and covered it with a blanket. He was not bothered by it. The young man zombie at his door was still piled in front of his door. He did not dare to move it before. Because his room was very close to the stairs, if he threw it down from the stairs, the bloody smell would likely attract zombies from other floors. He could not drag it to his room, but Shu Mu refused. After opening room 502, it was very clean. Shu Mu forgot about it for a while, so he did not throw the zombie into room 502. Now there are two corpses in room 504, and the blood at the door has stained the floor. He simply asked the shadow servant to drag the corpse piled at his door to room 504. He also mopped the blood in front of his door and in the corridor bit by bit with a mop. Shu Mu continued to loot the supplies in room 504. Unfortunately, there were only some fruits and snacks inside. There was not even a kitchen knife in the kitchen. It was estimated that this young couple did not usually cook. In the bedroom, I found a few well-fitting men's clothes. I put them away. I moved all the ones that could be used to my room 501. What is this? When Shu Mu was rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, a few boxes of cub blockers fell out of the drawer. After a moment of shock, Shu Mu suddenly slapped himself. It's the end of the world. What else do you want? He kicked it open and continued to rummage through the boxes and cabinets. There were quite a few cabinets in the bedroom of this couple. Most of them were women's clothes, and there were many special character suits. It was estimated that these two lovers usually had some fun, but I didn't expect that the two would leave so hurriedly in the end. I guess the man was very happy before he died. Oh, this watch is pretty good. Shu Mu found a men's watch. Now there is a power outage, and the battery on the mobile phone will not last for a few days. It is just right to use it to tell time. Put it on, put it on. Finally, Shu Mu moved all the useful materials in room 504 away. Even the tables and cabinets were dragged out and piled up at the entrance of the corridor. He would open it after his floor was cleaned. Not bad, not bad. Let's move on to the next room. Shu Mu smiled. The end of the world is really good. This day is as happy as an adventure and treasure hunt. He became a robber and took away everything he saw. The shadow servant is his first thug. It is the first basis for occupying the mountain to be the king. No, occupying the apartment to be the king. Shu Mu walked arrogantly in the corridor with the tall shadow servant. Next is room 505. Outside room 505, a handsome boy with his shadow servant knocked on the door gently. Brother Liu, are you okay? Shu Mu knocked on the door and asked. The person living in room 505 is a technical geek. That is to say, a more awesome otaku. His last name is Liu. He is 2 years older than me, not very tall, a little fat. He always wears short sleeves and shorts. He often stays in his room and almost never leaves the room, except to buy things. But he is very good at playing games. Shu Mu also met Brother Liu by chance. He is very good at games, and he often helps him level up, so the relationship between the two is quite good. Roar. The roar of zombies came from the room. Shu Mu's mood sank slightly. He knew that Brother Liu might have been in trouble. The shadow servant had already crawled in from under the door, inside the door. What he saw was a somewhat messy living room. The coffee table was tilted, with a few empty bags of potato chips thrown on it, some melon seed shells thrown on the ground, and an empty soda can rolled in the corner. On the small double sofa, there was a game controller and a game console. On the walls around the room, there were posters of anime characters. Most of them were wearing cool clothes. The curtains in the living room are also engraved with two-dimensional kittens and puppies. The most conspicuous entrance. There is also a display cabinet as high as a person, which contains some exquisite figurines. Some of them are not even opened, but through the exquisite packaging, you can guess that the figurines inside are worth a lot of money. However, the shadow servant skipped the living room and headed towards the bedroom. A few hours ago. In the dim bedroom, a little fat man wearing glasses sat on a comfortable computer chair, holding a bag of opened potato chips in his arms, eating them while typing on the keyboard with his other hand. Oh, pure love eats? All the minotaurs die? After a burst of typing on the keyboard, the barrage was quickly sent out. Looking at the cute anime characters, the little fat man showed a satisfied smile on his face, which was very pure and pure. Every good anime or novel, when read carefully, will have a feeling of entering another world. And I will follow the protagonist to explore the new world as the plot develops. What a pity. There is only this episode. The little fat man shook his head regretfully and then took the remaining potato chips and poured them into his mouth. He glanced at the time. It was already past 7:50. Another all-nighter. The little fat man sighed, threw the garbage bag in his hand on the computer desk, patted the debris on his body, and planned to climb into bed to sleep for a while. I heard that staying up late is easy to die suddenly. The little fat man lay on the bed, staring blankly at the anime poster on the ceiling facing him. Every time at this time, he would have random thoughts and mutter to himself that he must rest before 3 o'clock next time. While thinking, he slowly closed his eyes, but not long after, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. But he didn't want to get up, so he turned over, turned sideways, and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Ah! The little fat man turned over again. But the pain in the stomach became more and more intense, and even the pain had affected the whole body. Even moving the body was a bit painful. He was originally a little sleepy and confused, but he was awakened by the severe pain in his body. But when he opened his eyes, it was very painful to move his eyeballs. He wanted to speak, but his throat suddenly felt sweet, followed by a disgusting and pungent fishy smell. He couldn't help it. He quickly turned sideways, but he vomited blood all over the bed when he opened his mouth. I'm... The little fat man struggled to get up in a daze, but the perception from his body became more and more stiff, and his movements were very clumsy. He struggled painfully and fell to the ground. There was no mirror in the bedroom, only in the living room. He wanted to see what was happening to him now, but his vision became more and more blurred. His body became colder and colder, and the light flickered in a trance. The little fat man lay on the ground, curled up. Gradually he lost his movement, but there was a smile on his face. Maybe. In the next life, I can meet better people and have a more wonderful life. Bang! A chubby figure hit the wooden door of the bedroom hard. The power was like being hit by a bomb. The wooden door, which was a bit old, exploded from the middle, and the fragments flew everywhere. The shadow servant avoided the zombie's attack. At this time, the zombie in front of him was a much stronger existence than the zombies he had encountered before. He just got in through the crack of the door. When he found that there was a zombie in the bedroom, he appeared behind the zombie, raised the rotten big knife in his hand, and wanted to behead it cleanly. but the zombie huddled on the computer chair. He actually noticed a little wind sound sharply. Although the zombie had no intention of dodging, he simply turned around and wanted to attack the shadow servant behind him. But it was just this deviation of turning around. The shadow servant's attack only cut into his shoulder. The shadow servant had no time to be surprised, and the zombie huddled on the computer chair, twisted its body in a strange posture, and rushed over with a machete on its shoulder. Stealth! The shadow servant activated his innate ability at the first time. His body faded instantly, like an invisible shadow, standing in place. The short and fat zombie penetrated his body. Like a human-shaped cannonball, it slammed hard on the wooden door of the bedroom. Although the shadow servant was surprised that the reaction and movement speed of this zombie were faster than the previous zombies, he still grabbed a chair beside him at the first time and used all his strength to smash it towards the zombie at the door. Bang! The computer chair with a little metal pierced several blood holes in the zombie's body. Roar! The zombie roared. With the wood chips and broken meat on his body, he rushed back again. However, it was impossible for the unsystematic attack to cause any damage to him. He just dodged the attack with a simple stealth. Before the zombie could react, the shadow servant caught up and kicked the zombie over. Puff! A trace of blood appeared from the machete that was pulled out. In the flash of swords and shadows, the zombie's neck was chopped. Perhaps because of the increased strength, the knife did not get stuck on the neck like the first time, but was chopped off cleanly. The head rolled down and blood was scattered all over the wall and the ground. The headless corpse struggled, but in the end there was no sound. It was completely dead. Race: Green-Eyed Zombie, Elite, Level 1. Attributes: Strength 3, Speed 2, Constitution 1, Spirit 3. Skills: Numbment. Introduction: An elite zombie that mutated at the beginning. Because it has been locked in a small bedroom, it is only a pitiful Level 1. This is the attribute panel of Brother Liu after he became a zombie. Very strong. Fortunately, it was only Level 1. Otherwise, the shadow servant would not have been able to end the battle so easily. Ah! Shu Mu sighed helplessly. Brother Liu is the fat, innocent, and kind Brother Liu left first. Brother Liu, I wish you a happy family in your next life. Shu Mu knew a little about Brother Liu's life experience. When he was very young, he was thrown into school alone because of his parents' discord. That's why. He has always had a low self-esteem since he was a child. Even though his classmates did not look down on him, he always stayed alone in the corner. When he grew up, he moved out by himself. Now he lives on his floor, and he met him by chance. He also talked to him about these things. Although he said that he no longer cared about these things, Shu Mu knew that these past events had always been a scar in his heart. Maybe, in this doomsday that is destined to become increasingly dark, he is kind and simple, and it is his best ending to go to another world early. Character: Shu Mu, Level 1, 610 Experience. Attributes: Strength 1, 2, Speed 1, 4, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, 0. Talent: Gift, Summon, Shadow Servant. Equipment: Otaku Glasses, Strength +1, Speed +3. Wealth: 6 gold coins. A total of 6 experience points. The zombie in front of his door provided 1 point. The 2 zombies in room 504 provided 2 points. And Brother Liu, who turned into a zombie, provided 3 points. And a green equipment was also dropped. This is a black square-framed pair of glasses, without a degree, and it is the same as wearing nothing on the eyes. It has no weight, but Shu Mu feels that his strength has increased a lot, and there is a faint breeze when he walks. Shu Mu's mood suddenly improved a lot. With this equipment, the Shadow Servant's strength will reach a new height. That's right. Shu Mu didn't intend to wear this equipment all the time. Instead, he excitedly tried it and put it on the Shadow Servant himself. Now he only needs 4 experience points to upgrade. So he has to take advantage of the short time spent on looting the previous rooms and quickly loot the rest of the rooms on this floor. He doesn't want to wait until tonight to find zombies wandering around on his floor. There are 10 rooms on the 5th floor. He lives in room 501. No one is in room 502. There is a noise in room 503, so it is estimated that someone is there. There are zombies in rooms 504 and 505, but he has cleared them out. Room 506 is an empty room. Shu Mu remembers that a couple used to live here, but they seem to have moved away, so it was empty. There are zombies in room 507, but they are a very pitiful little boy and girl who have mutated zombies. They are only level 1. The shadow servant got rid of them very happily and gained 2 experience points for himself. Room 508 was also an empty room. There seemed to be a noise in room 509, but when Shu Mu was about to knock on the door opened instantly, and a sharp dagger stabbed out from the crack of the door. Shu Mu only felt a slight sting in his eyes. Looking through the crack of the door, it seemed to be a woman with fluffy hair. But why did she suddenly attack him? And she wanted to kill him as soon as she attacked. But in this short moment, Shu Mu could not do any evasive action and could only watch the sharp dagger stabbing into his eyes. Half an hour ago. In room 509, the light was a little dim. A woman with dyed yellow hair, her spirit were obviously a little bit wrong. Her hair was fluffy, her face was hideous, and the white bathrobe she was wrapped in was covered with red bloodstains, and she was holding a dagger in her hand. One by one, all of them were stabbed into a male corpse on the sofa. "Ha ha, scumbag, I'll kill you!" "Kill you." The woman became more and more agitated. Her hands were covered with blood, and the dagger stabbed fiercely into the chest of the male corpse, but tears were dripping from her face. "Why do you like that vixen? What exactly am I inferior to her?" The woman kept shouting, tears dripping onto the face of the male corpse, which was full of fear and anger. "I gave everything for you, even eloped with you. But the end of the world has come, and you are still worried about that vixen. And now, you are mine forever, except for me. I won't let anyone get you." The woman's face was full of madness. The blood-stained dagger in her hand fell to the ground, and she collapsed on the sofa powerlessly. After a long time, she finally had some strength, went to the bedroom to get a sheet, wrapped the man who was already cold on the sofa in it, and then slowly dragged him, entered the bathroom. Then she gently put him in the bathtub and gently stroked his face. "It would be great if you only loved me." The woman's face was full of tenderness, as if she was looking at a man she loved deeply. At this moment, there was a faint sound in the next room 507. She was like a frightened deer at this moment. She hurriedly wiped her bloody face, trying to cover up her crime. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered that it was the end of the world, and all the previous rules no longer existed, so she stopped immediately. "Can't let others disturb our world of 2 people." The woman glanced at the man in the bathtub, turned around and held the dagger with a ferocious face, quietly walked to the door and put one hand on the door handle. At this moment, there were clear footsteps outside the door. "Someone is coming." The woman clearly heard someone stop outside the door. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she opened the door in an instant, holding the dagger and stabbed. "Go to hell!" The sharp dagger stabbed Shu Mu's right eye fiercely. Sharp and fast, it was impossible to dodge. At this critical moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared on the side. Swish! The knife flashed. The rotten machete cut off half of the forearm, holding the dagger in an instant. Puff! The half forearm holding the dagger tightly was thrown high up. Bright red blood gushed out in an instant. The woman with half of her face exposed at the door was full of fear, and the pain rushed into her brain in an instant. The intense pain made her scream loudly. At this time, Shu Mu finally came to his senses and took 2 steps back with lingering fear. He never expected that there would be a living person hiding behind the door and suddenly attacking him. At that moment, he felt the feeling of death, full of suffocation and discomfort. Fortunately, the shadow servant was equipped with the newly acquired otaku eyes, which added 3 points of speed, otherwise his life might have been gone. Race shadow servant. Level 10 experience. Attributes: Strength 1-3, Speed 1-5, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent: Immortality, Learning. Skills: Stealth. Otaku glasses, Strength +1, Speed 3. Decadent machete, Strength +1, White. Ah! The woman at the door screamed in pain. Grabbing the broken hand that had no forearm, she fell to the ground and rolled in pain. The glaring red color stained the clean floor. "Please, save me!" The woman wailed, begging the man in front of her to save her. Otherwise, It won't be long before she bleeds to death. However, in front of her was only a black humanoid creature who picked her up coldly and threw her into the cold bathroom floor. And Shu Mu stared coldly without doing anything. He didn't step into room 509 until the man in front of him disappeared. Shu Mu first glanced at the messy room. His heart was unusually cold, but he still found a clean place and sat quietly to think. This crazy woman's attack was very fast. I couldn't react with my own speed. Although it was a bit of a sneak attack, her skills were not normal. Did she use some skills to increase her speed? Shu Mu was unsure. The experience of being attacked this time told him that in the end of the world, it was not only zombies that were dangerous, but also zombies of the same kind. Especially everyone can obtain unimaginable superpowers. The desires of the human heart will grow like new buds. Moreover, there are all kinds of abilities, and there are inevitably many that can threaten one's life. It seems that No 503 also needs to be checked, Shu Mu muttered to himself. At this time, a zombie roar came from the bathroom. The man who died first mutated, but in just 2 seconds, his head was skillfully chopped off by the shadow servant. Shu Mu was a little surprised. I didn't expect that people who were not bitten to death by zombies could also become zombies. After a while, the yellow-haired woman who attacked Shu Mu before was also killed. Room 509, 2 experience points. Shu Mu's face lit up with joy. His level had successfully broken through to level 2. Moreover, all attributes had also increased, especially his spirit, which had become 1. Character, Shu Mu, level 2, 020 experience. Attributes, Strength 2, Speed 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. Talent, Gift, Skillman, Shadow Servant. Equipment, none. Wealth, 10 gold coins. Not bad, not bad. Summon. Shu Mu stood up excitedly and immediately chose to summon again. Swish! A black dot broke away from his shadow and crawled in front of him. After a while, a shadow servant with only dark red eyes emerged from the floor. Shu Mu checked the panel. Like the previous shadow servant, it only had a few basic attributes, but the first shadow servant was equipped with 2 pieces of equipment, so the newly summoned one must be weaker. But he is definitely a good bodyguard who can fight 3 at once. Shu Mu nodded with satisfaction. Although his spirit has become 0 again, the newly summoned shadow servants have made him feel safe again. The next step is to continue to hunt more zombies, then level up higher, have more spirit, and then summon more shadow servants. Shu Mu named the first shadow servant Sky Shadow, and the newly summoned one is called Earth Shadow, and the next 2 will be called Black Shadow and Yellow Shadow. Of course, there are only 2 shadow servants now. Sky Shadow is responsible for exploration, and Earth Shadow is responsible for personal protection. Shu Mu commanded Tianying to enter room 510. There are zombies roaring inside, which is a little experience in walking and can't be missed. There are only 10 rooms on the 5th floor. Except for room 503, which has living people in it and has not been checked, all other rooms have been cleaned up, and a lot of food has been collected. There were probably a few bags of instant noodles, 11 bags of rice, noodles, some fruits and frozen foods, such as meat, dumplings, and some melon seeds and snacks. In short, the food was enough to keep Shu Mu fed for several months. And it was only about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still plenty of time to continue exploring, but we had to go to another floor. Shu Mu brought 2 bodyguards and came to the quiet room 503. Excuse me, is there anyone inside? Dong dong, Shu Mu asked in a friendly manner while knocking on the door. However, there was no response after a long time. Shu Mu frowned and decisively retreated behind the bodyguard Diying. Tianying stood on the side of the door, holding the big knife in his hand high. If you don't open the door, I will force my way in. Shu Mu shouted. Anyway, the door to the 5th floor had been blocked, and zombies from other floors would not be allowed to enter for the time being. At this time, some subtle sounds came from inside the door, as if someone was approaching. Few hours ago. A well-dressed but hideous man. Gritting his teeth, holding a bloody kitchen knife in his hand, he fell to the ground helplessly. In front of him was a bloody corpse of a female zombie. I'm sorry. Xiaoqin, I'm sorry. The man cried and cried. His tears could not stop falling. During the disaster, their daughter mutated into a zombie and attacked them immediately. At first, he was full of doubts, confusion, and fear. After learning that their daughter had turned into a zombie, in order to protect himself and his wife, he finally killed the mutated daughter with great pain. His wife was accidentally scratched with several bloody wounds during the initial attack, but fortunately she would not be infected into a zombie in the next few days. However, just when he thought he was relieved, his wife actually chose to accompany her daughter on the road. Not long after, he could only bear the pain and kill his mutated wife again. "If you don't open the door, I will force my way in." The words fell. There was a faint sound of a door opening in the house, but just when Shu Mu was getting ready, a shrill scream suddenly came from the blocked corridor. "Ah! Help!" In the corridor between the 4th and 5th floors, a man ran upstairs in a panic. Behind him, there were dense zombies. They were all attracted by the man's voice and the smell of blood from the torn wounds on his body. The zombies swarmed up from the stairs on the 4th floor, with their fangs and claws bared. There were at least 30 of them. At a glance, they were all zombies with livid faces, rolled their eyes, and stiff limbs. They stretched out their arms, moved their bodies, squeezed their companions with missing arms and legs, and swarmed up just to bite off a piece of flesh from the man in front. The man's face was full of despair. His face was extremely pale, and his white shirt was tattered. It was vaguely visible that there were bloody scratches on his chest and back, but he still gritted his teeth and kept running up the stairs. Since the 5th floor was blocked, the man didn't seem to have the intention of staying there. He just glanced at the closed entrance to the 5th floor. He passed the 5th floor directly and fled from the entrance of the corridor to the 6th floor. Roar! Such a huge noise naturally alarmed the zombies on other floors. Zombies rushed out from the entrance of the corridor on the 6th floor. 2 zombies fell directly from the guardrail, and the man seemed extremely panicked, but he easily avoided the zombies falling from the top of his head. Snap! The 2 zombies that fell screamed and tried to get up, but in an instant, they were trampled under the feet of the zombies surging behind them. "Ah! Help!" The man was still shouting loudly while fleeing. The sound was so loud that the neighboring floors could hear it clearly. The wandering zombies inside rushed towards him, one after another, blocking the entire corridor. The entrance to the 7th floor was also open, and there seemed to be zombies coming out of it. However, the man rushed to the 8th floor like a gust of wind without stopping. The zombies that came out of the 7th floor gathered together with the zombies on the other floors, pushing each other, chasing the man, and constantly rushing to higher floors. What does this guy want to do? In the gap of the door to the 5th floor, Shu Mu stared at the dense group of zombies running outside and frowned. Although this guy was screaming, his speed was always a little faster than the zombies. Even the zombies that rushed from in front of him, he could barely dodge without getting hurt. Not to mention the zombies that fell from his head, he could dodge accurately as if he had eyes on the back of his head and then get rid of them. Now there are already 40 or 50 zombies gathered in the corridor. They are densely packed, and the whole floor is full of traces of zombies running. The walls, which were already a bit dirty, were smeared with various stains and blood. In addition, the light in the corridor was not very good, and it was gloomy and looked extremely scary. Boom, boom! A violent vibration sound came from outside. Shu Mu's heart tightened when he heard it, and he was inexplicably panicked, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly put his head close to the gap and stared at the outside. The corridor where the zombies had already run was pitch black and very dirty, but there seemed to be a huge black shadow emerging from it. Roar! I saw a zombie like a tank appear in my sight. It was covered with bloated flesh and blood, and its head and limbs were the size of a normal person. But its body was like a huge tank. The swollen flesh and blood, in an extremely unreasonable posture, piled up into a giant zombie in the shape of a ball about 3 meters long. Its whole body was a pile of meat, and its head and limbs looked very abrupt and petite compared to it. Shu Mu had no doubt that if this guy was still a normal human, its petite legs would definitely not be able to support its huge body. The corridor was obviously very spacious. It could accommodate 3 or 4 people walking side by side without any problem. But in front of this meat mountain zombie, it seemed a little narrow. Just moving one step seemed very difficult. Its whole body was squeezed in the corridor. The flesh and blood on its body were squeezed and deformed, looking very ridiculous and sad. However, every time it took a step, the whole building seemed to shake and a rumbling sound was heard. The meat mountain zombie moved very slowly, as if it was crawling a little bit, and Shu Mu didn't dare to breathe, hiding behind the iron door and didn't dare to look outside. It seemed like 5 or 6 minutes had passed. Roar! The meat mountain zombie crawled forward and finally came to the 5th floor. Just when Shu Mu thought it would continue to go up and chase the man before. But the meat mountain zombie suddenly stopped, and the huge rumbling sound stopped, and the outside became unusually quiet in an instant. Shu Mu took a sneak peek and was so scared that his heart almost stopped, because this guy put his terrifying face against the closed iron door. At first glance, he saw the huge meat mountain, which was bloody and disgusting. Then he looked up. He saw the face above the door, which was not much different from that of an ordinary person. But the empty eyes were tightly pressed against the crack of the door, as if he was looking at the corridor inside with the empty holes without eyeballs. Fortunately, this guy was 3 meters tall, and the iron door on the 5th floor was only about 2.5 meters. So when it stretched its short neck, lowered its head, and tried to get close to the crack of the door, it was not very clear, and Shu Mu was squatting at the bottom of the door, so he was not very conspicuous. Otherwise, this iron door with piles of debris might not be able to prevent this guy from hitting it. Shu Mu's mind moved. The earth shadow standing aside instantly turned into a shadow and flashed into room 501. The sky shadow also turned into a black shadow, but he went in the opposite direction, directly through the gap in the iron door where debris was piled up, under the body of the meat mountain zombie, and slid all the way to the dark corridor outside. The sky shadow appeared silently. Swish! The rotten big knife swung fiercely and chopped the back of the meat mountain zombie. Puff! The blood exploded in an instant, and the big knife chopped directly into the body of the meat mountain zombie. But this injury obviously did not pose any threat to the meat mountain zombie. As for why he didn't attack the neck of the meat mountain zombie at the first time? Come on, this guy is just a ball of 3-meter-high spherical flesh, without a neck at all, with only a petite head embedded on it. There is no obvious weakness at all. Shu Mu just wanted to attract this guy's attention and lead him away. And the effect was surprisingly perfect. Roar! The whole floor was shaking, and the mottled wall dust fell down. Puff! Tianjing held the big knife tightly, as if venting his anger, leaving a series of cuts on the meat mountain, and the smelly blood splashed everywhere. The meat mountain zombie let out a deafening roar. The pain from his back made it lose its mind in an instant. It no longer cared about the tightly closed iron door, and turned its body with effort, trying to attack this strange creature. However, the meat mountain zombie's mere turning movement also squeezed the iron door and shook it violently, and the high debris behind it fell down one after another. Fortunately, the pile below was large, debris such as cabinets. Therefore, most of the fallen objects were small, and Shu Mu was not hit. The iron door was only squeezed a little wider, but it was not completely opened. Roar! The meat mountain zombie let out a deafening roar, twisting its huge body. Before the meat mountain zombie could completely turn around, Tianying had already run towards the 6th floor with the purpose of leading this guy to a higher floor. The meat mountain zombie stared at Tianying running upwards with hatred, and without hesitation, it moved its huge body and chased after him, disappearing little by little at the corner of the corridor above. Shu Mu inside the iron gate breathed a sigh of relief. It's just the first day of the apocalypse, and there are such powerful zombies? He muttered to himself, with a hint of secretly thankful. Fortunately, the skill he awakened was summoning. Otherwise, if he encountered such a terrifying zombie, he could only lead it away, himself. No, he didn't need to lead it away by himself, but was ready to fight to the death. Strange, it's only about 4 or 5 in the afternoon now. Why is the sky starting to get dark? Shu Mu felt the dim light and suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. The sky got dark too quickly, which was very abnormal. Time was obviously out of order. In other words, the days were shorter and the nights were longer. This is not good news. Shu Mu closed the iron door again, then returned to his room, quietly walked to the balcony and looked outside. Sure enough, the sky was very dim at this moment, just like the dusk at 8 or 9 in the evening. It felt like the night was coming. But at this moment, the sun was hanging high in the sky, and it was definitely only in the afternoon, which meant that the time of the night had changed. It seems that the plan has changed. We can only wait until tomorrow to explore the other floors. Pondered. Obviously, killing zombies can achieve the effect of rapid strengthening. But the previous prompts made it clear. At night, the weakened strength of the zombies will return. How strong are the zombies at night? Shu Mu didn't dare to guarantee it, nor did he dare to try it easily. Although his shadow servants can be resurrected, but resummoning will definitely consume mental power, and his mental power is very scarce. In the early stage, he still has to reduce unnecessary consumption, otherwise his mental power will definitely not be enough. I don't know what the situation is below. Anyway, the upper floors must be full of zombies. Shu Mu felt that the current situation was a bit bad, and even the situation of 503 next door was forgotten. About half an hour later, the sky was getting darker and darker. The dim light had long disappeared. The scenery outside was a little unclear. It was time to turn on the lights. However, Shu Mu just sat quietly in the dark. Diying was waiting quietly on the side, holding 2 kitchen knives in his hands. Swish! A black shadow emerged. Tianying! Shu Mu's eyes flashed with excitement, and he stood up directly. The plan was successful. The Meat Mountain zombie was led to the rooftop and was returned by Tianying. In the corridor, it was locked on the rooftop with an iron door. What about the zombies before? And what about the man who attracted the zombies? Is he dead? Shu Mu's mind was full of questions. Tianying also passed on everything he knew to him. Those zombies were all crowded on the 8th and 9th floors. The 10th floor was the rooftop, and the man before disappeared. However, when attracting the Meat Mountain zombie, because the Meat Mountain zombie moved too slowly, Tianying killed a few weak ordinary zombies. And among them, the man was not found. Is it a hidden ability? Shu Mu guessed silently. Then, he brought 2 shadow servants and came to the door of room 503 again. At this time, the door was actually open. It was completely open. Shu Mu looked at the dark room, vaguely sitting a man, and there was a strong smell of blood. "Excuse me. Come in and sit down." The low voice was a little hoarse. "Okay." Shu Mu was slightly stunned, but without much hesitation, he embraced Tianying and Diying in front of him, and after confirming that it was safe, he took a step back and entered. The room was surprisingly clean. The man sat quietly in the dark, and Shu Mu did not speak immediately, but just sat quietly beside him. Tianying and Diying sat on both sides of him. Fortunately, the sofa was large enough and comfortable. The man was silent for a while and seemed to be looking at himself in the dark. "My name is Wang Zhibin." When Shu Mu wanted to speak, the man suddenly began to introduce himself and talked about some things in his life. His voice was hoarse but full of magnetism. Shu Mu listened quietly, and the look in his eyes changed from vigilance at the beginning to seriousness, and finally with a trace of regret. Wang Zhibin was a middle-aged man who looked a bit cool, with a small mustache and a handsome tie. He liked fitness and traveling. He was a very charming and successful man. This was the fact. Wang Zhibin had a beautiful wife that everyone envied, and a cute and well-behaved daughter. Their family lived happily and believed that such a life could continue forever. But the arrival of the end of the world ruined everything. "Brother Wang, you." Shu Mu opened his mouth, wanting to comfort him, but he couldn't say anything when the words came to his lips. Wang Zhibin shook his head. "I know why you came to me." "How about this? How about our alliance?" A trace of hatred flashed in Wang Zhibin's eyes. "My skill is Heavy Slash, which can deal high damage in an instant towards the front. My ability is Summoning, and they are my summoned creatures." Shu Mu glanced at Tianying, who was sitting next to him, and said. Wang Zhibin also looked at him curiously. In the end, the two of them got to know each other's abilities and even formally reached an alliance relationship, and Shu Mu also told Wang Zhibin some of the information he knew for free. Brother Wang, room 502 is quite clean. You can live in room 502. Well, okay, thank you. Wang Zhibin nodded. It was indeed not easy for him to live here anymore. Xiaoqin daughter, wait for me to come back. Wang Zhibin solemnly closed the door and planned to stay in room 502 temporarily. Night fell quickly. It was pitch black outside. However, above the sky, a strange scene of the sun and the moon shining together appeared. The sun hung obliquely in the dark sky, no longer emitting bright light, only a circle of faint red glow lingering around, dispelling the strange black clouds. In the sky on the other side, there was a white moon hanging, corresponding to the sun. A scene of a red sun and a full moon on each side was formed. The sun and the moon in the same frame? Shu Mu squinted his eyes and looked at the sky outside, and his uneasiness became stronger. Roar! There were bursts of roars coming from downstairs of the apartment building. Shu Mu lowered his head and looked down, only to see dense zombies surging, as if chasing something, and from time to time there were one or two shrill screams. The movement speed of the zombies has obviously become much faster. Even the lowest level zombies. They will not stop in place when there is no target to attack, but will start wandering and searching around like a predator starting to hunt. Inside another apartment building, a young couple shivered and hid in room 101. In the corridor outside, a hunched zombie, who looked like an ordinary old man, leaned against the wall, poked out his bloody head, and the skin and flesh on his face fell off, revealing his white nose, which trembled slightly. Sniff! The old man zombie sniffed the smell in the air. His dry palm touched the wall and quietly came to the door of room 101. In the dark, I'm scared. The girl hid in the boy's arms and couldn't help trembling. The boy was also pale, but he held a kitchen knife in his hand and encouraged himself secretly, with veins on his hand bulging slightly. At this time, they hid in the bedroom. The boy comforted the girl and asked her to hide in the closet while he hid on the other side of the bedroom door. If you dare to come in, I will fight you to the death. The boy gathered his courage and held the kitchen knife in front of his chest. If the zombie dared to come in, he promised to chop off its head with this knife. Kabang! The iron door of 101 was hit hard. The boy was frightened by the sudden loud noise, but he still gritted his teeth and stared at the bedroom door. He could see everything in the living room and the corridor clearly, and naturally saw the scary zombie outside the door. Half of its body seemed to be smashed, but fortunately it didn't open, and the iron door was very strong. But the collision just now was like a low-speed car that didn't brake, hitting the iron door and the surrounding walls fiercely, deforming the entire iron door, and even the surrounding walls had cracks. What a scary monster! The boy took a breath and wondered if he could kill this scary zombie. Don't panic. You have the ability of night vision and perspective. Talent can increase the body's reaction ability, plus it can hide at the door of the bedroom to attack. There is no reason why he can't kill a low-level zombie on the first day of the apocalypse. Bang! The iron door was hit violently again. It opened. The boy's heart sank. This battle was inevitable. The iron door was completely deformed, and the middle position was severely concave, revealing a dark bedroom. The old man zombie got in through the deformed iron door. In the darkness. Wa-la-la! The weird dragging sound appeared intermittently, and there was a weird howl in the faint, as if a terrifying monster was approaching little by little. Damn, this monster can still scare people? The boy saw it clearly through the bedroom door. After breaking the iron door, this guy did not rush to the location of the living people, like those unconscious low-level zombies, but hid in the bedroom and made weird noises, as if he wanted to lure himself out. Wa-la-la! The weird noise continued. The boy couldn't hold on any longer and rubbed his red eyes. But when he looked at the bedroom again, it's gone! The boy gritted his teeth, didn't scream, and looked around quickly. The bedroom was dark and quiet everywhere. There were a lot of sundries inside, and there were many blind spots caused by items such as sofas, coffee tables, refrigerators, etc. But under the boy's red eyes, the monster had absolutely nowhere to hide. Really gone, the boy breathed a sigh of relief and closed his red and sour eyes. The tension in his heart also relaxed, and a slight soreness immediately came from his body. He was too nervous. Since he knew that there was a zombie wandering outside, he has never relaxed. It's okay, the boy murmured, comforting himself and his girlfriend hiding in the closet. He rubbed his sore arms and threw the kitchen knife on the bed beside him. It was quiet everywhere, very quiet. Outside the apartment, there were still slight cries of zombies, but these did not affect him, so he quietly enjoyed the time he was alive. At this moment, a hunched black shadow quietly circled to the back of the apartment. Roar! A terrifying howl suddenly sounded. Oh no! The boy exclaimed and turned around quickly. Bang! A seemingly skinny zombie directly crashed into the anti-theft guardrail outside the window. The anti-theft guardrail was not strong. In an instant, it was dented by the old man, zombie, and the glass window behind it was also smashed into pieces, and the hanging curtains were also pulled and made a swish. Oh no, this monster came in! The boy's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly grabbed the kitchen knife beside him. The distracting thoughts in his heart were cleared. At this time, his face flushed, and he rushed over with all his strength. Swish! The snow-white kitchen knife was reflecting light. He chopped straight at the old man zombie, squatting on the windowsill, one hand still holding the curtain, tilting his head with disdain, staring straight at his skinny neck. Snap! Hit! The man's face lit up with joy. The kitchen knife in his hand chopped straight at the zombie's neck. Roar! The old man zombie did not dodge. He just stared at him, his blood-red, thin tongue spitting out like a snake, and his expression was like a predator playing with its prey. Not good, the boy's face changed. His kitchen knife did not cut into it at all, but only scraped off a little rotten flesh. Damn it! The boy wanted to retreat, but a skinny palm at some point actually grabbed his left leg ankle in a twisted posture. You know, this beast is still squatting on the windowsill. Evil beast, let me go! The boy struggled desperately, pulled out the kitchen knife and kept slashing. The old man zombie still did not dodge, but just gently pulled the boy and he fell on his back. The old man zombie seemed to have found something fun. He grabbed the boy's legs and swung them wildly. The terrifying force made the boy's internal organs hurt so much that he almost lost consciousness. Roar! The old man zombie laughed strangely. The boy was in great pain all over his body and was thrown aside by the tired zombie. He gritted his teeth, his face was covered with blood, and the glass shards on the ground scratched his face and chest. But before he lost consciousness, he still desperately shouted a few words. Run! Quick! Roar! The old man zombie stepped on the boy's chest, squatted on the ground, and tried to bite his neck. No, don't! The girl rushed out of the closet with tears in her eyes. The power of love defeated fear. At this time, she was holding a hanger and tried to challenge a powerful zombie. Roar! The old man zombie disdained to play with weak humans. With a casual grab, the girl was thrown away and smashed on the wardrobe, groaning in pain. It is estimated that she will not be able to get up for a long time. The old man zombie grabbed the boy's face, wanting to enjoy his prey again. Asshole, shut up! Another voice interrupted it. Roar! The old man zombie stood up angrily. This time it wanted to kill all creatures that could still breathe, but it just stood up. Flame, burn! With a roar, a bright light burst out from the window. Boom! The firelight brought a huge impact force, knocking the old man zombie away and hitting the wall, leaving a lot of blood and black scorch marks left by the flames. Roar! The old man zombie got up in a daze. Evil beast, God has the virtue of loving life. Get out before I want to burn you into slag. A domineering voice came from outside the window. Roar! The old man zombie was unwilling, but the flame impact just now left it with a lot of injuries. Boom! The old man zombie smashed open the fragile bedroom door and ran away hunched over outside the window. Two figures, one fat and one thin, all breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Ha! I was scared to death! Zheng Shuai patted his slightly heaving chest. The slightly thinner man next to him rolled his eyes at Zheng Shuai and complained. If I wasn't smart, you wanted to save people with your passion, and I don't know how we died. Hey! Zheng Shuai smirked. I'm just in a hurry to save people. Don't. If I hadn't scared this scary guy with the last two shouts, it would have torn the exhausted two of us into slag in a minute. Yuan Ho asked Zheng Shuai to support him. Zheng Shuai has a handsome fireball technique and can launch a terrifying fireball attack after the countdown. The disadvantage is that the fireball has a big momentum, but the power is average and the afterswing is very long, and it takes a long time to launch another fireball attack. And my ability is to strengthen. It can strengthen a person's skills for a short time, but it consumes a lot of physical strength. The advantage is that Zheng Shuai's fireball is no longer just for show. It is powerful and has a terrifying impact, but the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of physical strength. This short fireball overdrafted his physical strength. It's getting dark, and the zombies are getting stronger. Yuan Hao listened to the running sounds in the distance and knew that the sound just now must have attracted the attention of a large number of low-level zombies. But there was an old man zombie here before, so those low-level zombies will not approach here for the time being. So hurry up and save people, and then move to another place. Otherwise, this place is shabby and the old man zombie will come again. Quick, save people first. Okay. The two got in through the window. In room 501. Shu Mu huddled up on the bed in the bedroom early. Tianying and Diying were guarding on the side. It was too dangerous outside. Although the shadow servants were strong, they would not be able to make any waves in the zombie tide. There were also dense zombies howling outside. The city, which was originally dimly lit, was now dark and almost lost all light. It's only the first day. Shu Mu sighed. He was very tired after a busy day, but he just couldn't sleep. A slight strange sound came from outside. Shu Mu didn't care. There were too many zombies outside. Even if it was dark outside at night, there were still zombies howling. Kabang! It was the sound of debris falling. Something's wrong. Shu Mu frowned and sat up. No, I have to go and see. Swish! After receiving the order, Tianying immediately turned into a black shadow and got out of the bedroom. Shu Mu sat quietly on the bed and waited patiently. After a while, he finally got the news feedback. There are zombies? Outside the window? Shu Mu was confused, but under the protection of the ground shadow, he left the bedroom and came to the balcony of the living room. Fortunately, he had a small flashlight. Otherwise, it would be pitch black and he couldn't see anything. Kaka! The sound appeared again, but this time, Shu Mu heard it clearly. Two shadow servants protected him, and Shu Mu looked out. He saw a stitched monster with 6 legs, a pair of hands, and a spider-like abdomen. But the head on it was a zombie's head, but it also had 3 pairs of blood-red eyes. It was clinging to the edge of the balcony. What the hell? Shu Mu was startled. His balcony was a small extended platform with a small closable guardrail installed inside. Usually, 2 small potted plants could be placed on the small platform outside. At this time, the potted plants were gone, and there was a monster. Damn bastard! Give me back my potted plants! Shu Mu gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. He had been planting for several years and finally managed to keep 2 cacti alive, but now he had nothing. Roar! The spider zombie howled at Shu Mu. Shu Mu's face changed, and he took 2 steps back, hugging the shadow servants in front of him. Clang! The spider zombie pounced on the small guardrail, and the guardrail, which was not strong to begin with, was hit with a clang, and the spider zombie also drilled in from the top of the small guardrail. It's good to come in, Tianying, Diying, serve it well. Shu Mu snorted coldly and retreated to the back to watch the show. The spider zombie is a patchwork monster. Although it has many legs, these are all human legs, and the extra legs will not only not make it more flexible, but will bump into each other. It's just that it can stick to the wall like a spider. However, Diying stepped forward and grabbed its 2 legs and pulled it down. Tianjing was waiting on the side, holding a big knife, and chopped its legs fiercely. Puff! Blood splattered, and the spider zombie let out a painful roar. Counterattack? No way. This zombie is at most a level 2 mutant zombie, not even as good as the green-eyed elite zombie. Not to mention there are 2 shadow servants here. Does it dare to attack? Tianying and Dijing can blow its head off. Escape? This is even more impossible. Diying pulled the legs, and Tianying chopped with a knife. One person controlled and the other output. Perfect cooperation. Not long after, the area around the balcony was messed up, but the spider zombie who didn't know how to live or die also died early under the siege of Tianying and Diying. 2. Experience points increased, not bad. Shu Mu looked at the experience points that had already reached 12 points and nodded with satisfaction. Only the last 8 points are left. Go to sleep. Shu Mu looked at the dark outside, and without saying a word, he immediately got up and went back to the house. We'll talk about gaining experience tomorrow. Roar in the dark corridor. A group of zombies with only the upper body left, sniffing the air, crawled to a crowded iron door. This iron door opens inwards. Inside, there are a lot of very heavy furniture, so if you want to open this iron door from the outside, you can only smash it open with great effort. However, except for the Meat Mountain zombie before. Shu Mu didn't think that other zombies had the strength to smash open this iron door, piled with a lot of heavy objects. At least he certainly couldn't smash it open with his own strength. However, this disabled zombie had no intention of smashing the iron door, but opened its rotten mouth and sprayed some green liquid from it. The night had already come. There was still a red sun and a full moon in the sky, but the dense black clouds absorbed all the light around, making the world dark and filled with despair. In the bedroom of room 501, I can't sleep. Shu Mu yawned and sat up slowly from the bed. There was no way. The night came too early and the lights started to disappear at 6 o'clock. And he also started to rest at about 6:30. In the middle, he dealt with the spider zombies and then fell asleep in bed. Yo, it's almost 12 o'clock? Shu Mu touched the mobile phone that was still charged beside him and checked the time. The dazzling light dispelled the darkness in the bedroom. I have slept for 5 hours. No wonder I am so energetic at this time. After all, I usually go to bed at around 1 o'clock in the morning. I am already level 2. I can try the gift of grace again. Shu Mu called Tianying and Diying over, intending to give them grace. He has high expectations for this talent. It consumes a lot of energy when used, which makes him very painful. Tianying and Diying came to him. Since Shu Mu was sitting on the bed, they squatted down tacitly, allowing Shu Mu to stay a head higher than them. Shu Mu held his breath and silently recited the gift in his heart. In an instant, there was a trace of golden light in Tianying's eyes. Success? Shu Mu saw this scene and his face was immediately happy, and he quickly checked his attribute panel. Shadow Servant, Sky Shadow. Level 1, 0-10 experience. Attributes, Strength 1, 3, Speed 1, 5, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Immortality, Learning. Skill, Shadow Blade. Otaku Eyes, Strength +1, Speed +3. Decadent Machete, Strength +1, Speed +1. Shadow Blade can transform shadow into any weapon, and can also attach to designated weapons or objects that come into contact. The wound torn by the Shadow Blade will be continuously eroded by the power of shadow. Sky Shadow succeeded. Shu Mu was very happy, but he did not rush to study new skills, but covered the head of the ground shadow again. Try it. The bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Take a deep breath and recite the gift silently. In an instant, a golden light flashed in Diying's eyes, but before Shu Mu could be happy, he suddenly fell asleep in front of him. Race, Shadow Servant. Level 1, Tense Experience. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Immortality, Learning, Skills, Stealth, Shadow Shield. Shadow Shield, you can summon a Shadow Shield with strong defensive power in any direction, which can offset a lot of damage. The panels of Tianying and Diying have changed significantly. It used to be a pale white panel like a projection screen, but now it has become a pale black panel, and the font of the new skill is slightly red. Shu Mu didn't quite understand why such a change happened, but when he put his eyes on the two skills, the relevant introduction of the skills suddenly appeared. One is a powerful offensive type, and the other is a complete defensive type. One attack and one defense, it's very comfortable. Shu Mu expressed his satisfaction and asked them to use the skills to see. Tianying nodded, stood up and stepped back, and clenched the broadsword in his hand. A faint red glow was seen, which attached to the handle of the knife little by little until the entire blade was covered. The red glow covered the entire blade. The originally rotten machete now looked like it was enchanted. Not only did it feel a little unusually sharp, but it also had a dark and evil aura, as if it was an ancient weapon stained with blood, battle-hardened and resharpened. Oh my God, is the weather a bit cold? Shu Mu touched his arm with goosebumps. In fact, it was mainly because the bedroom was pitch black, so the red glow on the broadsword looked a bit evil and scary, but if it was placed in the daytime, it would not be very obvious. But just looking at the appearance, you can tell that this skill is very powerful. However, since there is no target to attack, the enhanced power, the shadow erosion caused by the tearing wound, etc. cannot be tested. When using this skill, a part of your physical strength will be consumed immediately, and if it is kept activated, a certain amount of physical strength will also be consumed continuously? Shu Mu pondered the information sent by Tianying. The Shadow Blade skill is indeed very powerful, but the disadvantage of being activated continuously will continue to consume physical strength, which means that it will not last very long, so this skill can only be used at the most critical moment. 1 minute later. Only 40 seconds? Shu Mu looked at the red light that had disappeared, leaving only the mottled rusty machete, and was slightly distracted. After a while, Shu Mu smiled bitterly and said to himself, "I'm a bit greedy. 40 seconds is enough to change the situation of the battle." In the dark bedroom, Tianying was guarding quietly by the side. Unlike Shu Mu, his body did not feel tired after consuming physical strength, as if his physical strength was exhausted, and it would not cause any impact. And the consumed physical strength was just a number for him. The physical fitness in the panel has returned to 0. Shu Mu looked at the panel again. Sure enough, the physical fitness above has become 0, but this value is recovering slightly, very slowly, but it is definitely better than not recovering any mental strength for a whole day. Dying, look at your shadow shield. Shu Mu studied the shadow shield skill again. After all, it is also a defensive type. It can also be regarded as improving one's safety factor, so this one must be studied more carefully. Shadow Shield is cooler than the Shadow Blade. With a swish, a pot lid-sized shield appeared in front of Shu Mu. This is a shield made entirely of shadows. Very strange. Obviously, the shadow has no shape and is part of the shadow. But at this time, it is a black mass, like black fog and black ink, thick and invisible. A shield condensed half a meter in front of Shu Mu's chest. A small round shield? Shu Mu looked at the shadow shield in front of him and did not doubt its defensive power at all. The defensive power of the shadow shield is unexpectedly strong. Shu Mu is now level 2, with twice the strength of before, equivalent to the full force of 2 adults, but it still can't cause any damage to the shadow shield. What a wonderful feeling! Shu Mu retracted his Qilin arm. The shadow shield still floated quietly in front of him. The punch just now was like hitting a ball of cotton or a strange black mist with a shape. It was soft but very cold, and it felt like it was chilling to the bone. Just like the Shadow Blade, summoning the Shadow Shield will consume some physical strength, but fortunately, when the Shadow Shield is on the scene, it will not consume physical strength all the time, but will only consume a little after being attacked. Shu Mu analyzed while looking at the floating Shadow Shield that was like condensed black mist. Bang! Tianying, who had a full 3 points of strength, hit the shadow shield hard. This time, it was no longer soft, but became as hard as steel. However, the shadow shield actually had a slight crack this time, but it blocked all the damage and recovered in an instant. The consumption has increased in an instant. Shu Mu frowned. For a 3-point attack with a fist, the shadow shield can only block about 5 times before its physical strength is exhausted. If the power is stronger and sharp weapons are brought, it will consume more. But it is definitely enough for now. Roar! The low roar of the zombies sounded in the silent corridor. In the dark environment. The entrance of the corridor on the 5th floor, where a lot of debris was piled up, had been corroded by puddles of green liquid, leaving a huge hole, and a disabled zombie slowly crawled in from the hole. Room Patchwork Monster, using the small platform outside the apartment, quietly crawled up from the balcony of the bedroom. Whoosh! The closed glass window was gently pushed open by the monster from the outside. The monster stretched out its ugly body, and a head emerged from the middle of the drawn curtains, staring at the dark bedroom with scarlet eyes. Inside the room, on the big pink bed, a sleeping man lay. Roar! The spider zombie twisted its body and quietly crawled into the house. The man on the bed seemed to be still sleeping soundly. The spider zombie carefully crawled under the bed. Its upper body was a female body, and its lower body was a spider's trunk. Why are you biting? Speak for another 5 minutes. I'm so hungry. My bed, I'm late again. Damn it, damn it. The upper body of the female head had a hideous face, and she kept mumbling unconsciously, as if cursing and resenting this damn world. Huh? The man sleeping soundly on the bed suddenly frowned. At this time, the spider zombie with a female upper body slowly crawled out from under the bed. The female zombie was still mumbling, but her scarlet eyes were already staring at the man on the bed. My bed? My. Roar! The female zombie poked her head out, stayed on the man for 2 seconds, and then bit his neck. At such a critical moment, Wang Zhibin suddenly opened his eyes. Damn! He raised his foot and kicked fiercely. Although it was pitch black in front of him and he couldn't see anything clearly, the airflow that suddenly hit his face gave him goosebumps. The spider zombie didn't expect the sleeping man to have such a reaction, so he didn't have time to dodge and was kicked in the abdomen. Bang! The spider zombie was kicked down under the bed. Ugh, so disgusting! Wang Zhibin jumped up from the bed with his bare chest. The kick just now kicked the spider zombie's abdomen. The spider's abdomen was furry and very soft, but it was disgusting. But fortunately, this kick successfully rejected the zombie's kiss. Otherwise, it's not just the sole of his foot that is disgusted, but his whole person. Haha, damn zombie, I didn't come to find you, but you took the initiative to come to your door, right? Without waiting for the spider zombie to struggle, Wang Zhibin picked up the kitchen knife that had been placed beside the bed and jumped off the bed with his bare chest. Now the power was out, and the bedroom light couldn't be turned on. But he had foresight, and before moving to room 502, he brought his own flashlight and a small table lamp. So he turned on the table lamp and threw it aside so that the bedroom could see the light again. And he also saw this disgusting monster. As for the flashlight that rolled under the bed, he didn't have time to get it for the time being. The spider zombie screamed and stood up. Before Wang Zhibin chopped it, it shrank under the bed in an instant. Hide? Where can you hide? Wang Zhibin stared with bloodshot eyes, ran to the balcony, and grabbed a clothesline. Whoosh! The clothesline was played with a tiger's power, but the spider zombie kept shrinking under the bed. So Wang Zhibin squatted in a safe position beside the bed, holding the clothesline in his hand, and poked it hard under the bed. This was a wooden bed with a large space underneath, and now this space has become the hiding place of the spider zombie. Roar! The spider zombie roared angrily. Come out! Wang Zhibin poked the spider zombie hard, and the zombie bit the clothesline in resistance, but fortunately the clothesline was strong and only slightly dented. Although it was quite dramatic at the moment, Wang Zhibin did not dare to relax at all. The kitchen knife was always beside him. As long as the spider zombie dared to come out, he would use his skills to kill the zombie immediately. And in room 501, Shu Mu also heard some noise, so he took Tianying and Diying out of the bedroom, and sure enough, he saw another spider zombie in the living room. The upper body of this spider zombie was a male body, and the lower body was a complete spider body, similar to the spider zombie. Wang Zhibin encountered at this time, muttering something in his mouth. It was a little more flexible than the first spider zombie, but with Tianying's speed, it was solved in less than a minute. Can this living room still be used? Shu Mu looked at the messy living room and was not in a good mood. You know, this is the room I have lived in for many years. I usually take care of it by myself. Although I don't clean it often, I won't throw garbage around by myself. So it is usually quite clean. But now, there is smelly blood and disgusting liquid everywhere. I don't know where these spider zombies came from. Tianying dragged the body of the spider zombie and threw it in the corner of the living room. Am I going to move to 502 too? Shu Mu thought that the living room in 502 had no balcony and was clean, which was better than living in this smelly and dirty room now. I'll make do with it tonight. Shu Mu didn't disturb others late at night, but just asked Tianying to guard by the balcony. If there were spider zombies coming in, he would take the initiative. Diying picked up the mop and cleaned the living room first. Puff! The fat boy's happy water was opened, and Shu Mu drank it happily. Summoners are good. Summon creatures to do things when there are things, and there are no complaints. Shu Mu was very satisfied with the shadow servant. Strong, handsome, capable and not affected by the night. Another 2 experience points, only 6 experience points away from reaching level 3. Oh, it's past 12 o'clock. It's already 12 o'clock in the morning. In the dark environment, Shu Mu returned to the bedroom with a smile on his face, smiling like a fool. Haha, it's refreshed! Looking at the restored mental power on the panel, Shu Mu immediately chose to summon. Swish! Swish! 2 black figures appeared in front of him. You are Xuanying, you are Huang Ying. Shu Mu immediately finalized the names he had prepared long ago. It's a pity that he didn't have enough physical strength. Otherwise, he could have arranged a gift for Xuanying and Huang Ying now. Bang bang! There was a sudden sound of collision outside the bedroom. Is something coming in again? Shu Mu frowned, but Tianjing was still outside, so even if a spider zombie came in, there would be no problem at all. Bang bang, the collision sound was still ringing. Shu Mu sat up in surprise. Just in case, he brought his personal bodyguard Di Ying with him and carefully opened the bedroom door. He saw the living room outside was in chaos. That's right. The living room, which had just been cleaned not long ago, was in a mess again. Tianying was covered in blood, holding a bloody machete and confronting 2 zombies hanging on the wall. The spider zombies rolled their weird eyes, and the fishy liquid dripped from their mouths, and they roared at him. On the balcony, there were 2 fresh zombie corpses. Another 4 experience points. Only the last 2 points are left? Shu Mu looked at the 2 zombies hanging on the wall with excitement. Xuanying and Huang Ying didn't hesitate at all and rushed over. Halfway through, they turned into 2 black shadows and slid all the way from the ground to the wall. The 2 spider zombies were restless. The next second, Xuanying and Huang Ying drilled out of their abdomens, and the kitchen knives in their hands fiercely cut their abdomens twice. 2 spider zombies fell to the ground as if they were escaping. Tianying had been waiting on the side. The machete in his hand was faintly stained with a trace of red light. In an instant, the heads of the 2 spider zombies that fell were separated from their bodies and fell to the ground. Another 4 experience points were earned, and there was also a blue light spot, which quickly drilled into Shu Mu's body. Character Shu Mu, Level 3, 250 experience. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 3, 6, Constitution 3, Spirit 3, Wallet, Gift, Summon, Shadow Servant. Equipment, Spider Eye Patch, Speed +3, Wealth 32 gold coins. Finally reached Level 3. Shu Mu excitedly opened another can of soda and calmed down after taking a sip. It takes 50 experience points to reach Level 4, and it seems that it will be more and more difficult to upgrade the level later. However, the further you go, the more shadow servants you will have, so it should not be difficult for you to gain experience points. Is this a single eye mask? Shu Mu took out the newly acquired blue weapon again. However, this time it was not given to shadow servants. Instead, after studying it for a while, he felt that the weak induction was probably similar to the ability of a mutant hero, but he was not in danger yet, so he could not determine it. Put it on. Shu Mu first aligned the eye mask with his left eye, then pulled the elastic band back to his head, adjusted it a little bit to make it comfortable, and finally felt it and finished. It feels very comfortable. The overall black single eye mask has a black and red spider print on it. It is not very obvious, but it looks a bit like a pirate captain's outfit. The magical thing is that it does not block the left eye's vision. On the contrary, it can see clearly. Even if it is just a living room with a small flashlight, you can clearly see everything around you, without being affected by the environment at all. What a magical eye mask! Shu Mu reached out and touched the eye mask he was wearing. The feel was no different from ordinary cloth, but it was amazing that it could act like glasses and not block his vision. It also seemed to have a weak night vision ability, just like tiger wings. Ahem, a bit of a middle school student. Shu Mu looked at himself in the mirror. He had a slender figure, although his appearance was ordinary. But with the eye mask he was wearing and the few shadow servants standing beside him in black clothes like bodyguards, he suddenly had a mysterious temperament. He just didn't look like a good person. However, the speed value was doubled at once, which gave him an intuitive feeling in an instant. His footsteps were light. coupled with the physical flexibility brought by the improvement of his physique. He seemed to be walking lightly, and his legs could instantly give him vigorous power like a high-speed machine, and his body was so fast that he almost hit the wall. Bang! The collision sounded again. In the quiet living room of 501, it seemed very abrupt and obvious. "Is there anything else going on outside?" Shu Mu frowned. However, he had no intention of going out to check. Instead, he took some fruit from the refrigerator that had no power as a midnight snack. Diying followed closely. Tianying turned into a black shadow and went out of the living room. Xuanying and Huangjing piled the dead zombies in the corner of the room, in the dark corridor. Tianying emerged silently, and the violent sound came from room 502. He turned into a black shadow again and went in through the door. In room 502, Wang Jibin dodged with sweat all over his face. The bedroom, which was originally neat and clean, was now in a mess. The glass on the balcony of the bedroom was scattered all over the floor, and the curtains were pulled aside. The clean bed was also stained with some unknown liquid. The quilt was kicked under the bed, the hanger was pushed to the ground, and the books were scattered randomly. And under the bed, there was a zombie that had been stabbed into a hornet's nest. However, in front of Wang Jibin, there was a spider monster with a human head. It was the spider zombie that sneaked in later. Disgusting monster! Wang Jibin dodged the spider legs stabbed by the spider zombie while picking up the items beside him and smashing them on the most vulnerable person's head. His weapon, the kitchen knife, was stuck on the back of the spider zombie. "I have to get a weapon quickly, otherwise I can't deal with this disgusting monster." Wang Jibin quickly retreated to the door, opened the door, and led the battlefield to the living room. Although the bedroom space is small and can limit the attack of the spider zombie to a certain extent, he does not have much space to dodge in the small space, which is more dangerous. As soon as the spider zombie came to the spacious living room, it was liberated at once, and its movements were no longer restricted, showing its excellent ability to climb walls. However, due to its large size and Wang Jibin's combat perception talent, even if only a faint light from the bedroom is shining through. But it was not very difficult for him to dodge. But he did not have a suitable weapon in his hand, so he could not use the heavy cut to kill this guy with one blow. A fierce battle broke out in the living room. Wang Jibin dodged with great effort and tried to fight back with the furniture around him. Moreover, the dark environment was not conducive to his dodging, so he tried to maneuver around the bedroom door. But the spider zombie's spider legs were extremely sharp. Every time it jumped down from the wall, it did not dodge the debris thrown at it, but directly pierced through the stool thrown at it and rubbed Wang Jibin's cheek. "Damn it!" Wang Jibin cursed and rolled over and hid behind the sofa. The sharp spider leg stabbed out instantly. The sofa, which was only about 10 centimeters away from his face, was directly pierced with a big hole. "Roar!" The spider zombie roared, retracted the spider leg that was stuck in the sofa, and stabbed it again. Wang Jibin dodged quickly. A big hole was stabbed in the sofa on the left again, and he picked up a small glass coffee table next to the sofa and smashed it on the spider zombie's head the moment he stood up. "Monster, watch out!" Bang! A solid hit stunned the spider zombie. Wang Jibin seized the opportunity and immediately rolled out from the other side. Roar! The spider zombie felt the pain. Several spider legs stabbed out randomly, madly stabbing the sofa into a hornet's nest. Wang Jibin took 2 steps back in fear. If these few hits had stabbed him hard, he would probably have more air intake than exhalation in an instant. Roar! The spider zombie turned around and wanted to continue attacking, and Wang Jibin was ready to dodge. However, the spider zombie was smart. One of the spider legs stabbed at his original position. The other 2 blocked his left and right directions respectively, and there was a wall behind him. Unless he could fly over the eaves and walls like the spider zombie, he would have to be hit by the height. Damn, Wang Jibin cursed inwardly. He knew that he would not be able to dodge at this rate, but even if he died, he would smash this guy's head. Swish! The spider's legs stabbed at him quickly. Wang Jibin could already feel a dull pain in his cheek, but this time he did not choose to run away. Instead, he clenched his fist and shouted heavy chop and saw his fist glowing faintly. "Go to hell!" Wang Zhibin faced the spider's legs, intending to use his chest to withstand the blow. "I must let me punch this guy. As long as I can hit its head, I will smash its eyes." Wang Zhibin was filled with anger, and he wanted to avenge his wife and daughter. The spider leg had already reached his chest, just a little bit away from piercing his clothes and then his chest, and he could follow the spider leg to get closer to this damn monster, and then use his fist to blow its dog head. Roar! The male head of the spider zombie shouted excitedly, "Blood food! Evolution! Whoosh! Dang!" At such a critical moment, a black shadow appeared at the right time and blocked in front of Wang Zhibin. Looking for death, Tianying felt the fist flying towards him, reflexively leaned back to the right, and the sudden heavy force knocked Wang Zhibin against the wall behind him. Boom! Wang Zhibin hit the wall in a daze, and before he could feel the pain and confusion, the spider leg that stabbed at him in an instant was easily lifted up by Tianying, so that it accurately stabbed the side of the machete, making an unpleasant collision sound. Then another leg followed. A side kick on the spider zombie's head, almost kicking its eyeballs out. Puff! Tianying didn't give the spider zombie a chance to react. The machete in his hand turned along his wrist, and the next second it landed on the junction of the head and body of the spider zombie that was kicked to the right. Sizzle! The smelly blood spurted out instantly, and the headless spider zombie twitched its spider legs, but after a few seconds it lost its breath and collapsed to the side. "This is awesome!" Wang Zhibin was stunned. The monster that he had been unable to deal with for a long time and almost died together was so easily solved by the summoned creature in front of him with one knife. Tianying moved skillfully. After solving the spider zombie with one knife, he just glanced at Wang Zhibin lightly, and then under his envious, admiring, and grateful eyes, he turned into a cold black shadow and drilled out of 502 along the floor. Too strong. Wang Zhibin watched the shadow servant leave. After a while, he stood up with the wall in fear. Now his right hand was aching slightly, and it seemed to be swollen. This was the side effect of forcibly using the heavy cut skill on his fist. After all, the flesh and blood body is not as hard as a weapon. Even if his punch hit the spider zombie's head, the best result is to blow up the spider zombie's head, and his hand would probably be completely disfigured or even directly disabled under the impact. However, in that case, if he was pierced through the chest by the spider zombie, he would definitely end up dead, so it didn't matter if his arm was disabled. Survived, Wang Zhibin murmured, feeling his whole body soft and hot. Although he had no hope of life when his wife and daughter died, he chose to continue to survive, but the belief in revenge supported him. But after experiencing this battle on the edge of life and death, he tasted the beauty of life and his state of mind changed a little. Is this the creature summoned by Brother Shu? It's really strong. This damn apocalypse, it's definitely trying to kill me. Wang Zhibin pulled out the kitchen knife stuck in the spider zombie and sat on Dakin's sofa, thinking, Brother Shu saved my life this time. I don't know how to repay him. In the dark environment, Wang Zhibin couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, and in the opposite room. After Shu Mu had eaten and drunk enough, he yawned and went back to sleep. After Tianying came back, he continued to guard in the living room. Dying was guarding in the bedroom. Xuanjing and Huangjing formed a team with the newly summoned shadow servants, responsible for sneaking to other floors to hunt those ordinary zombies. After these battles, Shu Mu has roughly understood the strength of the shadow servants. Stealth can allow them to avoid a lot of damage and launch attacks silently from the dark. In addition, they have a strong combat awareness. So as long as I don't hold back, let them go, form a hunting team, and be careful enough, there will be no problem hunting ordinary zombies. Of course, Shu Mu did not send out the strongest Tianying. In this way, even if the hunting team is killed due to some accidents, I will not suffer a particularly big loss. At most, I can wait for another night and summon them again. Rustling. In the dark environment, there was a hint of noisy, strange sounds. Again? Yuan Hao looked out the dark window and frowned. At this time, they have moved to the 3rd floor. Fortunately, the girl in the previous couple has awakened the ability of healing. Otherwise, her boyfriend Sun Yucheng would have been unable to hold on with such serious injuries. Fireball! The slightly fat Zheng Shuai shouted softly, and a burning flame appeared in his right hand. The soft flames sprinkled in the dark bedroom and illuminated Sun Yucheng, who was lying on the bed resting. Her girlfriend was sitting beside the bed. Her face was extremely pale, which was a side effect of her overusing her ability. Zheng Shuai took a few steps forward and came to the window, only to see a strange black shadow hanging outside the window. Yuan Hao put his palm on Zheng Shuai's shoulder, and the soft energy was transmitted to Zheng Shuai's body, making his whole body begin to heat up, and a strong energy gathered from all parts of his body to the palm of his hand. Whoosh! The flame in his hand became more and more vigorous, and in an instant, it had reached the size of a basketball. Remember to save energy, Yuan Hao reminded. I don't know when this night will end. The spider zombies appeared one after another not long after the night fell. Now the corner of the room is dark, and several charred corpses are lying. The space in this bedroom is large, and the bed is pushed to the innermost part of the bedroom. The injured Sun Yucheng is in a coma and cannot provide any help to everyone. And his girlfriend is not an attacking type. She can only anxiously take care of her boyfriend by the bed while staring out the window. Understood? Zheng Shuai took a deep breath. The flame in his hand continued to emit a blazing temperature, but his palm did not feel any pain. Instead, his whole body was filled with violent energy. Roar! The shadow outside the window finally crawled into the bedroom. The spider zombie was a little anxious. As soon as it crawled into the bedroom, it immediately set its sights on Zheng Shuai. No, its sights were on the fireball in its right hand. The huge sense of threat made it roar and immediately launch an attack. Go to hell! Zheng Shuai shouted violently, waving his right hand forward like a staff. The flame in his hand flew out instantly. The light deflected and hit the spider zombie's face. This ball of fire was like a high-speed cannonball. When it hit the spider zombie's face, it not only burst out a lot of sparks, but also had a huge impact force, which knocked the spider zombie's somewhat charred body into the corner of the wall. Fireball! Zheng Shuai gathered the fireball and made up for the attack. Whoosh! The fire flashed at high speed. When it hit the object, it burst into a flash of brightness, and the spider zombie that was still struggling in the corner was charred by the explosion. It was completely gone. At this time, from the pitch black downstairs, in the originally pitch black floor, in a room on the third floor, there were two flashes of dazzling light. Ho-ho! An old zombie with a wandering, hunched body looked up at the floor where the light flashed, and a strange and terrifying smile squeezed out of his rotten face. Ho-ho! Found it! Ho-ho! The old man zombie lowered his head and made an unknown strange sound. With a bang, it knocked away the ordinary zombies surrounding it with numb faces, quietly drilled through the group of zombies, and sneaked into the dark corridor of a floor. The first night, all the surviving humans did not get a good night's sleep. Many people chose to close the doors and windows and hide in the bedroom to rest, thinking that they could sleep in the safe bedroom until the next morning. But who knew that in the middle of the night, when they were sleeping soundly, a terrifying monster sneaked into the window. Many people didn't have time to notice. In their dreams, they were killed by the spider zombies that sneaked in. And some people who installed anti-theft windows were awakened by the noise made by the spider zombies. They started to fight the enemy in a panic. But when they were fighting anxiously, new spider zombies sneaked in and attacked from the back. If they were not careful, they would also be buried in the monster's mouth. Damn, sneak attack, no martial ethics! Li Kun couldn't stop cursing and saw two spider zombies surrounding him. The piercing sound made him quickly raise a transparent shield in his hand. Bang, bang! The seemingly fragile, transparent shield blocked all the piercings. Damn, this is really strong! Li Kun took a breath of cold air and quickly rolled over to avoid being pushed into the corner by the two spider zombies. Whoosh! Bang! No, I can't hold on any longer! Li Kun's face was full of pain. He held up his shield and felt his arms go limp from the huge impact. Roar! The spider zombies were relentless. Sharp spider legs stabbed out like spears. Li Kun quickly raised his shield to defend himself, but his hands were already sore and weak, and he didn't hold it firmly. The shield was knocked aside by the impact. He quickly rolled over to avoid it. The sharp spider legs directly stabbed a small hole in the wall. If it fell on his body, he would probably be stabbed into a hornet's nest in an instant. Whoosh! The spider legs stabbed towards Lee Kun's head. He wanted to get up and dodge, but the weakness of his arms made him lie on the ground again. Damn! Lee Kun smiled bitterly and closed his eyes slightly, thinking that he was done for this time. But after a few seconds, he did not feel any pain from being pierced, but a black shadow was reflected in front of him. The light in the room was a little dim. This was his small desk lamp. Otherwise, in this dark environment without power, he would have been dead long ago if he wanted to avoid the attack of 2 spider zombies. Awesome! After Lee Kun opened his eyes and saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. There were 2 figures in black combat uniforms in front of him. With 2 swishes, he actually used an ordinary kitchen knife to block the attack of the spider zombie. And there was another figure who actually stepped on the head of one of the spider zombies, and the spear in his hand, which seemed to be modified with spider legs, pierced the body of the spider zombie fiercely. Hiss! The spider zombie screamed in pain. However, Xuanying skillfully pulled out the sharp spider leg and stabbed it hard into the head of the zombie under him. Puff! Green and yellow liquid splashed everywhere. The spider zombie didn't even struggle twice before twitching and dying. The spider zombie on the other side was attacked by 2 shadow servants during this time. Their legs were chopped off, and finally their head was chopped off with 1 blow. In room 406, the weak light slanted on the wall, barely illuminating the whole room. Awesome, awesome! Lee Kun sat up and greeted excitedly. Brother, you are so handsome. My name is Lee Kun. It was too dangerous just now. If I were not a man, I would really like to marry you. Oh, by the way, my ability is to summon a super hard shield. Even this kind of monster can be easily blocked. Very powerful, right? And brother, I want to join you. I can endure hardships. Kun's eyes were full of stars, hoping that these 3 powerful brothers would agree to let him join. His vision was a little blurry. The glasses he was wearing before were accidentally knocked off during the battle, so he couldn't see the faces of the 3 brothers in front of him clearly. He just thought they were 3 top masters with strong strength and uniform clothes, and they wanted to ask to join them. When Lee Kun wanted to say something else, Xuanying just glanced at him indifferently, and then under Lee Kun's blank gaze, the body began to shrink and melt. In an instant, it turned into 3 balls of black water on the ground, squirming, sliding towards the door and disappearing. Ah! Lee Kun was stunned. The first ray of sunlight after dawn, it promptly drove away the dark clouds in the sky and sprinkled on the gloomy land. It's finally dawn. Shu Mu came to the balcony and looked out at the scenery. There was only a wreckage under the building. Countless blood stains were sprinkled on the originally clean streets, and the walls of many apartment buildings were also sprinkled with some inexplicable liquids of various colors, and the walls were also damaged, such as scratches. The lawns that were originally taken care of by maintenance personnel every day also became bumpy. Many ugly and disgusting monsters were constantly wandering around under the apartment building. As long as a living creature appeared in front of them, they would rush forward. In a short while, only a pool of blood would be left on the spot. The scene of the end of the world is really memorable. Shu Mu sighed and silently closed the curtains. After experiencing the attack last night, the entire living room was completely uninhabitable. To be precise, the living room was full of smelly blood and some dirty zombie corpses. They kept launching attacks last night. However, Tianying, who was guarding the balcony, cut off their heads one by one after that 7 more spider zombies came to attack, bringing 14 experience points. Shu Mu commanded Diying to collect the corpses scattered all over the living room. Tianying was very busy last night. Fortunately, he was a tireless shadow servant, otherwise he would have been exhausted under such high-intensity combat. And this morning, the first thing he did when he got up was to check his dashboard. Shu Mu, level 3, 3850 experience points. Attributes, Strength 3, Speed 3.6, Constitution 3, Spirit 3.0. Gift, Skills: Summon Shadow Servant. Equipment: Spider Eye Mask, Weak Sensing, Speed 3 blue. Spider Spear, Strength +2, Speed +3, not worn. Spider Leggings, Speed +2, white, not worn. Spider Dagger, Speed + white. Wealth: 68 gold coins. Xuanying and his friends have hunted zombies all night and gained 20 experience points. Shu Mu calculated silently while taking out all the weapons he was not wearing. They were all Spider Series weapons. The Spider Spear is a straight spider leg of the spider zombie, covered with fine black hair. It is not very soft and a bit prickly, but the spear itself is very straight and emits a black metallic glow. When holding it tightly, it is obvious that my strength has increased by nearly 1-fold. While swinging forward, my hands are like thrusters, and with a whoosh, a big hole is poked in the wall in front of me. So strong! Shu Mu's eyes glowed. This is the power caused by my own use. If it is used by Tianying, wouldn't the power be even more amazing? The Spider Leggings and Spider Dagger are relatively inferior. They only have the attribute of increasing speed. Moreover, the dagger conflicts with the spear and the machete. As attack weapons, their properties will not stack if worn together. The Spider Leggings are also furry, which not only improves speed, but also protects the legs and knees from being attacked immediately. The Spider Dagger only has furry spider hair on the handle, but it feels much better than the Spider Lance. The blade is slightly curved, and the tip of the blade has a green texture, as if it is quenched with toxins. Once the wound is cut by this dagger, it will be affected by the spider venom, causing a slight paralysis effect. Shu Mu's depressed mood suddenly improved a lot. These newly added weapons can just improve the strength of his Shadow Servants. Race: Shadow Servant. Level 1, 0-10 experience. Attributes: Strength 1-4, Speed 1-9, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent: Immortality, Learning. Skills: Stealth, Shadow Blade. Equipment: Strength +1, Speed 3, green. Spider Lance, Strength 2, Speed her leggings, Speed 2, white. First, give the Spider Lance to Tianying and replace the Decadent Machete. Secondly, give the Spider Leggings to Tianying as well and increase his speed to the highest. After all, Tianying is his most powerful main guard at the moment. Therefore, as long as there is a weapon that can be used, the first thing to do is to equip him first. Finally, give the extra Decadent Machete and Spider Dagger to Xuanying and Huangying respectively, so that their attribute values can also be improved a little. Dying is his personal guard. Under normal circumstances, you only need to be responsible for your own personal safety, and don't need to fight too much. The Shadow Servant who has not yet been named can only have a spider leg that Xuanying removed from the spider zombie last night. It also has the nature of being hard and sharp. It just doesn't have the attribute superposition value brought by the Spider Spear. But it is enough for the time being. Let me think, is there anything else I haven't done? Shu Mu looked at the Shadow Servants lined up in front of him, patted his head and said, "Oh right, after resting for so long, I should be able to grant blessings again, right?" Shadow Servant, level 1, 10 experience. Attributes: Strength 1, 2, Speed 1, 2, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, Talent, Immortality, Learning. Skills: Stealth, Rage. Equipment: Rotten Mache, Strength +1, Speed white, Rage, all attributes doubled after use, lasts for 1 minute. Shadow Servant, Yellow Shadow. Level 1, 10 experience. Attributes: Strength 1, Speed 1, 2, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Immortality, Learning skills. Stealth, Shadow Nail. Spider Dagger, Speed +1, white. Shadow Nail, it can turn the shadow it touches into a shadow nail. For the target whose shadow is pierced by the shadow nail, the flesh and shadow will form a mysterious connection for a certain period of time. During this period, the attacks on the shadow will appear on the corresponding limbs. The skills of Xuanying Awakening are easy to understand. After using it, all attributes will be doubled directly. Although it only lasts for 1 minute, it will be invincible within... Okay, it's a real magic skill, and Huangjing's skills are even better. According to Shu Mu's understanding, it is likely to summon a black nail, then fly it out as a hidden weapon. Once it is pierced, the target's body will form a certain connection with his shadow, and at this time, you can attack his shadow to achieve the effect of attacking his body. Well, it feels like a waste of effort. But what if you use this shadow nail to pierce the meat mountain zombie before? At that time, you don't have to deal with its fat meat with strong defense. Instead, you can directly attack its shadow. For example, the heart of the shadow. Can't we just penetrate the layers of fat on the outside and let its heart receive a fatal blow? If it really works, this skill is even more powerful. Of course, the premise is that the heart must be a fatal weakness of the meat mountain zombie. But the same is true for cutting the neck. And there is another very important point. That is, the person stabbed in the shadow does not know that he will have this weakness, which makes it easier for Huang Ying to assassinate. Dong dong! The door was suddenly knocked awake. Shu Mu came to his senses and asked Xuan Ying, Huang Ying and the other three to turn into a shadow and hide while opening the door. Brother Shu, good morning. Wang Jibin tried to force a smile on his face. However, the somewhat stiff expression made this smile look a little weird. But the meticulously combed hair and well-dressed clothes made him look very handsome, far from the decadent feeling of yesterday afternoon. Brother Wang, good morning. Shu Mu made way and welcomed Wang Jibin into the room. Please excuse me, the living room is a bit messy. You know, those annoying zombies kept coming to harass us last night, and my summoned creatures are rather rude. Shu Mu kicked away one of his legs in the middle of the road and smiled awkwardly. Wang Jibin shook his head. It's okay, I understand. Now, the room 502 where he lives is also a mess, and the bedroom is also a mess. Last night, he simply didn't sleep, but sat on the collapsed bed to rest for a while. Fortunately, only one spider zombie came to disturb him in the second half of the night, and he was well prepared and had weapons. After a little effort, he successfully killed it in the living room, so his living room is also not suitable for living. But compared with Shu Mu's room 501, it is still a little bit of a small witch. Please sit down. Shu Mu asked Wang Jibin to sit on the sofa while taking some food from the kitchen. The sofa was clean. At least it was not splashed with eye-catching colors. Thank you. Wang Jibin thanked him and took the food without any hesitation. In fact, it was just 2 packaged salad-like breads with a bottle of fatty happy water. Don't underestimate fatty happy water. The energy contained in it is much better than ordinary plain water. The two exchanged a few polite words, including what happened to Shu Mu's eyes. Was he injured? Of course, Shu Mu didn't say it clearly, but just nodded slightly, indicating that his left eye was temporarily uncomfortable. Finally, they exchanged information with each other and decided to go to the 4th floor for exploration. The iron door of the 5th floor corridor. Shu Mu stared at a dog hole that was rotten and couldn't help frowning. Did something come in? Wang Jibin asked in confusion. Yes, I guess something is lurking in our floor. Shu Mu didn't hide it and decisively summoned Xuan Ying, Huang Ying, and An Ying, unnamed, to check each room, including 50502. A long time passed. Nothing? Shu Mu frowned, feeling something was wrong. Shadow servants have strong inspection capabilities. They can get into even the darkest corners and catch everything hidden inside. Nothing in the room? What about the corridor? Wang Jibin suddenly said. Brother Wang, you are right. Shu Mu nodded and asked Wang Jibin to follow him back to 501. Di Ying followed closely beside them to protect them at any time. Xuan Ying, Huang Ying, and An Ying, each holding a weapon, stood vigilantly in the corridor. As for Tian Ying, he held a spear more than 2 meters long and silently came to the iron gate where the debris was piled up. Go! Shu Mu immediately gave the order to attack. Tian Ying nodded, and the spear in his hand stabbed out quickly, turning into a group of after-images in an instant. The speed was a full 9 points. Tian Ying launched numerous attacks in an instant, and all kinds of debris piled up at the door seemed to have been pierced with a big hole at the same time. Puff! Red liquid splashed out from a wooden cabinet. Roar! The zombies roared from inside. With a bang, an ugly monster rushed out of the closet. Its upper body was abnormally strong, while its lower body was crippled and curled together. It was obviously a crippled zombie. But the speed that burst out in an instant shocked everyone. But Tian Ying was not among the crowd. The spear in his hand turned around and stabbed out fiercely. In midair, he pierced the neck of the zombie and nailed it to the ground. Originally, he was aiming at its head, wanting to shoot it in the head. But who knew that this guy's speed was beyond everyone's expectations? So Tianying's hasty attack only stabbed its neck in the end. But the ending did not change. Boom! Don't give this crippled zombie a chance to get up. Tianying stepped on it with a fierce kick, pulled out the spear with one hand, ignored the splattering blood, aimed at its head, and nailed it hard again. Plop! Tianying picked up the bloody zombie corpse and threw it aside casually. So strong! Wang Jibin's heart was warmed when he saw it. This kind of humanoid summoned creature is not only strong, but also so many in number. He couldn't help but feel a little envious, but he didn't think much about it. After all, isn't it better if the ally is stronger? Let's go. Shu Mu called out and took Wang Jibin to the entrance of the corridor again. At this time, the debris piled up at the iron gate had been moved away by Xuanying, Wang Ying, and An Ying, and Xuanying and Huang Ying had already entered the dark corridor first. Tianying continued to wait at the entrance of the corridor. When Shu Mu and the others came over, he led the way in front and provided the first layer of protection. Diying has been following Shu Mu and the others closely and is the most central protective force. However, An Ying is the weakest and his skills have not been awakened, so he is responsible for the rear guard. Xuanying and Huang Ying, who were exploring the way ahead, have already arrived at the corner of the stairs. The lights in the corridor have long been turned off, and it is pitch black. Only a small green safety passage sign at the bottom corner is still emitting a faint light and shining on the mottled wall, revealing some traces of dark red liquid. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. At the corner of the corridor, a dark humanoid is facing the wall and making strange sounds. Xuanying stands in front of him with a machete in his hand and moves closer to the humanoid object little by little. Huang Jing holds a dagger in his right hand and moves forward with Xuanying, but in his left hand, a black shadow nail appears secretly, ready to attack at any time. Swish! The humanoid creature suddenly turns its head. It was a very thin face, with no flesh on it, only a thin layer of skin tightly attached to the bones. Only its head turned around with its back facing Xuanying and the others. It hurts! The zombie in the corridor screamed. A smelly, slippery tongue darted out of its open mouth and attacked the two men. Xuanying waved his machete, trying to cut off the smelly tongue in midair. Whoosh! The tongue made a sharp turn and evaded the machete flexibly, turning to attack Huang Ying, who was a little behind. However, the two were not panicked at all. Xuanying rushed forward and chopped the machete in his hand towards the neck of the zombie in the corridor. Huang Ying, who was attacked, swung the dagger in his hand forward at a very fast speed and accurately stabbed the tongue of the monster. Puff! The sharp dagger swung sideways vigorously from the moment it stabbed, so that the wound was scratched even more horribly, almost cut in half. At this time, Xuanying also pounced in front of the zombie in the corridor, and the heavy machete had already landed on its neck. As expected, it chopped off its head with one knife, but it struggled to retract its tongue. But Huang Jing, on the other side, grabbed its tongue that was cut in half and tied it up at the stair railing, not giving it any chance to fight to the death. Within a few seconds, the zombie head tied to the stair railing was completely motionless. Shu Mu also received the 2 experience tips as he wished. Xuanying and Huang Ying did not delay for a while. After throwing the corpse of the zombie aside, they left the corner and officially stepped into the 4th floor. The light on the 4th floor was not very good, and the walls were bloody. It seemed that a bloody battle had already been experienced before Shu Mu and his team arrived. In some narrow corridors, there were still a few corpses thrown randomly. Most of them had several puncture wounds on their bodies. Many rooms were still open and in a mess. There were some dead spider zombies in the room, randomly thrown in the living room and bedroom. Search for supplies. Shu Mu led Tianying and Diying into 401. Wang Jibin, holding a kitchen knife, also successfully entered the next, room 402, with the help of Shadow. The door lock of 401 was broken and opened with a slight push. There were no curtains on the balcony of the living room. The bright light suddenly shone on the face, causing a slight discomfort. Hiss! The roar of the zombies suddenly exploded in the ears at the moment the door was opened. Tianying slightly shifted his body, and a sharp spear stabbed out from the side. Shu Mu only felt a breeze lingering around his ears, and the eye mask on his left eye, which had begun to heat up, instantly returned to its original state when Tianying appeared. Puff! A spider zombie jumped down from the corner and was pierced on the spot. Tianying walked into the house first and threw the spear in his hand to the side. Puff! The zombie with the pierced head fell weakly on a shoe cabinet. Experience 44. Only the last 3 zombies are left. Shu Mu was in a good mood. So far, Tianying and his team have killed 3 zombies, each with 2 experience points, and now they only need to kill 3 more zombies to level up. There are quite a lot of good things. Shu Mu took a piece of watermelon from the refrigerator and took a bite. Food and weapons are the primary resource targets. However, in an ordinary family, the only weapon that can be found is a kitchen knife. There are many kinds of food. At this time, there are several bags of rice and flour in the kitchen of room 401, and there are many fruits and frozen foods in the refrigerator. Take it back first. Shadow took the materials collected by the 2 and returned to the 5th floor and put them in room 501. Shu Mu took a rest. Under the protection of Sky Shadow and Earth Shadow, he continued to explore the 4th floor. Wang Jibin also collected a lot of materials, and the weapon in his hand was changed from an ordinary kitchen knife to a spider leg taken from a spider zombie. Although it is a bit disgusting, but the length of the weapon is good, which can seize the initiative in the battle. Room 403. It is a mess inside. 2 ordinary zombies were lying in the living room. The cause of death was that their heads were blown up by something, and there were many scratches on their bodies like animals. There were no supplies in the room, as if it had been looted long ago. Brother Shu, something seems to be wrong. Wang Jibin turned over the corpse, looked at the wound on the chest, frowned and stepped back, saying, "There are many 3 bloodstains on their bodies, which should be attacked by some creature that is good at grabbing and attacking, and the head was also scratched and exploded. Is that so?" Shu Mu thought about it and did not stay in 403 for long. Xuanying and Huangying explored the way in advance and went to 404 and 405 respectively. There was a sound of fighting in 405, but it was quiet in a few seconds. There were no supplies in 404. The things in the living room and bedroom were scattered, and it seemed that the original owner of the house was in a hurry. But at the door there was a man with a terrified face lying. He had 2 fatal injuries. The scratches on his back seemed to be that he was attacked before he died, so there was a lot of blood from the bedroom to the door of the living room. Secondly, the head was also blown up. The corpse had undergone a corpse transformation, so it died first and then had its head blown up. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a corpse with its head blown up cannot undergo a corpse transformation again. There is a very powerful survivor. Shu Mu and Wang Jibin looked at each other, and they couldn't help but be alert. The door of room 405 was opened from the inside by Huang Ying. The decoration was quite elegant. The pale yellow light shone on the scrolls on the wall, which had a bookish smell. The owner of this house should be a very learned person. In addition to the ink scrolls on the wall, there were also newly completed calligraphy and paintings in the house. But even such a learned person could not escape the doom of the end of the world in the end. A little experience? Not bad. Shu Mu asked the shadow who had just arrived to tidy up the zombies that fell beside the desk. At this moment, Wang Jibin suddenly came over and whispered, "Brother Shu, there seems to be something wrong in the next room. It seems that there are survivors fighting." "Huh?" Shu Mu raised his eyebrows, leaving only the shadows to search for resources, and led by Wang Jibin, he led the rest of the shadow servants to the room where the fighting sound came from. The door of room 506 was also open. However, everyone hurried past and came to room 507. Squeak! A tooth-grinding sound drilled into the ears. It was like someone rubbing hard iron sheets with nails, making a sharp and strange sound. "Fuck, I can't stand it," Li Kun screamed. He raised the shield in his hand and lifted up the woman who was pressing in front of him. "Hey, keep going, young man." The woman showed a weird smile. Especially the corners of her mouth were pulled high, and she looked like a slit-mouthed woman from a distance. Disgusting, really disgusting. Lee Kun made a vomiting gesture. I don't know where this crazy woman came from. As soon as he saw him, he was like a dog seeing a bone. He laughed strangely and used a very sharp weapon to attack him nonstop. If it weren't for his ability to summon a particularly hard shield, he would have been torn to pieces by this crazy woman. Oh my! The woman screamed and pounced on him again. I give up. Lee Kun complained and quickly raised his shield with both hands again. With a creak, Lee Kun groaned. This crazy woman is really strong. I didn't provoke you. I don't have any grudges against you, and I haven't even seen you. Why are you chasing me? Lee Kun couldn't stand it anymore, holding up the shield and shouting, begging for mercy. But the crazy woman waved her hands quickly, and the 3 sharp claws on it squeaked across the shield, but only left a faint scratch. Hey, little lord, don't hide. The crazy woman was hitting him, and suddenly she pushed her weird face against the shield, because his shield was transparent. So the strange face that suddenly confronted him frightened him and made him shiver. Bang! The crazy woman kicked. Lee Kun's eyes widened, and before he could react, he was blown backwards by the huge force of the shield and fell on the cold floor, which made him gasp in pain. At this time, Shu Mu and others also arrived here. Kacha! The locked iron door opened strangely by itself. Huh? The crazy woman's eyes were attracted to the door. Lee Kun also took advantage of this time to get up quickly and wanted to sneak attack the crazy woman. But with the flash of white light, he could only raise his shield helplessly. Creak! Amid the unpleasant scraping sound, Lee Kun quickly retreated. Shu Mu and others also walked into room 507 one after another. Lee Kun looked at the 2 people at the door. His eyes suddenly lit up, and regardless of the crazy woman's staring eyes, he quickly shouted, 2 big brothers, save me! She is crazy! Crazy? Shu Mu showed an interested expression. Lee Kun is an ordinary teenager wearing glasses. His appearance is also ordinary, but the huge translucent shield he holds in his hand attracts attention. The crazy woman on the other side is even more special. She is wearing clothes that look like animal skins. Her left shoulder and 2 white thighs are exposed. She looks very white, but her face is covered with colorful patches, and her face cannot be seen clearly. Her expression is very strange, like a red-nosed clown, with the corners of her mouth stretched out very long, which is a bit creepy. Moreover, on her hands, the crazy woman also wears claw-like weapons similar to those of Uncle Wolf. The length is at least 30 centimeters, which is very exaggerated. It is as long as the forearm and hangs down beside the legs. The light outside the window reflects the silver light. At this time, the crazy woman shouted, "Stinky man, get out quickly, don't disturb my playfulness with my husband." Lee Kun's brows darkened when he heard this. "You crazy woman, who is your husband? I don't even know you." Lee Kun denied while quietly moving along the wall. "Ah, husband, come and play." The crazy woman screamed and rushed towards Lee Kun again, scaring him so much that he quickly raised his shield. Shu Mu was still watching the show with interest. When Wang Zhibin heard the crazy woman scolding Shu Mu and himself, he frowned and volunteered, "Brother Shu, do you need me to teach this rude guy a lesson?" Shu Mu nodded. Lee Kun was having a harder time dealing with it and was almost unable to hold on. Ignorance is fearless. Wang Zhibin grabbed the straight spider leg and rushed towards the crazy woman. Whoosh! The spider leg was very slender and felt like swinging a strange wooden stick, making a crisp whoosh sound. Ah! The crazy woman gave up on Lee Kun. She raised her sharp claws and wanted to chop the spider leg into pieces with the sharpness. "Stupid man, don't use this thing as a spear, but as a stick. Watch me chop it into pieces, and then chop you and your companions into pieces." The crazy woman had a strange smile on her face, and she was already imagining the taste of blood. "Stupid!" Wang Zhibin shouted angrily. The spider leg in his hand was instantly covered with a faint light. Heavy chop! The hairy spider leg seemed to have turned into a heavy sword at this moment. It hit the claws that were swinging over. Heavy chop is the ability that Wang Zhibin awakened. It can be attached to any weapon and then release a terrifying heavy chop attack forward. Last night, if he hadn't lost his weapon, he wouldn't have been forced into danger several times by a spider zombie. In addition, the hairy spider legs are long enough so his heavy chop attack range is very wide, directly covering the crazy woman's entire body. Crack! The claws and spider legs are both broken. Puff! The crazy woman groaned in pain and dodged most of the damage with a backstab. However, the heavy sword energy still left a wound from the shoulder to the chest. Want to run? After being injured, the crazy woman no longer wanted to fight and turned to run towards the balcony. Brother Wang, no need to chase! Shu Mu stopped Wang Jibin, who wanted to chase her, and watched the crazy woman turn around and jump off the balcony, landing on the balcony on the 3rd floor and crawling in. Puff! A lump of something suddenly fell from the ceiling. What is this? Li Kun, who finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at a white bug the size of an arm crawling by his feet and showed a puzzled expression. Shu Mu was also attracted by this thing. Brother Shu, do you need to kill it? Yes! In such a terrifying apocalypse, any weird life should be eradicated as soon as possible. Wang Jibin saw Shu Mu nodded and immediately stepped forward to pick up a broken spider leg and with a puff, stabbed it into the body of the white bug crawling on the ground. Squeak! The strange white bug made a very sharp cry. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. It died completely soon. However, what the 3 of them didn't know was that this ordinary sound was actually accompanied by a strange wave, which was transmitted from here to a very long distance. Roar! Among the zombies wandering downstairs, a male zombie who looked stronger than the other zombies suddenly noticed something and raised his head, setting his sights on a building. It was the 4th floor where Shu Mu and others were. Roar! The macho zombie stepped on a car with a dented roof and roared at the surrounding zombies. The surrounding zombies also became irritable from wandering aimlessly at the beginning, pushing each other and roaring as well as if responding to the macho zombie. Bang! The macho zombie jumped off the roof of the abandoned car. With a clear goal, he ran towards an apartment. The zombies blocking him were knocked down by his impact. Behind him were densely packed zombies, pushing and shoving each other, crowding and following him. On the rooftop, a huge meat mountain was running around the rooftop. Finally, it ran to the center of the rooftop and began to pound frantically. When its short arms hit the hard concrete floor, it was like a crazy machine, smashing the debris everywhere. Blood and minced meat also splashed in the collision. The meat mountain zombie seemed to be unaware of the pain, just smashing the concrete floor desperately. For a while, the whole floor shook with its movements, and with a bang, the floor almost collapsed directly. But it also fell from the broken hole to the 9th floor. Room 407. What's going on? Shu Mu and the other 2 were confused, feeling the vibration of the floor and the huge rumble. Lee! A bright howl sounded outside the window. A small dot appeared in the azure sky, and in an instant, it grew from small to large. From the balcony, a mutant eagle with a wingspan of about 2 meters flew in. Damn, another sneak attack! Li Kun shouted, holding a translucent shield and immediately blocked it. Squeak! The 3 of them had no doubt about the sharpness of the mutant eagle's shining claws. However, such sharp claws, when grabbing this shield, only left 3 slightly conspicuous small scratches. In addition, only Li Kun looked uncomfortable, probably because he was stunned by the impact of the mutant eagle. Tianying! Seeing that the mutant eagle wanted to fly away, Shu Mu immediately chose to summon Tianying. Before entering this room, he put away all the shadow servants, so at this time when he called, Tianying immediately separated from his own shadow. A human figure emerged in the light. The spear in his hand was raised high and thrown upward. With a sound of puff, the spear pierced through the abdomen of the mutant eagle and stuck into the ceiling. Da-da! Blood streaked across the spear and dripped onto the ground. Shu Mu and Wang Jibin both frowned, as if they had sensed something was not right. So strong! Li Kun was stunned. He was attracted by Tianying standing in front of him. After a while, he trembled with excitement and muttered, "Aren't these the 2 from last night?" "Brother Shu, no. Boss Shu, I'm your little brother who has been missing for many years." Li Kun was excited in an instant and shouted, wanting to run over and hug Shu Mu's thigh. However, under Tianying's cold blood-red eyes, he still stopped 1 meter away from Shu Mu, but still shouted excitedly, "Boss Shu, last night, It was him who saved me, but there were only two of them, and he seemed to be much stronger. By the way, where is the other one? Shu Mu turned and smiled at Li Kun. His name is Tianying, and he is my summoned creature. If nothing unexpected happens, the one who saved you last night should be my other two summoned creatures. They are Xuanying and Huangying, but I haven't summoned them yet. After saying that, the other three shadows also separated, and Diying stood closely behind Shu Mu. Li Kun's eyes lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "Boss Shu, you must let me join you. I am very capable. You can ask me to do anything." "Haha, okay, sure." Shu Mu showed a smile that met social expectations on his face. He welcomed the addition of new members. In this dangerous apocalypse, the more people there are, the stronger the power will be. At this time, Wang Jibin suddenly came over and whispered, "Brother Shu, it's bad. Something is wrong. It seems that something scary has been attracted here." "Huh?" Mu frowned and came to the balcony with Diying to look down. Sure enough, downstairs, the densely packed zombies wandering around seemed to have a target. They kept roaring along the way, but they were determined to move towards their apartment building. "Something is wrong. Let's chat later." Shu Mu stopped Li Kun, who wanted to talk again. He planned to take shelter on a higher floor before the zombies downstairs rushed up, but who knew that the shadow who had just returned brought him very bad news. "Brother Wang, the zombies that were led upstairs are also rioting, and they are rushing towards us." Shu Mu looked at the dead insect corpses on the side and said unhappily, "We were tricked by this dog thing. This thing must have sent out some kind of signal to attract the attention of these zombies." "Boss Shu, what should we do?" Li Kun was also a little panicked at this time. "Let's go. Let's move to the 5th floor. We definitely can't stay on the 4th floor. This insect corpse is just like a locator. Sooner or later it will attract more zombies. Let's go!" Several people hurriedly ran through the corridor and came to the corridor. They saw that several ordinary zombies closest to here had already appeared in the stairs. They roared and staggered towards the crowd. "Boss, I'll do it!" Li Kun raised his shield and wanted to rush forward, but Tianying was one step ahead of him. The spear in his hand was whirring, and the zombies rushing in the front were beaten backwards and hit the zombies behind them, making a mess. Whoosh! The spear in Tianying's hand stabbed out continuously, like a venomous snake sticking out. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through several zombies that fell together. "Don't be stunned, hurry up," Wang Jibin scolded, and Li Kun came to his senses and hurried to catch up. Boom! The floors seemed to be shaking. Just after they ran a few steps, they heard a rumbling sound. They looked up and looked through the gap. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a huge meat mountain rolling down from the 6th and 7th floors. "Not good," Shu Mu sighed inwardly. Unexpectedly, this meat mountain zombie could actually run down from the rooftop, which was beyond his expectation. At this time, the three of them had already run to the corner between the 4th and 5th floors. It was impossible to retreat, and it was even more difficult to move forward. The densely packed zombies in the back were constantly pouring up. Tianjing was behind the crowd to cover the rear. The zombies that rushed up were pierced by the spear in his hand, and then thrown back into the group of zombies, knocking them down. There were also ordinary zombies running down from the 6th and 7th floors in front. Xuanjing and Huangjing were leading the way. The two of them cooperated with each other and could kill these ordinary zombies without leaving a single piece of armor. But a little further up, there were rolling meat mountain zombies. Fortunately, when it rolled, it hit the wall at the corner and stopped. However, it moved its skinny short legs and went downstairs unsteadily, and rolled down again. It rolled to the 6th floor in a moment. "Go, go!" Several people gritted their teeth and rushed to the 5th floor. As long as they entered the corridor on the 5th floor, they only had to deal with the entrance and exit. With Tianying and the others, they would definitely be able to defend a position. Roar! At this time, at the 4th floor, a muscular male zombie about 2 meters tall suddenly rushed out. It was seen holding a fire axe. While chopping down the zombies in front of it, it rushed towards Tianying. Tianying also locked onto it. The spear in his hand was like a flexible, poisonous snake. While piercing through the ordinary zombies that wanted to run by, he still had enough strength to pierce its eyes. Bang! The macho zombie raised the fire axe above his head and easily blocked the poisonous snake that was stabbing at him. Ho ho! The macho zombie moved the fire axe away, revealing a bald head. Its mouth was cracked, and a green light flashed in its white eyeballs. Ka-ka! A strange friction sound also sounded in the noisy zombie's roars. On the wall, upside-down human heads appeared. No, they were spider zombies with human heads. They crawled out of the wall densely and pounced on everyone. Puff! Shadow number 1 held the spider's leg and pierced a spider zombie that jumped towards Shu Mu in midair. That's right, in such a fierce battle, Shu Mu reached level 4 early and summoned Shadow number 2 as soon as possible. His experience bar was still growing wildly. It was estimated that he would level up again in a short while. But the primary goal now was not to level up, but to hide on the 5th floor. Otherwise, the dense swarm of zombies would not only attack everyone from the front and back, and there would be zombies falling from the stairs, that is, falling on everyone's heads. And now there were dense spider zombies, and they would jump down from the wall, so the current situation of everyone became very bad. However, a huge problem appeared ahead. Among the densely packed spider zombies, a spider with red hair all over its body appeared. It was no longer a human head, but a giant spider that was enlarged in proportion. Its fangs were as long as a palm, and the front was green, which looked very creepy. This is only the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Shu Mu was stunned. He thought that he had so many shadow servants as bodyguards, and he was already invincible in this apocalypse. Unexpectedly, this dense tide of zombies kept coming up, still making everyone anxious. Bang, bang! Li Kun was sweating profusely as he held up the transparent shield. 2 spider zombies jumped down from the corner of the wall and kept stabbing his shield with their spider legs. Shadow number 2 held a spider leg taken from a dead spider zombie and took advantage of the gap to pierce one of the spider zombies. Heavy cut! Wang Jibin was also unable to hold back. He stepped forward and swung the 3 spider zombies that were crawling over, splitting them in half with a spear. Puff! Xuanying held a somewhat exaggerated big knife. He chopped down the ordinary zombies and spider zombies that had been blocking the front, but as the zombies became more and more, not only did he slow down the speed of clearing the front, but he even had time to dodge and was pierced in the left arm by a spider leg. Shadow servants are not normal creatures. They do not bleed when they are injured, but instead emit a strange black mist from the pierced position. Damn it! Shu Mu felt the hot eye patch on his left eye and quickly took a step back. Bang! A red spider leg instantly pierced Shu Mu's original position. Cement debris splashed everywhere, seeing Shu Mu's forehead sweating. Hiss! At least half of the 3 rows of eyeballs of the red-haired strange spider stared at him coldly. Xuanying and Huangying, who were fighting with it, were busy cleaning up the little brothers beside it, and had to resist the attack of its spider legs from time to time. So one of the spider legs stabbed Shu Mu because of a lack of care. Fortunately, the skill of Spider Eye Mask not only allows him to sense danger in advance, but also has 3 points of speed, which greatly improves his dodge ability. Shu Mu stood in a safe position with lingering fear, while letting Diying, who had just reacted, release the small shield in advance and rotate around him. After all, the attribute points of the Shadow Servant were too low. In addition, this was obviously an elite red-haired spider, so it was normal for Diying to not react for a while with all blank attributes. Boss, come here. I'll protect you. Li Kun volunteered to come to Shu Mu. The translucent shield in his hand suddenly began to expand again. In a few seconds, it became a huge shield like a wall, blocking all the space in front. Awesome! Looking at the shield that blocked all the space in front, Shu Mu couldn't help but admire. Hey, boss, I told you I'm very capable. Li Kun's face was full of pride. His other abilities were not good, but in terms of defense, no one could surpass him. But with the spider zombies in front, when they kept stabbing the transparent shield with their spider legs, Li Kun's proud face turned pale again, and the sweat on his forehead became more and more. Shu Mu also saw this and hurriedly said to the 2 of them, "Give me half a minute." Okay. Li Kun's tone was a little weak, but he was still strong, holding the shield. Xuanying and Xuanying in front of them fought hard with the spider zombies. The ordinary zombies had been killed, but there were still more than 10 spider zombies. However, they were all covered with scars, especially Xuanying, who had several holes pierced on his body. Tianying in the back seemed to have been seriously injured. The tough zombie was obviously an elite zombie. The fire axe in his hand was wielded with great force. Every time Tianying defended with a spear, his hand would be numb. His strength was too great. If he was not careful, he would be chopped by the axe in the chest, but fortunately, it did not affect the battle. He would definitely not be able to beat it with strength. Tianying's highest attribute was speed, but he could only barely dodge its attacks every time. Moreover, this also made Tianying unable to split himself. From time to time, there were ordinary zombies around him, passing him and rushing up the floor. But Wang Zhibin was guarding behind Shu Mu and the others. Because the stairs were high, if a zombie dared to come up, he would use the spider legs in his hand to smash the opponent down. He also had a machete on his waist. This is the equipment that was dropped by killing a zombie in the battle just now. It can improve the attributes of strength and speed by 1 point each. However, the disadvantage is that the attack distance is short. Under the current circumstances, the spider legs in hand are more convenient. Wang Zhibin plans to use the spider legs to defend first. If a zombie really breaks through his defense, he will pull out the machete to kill them. After reaching level 4, Shu Mu's full attributes have also increased to 4 points. In terms of comprehensive ability, even Tianjing can't catch up with him. But Shu Mu is very self-aware. He knows that he is just an ordinary person. Before the end of the world, he was not good at fighting at all. And the awakened ability is also inclined to the summoner aspect. So in terms of combat effectiveness, it is estimated that it is only slightly stronger than the 2 shadows and ground shadows with blank attributes. If you rashly choose to fight the zombies, it is obviously an unwise choice. Once a major mistake occurs, all the shadow servants will be lost at once, and the remaining 2 will also be buried in the zombies. At present, the most likely way to crack it is to give a gift. Shu Mu looked at the people who were struggling to hold on and did not dare to waste any time, and quickly called the 2 shadows over. Give a gift. Putting his hands on the heads of the 2 shadows, Shu Mu silently said in his heart, "This is the first time to give a gift in such a dangerous situation." Some mysterious power was drawn out of his body. Then it gathered in the palm of his hand, and then went through the heads of the 2 shadow servants and drilled into their bodies, stimulating the power hidden deep in their hearts. Race, Shadow Servant, Shadow number 1. Level 1, 0-10 experience. Attributes, Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Immortality, Learning. Skills, Stealth, Ghost. Ghost, transform into a shadow and merge into the shadow of the designated target, which can offset a fatal damage for the designated target, but the shadow servant will also die. Can only be summoned once a day. The ability of the first awakened shadow servant is definitely one of the best life-saving skills. So far, if all awakened skills are classified into levels, double shadow is definitely the first one. Its introduction is very clear, that is, it merges into one's own shadow, and then can offset 1 fatal damage for oneself. Of course, after the offset he will die, but he can be summoned again on the next day. The only limit is that he can only be summoned once a day. In other words, he can only resist 1 fatal damage per day at most. Great, but it can't break the situation. Shu Mu's eyes were red. If it were in normal times, after awakening this skill, he would be excited to jump into the sky. But if he was surrounded by the zombies at this time, at most he would just get hit a few more times. After all, this is not a game. There is no feature of returning to the fountain to revive after death. Therefore, the ability of the last shadow servant must be able to break through the current predicament. Roar! The zombies surging downstairs were densely packed. They had no intelligence, and they only knew to roar while rushing forward. But the front suddenly turned into a meat grinder. The tough zombies didn't care about the same kind or different kind. The fire axe in his hand would kill anyone who touched him, and cripple anyone who touched him. In addition, the snake-like spears that appeared from time to time pierced the heads of most of the zombies that came up. Only a very small number of them could cross the meat grinder and step onto the corner. But there is still a line of defense here. Wang Jibin blew out a breath of white air, and the machete in his hand was half an arm long. Whoever steps on it will die. Under his momentum, the machete in his hand seemed to have turned into a Fang Tianhuaji, killing people here. Plop! The zombies, with their heads chopped off, fell on the stairs. At this time, the corridor was full of zombie corpses. But the surging zombies had no fear. They trampled on the corpses of their own kind, crowded their companions, and rushed up with a roar. Swish! The front position. Xuanying, holding on to his body that was stabbed like a rag, rushed to the front of the red-haired strange spider and thrust the machete in his hand into its spider head with a puff. Half a minute ago, because the corridor was dim, everyone slowly moved forward, and the position where the red-haired strange spider retreated was exactly at the corridor entrance of the 5th floor. So the light from the corridor on the 5th floor shone on its body, casting a long shadow. Wang Ying seized this opportunity and summoned the shadow nail, which barely pierced the edge of the red-haired strange spider's shadow in an instant. However, the attack on the shadow only had an effect on the position of the spider's eyes. At the same time, the 3 rows of eyes of the red-haired strange spider were all scratched. Hiss! The red-haired strange spider screamed in pain. The fear of blindness and the pain of the wound made it give up all attacks for a while. Xuanying did not dare to slack off. Seeing this, he took advantage of the last of his broken body and pounced on it, while the last of the violent effect was still there. He ignored the spider legs that were madly piercing him and tried to send the weapon into its body. The life of the red-haired strange spider was over, and he himself fell down and turned into a wisp of black mist. The red-haired strange spider was wiped out, but the price was that Xuanying also fell down, and Wang Ying also consumed a lot of energy, leaving a lot of injuries on his body. Damn it! Li Kun grabbed the transparent shield and gritted his teeth. These damn guys killed his savior, and he could only hide in this shield, watching helplessly, unable to help. Damn it! Li Kun hated himself for not being able to help at all. But what he didn't realize was that his own physical strength had long been exhausted. Now he was still relying on his will to hold on. Otherwise, he would have fallen to the ground tiredly. But there was also good news. First, the biggest obstacle ahead was eliminated. Several people quickly pushed upwards and almost stepped onto the corridor of the 5th floor. Heavy cut! Wang Jibin quickly stepped forward and used the weapon in his hand to cut the 2 remaining zombies at the entrance of the corridor into 2 pieces. Everyone successfully advanced to the corridor of the 5th floor. Second, now everyone only needs to defend the entrance of the corridor. All of a sudden, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced. Third, it seems that a touch of blue equipment exploded from the red-haired strange spider that was just killed. Now, in Shu Mu's attribute panel, there has been a blue spider spear, 3 green weapons, and a bunch of white ordinary weapons. Equip them immediately and pile up Earth Shadow into a new god of war. But this is not the most important thing. Fourth, a special skill appeared in Shadow number 2's attribute panel. Race, Shadow Servant, Shadow number 2, Level 1, 0-10 experience. Attributes, Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent, Immortality, Learning. Skills, Stealth, Shadow Devouring. Equipment. Shadow Devouring. Devour the shadow of the designated target and replace it with itself, which can achieve the effect of controlling the designated target. The stronger the devoured target, the slower the devouring speed, and the devoured target will be devoured by the shadow power again after 1 day. Great! Looking at the newly appeared Shadow Devouring skill, Shu Mu understood how powerful this thing is. Shadow number 2, devour this bald zombie for me. Shu Mu pointed to the strong male zombie who was still in the corridor and was gaining the upper hand and said, Shadow number 2 received the order, and a trace of black air emanated from his red eyes. He stared at the macho zombie wielding a fire axe. Wisps of black air floated out of his eyes, as if they had life, twisted into several thin ropes in the air, and stabbed over with a whoosh. The macho zombie was very strong, and each axe was powerful. Tianjing could only rely on his own speed, dodging left and right, but he was still chopped on the chest by several axes after all. But as a shadow creature, this did not affect his fighting. Of course, the macho zombie also suffered a lot of injuries. The sharp spear, every time it stabbed out, was like a venomous snake, biting its neck and eyes tightly. Once stabbed, it would be seriously disabled if not dead. In the battle that lasted for several minutes, there were several blood holes on its body and chest, but as a zombie, it would not affect the battle, but looked more fierce and terrifying. Their battle had a great impact. In the corridor, zombies swarmed up densely. A large part of them were scratched, chopped, and stabbed to death by their fight. So the bodies piled up under the feet of the two men were getting more and more. But it didn't affect their fight at all. The attack of the macho zombie was fierce. In addition to defending against fatal attacks, it did not do any defense at all. Tianjing spent most of his time on defense, because any hit by the fire axe would cause an irreparable injury on his body. And once the injury was too serious and led to his own death, it would bring great danger to the lord behind him, so he could only delay as much as possible. Whoosh! Several ropes that were only slightly thicker than the hair pierced the extremely faint shadow under the feet of the macho zombie. Roar! The macho zombie who was waving the axe suddenly paused. Tianying immediately seized this opportunity, and the spear in his hand quickly bit his eyes. Dang! The macho zombie raised the axe to block the spear. However, this was only the first attack. Tianying thrust the spear in his hand forward quickly, then retracted it and thrust it out again. This time, the macho zombie didn't react, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. Roar! The macho zombie swung his axe at the spear that was stabbed in his chest, trying to cut off the thing that was stabbing him, but he only chopped the air. Bang! Bang! The macho zombie seemed to have noticed something. Even if he was stabbed by Tianjing twice more, he still swung the axe in his hand and chopped the unknown air. On Shadow Number 2's side, his shadow-devouring skill was interrupted. Shu Mu understood the biggest disadvantage of the shadow-devouring skill through this short reaction of 1 or 2 seconds, which was that the strength gap was too large and the swallowing speed was very slow, and it could be interrupted. Tianying, control him! Shu Mu gave an anxious order. There was not much time left. It took only a few minutes for the few people to rush from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Although the current situation seemed to be very good, everyone has come to the corridor on the 5th floor. They only need to defend the corridor entrance. The zombies that have appeared so far are only ordinary zombies coming up from downstairs. Huang Ying and Wang Zhibin can easily deal with them. Don't forget, there was also a meat mountain zombie that made the floors bang constantly. It had already run to the corridor between the 6th and 5th floors. It only needed to run a few more steps down, or roll down, to come in front of everyone and completely block the corridor. Shu Mu had no doubt about this guy's terrifying strength. If it blocked the corridor, although the zombies behind could not rush in, it would become the primary trouble for everyone. This guy was thick-skinned and not so easy to kill, and the huge noise it caused might attract more zombies. So Shu Mu did not send the God of War Earth Shadow, which was piled up with new equipment, to deal with the macho zombie, but let him continue to go up along the corridor. Let him intercept the Meat Mountain zombie in advance. Don't let it have the opportunity to block the 5th floor of everyone. Roar! The battle at the corner upstairs became more intense. Every time the Meat Mountain zombie moved, it would cause a huge rumble. The wall dust kept falling. With several speed-enhancing equipment on his body, Dying was able to dodge the attacks of the Meat Mountain zombie very easily. After all, although this guy has thick skin and strong attack power, every attack can smash a big hole in the wall. But its disadvantage is that it is slow, with speed. Dying tried to delay it at the entrance of the corridor. Bang! The stair railing was hit and instantly deformed. At this time, the fully armed Dying was trying to delay the action of the Meat Mountain zombie. He tried, used the stealth skill to get behind it, and want to copy Tianying's operation to lead the Meat Mountain zombie back up. However, there was no effect. Once away from its attack range, the Meat Mountain zombie will decisively cast its eyes on the floor below, which is the entrance to the 5th floor where Shu Mu and others are guarding. This also caused Dying to be completely restricted. In addition, the corridor was not particularly spacious, and the meat mountain zombies were crowded in the corridor, just like a meat mountain. So it was difficult for him to dodge. After all, if he was accidentally hit, he would be seriously injured. So, he needed support urgently. Shu Mu's side. Both Wang Zibin and Sun Yuecheng had consumed too much energy, and the gap in strength between them and the meat mountain zombies was too big, so they could not help at all. And it was even more impossible for him to go to support. After all, with the attributes of the fully armed Ding, it was so difficult to deal with it. If he went there, he would only hold him back. So he had to quickly deal with the macho zombies and take back Tianying, the primary combat force. No, fight! Using Tianying to exchange for macho zombies may bring higher combat power. Shu Mu was ruthless and issued an order. Tianying below received the order immediately. In an instant, he changed his tactics of defending too much and delaying as much as possible. He changed to a more aggressive style. In addition to protecting key positions such as the head, he stopped dodging unless necessary, and instead swung the spear in his hand, stabbing the eyes and throat of the macho zombie crazily. The fierce attack in an instant caught the macho zombie off guard. He was forced to switch from attack to defense. As a result, even if he sensed something was wrong, he didn't have time to cut off the few fine threads in the air. 30 seconds. It only took half a minute for the macho zombie to stop attacking and freeze in place. Preliminary control has been achieved, but it will take another half a minute to successfully devour and control it. Shu Mu learned of Shadow Number 2's reply and immediately ordered Tianying, who had a broken arm and axe scars all over his body, to change his target and go upstairs for support. Tianying, who received the new order, rushed to the direction of the meat mountain zombie without hesitation. The remaining macho zombies were still standing still. As for the ordinary zombies behind it, instantly they rushed to the corridor like a surging fish. The zombies were densely packed, and the whole corridor was full of them. However, when passing by the macho zombies, they would unconsciously keep a certain distance, so that the macho zombies would still stay where they were and would not be trampled by the surging zombies. "Have you rested well? Our battle has begun again," Shu Mu said to the two people guarding the iron gate. "As long as they delay for another half a minute, the situation of several people will get better." "No problem. I can still fight," Wang Zibin responded loudly. At this time, the watermelon knife in his hand had been replaced with a very exaggerated Japanese sword, which was covered with strange patterns and a black spider pattern on the handle. It was heavier than an ordinary Japanese sword. Wang Zibin held it with both hands, and his arrogance rose. His strength had been improved early. At this time, he was like a general guarding the four directions, and he could guard the entrance of the corridor alone. "Boss, no problem. Just do your thing. I will protect you." Li Kun also patted his chest and promised. The shield in his hand has shrunk to the size of a person. Although his face is still a little pale, it is much better than before when he was sweating profusely. "Well, Huang Ying will help you too." Shu Mu hid beside Li Kun while taking out all the new weapons that appeared in the attribute panel, and then put them on Huang Ying beside him. "Cut!" Wang Zibin stood in the front, swinging the Japanese sword in his hand. All the zombies that just appeared lost their heads in an instant. There were also the roars of zombies and the sound of thumping and falling to the ground. The number of zombies still did not decrease. In this short period of nearly 10 minutes, in fact, the people had killed more than 100 zombies, and the corridor was almost filled, but the number of zombies was still terrifying. But fortunately, there were no elite monsters like the macho zombie, the red-haired spider, and the meat mountain zombie. Otherwise, everyone would be in crisis again. It takes 100 experience points to reach level 5, and I have already upgraded in the battle just now. And now if I want to reach level 6, I need another 200 experience points. Shu Mu looked at his attribute panel and found that there was still a little bit of spirit column that had not been used. I should keep this point, and don't rush to summon it. It will be very useful. Puff! Huang Ying grabbed a spider spear and shot a zombie that was chopped into two by Wang Zibin, but was not dead yet, crawling on the ground through the head. Another one experience point. As expected, a man cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. Although this sudden incident was dangerous, it also made me benefit a lot from it. Even if all the shadow servants died during this period, as long as tomorrow comes, all the dead shadow servants can be summoned again? Oh right, shadow. Number 1 has been integrated into his own shadow, giving him an extra life guarantee. After all, there was no extra equipment for him to wear. It was completely unnecessary to let him fight against the Meat Mountain zombies. It would be better to use his abilities to ensure his own safety. This was also the reason why Shu Mu sent Ding out as well. Roar! At this time, a bright roar came from the corridor. The macho zombie, who had been standing still, opened his blood-red eyes in an instant. He swung the fire axe in his hand high and cut the 2 zombies running in front of him in half on the spot. Roar, roar, roar! The macho zombie roared a warning. He turned around and attacked the zombies that kept pouring up from the corridor. Although ordinary zombies do not have the ability to think, it is unknown why. The zombies that had been keeping a certain distance from the macho zombie now regarded it as their target and rushed over to bite it with their teeth and claws. However, each time they responded with a sharp fire axe. In a short time, the zombies were killed without a single piece of armor left, and the surging zombies were directly cut off. Success! Shu Mu jumped for joy and quickly directed Shadow Number 2, which had completely merged into the macho zombie's shadow, to cut off the zombies while counterattacking all the way. Good news, the number of zombies has decreased. The macho zombies' attacks were open and closed, and the killing speed was even fiercer than the previous Sky Shadow. Not only did it block the zombie tide, but it also killed all the way to the entrance of the 4th floor corridor. There were not many zombies here, only the remaining 20 or so were still surging up, and further down, there were only 1 or 2 sporadic ones still running up. The zombie swarm was finally over. The macho zombie was simply unstoppable. It is much more powerful than Tianying. It was dragged by Tianying before because it was slower than Tianying and couldn't hit him, so it was delayed. But now it is devoted to the cause of light. Facing a group of ordinary zombies with terrible attributes, it is like a god of war. It kills one by one. It only takes 1 minute to kill the remaining dozen ordinary zombies. To use a metaphor, it was a strong man facing a flexible assassin. They were circling for a long time. No one could do anything to anyone. But now, it is a reckless man facing a group of thin scholars. It is a 1-punch-to-1 fight. What's more, the reckless man has a sharp fire axe, and these scholars are unarmed. They just keep reckless, scratching with claws and biting with teeth. Isn't this just giving heads to the reckless man? So the current slaughter situation is formed. It only takes 1 minute for the strongman zombie to solve the problem of the zombie group. However, a bad news is also quietly emerging. At this time in the corridor above, because of his injuries and the fact that one of his hands was disabled, Tianjing lost control of his body and was unable to dodge in time, and was hit against the wall by a disgusting mass of flesh and blood. Bang! Black mist filled the air, and Tianjing was severely injured on the spot. The spear that had been held in his hand and had many gaps on it broke at his feet at some point. Ding wanted to step forward to rescue him, but the flesh mass suddenly attacked him again, forcing him to retreat. Bang! Tianying, who was hit against the wall, was hit again. This time he couldn't hold on and was completely smashed into scattered black mist. From level 1 to level 2, 10 experience points are required. From level 2 to level 3, 20 points are required. From level 3 to level 4, 50 points are required. From level 4 to level 5, 100 points are required. From level 5 to level 6, a full 200 points are required. Day 1. Shu Mu only reached level 2, so he only summoned Tianying and Ding. In the early morning of the next day, his mental power refreshed. Since he was only level 2, he summoned Xuanjing and Ding. However, not long after he summoned them, he dealt with 2 ignorant spider zombies, so he reached level 3 and summoned Shadow Number 1. Later, at dawn, he went to the 2nd floor to explore. Not only did he meet a weird crazy woman, but he also got to know Li Kun. But the sudden attack by the zombies made everyone anxious. It was also when the zombie tide just broke out that Shu Mu successfully broke through to level 4 and summoned Shadow number 2. And now, in the brutal battle, Xuanjing and Tianying fell one after another. But before they died, they helped Shu Mu slaughter at least more than 100 zombies. As a result, the corridor was almost filled with corpses everywhere. The zombies killed by the controlled macho zombies would also be counted on their own heads. Therefore, on top of his level 4, Shu Mu gained a total of 141 experience points. Most of them were ordinary zombies with 1 experience point. There were 32 spider zombies that provided 2 experience points, and a special elite monster, the red-haired spider, provided 6 experience points at once. Damn, so stingy! Shu Mu cursed. Such a difficult monster only provided 6 experience points, but he also reached level 5. Moreover, there were more than 40 experience points left, and it was still growing. But the biggest gain was the densely packed equipment in the equipment column. They were blue, green, and several white weapons. Resurrection, my Tianying? Shu Mu summoned Tianying again after his death. When he reached level 5, the extra mental power was for this moment. Tianying stood in front of him in full condition. Shu Mu did not hesitate to add all the weapons that could be equipped in his equipment column to him. After Tianying died, the weapons he was originally equipped with fell to the place where he died, and the spider spear was damaged early, so he directly equipped him with a brand new set of weapons. Race, Shadow Servant, level 1, 010 experience. Attributes, Strength 1-8, Speed 1-6, Constitution 1-6, Spirit 1. Talent, Immortality, Learn. Skill, Stealth, Equipment, Flame Spear with slight burning damage, Strength +3 new armor, Strength +2 Constitution +green, Spider Heart Guard, Speed +2, Constitution +green, Spider Arm, Strength 2, Speed leggings, Speed 2 white, Rusty Shoulder Armor, Constitution. That's right. Another blue weapon exploded. Although the previous blue weapon was exploded from an elite monster like the red-haired spider, but it didn't affect the flame spear at all. It was exploded from an ordinary zombie that was easily chopped down by the macho zombie. It seems that the goddess of luck has always been favoring me. Now, Tianying is in good condition again, standing in front of me. He was wearing a bright white armor and a pair of rusty armor shoulders on his shoulders, which looked a bit out of place, as if he was exquisite with a hint of desolation. However, the nearly 3-meter-long spear in his hand made everyone's eyes stare at it. It was a red spear surrounded by red lines, and it was still warm when held. The front of the spear reflected a dazzling light. In addition, his arms and legs were all wearing a dark red strange armor. It made him look like he was fully armed. Although the overall appearance was a bit out of place, the people present did not dare to underestimate him. Tianying's all attributes have increased, but the speed has been weakened a little. However, even so, if it was a few minutes ago, if Tianying had such a comprehensive attribute, he would probably be able to beat the tough zombie head-on. Especially in terms of strength, it was directly crushed. What's more, the weapon is more convenient to use, completely restraining the short fire axe. Be careful, Shu Mu said distressedly. Now the situation has changed drastically, so Tianying no longer needs to fight desperately to gain an advantage. Tianying nodded. In front of everyone, he used the stealth skill and came to the side of the Meat Mountain zombie. Puff! The flame spear with a gorgeous flame suddenly stabbed into the body of the Meat Mountain zombie. Blood splattered and the Meat Mountain zombie let out a painful roar. However, it was not affected at all. It just squirmed and grew a few thick flesh tentacles, trying to beat the 2 annoying guys in front of it to death. Boom! The upstairs was like a demolition, with constant noises and vibrations. The zombies downstairs had been dealt with. The tough zombie, Shadow number 2, took the bloody axe and pulled away to support. As for the resurrected Tianying, he also joined the battlefield early. Now the situation has changed drastically. Tianying dying, and the tough zombie joined forces to beat up the Meat Mountain zombie. Oh, and there was also Huang Ying, whose attributes were slightly worse. He wandered around the crowd. If someone was in a bad state, he could step forward to fill the position at any time. But he was a little inferior in attributes, so it was very easy for the Meat Mountain zombies to take him as the main target of attack. When he was in danger, a small shield would instantly appear in front of him, helping him to resist the impact for half a second, giving him time to dodge. Bang! A flesh tentacle hit the wall. Not only did it bring down a large piece of wall dust, but it also caused a crack in the wall. When Tianying and the others were fighting hard, Wang Jibin and Li Kun were sitting on the collapsed furniture to rest. They had been overdrawing their physical strength since the beginning of the battle, and now the crisis had been mostly resolved, so that the feeling of fatigue suddenly surged over their bodies and minds. The attributes are so outrageous. Shu Mu hid by the dark wall of the corridor, watching the battle at the corner. He was in the best condition among the crowd, so he had time to hide in the dark and watch the show. At this time, the one with the highest attributes on the field must be the Meat Mountain Zombie. After all, the fact that it can face the joint attack of two fully equipped people, an assistant, and an elite zombie at the same time, and still hold on until now, is enough to highlight its awesomeness. Race, Meat Mountain Zombie, Blue-Eyed Leader. Level 1. Attributes, Strength 10, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 3. Talent, Flesh and Blood Recovery. Skills, none. Introduction, a starving monster, with overall attributes declining. It's outrageous. Shu Mu looked at the outrageous attributes and couldn't help but complain again. All attributes are 10, and there is also the talent of Flesh and Blood Recovery. No wonder it is so fierce. Moreover, it is only a level 1 zombie. However, in its race, the note is Blue-Eyed Leader, which surprised Shu Mu. This is the first leader-level monster he has encountered. Look carefully. Sure enough, on its twisted face, I found eyes emitting blue light. Tianying once again became an unstoppable god of war. His strength almost caught up with the Meat Mountain Zombie, and with the flame spear as a weapon, almost every attack could poke a big hole in its body. This also made the Meat Mountain Zombie hate him to the core. To deal with other people, they only used one tentacle, but he used two. However, the size of the Meat Mountain Zombie was too huge, and it also had excellent recovery ability, so Tianying could not do anything to it for the time being, and could only keep attacking the small zombie head. Bang! The spear swept across. It directly blew the small head of the Meat Mountain Zombie into pieces. The Meat Mountain Zombie, which had lost its head, should have died on the spot. However, it was not at all abnormal. It continued to wriggle its tentacles, pulling them in front and behind. In front of it was Diying, who was holding a weapon like a big knife. Every time he swung it, he would bring down a large pile of flesh and blood. Behind the Meat Mountain Zombie, there was a bald zombie holding an axe, biting it frantically on its back. Perhaps the attack with the axe was too ineffective. With the recovery ability of the Meat Mountain Zombie, the wound that was cut in the first blow was already healed in the second blow. So the tough zombie resorted to this last resort. Anyway, it was also a zombie, and it would not be troubled by infection or illness. Fortunately, the flesh and blood that was swallowed was real energy. They will all be bred and transformed into new nutrients in the body of the macho zombie, and then provided to the whole body, making its body fuller and stronger. The attributes of the macho zombie are much worse than the current Tianying. However, Huang Ying is worse than it, but Diying, who is also armed with blue weapons, is a little stronger than it, and is the second strongest after Tianying. After checking the attributes of the Meat Mountain Zombie, Shu Mu naturally studied the other two elite monsters. Among them are the Macho Zombie, who turned over a new leaf, and the red-haired weird spider that died early. Macho Zombie, Green-Eyed Elite, level 2. Attributes, Strength 6, Speed 5, Constitution 6, Spirit 5, none. Skills, none. Introduction, an excellent mutant who liked fitness when he was alive. Red-haired spider, Green-Eyed Elite, level 2, Strength 5, Speed 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 4, Crawling, skills, none. A mutant spider monster, which seems to have been infected by zombies after mutation. They are all Green-Eyed Elites, and they are all level 2, which is outrageous. Shu Mu complained speechlessly. Fortunately, the most dangerous time has been survived. Thinking of this, he turned his attention to the battle above. The situation on the field is still very tense. The big boss is the Meat Mountain Zombie, On the opposite side is a team of 4, namely the Spear Knight Tianying, the sword-carrying guard Ding, the mutant species Macho Zombie, and Huang Ying, who occasionally makes up for it. The Meat Mountain Zombie is unusually strong. Even though it took only more than 10 minutes to wipe out all the zombies, the Meat Mountain Zombie managed to hold out for nearly half an hour under the siege of 4 people. The battlefield covers a wide area, all the way from the corner upstairs to the 5th floor. Among them, with the Meat Mountain Zombie's instability, it fell downstairs with a rumble. Fortunately, Huang Ying dodged in time, otherwise he would have been crushed into a meat pie by this meatball. Puff! Tianying shook out the flaming spear in his hand. Sharp attacks and fierce battles brought huge benefits. Blood mist frequently burst out of the Meat Mountain Zombie. Even in the face of the terrifying flesh tentacles, the Spear Knight Tianying only swung the spear lightly, either piercing through it with one shot or cutting it into 2 pieces with a puff. The Macho Zombie is also exerting his strength. Roar! The Meat Mountain Zombie let out a deafening roar. A big hole appeared on its back, and it was almost hollowed out. However, the Macho Zombie was still like a giant parasite, clinging to the flesh and blood inside, resisting the tentacles whipping at it, and was unwilling to come out of the hole. This also caused Tianying to hold back every time he attacked. He was afraid that he would accidentally hurt his teammates. But the Meat Mountain Zombie was not without weaknesses, namely its weak head and short limbs. Although it would not be fatal even if all of them were cut off, it would make it lose its sense of balance and direction, like a ball, allowing everyone to tease it. With a bang, the Meat Mountain Zombie finally fell down. However, the reason for its demise surprised everyone. It was not the handsome Spear Knight Tianying who destroyed it from the front with a spear. It was not the mighty sword-carrying guard Dying who killed it with the weapon in his hand. It was not the roaming support Huang Ying. It was the Macho Zombie controlled by Shadow Number 2 who drilled out of its hollowed-out flesh and blood body. Actually, the Meat Mountain Zombie has been in a passive state of being beaten. However, its 10 points of physical fitness, coupled with the talent of blood and flesh recovery, make it almost immortal. Even if its head is chopped off or blown up, it can still move freely, and even force the besiegers to retreat and dodge. However, the tough zombie never fights head-on. It has been quietly sticking behind it, holding its flesh and blood, drilling into its body, and devouring it crazily, until the end. The Meat Mountain Zombie was almost hollowed out, leaving only the half recovered head and body. Most of the energy in its body was devoured, and it no longer has the ability to recover. The tough zombie adheres to the principle of not wasting. He actually devoured the remaining body one by one. At this time, its momentum grew wildly, and it crushed all the shadow servants present in a moment, almost reaching the state of the Meat Mountain Zombie before. In other words, it is even more terrifying. After all, although the Meat Mountain Zombie has super high comprehensive attributes, its biggest disadvantage is that its body moves slowly. The current Macho Zombie is a smaller and leaner version of the Meat Mountain Zombie, which has completely eliminated this disadvantage. Its attributes, except for the spirit column, have all reached 10 points. That's right, the current Macho Zombie is the evolution of the capped Meat Mountain Zombie. Great! Shu Mu looked at the Macho Zombie who came in front of him, his muscles bulging, and his height rising to nearly 2 meters and 5, and couldn't help but admire it. Holding a giant axe as tall as a person, he can even use his empty giant hand to pick you up and throw you. Has this guy reached the level of a Superman? Macho Zombie, Green-Eyed Elite, Shadow Number 2, Level 3. Attributes, Strength 10, 15, Speed 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 5. Talent, Giant Strength. When holding an offensive weapon, strength increases by 20%. Skills, none. Equipment, Bloody Giant Axe, with tearing and bleeding effects, Strength +5. Introduction, an excellent mutant who loved fitness when he was alive. It is still a green-eyed elite among the races. It seems that racial differences are difficult to overcome. While Shu Mu was studying its attributes, he directed Tianjing and the others to move all the corpses blocking the corridor. What does it mean to have more than 100 corpses? The entire corridor was blocked. They were rolling everywhere from the stairs, and the smell of blood almost filled the entire space. As for where to move them, of course, they were moved from the corridor to several rooms on the 4th floor, and then thrown directly from the balcony in the room. Soon, several piles of corpses were piled up next to the apartment building. The strong smell of blood erupted in the open outdoors, and it could not dissipate for a while. Instead, it drifted far away with the flowing air and the wind, the zombies wandering outside. Smelling the blood in the air, they soon gathered from all over the place. However, Shu Mu and others who were already invincible only spent half an hour to completely clean up the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors. They successfully let Tianying and others leave the apartment building. They came to the side of the apartment building, which was next to several piles of corpses, and waited for the zombies to die. Then they sent them to hell one by one, in a room on the 2nd floor. Wang Jibin frowned and kicked the leftover canned fruit. Brother Shu, the survivors in this room should have just evacuated. The room was very clean, but from the warm dress and clothes in the room, everyone guessed that a couple lived here. When they cleaned up the 2nd floor, they found that all the doors were open, except for a few zombie corpses. The supplies inside were cleaned up. In comparison, the 1st and 3rd floors were a little different. Some of their doors were open, and some were tightly closed. And in the tightly closed rooms, there might be surviving zombies locked inside. So everyone guessed that it was when they were busy. They seized the opportunity and moved immediately. It may also be that they were afraid that the zombies would suddenly riot and change their targets and attack them, so they decisively abandoned the relatively safe apartment building. Don't worry about these for now. Shu Mu shook his head. If they run away, they can run away. Anyway, it doesn't matter to them. The upstairs hasn't been cleaned up yet. The lower floors can run away, but the upper floors can't. Shu Mu led everyone to close the big iron door on the 1st floor first, and then decisively took Wang Jibin and Li Kun to clean up and move upstairs. The area between the 3rd and 5th floors is completely uninhabitable. The entire corridor is filled with blood and flesh, and it will soon become smelly. The macho zombie walked in front of everyone. All the zombies that remained on the upper floors were punched in the head by it. Brother Macho is awesome! Li Kun followed behind everyone, carrying a pile of food while exclaiming with stars in his eyes, "Boss, your summoned creatures are so cool." Of course. Shu Mu was also very satisfied with the macho zombie's strength. Now everyone has been invincible. At this time, any zombie they met could not withstand a punch from the macho zombie. Of course, Tianying and his men were also not bad. Although they might not be able to beat the macho zombie now, they were still his most loyal subordinates. At this time, they were all guarding around the mountain of corpses, hunting and killing the zombies that were coming in an endless stream. Well, they were getting stronger, even when they were lying down. Shu Mu thought beautifully, and led everyone to explore from the 6th floor to the 9th floor. I don't know if it was because of the attack of the spider zombies last night that the number of surviving humans today was greatly reduced. So there was no surviving human on the 6th floor, and there was no surviving human on the 7th floor, but there seemed to be a noise on the 8th floor. "You are not dead yet?" A girl dressed very fashionably heard the noise at the door and opened a crack. Li Kun was chewing an apple in his mouth and holding something in his hand. He responded vaguely, "Wow, what are you talking about? Look, what are you talking about?" 8th floor. Li Kun, holding food, stared at the girl in the crack of the door. "Open the door," Li Kun shouted while holding the apple in his mouth. But the girl shook her head. "No, who knows if you are bad guys?" "Hey!" Li Kun got excited when he heard this, and quickly stepped aside, revealing Shu Mu, who was confused behind him, and introduced, "This is my boss. Do you know how strong he is? Look at the tall guy standing next to him. Before, it was a zombie who killed people without blinking an eye. Look at the axe in its hand. And now, it is my boss's little brother. If we were bad guys, would we talk to you more? We would have broken into the house long ago." She kept talking nonsense. Shu Mu, who was stared at by the girl, felt a little embarrassed. "Ahem?" Wang Jibin was holding food on the side, his eyes wandering. It seemed that I didn't know anything. I didn't see anything. It had nothing to do with me. Lucia looked at the strange people. That's true. She nodded, stepped aside slightly, and opened the door. So you don't know how you survived? Shu Mu was silent for a while, after Lucia's explanation. The skill she awakened was blank, without a name or a hint, but every time she encountered danger she would lose consciousness for a short time. After that, when she woke up, the creature that posed a danger to her was already dead. Don't tell me you have schizophrenia! Li Kun suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Shu Mu and the others looked at him in confusion. Li Kun paused and explained loudly, I've seen some horror movies where the protagonists have schizophrenia. Well, no, it should be said that they have multiple personalities. A person who was fine in front, once he encountered danger or trouble, the secondary personality in his body would take over the body and help the main personality solve the problem. And then the main personality knew nothing about it, just as she said. Li Kun's explanation was reasonable and justified. Shu Mu and Wang Jibin thought it made sense. Even Lucia herself doubted whether she really had a secondary personality. Hello? Hello? Another me, please answer if you hear me. Lucia muttered to herself for a while, but there was no movement at all, which made everyone a little embarrassed. Fortunately, there was no one else here. If someone who didn't know saw her, they would probably think she was sick. Okay, don't worry about it. We will know when the time comes. Shu Mu stopped the girl who was still talking to herself and told her that it was getting late, and they had to hurry up to the 9th floor to collect materials. After all, it was already around 11 o'clock in the morning, and everyone had to have lunch, so they had to hurry up. Shu Mu also asked her if she wanted to join the team. The macho zombie would provide her with protection. Lucia thought about it and nodded to agree to join. By the way, this guy looks so fierce. Lucia looked at the exposed upper body of the macho zombie, especially the abdominal muscles. She glanced at it from time to time. This is not an ordinary zombie. Ahem, that's right. Shu Mu coughed. This little girl looks like she has just reached adulthood, but she is unexpectedly very courageous. Li Kun followed behind Shu Mu at this time, boasting proudly, This is the boss's summoned creature. How could it be an ordinary zombie? Look at its muscles and its height. It's definitely a macho man. Macho man? How macho? Lucia asked very curiously, and Li Kun was not annoyed at all. Instead, he kept bragging enthusiastically. Our boss's summoned creatures are invincible. You know about the zombie riot just now? That posture was like they wanted to tear us to pieces and eat us into their stomachs. Li Kun made an exaggerated and frightened expression. I almost thought I was going to die. But the boss is not afraid at all. Li Kun is very talkative and kept bragging all the way. Just a light wave of his hand, his summoned creatures made these ungrateful zombies report to hell in advance. Wow, is it really that powerful? Li Kun dared to say it, and Lucia actually dared to believe it. Of course not. Li Kun was still talking nonsense, bragging to Shu Mu that he was almost omnipotent. Shu Mu was so scared that he coughed twice, reminding him to be more restrained and talk less nonsense. Besides, when did I tell you that my strength is stronger than my summoned creatures? I can also tear the tough zombie in front of me with my bare hands. Don't talk nonsense. Rumors, definitely rumors. And Brother Wang, don't think I didn't see the corners of your mouth slightly raised. And why are you nodding? Time quickly came to noon. Everyone held the food in their hands and ate it. The end of the world has come. What's the point of being particular? They found a clean, ventilated room with sunlight on the 9th floor to rest. The 9th floor was very quiet. The wind in the corridor was a little strong, but it was very refreshing and breathable, without the suffocating dullness of the end of the world and the mixed strange smells floating around. Boss, it's good here, clean, no peculiar smell, and far away from dangerous zombies. Li Kun stood on the balcony, his voice a little noisy due to the wind. Brother Wang, how is it? Shu Mu did not make a direct conclusion, but cast his eyes on Wang Jibin and Lucia. Wang Jibin nodded. I have no objection. What about you? Shu Mu cast his eyes on Lucia again. She looked quite satisfied, but hesitated for a moment and said, But there is only one room on the 9th floor. Where should I live? In fact, the 9th floor has 10 rooms, just like the other floors. But there are only 2 rooms occupied, and the rest are empty houses with no one living in them. And another room almost collapsed. There is a big damaged hole on it, and the strong wind blows in through this hole. Everyone guessed the Meat Mountain zombie should have come in from here, but fortunately the rest of the 9th floor was not too badly damaged. Otherwise, everyone would not live in a dangerous building. It's not a big problem. Shu Mu used the newly upgraded and extra spirit points to summon Xuanying again, and equipped him with the weapons in the equipment bar, saying, "This is Xuanying. He will protect you and can also help you move some furniture." After all, the whole building was cleaned up. There were only 4 of them, so if they needed anything, they could just move to other floors. While Lu Chuya was looking at Xuanying with curiosity, Li Kun on the side muttered, "The boss is too partial. He didn't even arrange a bodyguard for me." Without mentioning Li Kun's mumbling, everyone started to tidy up the room. Room 909. No one knew where the original owner had gone, but his room was very clean. The balcony in the living room was filled with warm sunlight. There are 2 small bedrooms in the room. Li Kun yelled that he wanted to live with Shu Mu, but Shu Mu drove him out directly. "No, don't even think about sleeping with me. Who knows if you snore or grind your teeth?" Shu Mu was tortured by his roommates during college. At night, some grind their teeth, some snore, and some talk in their sleep. The sound is noisy. It's like dreaming back to childhood, coming to a small pond at night and hearing frogs croaking. Then, Li Kun cast his eyes on Wang Jibin again, but who knew that he avoided Li Kun's gaze and said with a trembling voice, "No, I live by myself. I'll move a bed, and I'll live in the living room." After that, Wang Jibin walked out of 909. Shu Mu was a little silent, knowing Wang Jibin's not, and Li Kun was a little disappointed, muttering, "Okay, I'll be alone." Time passed quickly and it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. During this time, the macho zombie was arranged by Shu Mu to support the scene. Because of the densely packed zombies, Tianying and his team were a little overwhelmed. They couldn't kill them all, and it seemed to have attracted the attention of the surviving humans around. After all, the zombies wandering in several apartment buildings and communities all gathered together. The dense tide of zombies attracted the attention of everyone around. So to be on the safe side, Shu Mu sent the macho zombie to calm the situation. After all, the macho zombie only exists for 1 day, and it must be used well. Lucia also settled down in the 910 nearby. Shu Mu originally wanted to send Xuanying to help, but Lucia refused. "Boss Shu, girls are so scared. What if there are zombies at night? Let Xuanying protect me." The deliberately coquettish voice made the 3 grown men present tremble with disgust. But Li Kun's eyes lit up. As if he had discovered something interesting, he ran to Shu Mu, suddenly hugged his hand, and said in a low voice, "Brother, I also want Xiao Feng, a little bodyguard." Li Kun, you are so disgusting." Shu Mu quickly shook his hand away, as if he had seen a monster, and hid far away in disgust. Li Kun poked his finger in a depressed manner. "I am so sad." Taha, Wang Jibin, Liu Chuya, and even Shu Mu were all amused and laughed. There was not much time for entertainment. Everyone started to collect supplies again, especially food. When they were looting before, there were too many things, and it was inconvenient to carry, so they didn't collect them all. There is no electricity and gas. What should we do with these rice and noodles? Everyone looked at the rice and noodles piled up in a kitchen, and some of them stared blankly. Although there are many convenient foods in the supplies of a building, such as instant noodles, dry, fruits, bread, snacks, etc., which are enough for everyone to eat for several days. But the rice and noodles, as well as the vegetables that filled several refrigerators, are the key points. After all, just 1 bag of rice is enough for everyone to eat for a week or 2. Not to mention there are more than 30 bags, and there are also some wide noodles, sliced noodles, and rice noodles that Shu Mu likes. "As long as there is fire," Wang Jibin added. Several people looked at each other and suddenly said in unison, "Drilling wood to make fire? Where is the wood?" Pots and pans are not bad. The water has not stopped yet, and everyone has collected more than 10 buckets and piled them in an empty house. In addition, a lot of mineral water, beverages, and some empty bottles were collected. So if you want to eat cooked food, the only thing missing is fire. I'll ask Ding to collect some wood for us. Shu Mu led everyone to the rooftop. Fortunately, except for the slight cracks on the edges, it was still very solid. The center part was cracked, and the steel bars were exposed. The meat mountain zombie should have smashed it from here and ran down. There was some blood around, but there was no strange smell. The hole was not very big, about 1 meter in diameter. How did the meat mountain zombie, with such a huge body, get in? Everyone sat on the ground at the entrance. Soon, the dark but majestic Ding appeared in front of everyone. Lu Chuya was very surprised by Ding's appearance, but she took the wood from Ding's hand without any delay. These were broken from some dead trees in the community. As for how to make fire by drilling wood, no one knew how to do it. But with their super strong physique, they only fiddled for half an hour and got sparks. "Ha-ha! Brother Wang, your hand speed is so fast!" Li Kun grabbed Wang Zhibin's shoulder and said something with other meanings. "Go away!" Wang Zhibin drove him away in a bad mood, but Li Chuya laughed without any shyness. "Wait for me for a while. I'll go change into a set of dirt-resistant clothes." Okay. The few people were still busy and left the meal very early. After Ding came up, he didn't go down. Instead, Xuanying handed over the blue attribute sword and went down to continue hunting zombies for him. The wood had been collected several times before, and a pile of wood was piled up high on the side, enough for everyone to cook several meals. Crackling? The wood was piled up in a small pile, and the flames grew from small to large, gradually covering the entire pile of wood. "Puff, haha, boss, Brother Wang, you are too funny now." Li Kun pointed at the two people who were sticking their butts out and leaning against the fire, and their faces were blackened by the black smoke at the beginning, and laughed. "Haha, you are not as embarrassed to laugh, aren't you the same?" Liu Chuya said to Li Kun, who also had a black face and even a little burnt eyebrows. "Okay, wash your face, you can start cooking." Shu Mu washed his face with water, and Liu Chuya was not idle and brought up a bucket of water. Wang Zhibin took a few clothes-drying poles. With his strength, he forcibly turned them into a rack that could hold the pot. Li Kun is a kid. After a long time, they came up with washed vegetables and fruits. Meat was a must. I don't know which refrigerator they collected from, but there were 10 kilograms of fresh beef, which was enough for everyone to have a delicious barbecue. Brother Wang also got the barbecue grill out. Splash water was poured into the pot, and Li Kun threw a bag of hot pot ingredients into it. There were 3 pots in total in a barbecue grill. 1 pot was for cooking rice, 1 pot for red soup, and 1 pot for clear soup. There were also barbecue skewers on the barbecue grill, sizzling with oil and falling on the fire, sparking sporadic sparks. Shu Mu, who was working on it, was suddenly stunned. "Another upgrade, so fast?" Everyone was a little surprised. Shu Mu nodded. It was indeed very fast. After all, Tianying and the others downstairs were swinging their spears and swords to the point of sparks. How could this upgrade not be fast? Inside the abandoned warehouse, the group of people moved forward cautiously, using the sundries and wooden boxes inside, fearing that they would touch the surrounding objects and make any noise. Outside the warehouse, an ugly zombie, hunched over, sniffing the air, as if looking for something. "Damn it! This bastard is really targeting us." Jiang Shuai spat in annoyance. They originally wanted to hide in the floor and recuperate for a day, and then continue to hunt zombies to become stronger. But who knew that an old man zombie seemed to have targeted them, not only attacking them in the middle of the night, but also wandering around them. If Sun Yuecheng's girlfriend hadn't fallen asleep yet, she reminded them that there was movement and drove the old man zombie away, otherwise they would be in big trouble. Hide through the sundries on the left, move quickly, and don't be discovered by it. Yuan Hao turned around and signaled to the people behind him. Jiang Shuai and others looked at the half-man high item box, nodded, and followed him forward. Roar! Outside the warehouse, the old man zombie suddenly howled excitedly. Exposed again? Everyone's face was full of gloom, and their steps stopped instantly, and they stopped running. Jiang Shuai gathered the flames in his hands, ready to drive this annoying guy away again. However, the old man zombie did not rush into the warehouse, but took a vigorous step, and after bumping into some debris, ran away in the opposite direction of the warehouse. Huh? Everyone was confused. What's going on? Why did this guy let us go? Yuan Hao fell into deep thought. The flame in Zheng Shuai's hand also went out with a hiss, and he shouted carelessly, "Haha, it must be afraid that I will burn its butt with flames again? Look at its embarrassed escape." However, everyone's expression was not very good, which made him touch his head awkwardly. "What should we do now?" Sun Yuecheng asked, holding his girlfriend's hand. Zheng Shuai was no longer active at this time, and turned to look at Yuan Hao with the same question in his eyes. Yuan Hao was silent for a while, then looked up and said, "Follow up and see what's going on. If there's any danger, we'll evacuate." "Okay." Everyone nodded and followed the direction where the old man's zombie left. At the same time, other places are experiencing similar things. Facing the terrifying end of the world and the terrifying zombies, powerful humans will fight back, while weaker ones will try their best to hide or find their own kind to hold together. But I don't know why. The more humans gather in a place, the more zombies will roam there. This made everyone a little anxious. There was no time to live a good life. For them, as long as they could survive and collect food, it was already very good. Strange. Ran away? It wasn't just one person who discovered this abnormal behavior. Many people with weak strength found that the zombies that were originally wandering around them seemed to be attracted by something when they were hiding. The zombies abandoned them. Then, they gathered together densely and moved in a certain direction, around an apartment building. Puff! A zombie that had just been attracted. Just as it excitedly pounced on the corpse mountain, it was pierced through the head by a red spear that suddenly appeared and collapsed on the corpse mountain, becoming one of them. There were already 3 corpse mountains here. They were all piled with zombie corpses. Some of them were zombies that were killed in the corridor at the beginning, and some were zombies that were attracted later. Unfortunately, they did not taste the blood food they dreamed of, but were pierced through the head and beheaded by the shadow servants guarding the corpse mountains. Puff! The macho zombie was holding a huge axe. In an instant, he broke a meat mountain zombie that was attracted in half. Snap! Snap! After a creepy chewing sound, the macho zombie threw away the body with only 1 foot left. It was now sitting on the pile of corpses with great force, and its momentum was still growing. All the corpses of the meat mountain zombies that were attracted would become its food, allowing its strength to be continuously improved. Whoosh! A tiny imperceptible object quickly shot at the macho zombie. Roar! The macho zombie stood up instantly, holding a long cold corpse from under him, and easily blocked the arrow shot in front of him. The macho zombie glanced at a floor of the opposite apartment building. After roaring twice in a low voice, he sat down again. It would continue to sit next to the pile of corpses. So in the face of provocations from others, it could only endure silently, but the relatively insignificant Wang Ying quietly disappeared into the pile of corpses. The second floor of another apartment building. A short man with a scar on his face took back the bow and arrow in his hand and said to the man beside him, "Boss, my bow and arrow was easily blocked by that monster." "Yeah." The man with a gloomy face nodded and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. Although this guy looks scary, it seems that he has to stay by the corpses and can't leave. We don't need to worry about it. By the way, how are those people handled?" The man changed the topic, and his younger brother immediately responded skillfully, "Boss, they still don't want to join." "Then kill them," the man said nonchalantly, as if a few lives were nothing in front of him. "Okay, boss." The younger brother took out the bow and arrow again, turned around and went out, and talked with the 2 companions at the door. After a while, several people came to the outside of a room with their arms around each other's shoulders. The boss said that we have found the person who has awakened the healing ability. The short man with a scar on his face shouted at the door, "If you want to save your sister's life, open the door quickly, otherwise you can't blame us if you miss the time." In the room, there were 2 girls hugging each other. Among them, the older sister, who looked a little older, was hugging the younger girl who was trembling slightly, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, your sister is here." As for the shouts of those people at the door, they didn't believe a word. In fact, The whole room was shrouded in a faint glow. It was like a miniature barrier that wrapped them in the center. The younger sister, who was held in her arms, had an unusually pale face, but she still stretched out her hand to comfort her sister. "Sister, it's okay. My barrier is very strong. They can't get in." Well, they can't get in. They can't get in." As the sister responded, tears kept pouring out of her face. The younger sister reached out distressedly and helped her wipe away the tears. Huang Ying's stealth speed was very fast. In less than a minute, he arrived at a balcony. Here, there was a man with a gloomy face, leaning against the balcony, breathing out clouds and mist. "Huh?" As soon as Huang Ying came out, the man dodged the spider spear that was stabbing at him. "Who are you?" The man shouted angrily, but when he saw Huang Ying's face clearly, his face turned pale, and the double knives in his hands could no longer give him a sense of security. "Isn't this the mysterious creature around the monster? Why did it suddenly come to me?" The man was shocked and frightened. He had observed for a long time and understood how strong these creatures that were not human were. Let alone defeating him, it was a problem to survive. "Damn!" The man shouted violently and threw the double knives at Huang Ying as a hidden weapon. A metallic texture instantly appeared on his body, and he ran out of the house without hesitation. As long as he ran to his younger brother's side, even if he can't win, letting the younger brothers hold him back can buy him time to escape. Puff! The bloody spear pierced out from his chest. "Ah, so fast." The man coughed up blood, holding the spear tightly in his hand, and wanted to say something, but he fell to the ground powerlessly. Huang Ying pulled out the spear, and without stopping, he used the stealth skill to leave the room. Not long after, several heart-wrenching screams came from another room. "Who are you?" The elder sister looked at the scumbags lying outside the barrier and wanted to thank the tall man in front of her. But Huang Ying just put away his weapon. After signaling to follow him, he turned into a shadow without hesitation and sneaked away. Wait for me." The elder sister was startled by this scene, but she still struggled to pick up her sister in her arms and tried to chase after her. Along the way, many zombies jumped out of the surrounding buildings, and Huang Ying just suddenly appeared beside them and pierced the zombies that pounced on them. Amazing! The elder sister's eyes were full of surprise. She knew that she and her sister were saved. However, when she noticed that there were more and more zombies around her, she couldn't help but turn pale, but she still gritted her teeth and tried to follow Huang Ying forward. Until she saw a bloody scene that could be called a horror story, she really couldn't control herself. Her legs softened, and she fell to the ground. Roar! The muscular zombie stepped on the corpses under his feet and came in front of her. A large shadow enveloped them in an instant. The elder sister trembled. The whole person was visibly scared, but she didn't scream. "Roar! Take her! To sea! My lord!" The muscular zombie could barely speak. Xuanying nodded, put away the big knife in his hand, and walked into the wide-open iron gate with Huang Ying, each holding a girl. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, on the rooftop, Shu Mu and his friends were just eating with oil dripping from their mouths. At this moment, 2 girls were sent to them by the shadow servants. Shu Mu and the others stopped what they were doing and looked at the 2 girls in front of them. "What's going on?" Shu Mu asked, and Huang Ying transmitted everything he knew to him. "Please, save my sister." The elder sister held the weak sister in her arms and shouted helplessly, "Please, save my sister." Luya asked reluctantly, "What's wrong with your sister? Is she injured?" The reason for asking this was that her sister didn't seem to have any wounds on her body. But her face was as pale as white paper, and it looked bloodless, which was very scary. "My sister, she's overdrawn her life. She's dying." The tears on the elder sister's face wet the skirt at her chest, which made people feel pity for her. "Overdrawn her life?" Li Kun said in surprise. "We don't know how to treat the sequelae of overdrawing life, but I have a way to try. I'm not sure if it will work." Shu Mu thought about it and decided to let shadow number 1 separate from his own shadow and merge into the weak shadow of his sister. Then, under the nervous and expectant gazes of everyone, the sister's complexion became worse and worse, until finally her breath became faint. The elder sister hugged her sister tightly. She was afraid that if she was not careful, her sister would pass away from her arms. The younger sister suddenly snorted at this time. Then her complexion improved visibly. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, and they were all very happy that a life had recovered under their gaze. Shu Mu frowned. Shadow number 1 was dead, and he couldn't be summoned. He had to be summoned again tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The elder sister's face was full of tears. She hugged her sister, who was gradually getting better, and thanked everyone. Especially when facing Shu Mu, she wanted to break her head. Lu Chuya, you are also a girl. You go and comfort them. Li Kun was not active at this time. He quietly approached Lu Chuya and said to her, You say it. Lu Chuya rolled her eyes at Li Kun and went forward to comfort the two sisters. Brother, Wang, get some food. They look weak and need to be replenished. Shu Mu put down his thoughts on shadow number 1 and directed Xuan Ying, Wang Ying, and others to go back. Okay. Wang Zhibin, who was not good at speaking, was quietly relieved at this time. After that, after the two sisters calmed down, everyone began to get to know each other. The two girls are sisters. The elder sister is Tang Lingyu. Her awakened ability is mind reading, and her talent is also the ability to improve her sensitivity to emotions. The younger sister is Tang Lingyin. Her awakened ability is to create a small barrier, and her talent is energy conversion. She can transform the energy she touches into a softer one, and then through her, continue to apply it to the barrier, making it stronger and more durable. There are many kinds of energy that can be converted, including her vitality. Damn, these damn scumbags! After learning about what happened, Li Kun cursed angrily beside him. It turned out that Tang Lingyu, Tang Lingyin, and their sisters were targeted by the scumbags next door from the beginning of the apocalypse. They used to be hooligans who did not do their jobs properly. Before the apocalypse came, they could still behave properly in front of the law. After the apocalypse came, all the rules were broken, and they began to release themselves, and also targeted the two sisters who were not infected. The sisters knew their nature from the beginning, so no matter how eloquent they were not willing to join them. Later, these bastards blocked them in the room, trying to force them to surrender with force and words. During this period, they also forced the door open and tried to attack the two sisters. However, they were blocked outside by the barrier defense. The sun was hanging in the sky. Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin successfully joined the big family. After they finished lunch, they returned to the 8th floor to move things. It happened that 9 or 10 was also a double bedroom. Lu Chuya lived in one room and the two sisters could live in the other. During this period, while everyone was busy, the sky gradually darkened. In a dark environment, people's activity level obviously decreased greatly, and the dark vision would make them timid. However, the zombies gradually became excited, the negative effects disappeared, and their physical fitness also improved. At night, the surviving humans will face greater challenges. After all, if you don't pay attention, you may never see the sun tomorrow. But the zombies around the apartment building where Shu Mu was located seemed to have been almost cleared. For a while, only 1 or 2 zombies came here, smelling the blood. There was no way. There were already several piles of corpses under the building. The blood in the zombies' bodies that had not yet dried up flowed out and gathered together, almost forming a river of blood. The scene was bloody and terrifying. There were many surviving humans around, and they all ran over to watch the excitement. But they didn't watch for long. They couldn't stand the bloody scene and moved their residences farther away. But they didn't dare to go too far away. After all, these seemingly weird creatures, although they were very cruel, were at least slaughtering zombies. And if they lived around, they would no longer be harassed by zombies, and their own safety would be greatly improved. This made them reluctant to escape from here. There were even many bold guys who came close and wanted to try to communicate. Some complained and wanted to ask for shelter. Some looked fierce, relying on their numbers, threatening the shadow servants to restrain themselves a little, and it would be best to provide some material support. However, the shadow servants had no mercy. All the guys with bad intentions were beheaded and thrown on the street as a warning. Those who sought asylum and moral blackmail were all driven away. After all, Shu Mu and others' team was already large enough. If there were more, the food supply would be insufficient. As for some weak and pitiful people, they could live not far from Shu Mu and others. Most of the zombies here had been cleared, and it was very safe. So far, no one has awakened any skills that are particularly good for him to take the initiative to accept into the team. Of course, there may be some, that is, such people are very strong and will not join Shu Mu's team, which already has a big boss. From another perspective, zombies are also a kind of resource. If you rashly join an already strong team, you will face a more serious problem, that is, uneven resource distribution. As a result, Shu Mu's team did not increase. But the safety in the surrounding apartment buildings has been greatly improved. Except for the zombies locked in the room and the zombies on the higher floors, most of the freer zombies were attracted and killed. So as long as you work hard, there is no shortage of food and materials. People with ordinary strength can survive on their own. For some people who don't do good deeds, the shadow servants will not ignore them. After all, Tianying doesn't mind taking out some free time to use his spear to slap them hard on the mouth. When the sky became darker, Shu Mu and others received a small team. "Sorry for bothering you." Shu Mu thanked Yuan Hao and others, and Yuan Hao nodded. "It's okay. Happy cooperation." Yuan Hao and the other four came to the door by themselves. Shu Mu also felt that the piles of corpses next to the apartment building looked very unsightly, and the bloody smell was extremely strong. If it was left behind, it would probably attract some terrifying things. After all, the end of the world cannot be viewed with common sense. All agreed to their cooperation conditions. The shadow servants were standing behind Shu Mu at this time, and the macho zombies were still guarding around the corpses. Among them, Huang Ying came in front of them, and handed them a spear-like blue attribute weapon in his hand. Cooperation requirements. That is, Shu Mu needs their fire element skills to burn these corpses, and they charge a certain amount of hiring money, which is a blue weapon, although it doesn't seem to be very cost-effective. But don't forget where these piles of corpses came from. Kill hundreds of zombies. The weapons that exploded alone filled the equipment column. In addition to fully arming himself and others, there are nearly 7 or 8 blue weapons left, and there are countless green ones. The white Shu Mu didn't have time to look at them. After all, the explosion rate in these 3 days is not low. As long as it is an elite zombie, there is a high probability that a blue attribute weapon will be exploded. It is estimated that the minimum is also a green one. The white people don't care at all. Of course, elite zombies are indeed very powerful for ordinary teams. If you are not careful, it is very likely that the whole army will be destroyed. And Shu Mu doesn't need to care about this at all. The shadow servant is already invincible. So it's not bad to use a blue weapon to solve the problem of the mountain of corpses. As for the mountain of corpses, what can attract zombies? But the problem is that the zombies around seem to have been slaughtered. Every 10 minutes or so, there may be an ordinary zombie coming here. So the efficiency of guarding here has greatly decreased. It's unknown when it will take to reach the next level. So, Shu Mu plans to take everyone to a farther place tomorrow to continue hunting zombies. Sizzle! The flames are getting bigger and bigger. The billowing wolf smoke and the burning stench drifted far away, accompanied by explosions. Everyone who was a little further away frowned. The corpses were pulled to a distant open space to burn. After the flames burned, everyone moved away from this place. It was the shadow servants who carried the corpses and threw them in. After the flames became smaller, a slightly fat man came forward to release the flames. The power of his flames did not seem very strong, just the kind of flames after ordinary wood burned. But his flame had a very high adhesion. The scattered fire points fell on the clothes. In less than a second, it burst into flames. In an instant, it covered the entire body. The burning speed was also very fast. Except for the explosion caused by uneven burning, it burned out in less than a minute or two, leaving only a pile of ashes. Awesome! Shu Mu nodded and couldn't stop praising. It was a pity that such a great talent already had his own team. In the face of his enthusiastic invitation, they also seriously rejected it. The flame continued to burn. It continued to release temperature and light. In the gradually dark world, it was like a pile of bright bonfires. guiding the confused people to keep moving forward. The fire continued to burn for 5 or 6 hours. The time gradually came to around 11 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was already dark. However, this area was bright. Everyone was not sleepy at all, so they stood quietly in the distance and watched. After all, what was burning in the distance was not the wood that brought light to everyone, but the relatives and friends that others missed so much. At this moment, they all felt a little heavy. This end of the world brought too much sadness and separation. Shu Mu, Li Kun, Tang Ling Yu, and Tang Ling Yin were all fine. It was just the first time they saw so many bodies being burned, and everyone felt a little sick. Wang Zhibin looked at the fire in the distance, with a glimmer of tears in his eyes. His wife and daughter had been gently carried out by him when it was just getting dark and buried in the Garden A, little further away from the apartment building. There were still many wild flowers and weeds there. They were not tortured by the end of the world, but just like in the prosperous times, they still stayed there quietly, enjoying the quietness and the breeze that blew from time to time. Wait until all the bodies were burned out. Yuan Ho and the others did not stay any longer, but left silently with the team. As for the ashes left at the original site, Shu Mu directed Tianying and the others to collect them, dig a big pit in the central flower bed farther away, and bury them all in it, and put up a wooden sign next to it. After packing up everything, Shu Mu and others also returned to the 9th floor and went back to their respective rooms to rest. The macho zombies were still guarding downstairs. I don't know where those spider zombies came from. Every night, these guys would crawl out from the dark in dense groups and climb up along the outer wall of the floor and then sneak into each room and attack the people in the room. But Shu Mu's apartment building was unusually quiet. The macho zombies were guarding downstairs, and as soon as there was a spider zombie who didn't know whether to live or die, he would immediately step forward, either slap it into a spider piece or throw an axe and chop it into 2 pieces. Tianying and Diying were guarding in their bedrooms. Shu Mu was very protective of himself, especially after the death of the substitute Shadow. Shadow number 1, renamed, he attached more importance to his protection, even though he has reached level 7 now. All attributes are 7 points, plus the blessing of various equipment. It is much higher than Tianying and his attributes, only slightly worse than the macho zombies, but Shu Mu still arranges shadow servants to protect him. Xuanying guarded the living room. Once a spider zombie appeared, he would draw his sword without hesitation, then kill it in advance and throw it out of the window without dirtying the living room. Huang Ying guarded the living room of 910. After all, the shadow servant was a male shape, so it was not very elegant to protect him in the bedroom, so he guarded in the living room outside. Once something happened, he could provide support in the first time. The doors of the 2 rooms were open. The 2 rooms are opposite to each other. Xuanying and Huang Ying are opposite to each other. If there is any situation on either side, they can provide support immediately, ensuring that everyone has a full sense of security. It takes 200 experience points to reach level 6. It takes 300 experience points to reach level 7. And to reach level 8, it takes 500 experience points. The further you go, the more experience points you need. However, Tianjing and his men are really capable. Since that zombie riot, they have killed more than 300 zombies one after another, which is 3 times the number of zombies before. And the experience points they gained are as high as 500. Among them, there are more than 30 to 40 elite zombies. Now, not only have I reached level 7, but I also have more than 200 experience points in my attribute panel. I only need to kill 100 more zombies to break through to level 8 again. Shu Mu, level 7, 86, 500 experience points. Attributes, Strength 7, 9, Speed 7, 18, Constitution 7, 11, Spirit 7, 8, Gift, Summon, Shadow Servant, Equipment, Lucky Talisman, Weak Spirituality, may save your life at some point. Speed +3, Spider Eye Mask, Weak Sensing, Speed 3 Blue, Ancient Ring, Weak Mental Defense, Constitution +3, Brand New Boots, Speed 3, Constitution, Bloodstained Dagger, Strength 2, Speed 2, Wealth, 966 gold coins. There are 3 pieces of equipment with blue attributes and a bunch of green weapons. Shu Mu was too lazy to bring more, so he just picked 2 at random and stacked the attributes. Shu Mu felt that he was better than ever, especially in terms of speed. He felt that he only needed half a minute to run from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. Of course, the speed increased to the limit will only make his physical strength deplete quickly, but the 11 points of physical strength can support his consumption for a long time. Now, it is not an exaggeration for Shu Mu to say that he is half a Superman, except that he can't fly and his eyes are glowing. It's 12 o'clock. How should I use the full 8 points of mental power? Shu Mu looked at the mental points on the panel and felt for the first time that he was extremely rich. One of the points was left after upgrading to level 7. When the time came, Shu Mu summoned the substitute shadow immediately. This name was changed later. After all, it can die for others, so this name is very suitable. As for shadow number 2, of course it was also renamed. Shu Mu thought about it and couldn't find a suitable name, so he just called it Ghost Shadow. After all, the legendary evil ghost seems to be able to possess others. Do you want to summon other shadow servants? Shu Mu originally wanted to save 10 points of mental power and try to upgrade the shadow servant to level 2, but now it has only 2 points of overall attributes after upgrading to level 2. If you have a full set of weapons and you have more blue equipment, the attributes of each of them can be greatly improved and even reach more than 10 points of overall attributes. That is the strength of Tianying and the others. So this little bit of extra attribute is completely useless. Instead, summoning more shadow servants can not only get more help, but also send them out to kill zombies to get faster upgrade bonuses. And you can also give them gifts. The abilities given by gifts are also strange, but without exception, they are very useful. Shu Mu thought of the weapons in the equipment column. It's useless to summon more shadow servants. Then equip them with weapons to get a group of mature combat power. Maybe in just a few days you will have no problem dominating this apartment complex. Boom! Outside the dark window, from time to time, there was a sudden burst of white. Heavy rain was falling with thunder. The dried blood on the ground was washed away by the rain and gradually faded, but in return the rain turned a light red, which was obviously much better than the clean ground. Swish! A black shadow blended into the dark environment. What is that? In a room with curtains drawn but still a faint light inside, a man swallowed his saliva in fear. However, he still approached the balcony where the sound came from carefully. He held a strange claw-like dagger in his hand. It was very sharp. It also had a slight armor-breaking effect. This was the only green attributed weapon he had obtained, and he was very happy about it for a long time. And now it was time for it to work. The man approached the balcony little by little, but when he opened the curtains and looked out, he found nothing. Only the heavy rain was carried by the strong wind. It hit his face and body with a bang, making him shudder. "What is that?" the man muttered. He closed the window and huddled back into the quilt. There was still a long night tonight, so he had to take a rest. When he rested, he could not enter a deep sleep. Otherwise, who knew if there would be any disgusting things sneaking in tonight? Swish! A shadow servant who entered stealth mode outside the window secretly threw the corpse in his hand into an empty room and left quietly. This was an apartment building close to where Shu Mu and others were, so there were few zombies left inside, and there were only these spider zombies that came from nowhere, which they needed to clean up by themselves. There was no new prey. So much so that the shadow servants, who had just been summoned not long ago and were still fully armed, they had to continue exploring outside, go to those areas that have not been cleaned up yet and hunt those disgusting zombies. In a wealthy community, a wealthy man who was obviously a little chubby snapped and broke the porcelain in his hand. He was sitting on the sofa at the moment. He was a little angry, pointing at a man standing in front of him, and yelled in a bad tone, "I give you so much money every month. Why do I hire you? If you can't even catch an ordinary zombie, what's the use of you? Boss, this is not my fault." The man seemed to want to explain, but in return he was scolded by the rich man. "You are so stupid. I said it clearly, but you just don't understand. I said to catch it. Catch it. But what did you do? I didn't tell you to kill it, understand? The rich man didn't spare any face at all. While cursing, he kicked the man. The man didn't fight back, and didn't even take a picture of the right footprints on his legs. But his face obviously became ugly all of a sudden. His hands clenched, and he seemed to be holding back a lot of anger. What do you want to do? The rich man is not blind. He saw the man's ugly expression at once, but it was precisely because of this that the rich man's scolding became even more unpleasant. You beast, ungrateful bastard. Do you remember? Before the end of the world, I paid to support you, otherwise you would have starved to death on the street. And what are you doing now? Look at what you are doing. Want to hit me? Just try. The rich man cursed, stood up and poked the man in the face. The man's clenched hands loosened. Sorry, boss, it's my fault. Well, the boy is teachable. Humph, if my strength was not enough, I would kill you first. The rich man cursed in his heart, but when he saw the man lowered his head, he nodded with satisfaction on the surface and sat down again. You must catch a few more zombies for me tomorrow, but don't kill them because you hit them too hard, understand? Yes, I understand. The man nodded in response, and just when the rich man wanted to order the man to prepare some food for him, something dangerous seemed to sneak into the villa. Crash! The solid French window was as brittle as paper in front of a hideous monster. Huh? The rich man was startled by the sound. The broken glass shards splashed into the room, making the rich man scream. As for the man next to him, he finally reacted at this time. He shouted softly, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of red light. This red light has an outline and shape. From a distance, it looks like a red windbreaker, but this windbreaker is the embodiment of energy. It can improve the man's various attributes to a certain extent, and his own sense of pain will also be reduced. Roar! Several spider zombies, which are obviously 2 points larger than last night, waved their sharp spider legs, forcing the man in the windbreaker and the rich man to retreat again and again. The rich man was covered in blood. He was held by the back of his neck, still cursing and shouting, "Asshole, asshole! What on earth are you doing? Why would a monster run into my villa? Do you know how expensive these things are? No, you don't know. One of these things is enough to buy you 10 lives. And who told you to run? Come on, knock them all down, let me reap their lives." Facing the accusation of the rich man, the man bit his lip tightly, dodged backwards, and replied helplessly, "Boss, these 3 spider zombies seem to be stronger than the previous zombies. I can't deal with them alone, so what? I don't need a bodyguard who can only run away. Hurry up and don't make excuses." The rich man interrupted him in a very bad tone before the man finished speaking. This time, the man had a gloomy face and said nothing. The 3 spider zombies on the opposite side were getting closer and closer. In addition to the one attacking from the front, the other 2 sandwiched from the left and right sides, as if they wanted to form a triangle and wrap the man and the rich man in the middle. Bang! The spider leg pierced the smooth floor, leaving a small black hole. "What are you doing? Hurry up and protect me." The rich man looked at the sharp spider leg that brushed past his nose. His face turned pale and his legs were shaking. As the rich man moved violently, the man's dodging posture also made a mistake. Puff! The man's chest was stabbed, and it chilled his heart. Cough, cough! The man coughed up blood. But he still endured the pain in his chest and threw the rich man in his hand like a shot put before the spider zombie tore his body apart. Ah! The rich man screamed. The throw just now made him hit the wall first, and then fell to the ground. This time he lost half his life directly, and his whole body was in severe pain. Felt like he was floating in the air, as if he was about to go to heaven. Caca! Although the rich man was thrown out of the battlefield, but the spider zombies didn't let him go at all. The one closest to him gave up on the man and crawled towards him. As for the man, his chest was pierced by the spider's leg, and his momentum dropped by more than half. However, due to his innate ability, he could not feel much pain. Puff! Several blood holes were pierced on the man's body at once, and the red light on his body flickered and soon disappeared. Goodbye? The man wanted to use his ability to be immune to pain to struggle again. But 2 spider zombies surrounded him. After a while, he felt that his body was like a piece of rag, being torn more severely, and his body was gradually getting colder, and the temperature in his body was rapidly dissipating. My name is Shu Mu. I come from a very ordinary family, and I have a well-behaved sister. We used to live a very ordinary life. Until an accident. My parents left us, and later my sister and I depended on each other. I was in good health, so I often did some hard labor and earned a little money. I used part of it to support my sister who was still in high school and saved part of it. I wanted to use the money to travel and see the world, but fate was so unfair. My sister was diagnosed with cancer. Although many people helped us, the cost of cancer and the long treatment time still dragged us down. In order to prevent my sister from leaving me, I had to take risks and cheat in the casino. However, my crude methods still got me caught. They wanted to chop off one of my hands, but I didn't object because it was what I deserved. But what about my sister who stayed in the hospital? Without me, can she still live healthily? Can she still walk in the sun and live like an ordinary girl? I couldn't imagine all this, but I still kept my hand. Just because I looked very strong, and when I was pulling and tugging with them, I showed that I was very strong. So an old rich man took a fancy to me and wanted to hire me to work for him. And I agreed. Not only because he saved me, but also because he paid me a lot. I couldn't refuse. So I worked for the rich man for a year. I did a lot of things for him, many of which were shady. Later, my sister couldn't hold on, and cancer took her life, leaving her forever frozen at the age of 18. And I was still working for the old rich man, just because I was grateful that he gave me more time to accompany my sister. But the old rich man also passed away a year later. Later, I worked for the old rich man's son, the current rich man, but now everything is over. Shu Mu's eyes began to blur. Faintly, he saw a faint light and shadow appear in front of him. It was a girl with a small ponytail, and she seemed to be standing on tiptoe with a smile on her face, timidly greeting him. "Sister, is that you?" Shu Mu could no longer see clearly. Tears were flowing on his face, and his body had turned into a piece of broken rag, torn to pieces on the ground by the disgusting monster. The rich man on the other side also did not escape the bad luck. He was targeted by the spider zombie. He wanted to struggle, but was directly stabbed into a hornet's nest. It was at this time. A belated shadow servant, holding the double-blade weapon in his hand, killed the 3 spider zombies that harmed humans here. The shadow servant would not collect the corpses. After dealing with the zombies, he immediately used the stealth skill to leave. The workload tonight would be very heavy, and he would not waste any time doing meaningless things. However, 2 bodies were ignored here. Not long after he left, he staggered to his feet. "Roar, sister!" A broken zombie stood up tremblingly. In front of it, 2 spider zombies were lying on their backs, which had been chopped into pieces. At this moment, they just became its energy supplement. As for the zombie that also staggered to its feet not far away, it wanted to snatch food from it later. But how could a tattered guy who had been bitten win over it? Not only did it snatch the other blood food, but it also beat up the companion who was fighting for food with it. "Roar! I boss!" Shu Mu stared at the zombie in front of him with bloodshot eyes and ordered, "Prepare some hot water for me. Understand? I want to take a shower and clean this body full of blood." Half an hour later. "Roar, idiot! You can't even do this little thing." Shu Mu kicked the fat zombie in front of him to the ground. "Roar, what's the use of you? You can't even do this little thing." The zombie that was kicked to the ground roared and struggled to get up. However, facing the companion in front of him who was obviously more intelligent, it didn't have much resistance. Perhaps among the zombies, high intelligence represents high level, high bloodline, and high potential, which is unattainable for ordinary zombies like it. The heavy rain was still pouring down. The whole world was washed well, and the air was a little turbid. The dust in the sky was brought to the ground, but it was followed by a wave of dampness and coldness. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. 99% of the surviving humans all suffered from insomnia this night. In other words, they didn't dare to fall into a deep sleep. After all, there were many disgusting guys who came to attack last night, and most of the people who were sleeping soundly could never wake up again. So not many people dared to sleep well tonight. Without exception, They were all very sleepy and would rather sit crookedly on the bed than relax their vigilance. However, their vigilance seemed to be mostly in vain this night, because most of the survivors who lived alone were not attacked by spider zombies tonight. On the contrary, those who lived in groups of 2 or more people were attacked by the enhanced version of spider zombies tonight, and it seemed to be affected by the number of people. The more people gathered, the more spider zombies came to attack tonight. Therefore, this night, many people quietly integrated into this big family of zombies. Today's cold wind slightly froze my hands, especially the wet ground when evaporating. It also took away a lot of heat, making the temperature in the morning always cold and humid. The heavy rain last night lasted for a long time. Not only did it make everyone's sleep quality in the second half of the night very sweet, it also dispersed the dull, depressing, and faint smell of blood in the air and turned it into a fragrance from the soil. This is the 3rd day of the end of the world. In the early morning, Shu Mu rarely heard the zombies roaring in his ears, but Li Kun was so energetic that he insisted on playing card games with everyone last night. Several girls were quite interested, so Shu Mu and Wang Jibin, 2 grown men, didn't want to spoil their fun and played with them for a while. Later, they talked about telling ghost stories. Everyone ran to the rooftop and lit a bonfire. While talking about their dreams, they listened to Li Kun telling ghost stories with interest. Tang Lingyu was frightened and pale, but her sister was very interested. Her bright eyes were very beautiful under the illumination of the bonfire. As for Liu Chuya, she even stole the show. She told some stories that happened in the school, especially in the girls' dormitory. Last night, Shu Mu couldn't sleep all night. In addition to turning over from time to time and checking the growing experience in the attribute panel, he also planned the destination that everyone was going to explore today, Huaimu University. This is the only university in Shu Mu's city. He graduated from this university. Now that he has a certain strength, Shu Mu will definitely not sit back and watch his alma mater suffer a disaster, and the school has the most students, so he wants to rescue. In fact, last night 2 shadow servants were sent by him to clean up the school, but in the second half of the night, one of the shadow servants suddenly died, the 2 who went to the school, and the remaining one couldn't stand the serious injuries. Shu Mu received the message when it was slightly light. There are big guys inside. He immediately attached great importance to this school. Support must go, but it will not be just 2 ordinary shadow servants. Instead, he brought his core combat forces, Heaven and Earth, with him. The macho zombies still had more than 3 hours to use, which was just the right time to use their spare strength. Brothers, get up! As soon as the sun rose, Li Kun got up early and called everyone to get up. I didn't expect your cooking skills were quite good. Liu Chia held the egg custard in her hand and praised Li Kun beside her. That's right. Li Kun looked up with pride. It was a rare opportunity to show his cooking skills to the girls, so he got up early this morning and prepared delicious egg custard for everyone. Well, not bad. Wang Jibin ate a spoonful of egg custard and agreed with its taste. Shu Mu, who was standing next to him, also enjoyed the egg custard happily, plus a piece of bread and milk. Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyan ate very little, but in addition to the egg custard, they also ate a few fruits. At present, everyone has a lot of food stored. At least now, everyone can freely choose breakfast in the morning, and there is no shortage of bread and milk. There are also several baskets of raw eggs, which can fully support everyone's squandering for a few days. Okay, let's go. After everyone finished breakfast, Shu Mu equipped the unarmed girls with weapons and led everyone to set off. Someone must stay at the Shu Mu called back 2 shadow servants. With their fully equipped attributes, they are enough to drive away anyone who has bad intentions or sneaks in. The apartment building where everyone is located is a residential area in the east of the city, and Huaimu University is located in the west of the city. It is a little far away. Everyone drove 2 cars directly out of the parking space of the apartment building. As for where the car keys came from, yesterday, when everyone was looting the floors, they collected several bunches of keys, including the car keys of the residents in the apartment building. Everyone fumbled for a long time. There were also 2 ordinary zombies who didn't know whether to live or die, staggering towards everyone. However, the muscular zombie who had been guarding on the side opened his big hands, grabbed a head with one hand, and performed a shoulder throw like a mountain falling on top of the head. Pa! The two poor little zombies turned into a blood-red picture. Ah! Tang Lingyu was obviously frightened. She was very afraid of this fierce-looking muscular zombie from the beginning. Even after knowing that he was one of them, she was still very afraid of him, not to mention that this guy was very cruel every time he attacked, and this blood-red miserable scene made her face pale again in an instant. Tang Lingyin's face was also not good, but she was a little bolder than her sister, but she was a little uncomfortable. Lu Chuya was not in any condition at all. She accepted it better than Li Kun and even went to comfort Tang Lingyu. Ahem, Shu Mu coughed. Next time, keep these disgusting guys away and don't make it so bloody. We have girls here. It's not good to scare them. Shu Mu gave orders to the shadow servants in his heart, including the big fool in front of him. Roar! The muscular zombie lowered his head slightly. Grabbing the half-remaining body in his hand, he ran to a dark corner where no one could see and threw it away. But the blood-red marks in front of him were still very conspicuous. But fortunately, after everyone got in the car, they left here quickly. 6 people in 2 cars, a Volkswagen and a Land Rover. Wang Zhibin was in the first car, and Shu Mu was sitting in the co-pilot. Liu Chuya was sitting in the back. There was also Diying, who was guarding him closely. Next to him, Tianying and Xuanying were standing on the roof. The car behind was a Land Rover. Li Kun was sitting in the driver's seat. The sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin were sitting in the back. Huang Ying was sitting in the passenger seat, and on the roof sat a big guy, a muscular zombie that was almost 3 meters tall. Let's go! Let's go! Seeing that the Volkswagen had already driven away, Li Kun quickly started the car and followed. Boss, slow down, wait for me. Li Kun opened the car window and leaned out to shout. He also wanted to drive faster, but the big guy on the roof seemed too heavy. So he didn't dare to drive too fast, for fear of encountering an emergency and having to brake suddenly. At that time, it is very likely to roll over in other dangerous situations. It doesn't matter if he gets injured, but there are 2 girls sitting in the back. So he tried to suppress his restless mood and drive the car steadily. Boom! The horsepower of the car was driven to the maximum. Li Kun's face turned red, and his hands tightly grasped the steering wheel. Roar! Roar! My lord's order! Just run over it! The macho zombie sitting on the roof suddenly shouted a few minutes later. Li Kun was surprised at first. It turned out that this big guy could speak human language, and it seemed that his intelligence was not low. Then his car drove on the road until not long after, a group of densely packed ordinary zombies appeared in front of him, crowded on the side of the road. No one knew what they were doing, but they blocked his way. Go! Li Kun stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Land Rover rumbled in an instant, and the speed increased rapidly. After a while, the group of zombies blocking the front were knocked away and crushed under the car. Exciting! Li Kun leaned out and shouted loudly. Feeling the growing experience points in his panel, he felt excited. As a qualified car lover, he dreamed many times of driving a car on the road. But in reality, he didn't dare to ruin his car like this, and he didn't have a car, so this gave him great satisfaction. As for Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin, they were not excited. But the end of the world has come. They have also seen all kinds of bloody scenes and those disgusting zombies, so this kind of fright did not cause them much fluctuation. In front, Shu Mu and others' Volkswagen also rushed all the way. If you want to run from the east to the west, you have to pass through the center of the city, which is the most central commercial district. The flow of people there is very large, so much so that after the end of the world there are the most zombies left there. And the density of elite monsters is also very huge. Even if the 2 cars are running rampant, knocking away or crushing the ordinary zombies blocking the road. But when encountering some special elite zombies, the vehicles still have to try to avoid or stop the car to deal with them. Roar! The moment the car stopped, the macho zombie was like a hero descending from the sky. The blood-red axe in his hand split the meat mountain zombie blocking the road in half from top to bottom. Awesome, macho brother! Li Kun in the car screamed. The bodyguards arranged by the boss for them are really awesome. Except for being a little heavy, everything else is just good. He didn't need to do anything to deal with the elite zombies encountered along the way. Not to mention the two girls. Just sit quietly in the car and wait for the battle outside to end. Brother Macho, sit tight. I'm going to drive. After Lee Kun and the other macho zombies devoured the bodies of the Meat Mountain zombies that blocked the road, they started the car again. The boss and his friends had disappeared from his sight, but he knew the location of Mu University. After all, he also graduated from this university, and there were traces of rampage along the way, so he was not afraid of losing them. It was obvious. The boss and his friends were also driving violently. The group drove for about an hour. In fact, most of the time was spent on clearing obstacles on the road. Otherwise, everyone could reach the school gate earlier. There are too many zombies in the central business district, and we can't clean them up. Let's get rid of the zombies in this school first. Shu Mu saw all the conditions around him along the way. Among them, since leaving his own community, he has seen many zombies wandering on the road along the way. In fact, several areas around the apartment community were cleaned up by the shadow servants last night. But the area outside is too large, and the area has never been cleaned up along the way. And it's a dense area. So along the way, all the zombies running over were attracted by the roar of their vehicles. But these guys couldn't catch up with the speed of their vehicles, and except for the elite zombies, they were always left far behind the cars. Tianying put away the bloody spear in his hand. Just now, he carried the weapon to deal with several elite zombies that chased him. This is a very thin and small zombie like a stick, but the stick zombie runs very fast. Although its other attributes are not high, it can chase their car all the way to the gate of Mu University. Swish! Lee Kun stopped handsomely and stopped steadily behind Shu Mu and others. Boss, how long have you been here? Lee Kun opened the car door and got out of the car, swinging his arms and asking curiously. Not long, just 5 minutes. Shu Mu shrugged, pointed to the closed door, and said, Did you see the figure in the security booth? The dedicated security uncle was not spared. Now if we want to go in, we have to deal with it first. Lee Kun squinted his eyes and looked at it. It seems to be true, huh? No, boss, you don't mean to let me deal with him alone, right? Lee Kun seemed to react and turned to look at him in confusion. Shu Mu nodded. Yes, it's you. Although the more zombies he slaughtered, the more experience he gained, the faster his level would break through, and the more shadow servants he summoned in the early stage. But as a mature team, it is definitely not enough for one person to be strong. He still has to improve the strength of Lee Kun and others. After it is improved to a certain level, I can continue to collect experience, and when I reach a new level, I can cultivate their level again so that I can do both. No way, boss, I'm just an auxiliary. How can I fight him? Lee Kun showed a pitiful look. He could only summon a big shield to resist beating. Apart from that, he had no advantage to fight zombies. But Shu Mu glared. If you equip all the weapons I gave you, its attributes will exceed 10 points. And the zombie on the opposite side, although it is also an elite zombie, its overall attributes are only about 5 points. You are twice as strong as it. Can't you crush it? It seems so. Lee Kun thought so, and his confidence came immediately. Hey, boss, I'll be back soon, and I guarantee to kill it without leaving a single piece of armor. Lee Kun held a shield in one hand and a big knife in the other, and walked towards the gate arrogantly with the steps of a duck. Everyone stared curiously. Tianying quietly turned into a black shadow and followed closely behind him. Lee Kun was not afraid at all. After knowing that his physical attributes were very strong, he stepped forward and hit the wall of the security booth without stopping. The wall collapsed with a bang. The confused zombies inside were knocked down by the collapsed wall. Boom! A cloud of dust was raised. The security booth was not high to begin with. It was just a small iron shed with some small bricks, so it was not very strong. The security booth collapsed with a bang. The dust that rose all over the sky blocked everyone's vision. Roar! The security zombies that were pressed under the wall rushed out of the ruins and pounced on Lee Kun, who was still a little confused. Ah, damn! Lee Kun was startled and quickly raised the shield in his hand to block the zombies' attack. He pushed it forward with force. Everyone was speechless when they saw all this. You cut him! Is the weapon in your other hand just for show? Lee Kun seemed to have come to his senses at this time, with one hand holding the shrunken shield for defense, and with the other hand holding the knife and slashing forward randomly. The security zombie held a security stick in his hand. At the beginning, he could still fight back and forth a few times, but with the strength of Lee Kun, the idiot, he suppressed the opponent all the way in just 2 hits and soon hacked him to death. Huh? So weak? Lee Kun was shocked. You are a useless guy. You can't seize the opportunity you are given. Haha, noob! Lee Kun grabbed the weapon in his hand, turned around proudly, and shouted to everyone, Boss, look, I killed this guy. Don't show off. Come back quickly. Wait a while. The noise here will attract other big guys. Shu Mu looked at the guy's show-off look and threatened. Huh? Lee Kun believed it and ran back in 2 hits. I'm awesome, right? Lee Kun said to the girls in the team. What's so proud of killing a zombie? Boss, we killed a whole area of zombies yesterday. Liu Chia responded with disdain. She had heard Lee Kun show off the danger of the zombie tide yesterday. Hey, awesome! Tang Lingyin actually spoke up to praise him, so that Lee Kun would not be embarrassed. Shu, brother, are there a lot of big guys in here? Tang Lingyu noticed the key point in Shu Mu's words and asked curiously. Yeah. Shu Mu nodded and pointed to the closed automatic door. As a local university, there are tens of thousands of students in Huaimu University. And the security guard at the entrance has already become an elite zombie, not to mention the dense number of zombies inside. They must have devoured a lot of blood food when the apocalypse just broke out. There are a lot of big guys in there. After that, everyone's face changed and Shu Mu did not explain too much but silently gave instructions in his heart. Roar! The muscular zombie roared. He quickly passed the crowd. He came to the closed gate and smashed a closed automatic door violently. However, the entrance of an automatic door was still too narrow for its size. So he chopped the automatic door's device into pieces in 2 strokes. Then he walked into the school gate with a swagger. Follow me. Shu Mu followed everyone 1 step behind. Di Ying was among the crowd. If there was an emergency, he could summon the shadow shield to protect everyone in the first time. Tian Ying, Xuan Ying, and Huang Ying were guarding the periphery. In this way, if zombies were attracted to the left, right, and back, they would first have to step over them before they could reach Shu Mu and others. As for the front, the muscular zombie was enough. He alone could stop thousands of people. No little Karami could get past him. Look, everyone just stepped over the school gate. I saw that the macho zombie walking in front of me had already started fighting with a group of small zombies. To be precise, it should be a one-sided crushing. Bang! The giant axe, which was as tall as a person, not only chopped a small Karami into 2 pieces on the spot, but also smashed it on the floor with all the remaining force, cracking the floor. The macho zombie seemed to be still not satisfied, and directly threw away the axe, clenched his fists with both hands, and suddenly spun like a big windmill. The small zombies that rushed over from all around would be injured if they were touched, and would be disabled if they were touched. After he ran out of strength, the macho zombie held a zombie's head in one hand and used it as a weapon. He swung it and knocked down other zombies. Roar! The zombies behind him quickly filled the position. The dense swarm of zombies surrounded the macho zombie and rushed over, trying to bite the strong muscles on his body with their sparse teeth. The density of zombies in the campus was really high. Although it was unknown why there was only 1 elite security guard at the school gate, the campus was full of dense, wandering zombies. When they saw the macho zombie walking into the campus, carelessly, they immediately started to riot like crazy, pushing and shoving and staggering towards him. Roar! Die! The macho zombies were all killing madly, grabbing the big axe in their hands and playing the windmill again, like mowing grass, chopping down the zombies around them. The people who were a little further away stopped and looked at the rioting zombies in the distance, secretly swallowing their saliva. Brother Macho, awesome! Lee Kun was simply stunned. I wish I could transform into him and fight my way in and out of the zombies. Unfortunately, with his auxiliary skills, it was good enough to fight a zombie head-on. If there were 2 more, He was afraid that he would be in a mess. Heavy cut, not to mention the stunned people. At Shu Mu's signal, Wang Zhibin had walked out of the team alone, ran to the periphery, and attacked a lone zombie. Wang Zhibin awakened an attack-type skill. Naturally, he had to be trained first. After that, there must be the silly boy Li Kun. His shield is pretty good, although it doesn't have any damage, but the frontal defense is the best among everyone. The three women are naturally the same. Their respective abilities are also pretty good. Otherwise, they would not be included in the team. Liu Qia's ability is also very strong, but she herself doesn't know that Shu Mu vaguely saw something last night and guessed her awakened ability. Everyone hid at the back. It's just, even if the macho zombies attracted all the firepower, there were still some wandering little harami on the periphery, which would suddenly turn their attention to them. However, when they ran over excitedly, what they got was not the blood food they had been thinking about, but a bright, big knife or long spear. They didn't run 2 steps. Their heads were chopped off or their bodies were pierced. What does it mean to have tens of thousands of zombies? When they were alive, they were all living students who loved to study, but now they have become monsters covered in blood and emitting a foul smell. At a glance, the whole school is filled with such monsters. If it were someone else, faced with such a horrible scene, they would probably stop at the school gate and dare not step in. Shu Mu and the others were leisurely hiding at the school gate, sitting in several intact security booths, resting and watching the excitement. I need to go to the hospital today, so I'll take a leave for 1 chapter and make it up tomorrow. Thick face, please collect and recommend. Thank you very much. Zombies are also a potential resource, and Huaimu University is a resource point with rich resources at this time. In addition to the 2 shadow servants who were guarding the base, even the 4 shadow servants who went to explore other places were called back by Shu Mu and asked to sneak in from the back door of the school, especially focusing on cleaning up the zombies in several dormitories. After all, if there are still survivors, the possibility is the greatest in the dormitories. There are still too many zombies outside. If you want to train teammates, you still have to wait for the tough zombies and Tianying to deal with most of the zombies first. Shu Mu arranged for everyone to evacuate temporarily. There were more and more zombies rioting around. Moreover, there are many elite zombies mixed in. Unlike the previous 2 days and yesterday, today is the 3rd day of the early apocalypse, and the overall strength of the zombies has also been improved to a certain extent. For example, the ordinary zombies that were originally very weak have now all evolved to level 3, not to mention those elite zombies. The attribute values of their 2 levels have reached about 10 points. The level of the Meat Mountain zombies that were terrifying at the beginning has not changed, which undoubtedly greatly reduces the difficulty of cleaning up the school. Moreover, Tianying and his men are all equipped with blue attributes, and the superimposed attributes alone have reached about 20 points, so there is no problem dealing with these guys. But the number is too much. With the 5 of them, it is difficult to resist all the zombies. After all, the number of zombies in this school is nearly tens of thousands, so in order to avoid getting into trouble, everyone still withdrew from the school. Brother Mengnan, it's awesome. Everyone sat in a store opposite the school. This should have been a commercial street before. There were shops all around that were open or closed, but they were all empty, with only a dozen zombies still wandering around, who were easily killed by Wang Zhibin. Inside the school, Tianying and the others worked together. The weapons in their hands were all replaced with spears or lances that were easy to attack. The zombies that were attracted around them were stabbed into a hornet's nest by the spears before they could get close to them, and then thrown back into the zombie group, hitting a group of zombies. Of course, even if the shadow servants formed a circle and kept stabbing the zombies that rushed over from the surroundings, they could not catch up with the speed of the zombies surrounding them. They stepped on the corpses of their companions. Some jumped down from above, and some crawled out from the pile of corpses. Some even flew down from overhead like eagle monsters. Their claws were very sharp, and once they were caught by it, it would be a bloody cut. And every time at this time, another figure like a small mountain will appear. The axe in his hand, like the sickle in the hands of a farmer, cuts down a group of zombies in front of him. Even the elite monster is just a small guy in front of him, not to mention the original Meat Mountain zombie. This time for him, it is just a food that is slightly bigger than his body. One punch can punch through the belly of the Meat Mountain zombie. This is just one-sided power. The attributes of the macho zombie are all capped. Along the way, he devoured the flesh and blood of many Meat Mountain zombies. I don't know what his hobby is, but he is only interested in Meat Mountain zombies. However, this also led to a rapid improvement in his physical fitness, and it was an all-round improvement. 30 points of strength attribute made him like One Punch Man. Any zombie that was hit by his punch would be blown into pieces of meat on the spot. Even the thickest Meat Mountain zombie would be punched through the abdomen in front of him. And if he was a little unlucky and was hit in the head, his upper body would be blown up directly. Coupled with the same outrageous speed, he was like a black whirlwind in the zombie group. Wherever he passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. He alone could catch up with the number of people killed by the other 4 shadow servants. Not to mention that he had the leisure time to pick up the bodies of the Meat Mountain zombies he killed and devour them during the battle. This made his momentum even more terrifying. But it seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. The size of the macho zombie had not increased for a long time, but the overall height was now close to 3 meters, which was half a head shorter than the Meat Mountain zombie. The faster the zombies were slaughtered, the faster Shu Mu's experience increased. Last night, Shu Mu's level has reached level 7, and in the experience column there are nearly 300 experience points and only need another 200 points to break through to level 8. After the refresh at midnight last night, he summoned 8 shadow servants. One of them is a resurrected substitute. He will merge into his own shadow so that his life has an extra layer of protection. So there is no need to calculate. As for the other 7 summoned shadow servants, he sent them out, again in the second half of the night, to hunt zombies in other communities. Last night, many spider zombies also refreshed, and the level has also reached level 3. After each one is killed, Shu Mu also brings 3 points of experience. In addition, each shadow servant was dispersed, so each of them killed more than 30 or 40 zombies. This included elite zombies and the like. In total, they killed nearly 200 zombies, bringing more than 700 experience points. 2 of them came to this school. However, one of them seemed to have encountered some kind of particularly strong leader zombie and was killed. The other one was lucky and returned with news, so these 2 shadow servants did not kill many zombies last night. However, it was enough for Shu Mu to break through to level 8. To break through to level 9, 800 experience points are needed again. If I need so much experience points on the first day of the apocalypse, it would really give me a headache for a long time. But now... Shu Mu looked at the dense group of zombies in the campus, and a farmer's harvest-like smile appeared on his face. 100 experience points need to kill 33 ordinary zombies to get, and 300 experience points require 100 zombies. Now, there are tens of thousands of zombies in the school. After all, 90% of humans are infected and become zombies, which is no joke. In addition, many people were bitten to death or scratched before the 3 days of the apocalypse began, and thus were also infected and became zombies. So the number of remaining survivors will be reduced. But no matter what, this school is a huge experience treasure house. Shu Mu just lost his mind, and his experience bar increased by 100 points. The 300 points of experience that are still missing to reach level 9 have actually been broken through at the beginning. Now it's time to reach level 10. It takes 1,000 points of experience to reach level 10. Well, there are only 333 ordinary zombies, mixed with some elite zombies, so only nearly 300 zombies are needed. And Tianying and his combat power is far higher than the average level of zombies. Almost one small Karami appeared at a time. With everyone's combined efforts to kill, the zombies fell like straw, and Shu Mu's experience points increased rapidly. Less than 10 minutes after the battle began, the battlefield was already full of people, and countless zombies fell under the sharp blade. Shu Mu's experience increased rapidly, and soon he reached level 10. Character Shu Mu, level 10, 12, 2000 experience. Attributes, Strength 10, 12, Speed 10, 21, Constitution 14, Spirit 10, 3. Talent, Gift Hill. Summon, Shadow Servanted. Wealth, 2,992 gold coins. Achievements, none, coming soon. The equipment did not increase too much, and it was still the same as before. Only the basic attributes increased with the increase of level. But a new column of achievements appeared. Shu Mu looked at the achievements that had not yet been opened and was a little confused. But he couldn't care less for the time being. He looked at the fact that he needed 2,000 experience points to reach the next level, and he didn't have much psychological fluctuation in his heart. After all, what he had in front of him was a treasure trove of experience points, a mountain of experience points waiting for him to keep digging, so 2,000 experience points were nothing to mention. Huaimu University's ranking was very grand. In addition to the school name carved on a huge horizontal marble, a distance in front of the gate, as soon as you enter the school gate, you will see a huge automatic fountain. Originally, there were some ornamental fish in the water. But in the early years, I don't know which student had a sudden idea and threw a coin into the water, probably wanting to wish that he would pass the exam. From then on, things began to get out of control. In the school, it didn't take long for the word to spread that this automatic fountain was a wishing pool that could fulfill people's wishes. Of course, no one believed this at all. After all, this is a world dominated by science. Who would believe in metaphysics? It's just okay to ask for a good start. Gradually, the ornamental fish in the automatic fountain disappeared and turned into silver coins. They looked shiny and beautiful under the sunlight and water surface. At first, the school cleaned it several times and solemnly announced that it was a fountain, not a wishing pool, and hoped that students would not throw coins into the fountain in the future. But no one listened. Or maybe this thing can't be stopped at all. Whenever the school has an exam, students often gather around the wishing pool to make a pious wish and throw the coins in their hands, letting them flip under the sunlight and slowly sink to the bottom of the water. Of course, there are also students who are just beginning to fall in love. In the middle of the night, with the bright moonlight behind them, they make sincere wishes here. Later, the school didn't care about it anymore. Perhaps they also felt that the wishing pool had a better meaning than the fountain. At most every 3 months, they would call a special person to deal with the coins in the pool and publicly count the value. On Valentine's Day, they would buy some beautiful flowers to decorate the campus the next day. Gradually, this became a tradition of this university. But later, suddenly, there was a little life in the wishing pool. I don't know which senior released it. It was a little turtle. It was only the size of a palm, but it became the school's favorite without exception. Every student in the school liked this one very much. Every time they made a wish, the little turtle would lie on the central stone platform and bask in the sun lazily. Even, students in the school spontaneously created a club to protect the wishing turtle. In addition to feeding healthy and reasonable turtle food, the daily task is to send someone to record its physical condition every day, to ensure that it can grow up healthily. The little turtle doesn't understand this. However, after a long time of companionship, it also knows that these two-legged animals are very good, can get along. Every day it will massage, bathe, and feed it. Although these two-legged animals will change every once in a while as time goes by, it also likes them very much, even regards them as ignorant juniors. Every day, he would quietly listen to them muttering something incomprehensible to him. Some of them would sneak to the wishing well in the middle of the night, stroking his shell and throwing a silver stone into it. He didn't like these stones very much. They were too hard and uncomfortable. But when he lay on the stone slab under the statue during the day, he liked the light reflected by these shiny stones. This was the most comfortable time of the day for him. Later, he got older and older. His speed became slower and slower, and he became less and less active every day. He always felt that time passed quickly, but he still liked this leisurely life. He liked to lie quietly on the stone slab and bask in the sun. Then he would listen to those young students mumbling in his ears. He thought he would spend his whole life like this. But one day later, there was suddenly an unpleasant smell of blood and strange roars in the quiet school. And those usually quiet and well-behaved students also screamed miserably, which made him very upset. It swam across the pool with great effort, trying to climb up the stone fence outside, wanting to see what happened to those lovely juniors. However, it had little strength, and the fence was too high, so it really couldn't climb up. It gradually sank to the bottom of the water. It thought about struggling and tried to climb up, but no matter how many times it tried, it would slide down by the green moss on the stone wall. Plop! A turtle the size of a basin. Unable to bear the force, it fell backwards again and fell into the pool. The splashing water wet the surrounding stone walls with dense scratches. This time it was completely quiet and fell heavily under the pool. It didn't know what happened, but it clearly understood that these juniors needed its help, but it couldn't help at all. It really couldn't figure it out and didn't understand what it should do. And in the next 2 days, the school was unusually quiet. No students ran past it frolicking. No one came to it quietly in the middle of the night to pray seriously. No one would throw a silver coin in front of it. Under the wishing well, the thin layer of stacked coins never grew again. Level 11 breakthrough was also very fast. Shu Mu excitedly summoned 4 shadow servants in one breath. From level 7 to level 11, he had endured not summoning, and now Tianjing and the others seemed to have fallen into a state of exhaustion, because the ordinary zombies in the front seemed to have been slaughtered, and the ordinary zombies in the back couldn't squeeze in, because the front was already surrounded by elite zombies. Although the overall attributes of these elite zombies were much weaker than Tianjing and the others, the large number still made them a little overwhelmed. It just so happened that he still had the spirit points from the upgrade. Then summon all the shadow servants. Shu Mu also equipped them with various blue attribute weapons at the first time and armed them from head to toe. Their overall attributes instantly reached nearly 20 points. They immediately became a new powerful force in the team. When this shadow servant received the order, after slightly bowing to Shu Mu to show obedience, they immediately used the stealth skill to ensure that they could grasp every minute and every second, arrive at the battlefield at the first time, and support their kind. Shadow servants have high intelligence. At least after summoning the first Tianying, Shu Mu has already felt Tianying's intelligence and spirituality will continue to increase with the growth of time. Even the spirituality of the shadow servants summoned later has also improved a lot. Especially among this group of summoned shadow servants, there is a shadow servant who sacrificed last night, so he obviously showed a higher spirituality than the other 3. But he will definitely remain 100% loyal to Shu Mu. At most, with his insights and Shu Mu's training of him, he will have his own self-awareness and his personality will be slightly different. For example, Tianying looks more majestic than the others. Even Diying, Xuanying, Huangying, and even the ghost who was summoned later all respect him. Among them, Dang also obviously has a stronger sense of protection. He does not have the passion for fighting like Tianying, Xuanying, and Huangying, but is more keen to guard by his side. Of course, now is the time to need combat power, so Shu Mu has no choice but to send him up. Huangying should be due to his skills. Shu Mu always thinks that he has the potential to be the 6th brother. He prefers smaller weapons. For example, daggers, hidden knives, and the like. He likes to take advantage of the opponent's carelessness to wipe off the opponent's neck. But facing the zombies who are not afraid of wiping their necks, he can only attack in a big way. Huangying is more violent. He always likes to chop off the zombie's head with a knife and then kick its head like a ball. As for the last ghost, well, he has the potential to be a funny guy. I don't know if it's the original personality of the macho zombie he controls or what's going on, but this guy is addicted to fighting and he has a lot of tricks. He turned into a black whirlwind for a while. He smashed all the zombies that approached him to pieces. Then he learned from the kung fu masters in the movies. He mainly punched and kicked. The zombies opposite him were a bit miserable. Even the Meat Mountain zombies couldn't stand his punches and kicks, not to mention that he was holding a man-high axe in his hand. The sharpness, coupled with the characteristics that can increase his strength. He simply has the momentum of a man standing alone against 10,000 men. He killed the zombies that surrounded him and knocked them down one by one. The strong smell of blood spread far and wide. This also caused the zombies in the whole school to indirectly smell the blood here and approach here. As a result, the number of zombies gathered at the school gate is increasing, and the passage at the school gate is very spacious. Normally, there is no problem in accommodating several vehicles to pass through at the same time. But facing so many zombies, the strong male zombie, together with Tian, Di, Xuan, Huang, and the 4 shadow servants who came later, blocked it abruptly. However, there were also unexpected situations. Roar! Behind the zombies, a giant zombie with a body size of nearly 5 meters appeared. Its whole body was very strange, just like a deformed product of a bunch of ordinary zombies superimposed and fused together. The body shape was very similar to the Meat Mountain zombie. It was a whole sphere, but it was full of dense, stretched arms and a hideous face printed on the skin, with disgusting saliva flowing out of its mouth. It looked very uncomfortable and made people lose their minds. It's a commander-level monster. Shu Mu took the telescope from Li Kun and thought of the faint blue light in the eyes of the newly appeared monster. After this period of research, he found that the eyes of ordinary zombies were just white, without other colors. In the eyes of elite zombies, besides the white of their eyes, there is also a faint green light. They do look a little smarter than ordinary zombies. The green in the eyes of the leader zombies has turned blue. However, the only leader zombie discovered so far is the Meat Mountain zombie. Besides its thick skin and strong recovery ability, its IQ is 0 and its movement speed is slow, which is a clear disadvantage. However, for ordinary people, this obvious disadvantage is not something they can challenge, at least not yet. Therefore, the Meat Mountain zombie is a disaster for ordinary survivors, who can only avoid confronting it head-on by running away and hiding. But now it is different. There is a new leader-level zombie, the Stitched Zombie. Roar! The tough zombie also noticed its opponent. He quickly stepped forward, while stepping on the ordinary zombie in front of him. Still waving the axe in his hand, he chopped at the Stitched Zombie. The target was the several faces on its waist. After all, this guy was too big. Even if the size of the macho zombie increased again and again, it was still only convenient to attack its waist, and this axe was embedded directly in it. The Stitched Zombie seemed to want to use its densely packed arms to resist, but they were chopped off one by one under the sharp axe, and the axe was completely chopped into its waist, causing it huge and heavy damage in an instant. Roar! The Stitched Zombie made a deafening roar. The macho zombie didn't care, stepped forward, clenched his fist, and gave it a rising punch. With a bang, the Stitched Zombie, which was twice as big as him, was hit by his punch, causing its head to explode and even the whole body to be several centimeters off the ground. However, it fell backwards heavily, crushing the zombies behind it to death. Puff! The macho zombie raised his axe. Under the sunlight above his head, he was like a giant splitting the sky and cut off the half-missing head on the spot, ending its life. I did what I said and completed yesterday's chapter. Is it too much to ask for a collection? Tianying and his men are still fighting. For other people, a few hours of high-intensity fighting is enough to make them tired. But the shadow servants don't have this shortcoming. They are natural war machines. They don't get tired, don't need to rest, don't feel pain, and being injured doesn't affect their battles. This characteristic is simply a dimensionality reduction attack for zombies in a large supermarket on the commercial street. Boss, I have to go again? Li Kun had a bitter face. He really didn't want to deal with that disgusting monster. An old woman with dirty white hair curled up in the corner of the store. Well, it looks fine, but the face of this zombie is not a human face, but a combination of a cat and a dog. The left half is a cat face. The two cats have dull eyes, and the half-open cat mouth reveals sharp teeth. The left half is a dog face. The face is full of wrinkles, but the eyes that are vaguely exposed are red, as if it has some disease, full of crazy emotions. When they first saw it, Everyone thought it had two animal heads. Kunzi, go quickly, after all, this guy is coming for you. Shu Mu shook his head and told him not to waste time. He didn't know what kind of physique Li Kun had that could attract this kind of zombie to follow them stealthily. Of course, everyone is not a rookie. They found this guy following them early in the morning. It just so happened that everyone was bored waiting. With the idea of clearing this commercial street, they led it step by step to this big supermarket and then forced it into a clothing noodle shop. The old woman with a strange face is very strange. Obviously, Shu Mu and others, any one of them can scare it away, but it still insisted on following everyone. Only when Li Kun approached it, this guy would not run away, and even showed him a creepy smile. Heh, found you. The weird-faced old woman laughed. Li Kun, who had just approached a little bit, instantly got goosebumps all over his body and shouted, "What do you mean you found me? I don't know you. What do you want to do?" The weird-faced old woman did not respond, but just rolled her weird eyes. "Let me eat you, eat you." It suddenly exerted force on its feet and pounced on Li Kun. Madman! Li Kun was dumbfounded, but he did not retreat, but grabbed the shield and pushed it directly, pushing the weird-faced old woman back. The weird-faced old woman turned around. She grabbed a piece of clothing hanging very high and wanted to run out from the top through the door. It seemed to realize that it was difficult to deal with everyone. "How dare you?" Wang Zhibin at the door shouted. He would not let any zombie run away from him. The weapon in his hand turned into a spear with a longer attack range. He used all his strength to perform a heavy slash, and the rows of clothes hangers hanging in the air were all cut into two by his attack. The weird-faced old woman screamed, and the noodle shop was stained with blood on the spot. "Tang Lingyan, you did a great job." Shu Mu praised the girls in the team without hesitation. I saw the blood spilled from above. In the end, it only fell half a meter above their heads and was blocked by a thin layer of objects like a transparent barrier and slid to the side. No. Tang Lingyan stuck out her tongue playfully and hid beside her sister. She was a relatively well-behaved girl, and Shu Mu was quite fond of her ability. And this little girl was also very beautiful. Today she wore the same white dress as her sister, and she was very curious about everything around her along the way. The most important thing was that she and her sister could endure the nausea and kill all the way here with them. On the way, Shu Mu also advocated that the two of them go forward and kill a few zombies. The two girls, though a little scared, did not refuse, and their movements were very neat and tidy, so Shu Mu was not stingy with his praise for them. As for the other girl, Liu Chuya is even more so. Although she has not shown any special abilities so far, her personality is not like that of a normal girl. She is more skilled than Li Kun in killing zombies. She is heroic and valiant. Suddenly, she has the temperament of a heroine. At the school, the shadow servants are still working hard to resist the tide of zombies. All the zombies attracted were beheaded and killed by them. As a result, Shu Mu was leading everyone to help them upgrade, while he was also rapidly gaining experience at a faster speed. Soon he reached level 12, and level 13 only took a little longer, and he even upgraded faster than Li Kun and the others. Level 10 to level 11 requires 2,000 experience points. Level 11 to level 12 requires 3,000 experience points. From level 12 to level 13, 5,000 experience points are needed. From level 13 to level 14, 8,000 experience points are needed. From level 14 to level 15, a full 10,000 experience points are needed. The further you go, the more experience points you need to upgrade. If each zombie now provides 3 experience points, then, to upgrade to level 12, you need 1,000 zombies for the 3,000 experience points. What is this concept? If there are 50 students in a class, then 1,000 zombies can fill 20 classes. Imagine the scene of students from 20 classes rushing towards you. However, 8 shadow servants plus macho zombies form an unstoppable meat grinder. All the zombies that came along were killed by them. Each person only needs to kill 100, and the macho zombies double. It can be easily completed in just about 10 minutes. When Shu Mu and others just got up and planned to go to the commercial street to clean up the zombies The small goal of 3,000 experience points had been achieved, and level 12 came easily. However, Shu Mu did not summon the shadow servants immediately. Instead, he chose to stay alert. When everyone just spent dozens of minutes to get rid of the weird-faced old woman, the new goal of 5,000 experience points was also completed, and Shu Mu successfully reached level 13. However, it will take a little time to get the 8,000 experience points required to reach level 14. About half an hour later. On Shu Mu's side, Li Kun and several girls cooperated with each other and barely killed a powerful red-haired spider. "Boss, look at how powerful we are." Li Kun was very excited and stepped on the red-haired spider excitedly. He didn't expect that there would be such a day when he could solve such a powerful monster with his own hands. Shu Mu did not respond to him. He just looked at the attribute panel that had just broken through to level 14, and his face was full of joy. There are 3 more mental points when it reaches level 15 again. When you have 4 points, you can summon another team of shadow servants. Then, go to support Tianying and the others. The 3 teams of shadow servants should be able to clean up the huge group of zombies in the school as quickly as possible. A city is very huge. In addition to the area it occupies, the population is also very large. At least Shu Mu and others saw hundreds of zombies wandering around in a supermarket. And this is only the first floor. The functions of the other floors are different, but there are wandering zombies. They should have been customers who came here to buy things when they were alive. However, the end of the world came too suddenly, so that they were infected and turned into zombies before they had time to leave the supermarket, and now they have become the target of Shu Mu and others. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to rush in like the shadow servants. After all, they are not tireless shadow creatures. They are living humans. Even if their physical fitness has improved after their strength has increased, it is still not as inhuman as a whole. So how should they deal with the gathered zombies? Of course, smart humans would naturally think of using bait to lure. As for who the bait is, ahem, hurry up, big man. Don't waste time. Everyone hid behind a table with fruits. At this time, Shu Mu patted Li Kun. Such a difficult task should of course be given to the most handsome and charming person in the team. Li Kun smiled bitterly. "Boss, I guessed it was me again." "Heh." Shu Mu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. After all, there are only 3 boys in the team. The other 3 girls must not be called to be bait. This is really ungentlemanly, and I am the core of the team. Although my physical fitness is the strongest among everyone, the mainstream is a summoner. And at present I am training them instead of myself, so Shu Mu is responsible for watching the show, and at most providing them with protection when necessary. And Wang Jibin himself is very strong and has a particularly high psychological quality. He doesn't need too much training at all. He will kill zombies by himself, but it's not time for him to take action yet. So the bait finally fell on Li Kun's head. "Okay, I'll go," Li Kun grumbled. Although he was not very happy, he still took the shield very seriously and walked out from behind the platform carefully. The area where everyone was at this time was the fruit area. There were wooden platforms for fruits everywhere. There were also some relatively high wooden shelves with various cheap fruits on them, and some places near the side. There were also separate stores that specialized in selling some fruits with better quality and sweeter taste, but more expensive prices. There were 2 zombies between 2 wooden shelves not far away. Judging from their dress, they should be 2 girls. It was just that after being infected and turned into zombies, their overall appearance changed greatly. If you don't look at their clothes, it's hard to tell that they were girls before. "Little sister, come and play." Li Kun held up the shield and leaned against the shelf. He actually avoided their sight until he walked behind them, and then suddenly uttered a provocative word. "Roar!" The 2 zombies were facing the wooden shelf in front of them before, but now after hearing the sudden sound, they turned their heads immediately. But their bodies had not turned sideways with their reactions, so that their heads were almost 180 degrees. Li Kun swallowed his saliva. He believed that he could definitely cut off their 2 heads with 1 knife at this opportunity, but his purpose this time was to be bait. Moreover, there were still many zombies in the center of the shelf not far away. If these two zombies were killed here, the bloody smell would definitely attract their attention. Once the attention of these zombies was attracted, it would be easy for them to crowd over and make a huge noise, which would cause a chain reaction. All the zombies on this floor would be attracted here. At that time, the zombies they faced would not be a few or dozens, but hundreds or even thousands. At that time, there would be a lot of elite zombies mixed in, and everyone would not be able to cope with them. After all, they are not servants of the shadows. They can kill like a machine without stopping. There will always be times of fatigue and mistakes. Then several people will fall into the tide of zombies and be swallowed to death, leaving only skeletons. Of course, Shu Mu will not let that happen. If they really can't win, they can immediately summon Tianying and others. With their strength, they can definitely kill only 1,000 or 2,000 zombies in less than 20 minutes. Li Kun ran away. The two zombies roared twice and followed Li Kun's escape route. Fortunately, although several zombies not far away heard the roar of their companions, they did not see Li Kun and did not smell the smell of blood, so they just shook their bodies and fell into a shutdown state again. Great goodness! Everyone's face was happy, waiting for Li Kun to run back to the team with a weird pace, and when the two zombies came late, they will face the love of the group fight, now. Apart from Shu Mu, Wang Jibin is the highest level among the crowd. After all, he also participated in the defense of the zombie tide yesterday morning. Plus the zombies killed along the way today, there are nearly 100 zombies in total. But as the level increases, the experience required is also increasing. The experience gained by himself alone has only allowed him to reach level 6, and to reach level 7 requires 300 experience points, which means that today's level 3 zombies need to kill 100, so Brother Wang has to work harder. Secondly, although Li Kun looks careless, he at least participated in the defense of the zombie tide yesterday. Although he was all defending and did not kill any zombies, his ability is obvious to all. Shu Mu's training of him is also very strong. Today, let him personally solve more than 30 or 40 ordinary level 3 zombies, and there are also several elite zombies, so his level has also reached level 5. It's just the beginning. It's still a long way to reach Wang Jibin's level 6, not to mention surpassing him to reach level 7 first. Lu Chuya's level was a little higher than Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin. She was very diligent along the way and was more enthusiastic about killing zombies than Li Kun. She had killed zombies before, so her level almost surpassed Li Kun and was the same level as him. It was just that they were only 5 or 6 points behind. After learning about this, Li Kun worked very hard to kill zombies. He just wanted to show his masculine charm. After all, there were only 3 boys in the team. It was okay if they couldn't beat Shu Mu, who was cheating. Even a talented player like Wang Ge couldn't compare. But if he was really weaker than the girls, it would be a bit embarrassing. Not to mention Shu Mu's slow upgrade. At the school, the shadow servants fought and retreated, not giving the zombies any chance to surround them. Often after killing a group of zombies, they would retreat a little to let the zombies behind them come forward and then be killed in unison. The macho zombies were an exception. He did not form a line of defense with Tianying and the others, but broke into the zombies alone and killed everyone in the zombies. His muscles swelled all over his body. Every punch and kick could bring great threats to the zombies. The zombies around him fell down one by one. But such a powerful man would eventually show signs of fatigue. As time passed, although it had cleared a large area of zombies, the zombies in the flea school were endless and surrounded it. He also roared twice and forcibly killed a gap in the zombies again. But what he didn't know was that his whole body began to emit a trace of black mist. From a distance, he began to emit black smoke. Tianjing and others noticed it. After receiving their hint, Guijing immediately grabbed a meat mountain zombie in front of him and used it like a bowling ball to smash the zombies in front of him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the black air on the macho zombie became more and more dense, and it began to disintegrate in a visible manner. Just like being burned by flames, it gradually turned into black ash and then merged into the black smoke bit by bit and dissipated between heaven and earth. Swish! The ghost shadow, who was beaten back to his original form, used the stealth skill at the first time and slid behind Tianying and the others at the fastest speed. That is, behind the strongest line of defense. The ghost shadow became the weakest state at this time. That is, the whole body attribute became one. The weapons he had equipped on his body before, because this incident happened too suddenly, so that the weapons were not put away. They fell into the group of zombies. The previous gaps had already been filled by the zombies that surged up. At a glance, the dense zombies were just crowded and there was no gap at all. It was also unknown where his weapons fell, but this had no effect on Tianying and the others. They were killing machines that would not get tired. Isn't it just that the pressure of resistance was a little greater? Besides, the road was so big, and there were so many of them, and their strength was overwhelming. So there was no fluctuation in the defense line. Tianying even had time to withdraw from the defense line, stepped into the zombie group, grabbed a zombie that was several times bigger than him, and threw it behind the crowd. Guijing was immediately delighted and eroded its shadow without any hesitation. As for the struggle of this zombie, Tianying jumped directly on it. He kicked the place where it resisted. Wherever it struggled, he would break the bones. After a while, it fell limply to the ground and kept squirming, roaring in its mouth and trying to bite them, but Guiying had already begun to merge into its shadow this time. After a while, the zombie stopped struggling. But after a short while, the zombie opened its blue eyes, grabbed the crippled zombie that Tianying had picked up, and stuffed it into its mouth, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The Meat Mountain zombie is the blue-eyed leader zombie. In terms of quality, it is enough to crush those ordinary zombies and elite zombies. But today is the third day of the apocalypse, and ordinary zombies have already reached the third level, although the overall attributes are still beaten by the Meat Mountain zombie. But don't ignore the elite zombies who have reached the second level. Their strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and even some of their attributes are comparable to ordinary Meat Mountain zombies. But this is not important. When Guiying controls the macho zombie, he can control it to continuously devour flesh and blood to achieve the effect of raising his own level. And it also allows his own attributes to comprehensively crush all zombies and Tianying and others. It once became Shu Mu's strongest combat force. So even if he switched to controlling the Meat Mountain zombie, he could achieve a similar effect. Moreover, the quality of the Meat Mountain zombie is higher than that of the macho zombie. Maybe its upper limit is easier to break through. After all, the macho zombie has reached its limit after breaking through to about 30 points of all attributes. No matter how many Meat Mountain zombies it devours, it has not continued to break through. The Meat Mountain zombie may be able to change this. Tianying and the others were very tacit and opened a huge hole at the same time. And behind them, a Meat Mountain zombie that recovered by devouring the zombies thrown over stepped on the rumbling footsteps and plunged into the dense group of zombies. There seems to be a tacit rule among zombies. They will not devour each other's companions. Generally speaking, they are more interested in living humans. The corpses of zombies seem extremely unpalatable in front of them, just like garbage rotting in the toilet. Even if they are very hungry, they will not touch them, and there is not much energy in the bodies of zombies. The energy provided by the corpses of 10 zombies is probably not as good as that of 1 or 2 humans, so they will not waste any energy to devour the corpses of those disgusting companions, but choose to gather together densely to compete for the scarce humans. However, the Meat Mountain zombie controlled by the ghost will not follow this. Instead, several disgusting flesh and blood tentacles extend from his body. This time, he is no longer picky about food. He takes the initiative to grab the ordinary zombies around him and stuffs them into his body. The Meat Mountain zombie digests very quickly. Maybe it is his characteristic, or it may be because of his quality. It makes him absorb energy more quickly. Therefore, the strength of the Meat Mountain zombie is growing rapidly. The corpses devoured by him are converted into energy at the fastest speed. Thus, he is absorbed by him, making his strength continue to grow. Of course, at the beginning, he was still relatively weak. Just after devouring a few zombies, he encountered a meat mountain zombie of the same race as him. He will not fight hard with zombies with similar strength. Instead, he quietly retreated to the back of the defense line. Tianying and Diying on the side used their weapons to poke several bloody holes in its body, and then worked together to lift it up and land behind the defense line. At this time, the ghost shadow, which was in good condition, could show his strength. The extended flesh and blood tentacles grabbed its body and tore it madly. Any piece of flesh and blood that was pulled out would be dragged directly into his body and devoured. The Meat Mountain zombie was getting weaker and weaker. However, the Meat Mountain zombie controlled by the ghost shadow was getting stronger and stronger. The front defense line was still trying to hold on. And behind the school, 4 powerful shadow servants appeared. They were summoned last night. Among them, there were actually 3 others summoned with them, and one of them seemed to have encountered some powerful monster in the school and was killed in seconds. So much so that he was summoned again today, and now became part of the front defense line. The other 2 were still guarding the base. Therefore, the remaining ones formed a shadow servant team, responsible for sneaking in from the back of the school. While carefully avoiding tens of thousands of zombies in front, they sneaked into several dormitory buildings to clean up the zombies in the upper dormitory. If there are still surviving students, they will rescue them. Building 1, Building 2. The 4-man shadow team, 2 people each, sneaked into Building 1 and Building 2. Both buildings are male dormitories. Among them, the light in Building 1 is better. It is located in a dormitory building in front. Every day when the sun comes out, it can be illuminated in the corridor of the dormitory building at the first time. The 2 shadow servants cooperated with each other. At the same time, they got into the dormitory through the gap of the door of 101. There are 6 zombies inside. 5 of them are crowded in the corridor, and the other zombie is still lying on the bed. It's not that it doesn't want to stand up, but its body has been bitten and is extremely broken. Even 1 leg and 1 arm are missing. Although I don't know how it ended up like this, but it just wanted to lie quietly in bed, as if it had lost all its motivation, and just wanted to sleep with it in its own bed until the end of time. The 2 shadow servants worked together. The moment they appeared, they killed 2 zombies in seconds with their weapons. As soon as the other 3 zombies noticed, they were quickly killed by them. As for the zombie lying on the bed, he screamed. It seemed to have regained some motivation and struggled to get up, but it was crippled and twisted and accidentally fell under the bed. One of the shadow servants looked at it quietly and sent the weapon in his hand into its chest. All 101 were killed, and no one was spared. It is likely that the 6 of them are in the same class. After all, they live in the same dormitory, and their luck is relatively bad. At this time, they are in a state of no classes, so they haven't gotten up in the morning, so they are locked in the dormitory. When one person is mutated into a zombie, the others naturally cannot escape, and with a mutation rate of up to 90%, it is highly likely that the other 5 people in this dormitory have all been mutated into zombies. Only one person still exists as a human. Unfortunately, he didn't survive for long before his roommate took his life in his dream, and he also became one of them. Well, even if there are classes, he will also be infected into zombies if he runs into the classroom to attend classes. After all, the 90% probability of mutation is no joke, and the crowd in the school is relatively concentrated. 9 out of 10 people mutate into zombies. Let me ask you, how can one person escape the capture of 9 people? It can be said that the survival rate in the school is absolutely pitifully low. 102 is empty, probably because there are classes in the morning, so I went to class. It's just that the class didn't go, but instead became part of the zombie group being defended in front. There are dozens of dormitory rooms on the first floor of Building 1, and the layout is in the shape of the front entrance and exit gate. The 2 rows next to it and the small row behind it are dormitory buildings. Dormitory rooms were built in them. There are 6 beds in each room. Although it sounds like there are a lot of people living there, the space inside is still quite large. Moreover, living with 6 people will not only not feel crowded, but lively, with a sense of school atmosphere. Brother, save me. In dormitory room number 113, there was unexpectedly a surviving student, facing the sudden appearance of the shadow servant. Although he was startled, he was very surprised after reacting. In such a terrifying time, someone was able to run into his dormitory. If he could hold his thigh tightly, wouldn't he be able to survive? It's been 3 days. There is nothing to eat in the dormitory, and he dare not go out casually. The roar of the zombies outside is simply terrifying. He has been hiding in the bedding and dare not say a word. As for his roommates and good friends, what are they doing at this time? He dare not think about it at all, nor dare to find them. He is also lucky. I caught a minor cold, and I suddenly didn't want to get up, so I asked for a leave. I didn't go out. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine if he went out with them. Would he be pounced on by the hungry zombies and devoured until only bones were left? He thought of the white bone demon in a classic work. Suddenly, he felt that it was not bad. As for how he survived these days, fortunately, the water in the dormitory had not been cut off. He took a few basins of water and used these water to sustain his life. Moreover, one of his roommates liked to hoard snacks. He was the guy who secretly ate on his bed every night. He searched for a long time in a cabinet where he hid. He found a few bags of spicy strips and a few bags of potato chips, plus a few bags of instant noodles. He relied on these things to survive. But these things couldn't fill his stomach at all. Now he felt that his hands and feet were weak and his eyes were full of stars. He usually eats a lot, so he was afraid that if he stayed in the dormitory any longer, he would probably starve to death. As for running to the dormitories next door to find food, don't even think about it. I don't know which bastard didn't close the door when he went out in the morning. The door of one of the dormitories was not closed, and the students who were infected and turned into zombies were already wandering in the corridor. If he went out to find food, the first target he would face would be it. As for his awakened ability, well, increase the speed by 10%. It looks great, it is the best way to escape. But no matter how fast he can run, he can't resist the zombies that don't consume energy and physical strength when running, right? Smart people know that they can hide in the dormitory and wait for rescue. Look, this big brother came to save himself. However, the shadow servant just glanced at him. He didn't communicate with him, nor did he give him supplies or anything. He just turned into a shadow in an instant and disappeared from in front of him. Huh? The student was confused and hurried to the door of the dormitory. Through an observation port above, he quietly looked outside. Well, the zombies in the corridor disappeared, and no one knew where they went, and there was a thumping sound in the dormitory opposite. He was a little overwhelmed, but in the end, he saw the big brother from before, who actually appeared behind him with a bag of food. Thank you, thank you. The student was so excited that he almost cried. After a while, he watched the good big brother who turned into a black shadow and left in front of him. There were very few survivors in Building 1. There were only 3 boys who hid in their dormitories and dared not go out. Among them, the first boy barely escaped the disaster because he asked for leave and did not go to class. The other 2 boys were a bit unexpected. One of them was due to the poor dormitory allocation. He and another person lived in a mixed dormitory, and there was no class on the day of the disaster, so he slept in the dormitory and survived. The last student was relatively thin. According to what he kept chattering, originally, 3 people in their dormitory were lucky enough to survive, but the other 2 thought that they should have the ambition to save the world, so they relied on their strong awakening ability and thought that there was no future in staying in the dormitory. The strong must continue to kill zombies to become stronger. So the 2 of them began to cooperate, regardless of his concerns, thinking that zombies are just like those in zombie movies. As long as they are more flexible and calm, killing a few slow-moving zombies is not a piece of cake. In fact, it is true. Ordinary zombies are indeed very stupid. As long as the survivors are smart, it is easy to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary zombies alone. But they overlooked one point. They are a school here, one of the places with the most serious disasters. Just in the dormitory alone, There are more than 100 students living on each floor, and there are more than 100 mutated zombies. And how can the two of them cope with it? Moreover, the number of zombies is so dense, and the probability of elite monsters appearing among them is not small. Their luck is ridiculously bad. Not long after leaving the dormitory, at the corner of the corridor, they encountered a red-haired spider hanging on the wall. It was covered with red hair and had several rows of blood-red eyes staring at them. "What are you looking at?" One of them had a red boxing glove in his hand and ran forward, wanting to give the monster a fatal punch. However, in the blink of an eye, the red-haired spider jumped to the wall on the other side. And he, who was wearing the boxing glove, had a bloody hole in his chest that was bleeding without him noticing. Save me. He felt that all the strength in his body was taken away at once. The huge pain made his face frown, and he wanted his companions to save him. Hiss! The red-haired spider did not give him a chance to struggle. The spider legs stretched out again, not only piercing his forehead, but also dragging his body back when the spider leg was retracted. Ah! Another boy touched the blood splashed on his face, and the whole person was shrouded in great fear. What heroes who save the world, what powerful people who build the order of the end of the world. He threw them all out of his mind. At this time, he didn't even care about his companions, and turned around and ran. During this time, his feet were a little weak from fear, and he fell to the ground. But he got up immediately. He staggered forward and didn't dare to stop at all. Monster! Why is there such a terrifying monster? The boy ran frantically in the corridor outside the dormitory. The doors of other dormitories were closed, but after hearing the movement outside, there were collision sounds. This was the sound of the zombies trapped inside hitting the iron door, but he couldn't care so much. He only knew that he had to escape back to his previous dormitory quickly, otherwise he would really die. I will die, the man gritted his teeth. He forced his body, which was weak from fear, to run to the innermost part of the corridor in just a few seconds. His dormitory was here. Kaka! The red-haired spider behind him was chasing him very closely, and the sound of Kaka kept echoing in his ears. This was the sound caused by it walking on the wall. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. He just wanted to escape back to the safe dormitory. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not leave the dormitory arrogantly. Bang! The door is closed. The man hit the closed iron door, but he didn't care about his angry mood at this time. He hurriedly shouted to his roommate inside, "Quick, open the door." There was no movement inside. Neither the door was open nor the response. "Asshole, you dog, open the door quickly." The man shouted uncontrollably. However, the student inside had a cold face. "You're dead. Don't you look behind you? That monster is lying on you." He tilted his head and stared at the iron door in front of you. "If I dare to open the door, I will be the one to die." He only took a glance and saw the spider monster behind the boy outside the door. He knew that if he dared to respond, he would definitely be targeted. So he kept silent and squatted behind the door. He let the guy outside curse wildly. Curse wildly. "I hope you can still live to see the sun tomorrow." The curses and crazy knocking outside continued for a long time. It seemed that it saw that there was really no movement inside. The red-haired strange spider rolled its eyes and fell on the human under it. Ah! Then, a miserable scream came from outside the door, and the student inside the door couldn't help but shudder, covering his mouth tightly, not daring to say a word. "This is not my fault. Really, if you listened to me and didn't go out, you wouldn't die." The red-haired strange spider wandered outside the door for a long time. After a creepy chewing sound ended, it was still hanging on the wall of the door for a long time, and it always felt that there was still the smell of blood and food inside. The student remained stiff and motionless. His legs were numb and almost unconscious because he had been squatting for a long time. But he didn't dare to move at all, because he didn't know if the spider monster outside was very sensitive to sound, so he would rather squat in an unbearable posture than stand up. Fortunately, the spider monster did not stay for long. The noises in other places attracted its attention. It soon gave up on him and ran away in the corridor. So far, he stayed in the dormitory until the third day. It was not easy to live without electricity. The lack of entertainment made him feel like a year every day, but he did not dare to try to go out. He could only stay in the dormitory quietly. Around noon today, a mysterious and powerful man suddenly appeared in his dormitory. For this, he was very happy and sincerely asked the mysterious man to give him some food. When he became rich in the future, he would definitely repay him 100-fold. But he did not want to be rescued. It was so dangerous outside, and it was much safer to stay in the dormitory. As long as he could be given some supplies to survive, it would be fine, as he wished. The shadow servant gave him a large bag of food, and the zombies in the corridor outside and the zombies in the other dormitories were all solved. If this student had the courage, the things in these dormitories will allow him to survive for a week. There are also 2 people alive in Building 2. The shadow servants do the same thing. They will not bring any burdens. They will leave in a hurry after giving them life-sustaining supplies. Moreover, all the zombies in the dormitory have been dealt with by them. As long as they don't commit suicide, these students will be safe for the next period of time. As for what they will do during this period of time, the shadow servants don't care. And Shu Mu naturally can't care, let alone absorb them into his team, and won't even go to see them. He doesn't want to be a saint in the mouths of others. Saving them is already a benevolence. Buildings 3 and 4 are also male dormitories. The female dormitories are in another area with 3 dormitory buildings, namely Buildings 5, 6, and 7. Originally, the teachers also lived in Building 7. The dormitory layout here is very good, with air conditioning, washing machines, TVs, etc., and it is a double dormitory. But later it was changed to a female dormitory, and only the top floor was used to house a small number of teachers. For this reason, many students are envious. Those girls who signed up early were directly assigned to Building 7. The boys were a bit miserable, as there were no quotas for living in Building 7. But the other dormitories were not bad either. Only Buildings 3 and 4 were a bit miserable. They were located in the shade and were always gloomy. Only during a certain period of time in the afternoon would the sun shine in. Hey! A strange-looking monster was climbing on the dormitory floor of Building 3. It looked like a centipede. But at the front, there was a woman with loose hair. Squeak! Squeak! The centipede zombies were clinging on the floor, and the dense centipede legs behind them rubbed against the wall, making a strange creaking sound. The 4 shadow servants worked together. They poked out from the dormitories on each floor and used the weapons in their hands to unexpectedly pierce the gaps between the body segments. Green juice splashed out from the gaps. The centipede zombie howled in pain, and the entire dormitory was shaken by its abnormal movement. This guy's body size was particularly outrageous. The size of the previous Meat Mountain zombie was about 3 meters, which was already outrageous enough, and its body length directly reached an astonishing 10 meters. Clinging to the floor, it almost covered 2 or 3 floors, and the width was about 2 meters. If someone who is afraid of centipedes saw it, it would probably be scared to death. But it was okay. This guy's attribute value was average, barely a level 2 elite zombie. That is, the average attribute was about 10 points. 4 shadow servants, each with an attribute value of about 20 points, cooperated with each other and easily killed it and got it down from the floor. However, when many shadow servants went to explore the dormitory, they found that there were many smaller centipede monsters in the dormitory. They were about 3 meters long and as thick as thighs, and they still looked very scary. And the most important thing was that no one on the floor was spared. All 3 dormitories were destroyed. No one survived. And there were no ordinary zombies, only weird centipedes hiding in dark corners or lying on white skeletons. The shadow servants did not stop. This time they became more cautious. Instead of exploring separately, they grouped together and moved towards the 4th dormitory next to them. Boom! Another huge centipede zombie fell down. It was very easy for the shadow servants to get rid of the centipede zombies, but there were still no surviving humans in the dormitory building. There were only those weird-shaped centipedes. Climbing and wandering in the dark corners, the shadow servants showed no mercy and cut a centipede into 2 pieces. One of the shadow servants can also release flames. The power is not very strong, but the burning time is long enough. Even without fuel, It can burn in the air for 1 minute. And at this time, facing these centipedes that are dead but not stiff, they can just use this flame to burn them into ashes. Last night, Shu Mu awakened his abilities after summoning the Shadow Servants. But the abilities of these Shadow Servants are not particularly outstanding. Or rather, Shu Mu's ability to withstand his men is already very strong. Facing the strange and bizarre abilities they awaken, it doesn't feel very strange. Moreover, after his research these days, especially comparing with the people he met, he found that his awakened ability was absolutely outrageous. It was completely different from the awakened abilities of others. Even if they didn't eat or drink every day and killed zombies desperately, they would never catch up with him. After all, Shu Mu had countless shadow servants and sent them out to kill zombies. He was very strong in the early stage, and even more outrageous in the later stage. Shu Mu could fight against thousands of troops alone, so he had completely let go. The team he formed was to form a fighting force on the surface, and then disguise his ability. His real strength was to constantly summon shadow servants and send them out to hunt those zombies. In this way, his strength would continue to improve, and his level would naturally remain the first. He had already expected it. His awakened ability should be one of the most outrageous among humans at present. As long as he kept a low profile, it would not be a problem to dominate the community in the future. Shu Mu was still continuing to train his team. After about an hour, his level finally reached level 15. 4 shadow servants appeared in front of everyone. Shu Mu also equipped them with weapons. Now, there are so many weapons in the reserve column that they can't be used up. Tianying and his team have killed so many zombies that they can't count them clearly. But the weapon's critical rate alone has made the reserve column full of densely packed equipment. And the front is all blue attribute. If you want to see green equipment, you have to flip for a while. You continue. Don't worry about me. Shu Mu asked Li Kun and his team to continue hunting zombies, while awakening the abilities of this newly summoned shadow team one by one. Now he is not a rookie who will lose strength after 1 or 2 gifts, but a strong man. Although he can't gift 15 shadow servants at a time. But gifting a team of 4 shadow servants is easy, and the benefit of high physical fitness is that his own physical strength will recover quickly. Now, it is very easy to gift. Except for the wave that refreshes at night, at other times, as long as he summons the shadow servant, he can grant the gift immediately, and he doesn't feel tired at all. He is just a handsome guy who relies on his looks to make a living. But in reality, he is a real little Superman. Even if he can't fly, he can jump high. He can jump to the 2nd floor in 1 step. Can you believe it? With the efforts of everyone, it came to 12 noon. You have worked hard today. You should have a good rest. Shu Mu led the team to a relatively high-end coffee shop. After cleaning up the zombies inside, everyone hid in a private room with the best lighting on the 2nd floor. Oh, I can finally rest. Li Kun muttered and sat down on the single sofa in the private room. It is worthy of being one of the most expensive stores near the school. The sofa inside is indeed very soft to sit on, but it is out of power, and the massage function cannot be turned on. But it is still very comfortable to lie on it, and I want to sleep lazily. You can also take a break. I'll watch over you, Shu Mu said to the girls in the team. The girls nodded. They were also very tired. Shu Mu's control over the team was quite good. Perhaps because of the large team of shadow servant, he took care of everyone in the team in a comprehensive manner, so that Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin were too tired to be polite and found a double sofa to lie down. The posture was elegant and correct, with the temperament of a lady from a noble family. Unlike Li Kun, who was just like at home, with 1 foot on the armrest of the sofa, the main point was to be as comfortable as possible. Liu Chuya also found a random place to lie down. But because there were not many sofas moved, she was closer to Li Kun. And Brother Wang was not polite either. After nodding to him, he found a place near the French window and sat down, and took out the fast food he had brought with him to eat. His skills consume a lot of physical strength and energy. After several hours of fighting, he was already hungry. After eating these things, he had to sleep for a while to replenish his physical strength so that he could continue fighting in the afternoon. At this time, Shu Mu and Wang Zhibin were the only ones eating in the team. The rest fell asleep quickly after lying down for a while. After a long morning, they fell asleep immediately if they touched something soft. After Wang Zhibin had filled his stomach, he found a sofa for many people and lay down to rest. Shu Mu was very energetic. Apart from using his gift of grace, he had not taken any action today. As for the shadow servant team that was summoned not long ago, of course, they were sent to the school gate for support. Now he is level 15. To reach level 16, he needs 20,000 experience points. Although Tianying and the others can steadily resist the zombies, they are still too slow compared to the experience required. This extra shadow servant can make their experience grow faster. Now, the shadow servants defending the school gate are the old four: Tian, Di, Xuan, and Huang. There is also the ghost shadow who controls the Meat Mountain zombies to kill everyone. There were also 4 shadow servants that Shu Mu had summoned at the school gate, and 4 shadow servants that he had summoned not long ago, who also rushed to support. Inside the school, in the dormitory area, another shadow team that was summoned last night was cleaning up. So there were 13 people at the school gate and 4 people inside the school. Most of Shu Mu's shadow servants were sent to the school, and there were enough zombies inside. So far, it is estimated that only 1/5 of the number has been cleared. It's simply a huge treasure trove of experience, Shu Mu couldn't help but exclaimed. Moreover, it was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and the strength of the zombies was generally weak. It's just that the number of zombies gathered was a bit too much, and it was difficult to deal with them at one time. But isn't this an opportunity? An opportunity to become stronger quickly. Watch me empty this university in one day. Shu Mu lay on the sofa leisurely, silently giving instructions to the shadow servants in his heart. For example, the shadow servants that arrived later no longer needed to help the front line of defense, but moved to another disaster area of the school, the teaching building, to clean up. Shu Mu estimated, if there are 30,000 to 40,000 students in Huaimu University, then the number of zombies must be more than 30,000, and each zombie brings 3 points of experience, so 30,000 zombies can bring 90,000 experience points. Add a small number of elite zombies and leader zombies, and it should bring about 10,000 experience points. So after cleaning up this university, the total experience can reach 100,000. Well, that will take several levels. The teaching building that used to exude vigor and vitality has become extremely weird at this time. The stone stairs leading to the teaching building, it was covered with bright red blood. After 2 days, it had already dried up and reflected on the gray stone stairs, which looked very conspicuous and weird. In the stairs in the teaching building, there were also bloodstains on the wall, which fell on the surrounding bricks. They were not very conspicuous, but flowed to the corners of the wall, dyeing a place bright red, as if telling the horror that had happened here. This teaching building has a total of 7 floors. Unexpectedly, the bottom 3 floors were empty. There were no zombies at all, and no surviving humans. They were all attracted by the bloody smell and noise at the gate. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, there were many ordinary zombies, but the number of elite zombies was very small, a little strange. There was usually an elite zombie every 10 to 20, and there were already hundreds of ordinary zombies on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, but there were only 5 or 6 elite zombies. The shadow servants spent some time and effort to deal with them. Then they went up to the last floor, which was the 7th floor. There were only 6 floors in total for students to take classes. The 7th floor is a large rooftop where students can go to enjoy the breeze, relax, and bask in the sun in their spare time. At this time, there is no ordinary zombie here. Instead, it is occupied by huge spider zombies. Most of them are red-haired spiders with green eyes. There are not even ordinary spider zombies. All of them are elite zombies with green eyes. As for the giant spider in the spider group, which is even larger and has a diameter of almost 5 or 6 meters, it is a blue-eyed leader zombie. Squeak! The 2 spider zombies at the entrance of the rooftop seemed to have noticed the 4 shadow servants who next came up, but just as they were about to attack, They were chopped into 4 pieces by the shadow servant who led the team. They were dead and couldn't die anymore. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider instantly noticed the death of its younger brother and also saw the 4 weird-looking humans at the door. Squeak! Squeak! The densely packed red-haired spiders also noticed them, and the few spider zombies closest to the door immediately pounced on them. Puff! The green juice was sprinkled on the rooftop door. The 4 shadow servants looked at each other. They abandoned the dead body in front of them at the same time. They immediately used the stealth skill, passed the layers of spider zombies surrounding them, and came to the feet of the ghost-eyed poisonous spider. On the rooftop of the teaching building, a fierce battle broke out for a while. The 4 shadow servants sneaked under the ghost-eyed poisonous spider and the weapons in their hands, when everyone appeared, chopped at the ghost-eyed poisonous spider. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider noticed it, and the spider legs covered with green and red leg hairs slightly bent and quickly jumped up and landed on the side, and its several younger brothers didn't have time to escape. They were hit by the boss who fell from the sky, and the spider legs that looked like they were made of King Kong directly pierced their bodies and stabbed them to death on the ground. The 4 shadow servants did not hesitate. The 2 closest to it rushed over with weapons. The other 2 shadow servants assisted on the side. Squeak! Squeak! The restless spider zombies around rushed towards them, but they were blocked by the 2 shadow servants next to them in mid-air. The sharp knife light was hiding a terrifying killing intent. All the red-haired strange spiders who dared to stop them would be split into 2 in mid-air, and the green juice and corpses fell to the other side, causing the spider group to become more restless. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider looked at the 2 people who rushed towards it. The 3 rows of green eyes on its head and face were emitting a faint light at this moment, and the light shone on the 2 people, and it seemed that there was a strange power that quickly surrounded the 2 people. Ghost Devour. This is its innate skill that it has awakened since birth. Effect. Enemies that are looked at by the spider pupil will be included in the illusion in an instant. The effect can only last for 1 second, and the cost is very huge. But 1 second is enough for it to end the battle. However, the 2 shadow servants did not stop at all. The weapons in their hands that looked like big knives chopped towards its eyes and head. It was a little confused, but without any hesitation it raised its spider legs. The hard spider legs collided with the sharp swords and made a metallic collision sound. Bang! Both sides were unscathed, but a piece of green and red spider hair was blown into the air. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider was stunned. Looking at the spider hair all over the sky, it staggered and fell to the ground, and then endless anger surged into its body and mind. This is its most precious leg hair, but before it could initiate revenge. Behind it, a shadow servant suddenly appeared. Puff! The shadow servant raised his spear and stabbed the ghost-eye poison spider's tail. Squeak! The ghost-eye poison spider was completely furious. It turned around and wanted to bite the bastard who attacked it, but as soon as it moved its body, another shadow servant appeared behind it. These 2 guys were the 2 shadows who assisted in the attack at the beginning. At this time, they took advantage of the ghost-eye poison spider's attention and attacked it from another direction, and the result was very successful. The second sneak-attacking shadow servant also succeeded. Squeak! The ghost-eye poison spider was so angry that it trembled all over. The sharp spider legs stabbed the spider brothers around who didn't have time to run away. Swish! The 2 shadow servants sneaked away. The 2 spider legs stuck into the concrete floor and were deeply embedded in it. The 2 shadow servants in front immediately made up for it. The ghost-eye poison spider turned around to resist again. Puff! The shadow servant who was rubbing his head took advantage of this time to launch another sneak attack. Their attributes are not much different from those of the ghost-eyed poisonous spider. Facing the attack of a shadow servant, the ghost-eyed poisonous spider can easily defend and even counterattack. But facing 4 strong men of the same strength at the same time, and some of them are particularly slow. Relying on the fact that the speed of both sides is not much different, they launched sneak attacks one after another, and immediately fled after succeeding. It was furious, but helpless. It wanted to chase, but couldn't catch up for a while. And the other two shadow servants would not just watch. In order to prevent being attacked from the front again, it could only come back to defend. But at this time, the two escaped shadow servants would come back to attack again. After a while, the ghost-eyed poisonous spider was full of pierced and chopped wounds. It protected the fatal parts very well, so that the shadow servants did not succeed for the time being. But as long as they could cause a little injury to it, they would not miss this opportunity. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider shouted a little angrily. The wounds on its body were increasing. If it did not change the situation, it would most likely be killed by these four people. As for its younger brothers, they could not touch these four people at all. Their speed attribute was too high, and they could also use an ability to disappear. Except for itself being able to barely keep up, its younger brothers were of no use at all. Squeak! The ghost-eye poison spider tried its best to resist the attack. However, the huge recoil force made it give up the plan to continue the attack, and instead turned to flee to the fence of the rooftop. Many shadow servants went to block it, cutting multiple wounds on it, and even cut off two spider legs. But it still ran to the fence and flipped over easily. Obviously, its body was very large, and its weight must be very outrageous. But it just stubbornly clung to the wall, and there was no tendency to fall directly, but it ran fast on the wall. Faced with this situation, the shadow servants divided the work and cooperated. 3 of them hurriedly continued to chase it. The other one stayed on the rooftop. The rest of the spider zombies here had to be dealt with quickly, because just now, 1 or 2 red-haired spiders had already followed their boss to escape, so the spider zombies here had to be dealt with quickly. Of course, the escaping ghost-eyed poisonous spiders could not be let go. The 3 of them followed all the way from the teaching building to the training building, the research building, and the training base, where there were also many zombies wandering around. In the end, only 1 shadow servant was still chasing. The other 2 shadow servants were cleaning up the zombies on these floors. The chase lasted about 10 minutes. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider finally stopped running away and turned around, looking at the rows of shadows with a clear and arrogant look in its eyes. At this time, 1 person and 1 spider had already arrived in a garden. The flower bed that was originally full of flowers here became a mess at this time. The flowers had long been trampled and rotted in the soil. Instead, there are spider webs made of white spider silk, and there are spiders staring at him. Most of these spiders are small, but it can be roughly seen that they are young spider zombies, so the shadow servant chased them all the way to the spider's nest. He fell into a trap in a dark and humid garden. This place has been occupied by a group of spider zombies a long time ago. They cleared some protozoa, built white spider webs and spider nests here, and gave birth to young spider zombies. At night, they go out to hunt for food, and some of the food they hunt will be brought back to feed the young spiders. Raise them up, so that they become part of the spider family. And the better ones will get more food. Then there is a certain chance to be appreciated by spiders of higher rank, and given the opportunity to break through their bloodline and become a powerful red-haired spider. So this is their holy land, a nest for nurturing offspring and becoming stronger. But today, a guy they call Food suddenly ran into the nest. Squeak, squeak, dense spider. Zombies crawled out of various spider webs, and even the back of the shadow servant was stopped by a group of red-haired spiders. Squeak! The ghost-eyed poisonous spider did not run away. Instead, it turned around and stared at the shadow servant very arrogantly. There was clearly some pride and arrogance in the 3 rows of green eyes. In the meantime, it also used its ghost-eating skill, but it was still useless. It was very confused about this, but it didn't matter at the moment. This guy is doomed to die, no matter how strong he is, as long as he is trapped in his own spider nest and surrounded by his disciples. No matter how powerful he is, as long as he is tired, he can only be devoured by endless spiders. Squeak! The ghost-eye poison spider stared at the shadow servant closely. As long as he uses the weird escape skill, it will catch up immediately. It has discovered a shortcoming of this skill. That is, it will turn into a black shadow on the ground. Although it is not very obvious, As long as you look carefully, you can find his moving direction. Although the speed is very fast, it can keep up with its speed. Squeak! Squeak! The restless spider group has launched an attack. Some of them jumped down from some spider webs above. Some pounced on him from the green plants and trees next to him. And the red-haired spiders behind him also launched an attack at the same time. At this time, he will face simultaneous attacks from all directions. The shadow servant did not dodge, but just grabbed the dagger-like weapon in his hand, reversed, and stabbed his heart like suicide. At the same time, a stream of strange black air quickly poured out from his heart. All the spider zombies that pounced on him were shrouded by the mist and quickly condensed into black tentacles, encircling them. Shadow touch, condensing a shadow force in the body, and under the premise of being injured. A large amount of shadow force will burst out from the wound, and all hostile creatures around will be entangled by these shadow forces, limiting their mobility. This ability looks very powerful, but after Shu Mu was given this skill, he studied it again and found that this skill has great restrictions, such as being affected by the difference in strength. For example, the average attribute of the Shadow Servant's equipment stacked together is only an average of more than 20, close to 30 points. Although Shadow Touch can control a large number of enemies at the same time, it can only control zombies with a strength attribute of less than 10 points. Those with more than 10 points can only be controlled slightly, and some can't even be controlled for a second. As for the stronger ones, forget it. They will hardly be affected. So Shu Mu doesn't pay much attention to this skill, because now the attributes of the powerful enemies that the Shadow Servant can encounter must be around 30 points, and those with 20 points can be easily killed, not to mention those with more than 10 points. So it doesn't have much effect, but it's just right to use it at this time. And there are a lot of red-haired spiders here. These guys are a bit troublesome, but they can't keep up with his movements at their speed. As for those ordinary spiders, it may still have a certain impact on him. Although the impact is not great, there is still a certain chance that the ghost-eyed poisonous spider will escape again. So he didn't hesitate much and immediately used the Shadow Touch skill. Many spider zombies were controlled at the same time, and the red-haired spider behind him, because it has reached level 2, its attributes are already around 10 points, so it was not affected much. But taking advantage of this half-second pause, he had already launched an attack, pulling out the dagger from his chest, and with a twist of his wrist, he fiercely stabbed towards the head of the Ghost Eye Poison spider. The Ghost Eye Poison spider quickly raised its spider legs to block. The extra spider legs also stabbed forward, trying to nail this reckless guy to death. Dang! A 2-palm-wide broadsword suddenly appeared from the side. A spider leg was cut off, and the spider leg it used to block made a clang sound, and it was unscathed. But the two shadow servants who emerged on the other side had already raised their spears and stabbed into its body at the same time. They pierced the entire body directly from the head, and its body gradually began to stiffen. The Ghost Eye Poison spider suddenly. The shadow servants cooperated perfectly. They were not an ordinary human team. It has always been known for its clean and neat operation. Although during the previous escape, 3 shadow servants stayed somewhere and did not catch up for other reasons. But the shadow servants who were chasing were not ordinary summoned creatures without wisdom. He understood that the other party was deliberately hanging him. But wasn't he the same? So he followed the other party's intention and fell into its trap little by little. And as he was chasing slowly, his companions had already solved the problem and followed him quietly, hanging at the back. Until it made a major mistake and was careless at this time, it appeared behind it and gave a fatal attack. The ghost-eyed poisonous spider was still very confused before it died. It never expected that since it awakened its consciousness, it would encounter such a disgusting opponent, and it didn't expect to have the experience of being chased and escaping, and it didn't guess that when it was sure of victory, it would continue to be attacked and killed directly. It died very aggrieved. But the shadow servants didn't think so. I just thought it was a troublesome zombie. Now that I have solved it, I naturally have to clean up the spider zombies in this nest. The four people cooperated with each other. Even the red-haired strange spider that finally noticed something wrong and quietly ran out of here was caught and killed and thrown together. Buried in the garden, it became fertilizer for these trampled flowers. Next year, they will bloom more beautiful flowers. Time passed quickly. Shu Mu was not very clear about the cleaning situation in the school. But through the growth of experience, I can roughly guess how many zombies in the school have been cleaned up. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shu Mu's level reached level 16. At around 5 o'clock, the 30,000 experience points required to upgrade to level 17 were also achieved. Shu Mu estimated that most of the tens of thousands of zombies in the school had been cleaned up by Tianying and others, but it would take 50,000 experience points to reach level 18. It would definitely not be done before dark. Moreover, with the coming of the Doomsday, the time of nightfall has been accurately positioned at about 6 p.m., so it will be dark in only half an hour. Shu Mu looked at an open space in front. Wang Jibin's naked upper body is extremely burly, and his lower body is wearing a black warrior skirt. Although he squatted quietly on the ground, his momentum should not be underestimated. Roar! The Meat Mountain zombie roared twice and rushed over. Heavy cut! Wang Jibin also stood up instantly. He took a heavy step forward, and the weapon in his hand chopped forward vertically like the sky. The huge aura was wrapped in a swift and violent wind. The Meat Mountain zombie rushing in front of him before he could touch him was hit by a heavy truck in an instant. With a bang, it flew backwards, and a huge scar and gap appeared from the neck to the left half of the waist, as if it was chopped hard by a heavy sword. It was not directly chopped to death. Instead, it was chopped and seriously injured by a blow and fell into a store, dying. The Meat Mountain zombie was still dead. Wang Jibin did not go forward to finish off the opponent, but it was Li Kun who went up to gain experience. Wang Jibin sat on the roof of an abandoned vehicle, thinking about his previous attack. What was it about his attack that he did not use his full strength? Shu Mu and others did not disturb him. They just looked at the middle-aged woman in front of them in silence. Please, don't kill me. I really didn't mean to. I just want to save my daughter. The middle-aged woman knelt on the ground and held Li Kun's hand to beg for mercy. However, Li Kun, who was usually carefree, looked as ugly as an eggplant at this time. Purple and smelly. Time came to 10 minutes ago. After Li Kun cleaned up the Meat Mountain zombies, he accidentally met this middle-aged woman. According to the previous practice, Li Kun was only responsible for cleaning up the zombies and would not do anything for these ordinary people. But the middle-aged woman kept kneeling and begging for mercy, wanting him to save her daughter. And the boss usually advocated that they could save people. But the premise is that you can't let yourself and your teammates get into trouble, otherwise you must not be kind-hearted. If you violate this premise, you will be kicked out of the team by Shu Mu. So Li Kun didn't want to care. But after asking carefully, he felt that the old woman was very pitiful. And with his strength, he shouldn't encounter any danger. Simply delay for a while and go to rescue her daughter, who was trapped in the house. According to her, her daughter was trapped in a guest room. And in the hall outside the guest room, there was a male zombie, who was her daughter's fiancé, but he was infected and became a zombie. So he trapped her daughter in the room. 3 days passed, and there was no news. She was afraid that something happened to her daughter, and she happened to see him who was so powerful, so she wanted to ask for his help. Li Kun's sense of justice burst out, and he patted his chest to guarantee that he would take him directly to the destination, and he would definitely kill the zombies that trapped her daughter. But who knew that this middle-aged woman had other ideas? Her ability is actually the confusing incense. The closer to her body and the longer it lasts, the more serious the confusing effect will be. Over time, she can even control her body. The middle-aged woman wanted to control him, not to let him rescue her daughter, but to feed him to her daughter, a zombie daughter, a zombie locked in a room. Judging from his appearance, he should be about 7 or 8 years old before the mutation. He was just a little girl, and when he became a zombie, he was just an ordinary zombie. The middle-aged woman actually wanted to confuse him and give him to her daughter as food just because she saw how powerful he was. Such a powerful human should make her daughter stronger, so that her daughter, who became a zombie, would not be bullied by other zombies. Such a perverted idea and action. If Shu Fu and others had not arrived in time and found something wrong, Li Kun would have said goodbye to this beautiful world. And now, the middle-aged woman told the truth, but Li Kun's face was so ugly. The zombie in the room had been killed by Liu Chuya. She rarely mocked Li Kun at this time. She just tried to control the corners of her mouth that wanted to curl up and patted his shoulder. There were several corpses in the room. The environment was a bit bloody and it seemed that several people had been attacked. "Please, I just want to save my daughter." The middle-aged woman was still begging for mercy, but it seemed that she still didn't repent. At this time, she was willing to bow her head just because she saw the strength of several people. Moreover, her zombie daughter had been killed, and everyone saw the hatred in her eyes. Li Kun's face was full of discomfort, and suddenly he slapped him. "Asshole, what are you barking about? Pa! Ah!" The woman screamed and sat on the ground with a plop. You dare to hit me?" The woman covered her red left face with one hand, pointed at Li Kun with one hand, her eyes full of shock. Li Kun curled his lips in disdain. "I hit you, what can you do? Ah, I'll kill you!" The woman suddenly screamed and rushed over like crazy, trying to scratch Li Kun's face. But who knew that a foot suddenly stretched out from the side and kicked her back directly. Bang! Ah! The woman was kicked directly to the ground this time. With her physique that has not evolved yet, it is estimated that she will have to groan for a long time before she can recover. "Brother Shu, are you going to kill her?" Wang Jibin stood beside Shu Mu and asked coldly. He was the one who kicked just now, and he was also very unhappy with this woman. Moreover, the woman's behavior is enough to deserve death, thousands of times. "Ah, no, don't." When the woman heard this, her arrogance instantly extinguished. She fell to the ground without groaning, but as if she had seen a few murderers, her face turned pale and she hid madly. "That's right, Boss Shu. This kind of inhuman guy must be dealt with sooner or later, otherwise he will stab us in the back at any time." Liu Chuya nodded in agreement. Shu Mu was silent for a while. "They are all human beings. I don't really want to kill them, but if they are zombies, I think my teammates should not mind a little more experience." After that, Shu Mu patted Li Kun on the shoulder and left with Wang Jibin and the others. Li Kun stood there in a daze for a long time. Seeing the woman trying to sneak away, he suddenly made up his mind. He knew what the boss wanted to say, and he also knew that he should not show mercy at this time. "Boss Shu, you don't need to dirty your hands for such a small matter." Li Kun returned to the team. It was obvious that Wang Jibin and others cast admiring glances at him. Liu Chuya was cleaning the food on the side. When she saw him coming back, she pointed to the corridor and said, "You are a little dirty. Go take a shower first." "Yeah." Li Kun nodded. He returned to the bathroom in a house in the corridor, washed himself carefully with several buckets of water, and then went back to the rooftop. "You are very good." As soon as he came up, Wang Jibin praised him for a rare time. Li Kun scratched his head in embarrassment. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for your compliment. Okay, now that we're done, come and light the fire." Shu Mu pointed to the fire that was set up on the side, and the two sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin, who were waiting to add firewood next to them, and said, "You two sisters have worked hard today, so take a break first, let Li Kun do it." "Ah, boss, I just came back, and you asked me to do chores again." Li Kun immediately made a bitter face and grumbled, but his hands and feet were very diligent, and he ran over to add fire and cook. It got dark very quickly. It was pitch black outside at around 6 o'clock. The roars that sounded from time to time in my ears proved that they had not cleaned up thoroughly enough, and there were at least some remaining zombies wandering around. The place where everyone was the top floor of a store near the school. As for the wood for burning, it was taken down from the dry trees in the school. After the apocalypse, a large number of these trees died inexplicably and dried up completely, just the right material for their firewood. "Boss, haven't you dealt with the zombies in the school yet?" Li Kun asked him curiously. At this time, everyone was sitting by the fire, enjoying the light brought by the flames while eating their dinner in the warm flames. The original base at the apartment building was temporarily abandoned by everyone. The things inside were still there, and there was no need to move them over. The two shadow servants did not continue to guard there. Instead, they moved around the people and were not sent to the school. Instead, they would guard for them at night. Originally, Shu Mu planned to let several people in the team allocate time for one person to guard the post, but today was too hard. So let the shadow servants take over anyway. They don't know how to get tired. As for the things at the base, everyone was not worried that it would be stolen when they were away, because the most lost were just some ordinary supplies. When cleaning up at the school, they collected enough supplies, and there was still a lot of food left in the commercial area around the school. Especially since there were many shops here, they didn't have to worry about food. It was just that there were too many zombies. They didn't ask the shadow servants to help them clean up, so when they cleaned up the zombies alone, they inevitably missed some, such as some hiding in corners, toilets, sewers, etc. So much so that they could always feel the roar of zombies around them at night. But they had no intention of going out, even with their strength. At present, any zombies that come here will only be beaten up when they meet them. But who knows what strange guys will appear at night? And what if you meet a human like the middle-aged woman before? It's dark and windy, and it's easy to fall into someone else's trap, so you should rest early at night. But it gets dark too quickly, and going to bed at 6 o'clock is not suitable for young people like them. But they can only roast by the fire and play some leisure entertainment. After all, there is no power now, and the mobile phone can't be used. There are too few ways to entertain. They can only follow the firelight and the lively atmosphere. Either play the game of truth or dare, or tell ghost stories side by side. Among them, truth or dare is more popular, and there are more truths. After all, the end of the world has come. What can't be said? As for the big dare, what can you do? Kill 2 zombies now? This kind of deadly thing is definitely not done, so just use the rules of this game. Tell each other about some past events and share previous interesting things. After all, the arrival of the end of the world makes many things irreversible. Shu Mu was no exception and joined the crowd. It was just that he won most of the time. His increased mental strength also improved his gaming skills, at least crushing everyone present. Of course, playing games was just a form. The real meaning of was to let everyone share their stress and burdens, to reduce the impact of the end of the world. The changes in the past 3 days were really huge. Many people experienced life and death. Even if they looked like ordinary people on the surface, they definitely had an indelible scar in their hearts. Especially Brother Wang, who needed to relieve stress the most. The same was true for the 2 sisters, Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin. Before the end of the world, they were a pair of quiet schoolgirls. It just happened that during the days when the end of the world came, they took leave and returned to the apartment building because of some things. Otherwise, if they stayed in school, they would probably be infected and turned into zombies. And today, Shu Mu asked them to kill a lot of zombies with their own hands, although these things are indispensable for the end of the world. But they are a pair of girls after all, and their ability to accept these things is not very good. But they still gritted their teeth and completed the tasks they were given, so decompression at night is essential. All these reasons combined made Shu Mu not only not oppose this way of entertainment, but also very supportive, and encouraged them to play more creative games. The end of the world has come, and everyone's physical fitness has improved. You can play a lot of things that human bodies cannot do before. This is not it. Li Kun just asked himself how the zombies in the school were cleaned up, and the next second he started to compete with Wang Jibin to see who was stronger, and the way to compete was push-ups. Of course, it was not a normal push-up, but a group of groups, and each group was about 100 push-ups. Everyone watched the 2 compete in the light of the fire. Wang Jibin did not refuse, but found it very interesting, so he took the lead in doing a few groups. Li Kun was not inferior and followed up to complete it. Now, the 2 began to be stubborn. The two sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin were in charge of counting, one for each. Liu Chuya also had a bit of a teasing tone. You must be tired from doing so many push-ups, and you are sweating a lot now. How about taking off your shirt? Ahem, Shu Mu coughed. This little girl is really brave. But looking at the burning fire, he had a smile on his face. This kind of peace in the end of the world may be the goal he wants to pursue. The dark city, the constant roaring noise, and the red and white balls hanging above the head constructed a weird scene of the end of the world. However, on a rooftop, some ignorant guys actually ignored the terrifying scene of the end of the world and sang and danced on it. Roar! A zombie with wings on its back stood on an iron fence. Seeing the bright fire in the night, it flew over here without hesitation and soon landed on the rooftop. The humans on the rooftop were still staring at it in surprise and did not make the harsh screams of the poor little things in the past. How could this be possible? That was a wonderful piece of music before dinner. Roar! The two-winged zombie roared at everyone. It thought, now these people should react, scream, and start running away like mice, right? But the few people still did not scream, nor did they run away like mice, but looked at him as if he were a fool. Roar! The two-winged zombie was a little confused. What's wrong? What's going on? Is it because I'm standing in the dark so the guys didn't see me? It shouldn't be as usual. These humans would flee in panic when they heard their roars. Why is it so weird today? And everyone thought the same thing at this time. Who is this zombie? Why does it look so stupid? Li Kun turned around and said to everyone, his words full of doubts, I don't know, but it does look stupid. Liu Chuya answered. Wang Jibin shook his head. His expression was quite serious. Don't underestimate this zombie. We haven't encountered this type before. Maybe it's holding back a big guy. Li Kun listened and nodded in agreement. It does look fierce. Judging from the blue in its eyes, it is definitely a leader zombie. But even if it has wings, it can't escape now. Everyone looked at a shadow servant that suddenly appeared behind the double-winged zombie and nodded immediately. Yes! We don't need to do anything. This guy can't escape even if he has wings. Seeing this, everyone immediately sat down by the fire in boredom and began to discuss how miserable this guy would die. After a day of baptism, the girls were not particularly opposed to such bloody things, but began to join the topic of discussion. Shu Mu felt a little speechless. These guys really trust their shadow servants too much. What if one day there is a zombie that their shadow servants can't deal with? Let's not have that day. Roar! The two-winged zombie felt insulted. These weak food dared to ignore their existence. Now I want to kill them all, and I won't play the cat-and-mouse game anymore. The two-winged zombie flapped its wings behind it. Its first target was Li Kun, because this guy was the first human to speak, and his words were full of disdain for it. But it flapped its wings for a long time, but it still stayed in the same place. Moreover, it clearly felt that something seemed to grab its shoulder, and it was so scared that it quickly waved its hand to attack the guy behind it. Swish! The knife flashed. Its waving right hand was directly cut off. The wings behind it were also broken and pulled out by a huge force, bringing out a puff of smelly blood, which made it scream in pain. The two-winged zombie was furious. So far, it didn't know what attacked it, but it could only wave its left hand, which could still be used to attack the guy behind it. The shadow servant dodged its attack by turning sideways, came in front of it, grabbed its neck, and threw it from top to bottom. Snap! The huge force splashed a lot of blood under it. Shu Mu frowned when he saw this. No, every shadow servant summoned in the future, you must tell them in advance not to create such a bloody scene in front of you, especially when you and others are resting. The shadow servant received the order. He quickly picked up the foot of the two-winged zombie that was smashed on the ground and couldn't get up, dragged it to the side of the building, and threw it directly to the bottom of the building. There was only a snap. It was very conspicuous in the quiet night. He also disappeared silently with this sound, and the zombies around him, attracted by the sound, also inexplicably quieted down after a while. The zombies near Shu Mu and others were cleared. At least they would have a good sleep tonight. The battle in the school a little further away was still going on, and it was still in a crushing posture. The attacks of the Shadow Servants were sharp and capable. Almost every attack could kill a zombie. But Shu Mu needed 50,000 experience points to reach level 18, and it was not long since he was upgraded, so he was still far away. However, the zombies on both sides of the dormitory and the teaching building were almost cleared. Now, the Shadow Servants responsible for cleaning the dormitory and the Shadow Servants responsible for cleaning the teaching building began to merge with the Shadow Servants at the school gate. The school gate was guarded by veteran Shadow Servants such as Tian, Di, Shuang, and Guiying, and a later Shadow Servant assisted in the attack. So, there are 8 Shadow Servants and a huge Meat Mountain zombie attacking the front door. Inside the school, the 2 Shadow Servants who came to support later joined together to form 8 reinforcements to attack. That is, there are 8 Shadow Servants in front and back, plus a huge Meat Mountain zombie rampaging in the zombie group. All zombies caught by its tentacles will be pulled into its body and devoured. Now the breath of the Meat Mountain zombie crushes all the zombies and Shadow Servants present. And his physical fitness has reached more than 40 points after careful calculation. Every collision will crush a lot of zombies. And more zombies, densely packed together, can be said to be a sea of people. Even if the Meat Mountain zombie is now about 4 meters in size, nearly 5 meters, it can be placed in the sea of corpses. It is still like a tiny ant, not particularly conspicuous, and the death of such a large number of zombies has caused a lot of corpses to pile up around. That is the problem of cleaning up the corpses. But now Shu Mu doesn't have to worry about this problem. Because a Shadow Servant who came to support later awakened the ability of Fire type. That is the Shadow Servant who burned the centipede zombies in the dormitory before. He is now killing zombies while throwing a ball of fire on the dead zombies. The consumption of fire is very small, and the burning speed is very fast, and there will be no bad effects such as thick smoke. It's just that a large amount of fire, shining on the crowded corpses, looks very strange. Unlike the silent city, Huaimu University is very lively, and there are flames that dye half of the sky red. Shu Mu and others did not go to bed early like yesterday. Instead, they were all very energetic. Everyone sat by the fire, feeling the warm flames, with a trace of confusion and expectation of the unknown in their hearts. "It's almost 12 o'clock?" Li Kun asked Shu Mu with some curiosity. He was the only one who brought a watch among the crowd. As for mobile phones, they had run out of power and turned off long ago. When they were cleaning up various places before, they also collected watches and other things, but everyone just ignored it. "It's just past 11 o'clock. It's still early." Shu Mu looked down and said to him, "If you can't hold on, take a rest first. I'll call you when the time comes." Li Kun shook his head. How could he sleep at this time? The 3 days of the disaster will end tonight. Who knows what will happen at 12 o'clock tonight? Everyone has a deep understanding of the terrifying power of the end of the world. In addition to them, almost all the surviving humans are waiting very nervously at this time, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Shu Mu is the same, but he pays more attention to his experience column, which is still growing rapidly. 49,000, 49,550,000, upgraded. Shu Mu was shocked. Finally level 18. And the spirit column also has 3 experience points. As long as he waits for another hour, his spirit points will be refreshed again at 12 o'clock, then his spirit will reach 21 points at once. The number of Shadow Servants has doubled. Is there anything I can't beat in this apocalypse? Just take off. In the anxious waiting of everyone, an hour finally passed slowly, and a mechanical and not very unfamiliar voice responded in everyone's mind. Apocalypse system, survive. Apocalypse system, unknown forces have swept the world, and countless humans have been infected and turned into zombies. And how many of them have been buried in the mouths of zombies in the 3 days of this disaster? Apocalypse system. The apocalypse is a disaster, but isn't it also an evolution? Surviving humans. You have successfully survived the 3 days of the disaster through your own efforts. And now you are the new humans of the new era. You will have all kinds of incredible abilities, do things that you couldn't imagine before, and will also rebuild the order of the new era. Apocalypse system. After 3 tense days, there will be a day of relaxation. Tomorrow is the first peaceful day after the early stage of the disaster. All survivors will not be able to attack any living creatures, including themselves. Apocalypse System. Please enjoy the party. After all, no one knows if this will be the last time for you to party. The reminder of the Apocalypse System echoed for a long time. Everyone was silent for a long time. Especially Wang Zhibin. He clenched his fists with a hideous look on his face. It was this damn apocalypse that destroyed his perfect family. Shu Mu on the other side also fell silent. It was not because of the reminder of the Apocalypse System, but simply because of a bunch of personal messages that belonged to him alone. Personal System Character, Shu Mu. Level 18, 132, 80,000 experience. Attributes, Strength 18, 31, Speed 18, 38, Constitution 18, 28, Spirit 18, 21 plus 2. Talent, Gift Skill, Unknown Changes. Equipment, Slightly Wealth, 32 no to 12 gold coins. Unknown Message, 3 unread. Shu Mu was stunned for a while and clicked on the unread message. Doomsday System. Due to some unknown reasons, some abilities that exceed the standard have been balanced. Doomsday System. Your ability adjustment is as follows. Adjustment Compensation. Shu Mu was shocked for a long time after seeing these 3 messages. However, he still clicked them one by one. The first one was just a reminder of the adjustment, and there was no focus, but Shu Mu had to study the second one in detail. Among them, his own gift talent did not change, but the summoning skills changed. Among them, a very big restriction was added. That is, the number of creatures he summoned will be limited. The specific content. The number of summoned shadow servants will be affected by his level. You can only summon as many as your level. For example, if you are level 18 now, you can only summon 18 shadow servants at the same time. The extra ones will be returned to become spirit points, and the extra spirit points can only be used to upgrade the level of shadow servants in the future. Weakening. Pure weakening. Shu Mu cursed wildly in his heart. Wouldn't his own shadow kingdom be completely destroyed? No matter how much he cursed, his ability was indeed a bit beyond the standard. After all, Wang Zhibin and the others were only about level 8 or 9 now, while he was already level 18. Although he didn't know if there were people like him in the world. From the current point of view, his ability was definitely very good, and it was indeed understandable to be weakened. But no matter how excusable it was still uncomfortable to be slashed hard. Shu Mu grabbed the clothes on his chest and looked at the next compensation message. Compensation content, 1 skill upgrade point. Note, it is very random. It may be a positive upgrade or a negative upgrade. Seeing this compensation content, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't it going to cut me down again? Shu Mu looked left and right, but couldn't guess what the Doomsday System was thinking. He could only grit his teeth and put the extra upgrade points on the summoning skill. It must be a better one. The upgrade point was just clicked. The annotation behind the summoning skill began to change vaguely. First it gradually blurred, and finally disappeared, and then mottled handwriting appeared at the back, and then it became clear little by little. Summon 1, consume 10 spirit points to summon a level 2 shadow servant. 2. Consume 10 spirit points to summon a level 2 shadow hound. Note, the number of shadow servants and shadow hounds cannot exceed the level of the summoner. The summoning skills have changed a lot. In addition to the restrictions at the back, a new column has been added to the previous summons. Now the creatures that I can summon are not only shadow servants, but also shadow hounds, which are a new type of summoned creatures. Shu Mu thought about it. It obviously takes 1 spirit point to summon a level 1 creature, and it takes another 10 spirit points to upgrade to level 2. So the total amount is 11 spirit points. Now you only need 10 spirit points to directly summon a level 2 creature. This is obviously a good thing, but why can't I be happy? Oh, it's because I was originally rich, but now I have become poor again. If I want to summon a new creature again with the spirit points that I finally got rich, I have to spend 10 points at a time to summon one. Character Shu Mu, level 18, Wazun 32, 80,000 experience points. Attributes, Strength 18, 31, Speed 8, Constitution 18, 28, Spirit 18, 21 plus 2. Talent Gift, Skills: Summon Shadow Servant, Shadow Hound. Equipment: Slightly Wealth, 30-ton 212 gold coins. Maul. Countdown starts at 5:53. This is the newly changed personal panel. Among them, the spirit has become 23 points, 2 of which are the 2 shadow servants that have disappeared. And these 2 shadow servants that need to disappear, Shu Mu is very humane and lets him choose the object to disappear. Well, the school has been cleaned up almost, but no one can choose to disappear in a hurry. Instead, the shadow servants who are on guard around him can disappear first. No one can sleep, and the Doomsday system has announced a peace day. The survivors cannot attack each other, and it seems that attacking zombies is not possible, and Shu Mu's experience has not increased. Wait until he reaches level 20 before summoning them. Shu Mu now has exactly 18 shadow servants. Among them, there are 4 veterans of Tiandi Xuanhuang and 2 people, Ghost Shadow and Substitute Shadow. In addition, there are 3 teams that came to support later. Each team has 4 shadow servants, which is exactly 18 summoned creatures. I have the Meat Mountain zombies and Tiandi Xuanhuang. I'm not sad. Shu Mu gave up the plan to send a large number of soldiers and then send them out to clean up the zombies all over the world. But he didn't lose too much, just the direction of development changed. From winning by numbers, it became a rout of elite soldiers. And the Shadow Demon Dog seems to have another result. Shu Mu looked at the extra 23 points of mental power and hesitated for a moment. He decided to summon 2 shadow dogs first to see. Woof! As the familiar shadow separated, a giant demon dog with a sturdy body and a head almost reaching the height of his shoulders appeared in front of Shu Mu. It was dark all over and had a pair of sharp blood-red eyes. In its slightly open mouth, there were densely packed with terrifying sharp teeth. If I were bitten by these teeth, I'm afraid my bones would be torn apart. Race: Shadow Demon Dog, Big Wolf. Level 2, 20 experience. Strength 2, 3, Speed 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2, Talent, Beast Sense, Demon Body, Skill Ring, Rage, none. These are completely different attributes from the Shadow Servants. Shu Mu stared at the sharp-eyed and serious shadow dogs and couldn't help but reach out and touch their heads. Ugh, it's not ordinary dog hair. It's not smooth at all. It's wet and sticky. It's a bit psychologically repulsive. It's uncomfortable. This is Shu Mu's general feeling, but the feel is secondary. The main thing is their ability. Otherwise, why summon them? The sensitive sense from the beast tribe. It can sense any living thing around it, even some hidden skills. It can sense them. It is very sensitive to sound, smell, and dynamic capture. It is a qualified war beast. Magic Body. As a demon dog creature, their physical fitness is far more than 50% of the same level. They have a stronger physique, which makes them invincible. Both talents are very powerful, and they are both enhancements of their own characteristics. Tear. Any bite attack will have a tearing effect, and the wounds stained by the tear will have a negative state of bleeding. Frenzy. Increase your own attributes by 50% for a certain period of time. After the effect ends, you will be in a weak state, and all attributes will be weakened by 10%. Overall, both talents and skills are very powerful. They are well-deserved war machines, and like the Shadow Servant, they are very powerful summoned creatures. And their loyalty is the same. They will only be 100% loyal to Shu Mu. It's just a pity. At present, most of the weapons that many Shadow Servants spawn are usable by humanoid creatures. Of course, there are also some wearable equipment that can be used by other creatures. For example, necklaces and hats? Shu Mu doesn't care about these. Anyway, he is rich and powerful, so he equips these 2 Shadow Demon Dogs with all of them. But compared with the Shadow Servant, there is still a small gap. After all, the weapons worn by the Shadow Servant are all blue equipment with full attributes, if there is no higher level equipment. Otherwise, their attribute values would not be just these. There are only 2 Shadow Demon Dogs. Now you are called Big Wolf, and the other one is called Second Wolf. Shu Mu quickly finalized the names. He didn't have any trouble in naming. Except for the first few names that were finalized separately, the rest of the names will be arranged in order. The Shadow Servants start with Shadow, 7, because there are already 6 people in front. Tiandi Xuanhuang, Guiying, and Duying, so they can only start from number 7. But the shadow dogs don't need to be so troublesome. The big wolf, the second wolf, and the third wolf are arranged one by one. Of course, there are only the first 2 now, and the shadow dogs behind have not been summoned yet. Now you will guard the night for us. Shu Mu arranged the 2 shadow dogs in the darkness to guard everyone. They are born with the ability of night vision, are not afraid of the dark, and will not have problems such as fatigue and hunger. They are perfect for guarding the post. Boss, what's the situation with the 2 big dogs just now? As soon as Shu Mu turned around, he saw several people staring at him. When he was summoning just now, he didn't carry them on his back. Anyway, he didn't need to have too many concerns, and he trusted this team very much, so he didn't need to hide anything. How is it? Cool, isn't it? This is my new summoned creature. Shu Mu rarely showed off, and Li Kun and the others clearly showed that they were surprised. They were not surprised at all, because too many outrageous things had happened to Shu Mu. The boss's ability was completely different from theirs. He and others could only be regarded as liver emperor players. After all, they had been brushing zombies to upgrade all day. Shu Mu was a plug-in player with a European emperor temperament and a Krypton gold bigwig who had spent hundreds of millions of small money. After throwing a few big buffs, the gap between Shu Mu and them was as huge as the sky. Everyone was no longer surprised. Anyway, it was very normal to appear on Shu Mu, and he just turned into a Superman and flew away one day. There was no envy, jealousy, or hatred, but just curiosity. Curious about where the limit of Shu Mu's ability was? Li Kun looked at the 2 huge figures in the dark, gestured to himself twice, and muttered, "I'm afraid I can't even beat 2 big dogs." The 3 days of the disaster ended, and now it's a peaceful day. Not long after the sound of the Doomsday system disappeared, the whole silent city began to bustle. The dark city began to light up one by one. The power came, and all the crises disappeared. Shu Mu's shadow servants also returned one by one, and the more than 1,000 zombies remaining in the school disappeared. Even the corpses and blood on the ground suddenly disappeared without a trace in an outrageous way. This is good. I don't have to deal with this trouble anymore. Shu Mu rubbed his forehead with a headache. The changes tonight were a bit big, but fortunately there was electricity again. I had to go back and take a hot bath and have a good rest. Everyone extinguished the fire and returned to the 3rd floor of the store. Well, the 1st floor is a restaurant, the 2nd floor is a KTV, the 3rd floor is the living floor. However, the sound insulation of the upper and lower floors is very good. In the past, many students came here to play, but now things have changed. Turn off the lights. After a short chat, everyone went to rest. Because it was a peace day, all the survivors slept well tonight. There was no tension of danger, no roar of zombies around, and no need to worry about whether the humans around would attack them. They slept until 8 o'clock in the morning. Li Kun got up early and made a hearty breakfast for everyone. At this time, everyone sat around a spliced table. "Boss, a survivor is going to have a party and invite all the survivors nearby. Do we want to join in the fun?" Li Kun grabbed the phone and shouted to Shu Mu and the others. Since the peace day, not only did the city receive calls, but the mobile phone also had signals. It was unreasonable. But thinking about the end of the world, it seemed quite normal. "When?" Shu Mu asked with interest, holding the toast in his hand. Li Kun glanced at the phone again. "This message is available on all kinds of chat software. The time is 11 a.m., and the gathering place is inside Huaimu University." At this point, everyone was quite surprised. "Isn't this quite close to everyone?" Li Kun leaned over to the window and looked out. The school that was still gloomy and blood-stained yesterday, and there were zombies wandering around, has now become white. The stone slabs on the road are all white and shiny. It looks very clean, as if it has not experienced the end of the world. But Shu Mu has a deep memory. It is the experienced treasure house here that made his level break through so quickly. But now the school is empty, without the laughter of the past, and there is a touch of awe and fear. This is the place where the largest number of zombies gather after the end of the world. Who knows what the initiator has in mind? "Brother Wang, what do you think?" Shu Mu turned to Wang Jibin and asked. Wang Jibin thought, frowned, and said, "Maybe they are coming for us." It is normal to revel like on weekdays, but the most important thing is to take a good rest at this time and gather more strength, otherwise who knows what will happen after today. So this party is definitely not simple. And the location is wrong. The end of the world puts too much pressure on the survivors. Even if all the zombies are gone, as long as they are human, they will definitely avoid dangerous places. And places like schools where a large number of zombies gather must be the hardest hit areas. No one wants to come here, but the initiator chose to come here. So there is a high possibility that they are coming for me and others. It's not that Shu Mu and others are narcissistic, but that they make too much noise. They ate up the entire school in one breath, and they still had time to clean up the surrounding commercial streets. They have attracted the attention of many people, not to mention that they lured and killed all the zombies in the apartment building before. So much so, many people have always wanted to join the crowd, and the initiator of this party probably has similar ideas. Well, what Brother Wang said is very likely. Lu Chuya also nodded in agreement. Ah, then I won't go either. Li Kun was discouraged all of a sudden. He thought he could have a good party. Shu Mu looked at him and smiled. You guys can go if you want. Anyway, no one knows who we are. Li Kun's eyes lit up. Boss, what do you mean? Just disguise yourself, wear a mask, and put on more clothes. You're so stupid. Lu Chuya complained speechlessly. Shu Mu nodded. That's right. After breakfast, Li Kun had been dressing up excitedly. If everyone didn't know he was going to a party, they would have thought he was going on a blind date. Li Kun was going to a party. Lu Chuya would go with him. According to what she said, she was afraid that Li Kun, this big fool, was too stupid. What if he was exposed? She had to watch him, otherwise she wouldn't even know she was being sold out. Wang Zhiban didn't go. He wanted to have a good rest. Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin also wanted to go and have a look, mainly because the younger sister wanted to watch the fun and the older sister followed reluctantly. With Li Kun and Liu Chuya following, Shu Mu felt relieved. But he was completely busy. Shu Mu hid in the room, looking at the newly opened mall, and for the first time felt that he was rich enough to rival a country. Shu Mu, level 18, 1032 18 experience. Strength 18, Speed 18, 38, Constitution 18, Spirit 18, Talent, Gift, Skill, Summon, Shadow Servant, Shadow Hound, Slightly, Wealth 3212 gold coins. Opened, Achievement, Countdown to 312 to open. A total of more than 130,000 gold coins. I didn't have so much money before, the end of the world. Moreover, these are the currency of the end of the world system, which must be more valuable. Looking at the things in the mall, you will know how rich you are. Mall food, weapons, medicines, search. There are 4 options in total. Click on any of the previous options, and you will see a wide variety of goods. Each one is very expensive, but for Shu Mu, it is a bit insignificant. The food is all ordinary, but the cooked food is hot and fresh, and it is also very cheap, 1 gold coin each. Shu Mu looked at the price of the food and always felt that it was a scam. He could also exchange the food he collected for the mall, but the exchange rate was pitifully small. Often more than 10 or 20 pieces could only be exchanged for 1 gold coin. The weapons were more normal. Most of them were whiteboard weapons, and the price was a few gold coins. The green weapons were dozens of gold coins, and the blue ones were even more terrifying. Almost every one of them was about 500 or 600 gold coins, and the added attributes were also relatively ordinary, and none of them were the best ones. There is a scam, too much of a scam. Shu Mu spent the whole morning browsing the mall. Although he didn't buy anything in the end, he vaguely realized that this mall was actually a trap. For example, the selling price of food was much cheaper than the other 2. But don't forget that it's a peacetime day, and there's no shortage of food in those abandoned stores. 10% of the survivors will definitely have a lot of surplus supplies when they divide up the remaining supplies. Now there's no threat from zombies. It must lead to the current survivors not being short of food at all. So they will definitely not spend extra gold coins to buy useless food, but will sell their accumulated food to the Doomsday Mall in large quantities, in exchange for a large amount of gold coins. According to normal human thinking, Facing an unknown future, it is definitely necessary to gather strength in advance. And if you want to gain powerful strength in addition to killing zombies to upgrade, there are no zombies to kill now. You also have to upgrade your weapons and equipment. And the price of weapons and equipment in the mall is very expensive. As for medicines, they are not very useful at present. Shu Mu took a look and found that they were all some strange medicines that were not used at all at present. So a large amount of gold coins of the survivors are destined to flow into the weapons in the Doomsday Mall. This will also lead to a shortage of food in reality. Although in general, if there is no food, you can just go to the Doomsday Mall to buy it. At most, you will lose a little. But everyone overlooked one thing. What if this mall is only open today? Or, what if the food column will be closed after tomorrow? At that time, the survivors who lost their food will suddenly fall into a food crisis, and the value of food will be hyped up very high. However, no matter how high the price is, there is no way to do it without food. The survivors will have disputes over food, causing the number of survivors to drop again. What a good move! Shu Mu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Although this is just a guess, it is really terrifying to think about it carefully. Moreover, his weapons cannot be sold in the Doomsday Mall. That is to say, if humans in other places want to get weapons updates, they can only hold their noses and be cheated by the Doomsday Mall, except for trading with other survivors. Now is the early stage of the apocalypse. Except for Shu Mu and others, there are not many good weapons. Even if they have 2 green weapons, it is very powerful, not to mention blue equipment. Almost most survivors can only see them in the Doomsday Mall, but the price is too expensive. However, in order to gain powerful strength, they can only grit their teeth and exchange a lot of food for gold coins. Even if they borrow from other survivors, they have to collect 500 or 600 gold coins and then exchange them for a piece of equipment with blue attributes. After tomorrow, they will kill a large number of zombies with weapons to get more gold coins, and then they can buy some food in the mall for emergency. This is the idea of most survivors. Shu Mu is an exception. He has no shortage of weapons and equipment, and the highest grade of weapons in the mall is only blue attribute, which is a little bit different from his current top blue equipment. So Shu Mu doesn't care about these things at all. Instead, he is a little angry about this damn mall. It's clear that it's cheating people, and it doesn't let him hang weapons on it to sell. What should he do with so many weapons with good attributes that he has accumulated? Didn't Li Kun go to a carnival party? If a survivor wants to buy weapons, he can buy them in the mall or from other survivors. Besides, out of concern for fellow villagers, wouldn't it be more affordable if the price is 10% cheaper than the system mall? Oh, right. There is also the issue of food. He has so many gold coins that he doesn't need this tiny profit. And this is clearly a trap. Shu Mu doesn't think he is a fool who would take the initiative to be fooled. So the shops around him must collect food and the like, at least keep it in his current residence. All 18 shadow servants were dispatched. Shu Mu was not exaggerating. The food in this commercial street that he and others cleaned up was his own, as well as the food stored in the previous base. After he and his companions left, no one dared to enter the apartment where they lived before, but lived around in awe. The rest did not clean up the place, nor did they rob the survivors. But would the other survivors dare to rob their things? Humph, the shadow servants would make them behave themselves. However, even so, the 18 shadow servants collected food and various supplies, medicines, etc. for an hour, which filled several rooms. Now this building is used as a new base by him and his companions. Brother Wang, please go over. Shu Mu found Wang Jibin, who was lying by the window, looking at the school outside which was beginning to get lively, and was dazed. Wang Jibin nodded. Don't worry, Brother Shu. Your business is my business. I will hand over the weapons to Li Kun and guarantee to sell them to you at a good price. Okay, thank you, Brother Wang. Shu Mu summoned 2 shadow dogs, and now they are Brother Wang's bodyguards. After all, he carries so many equipments with very powerful attributes, which add up to a lot of gold coins. It is inevitable that some people will be jealous. Although Wang Jibin is very powerful, who knows what abilities those survivors have awakened? If something bad happens, no matter how strong they are, they can't bear it. So it is just right to send the shadow dogs to protect him. The two of them can detect danger in advance. Once someone has other ideas, the two shadow dogs will let them report to hell in advance. And for insurance, Shu Mu also summoned the 4 veterans of Tiandi Xuanhuang. On the surface, they are for Wang Ge to get weapons and transport weapons, ordinary, but in fact they are also bodyguards in secret. By the way, you can let the Meat Mountain zombie go to calm the situation anyway. It will disappear in a few hours. Make the best use of it. And the pressure on it, even Shu Mu feels a little scary, enough to suppress those restless kids. At the school, the party was supposed to start at 11 o'clock, but most people arrived after 11 o'clock. They had been searching for supplies before. Of course, the place where they were searching was far away from the school. In the school area, everyone kept their distance because they knew there was a very powerful overlord here. Even the main purpose of this party was to make friends with this mysterious overlord. Otherwise, they would not have set the party in the school, and they would not have traveled so far for such a useless party. The news of the survivors spread very quickly. Now at least half of the survivors in the city know that there is a very powerful awakener. In an endless world, a group of strange humanoid creatures were suddenly teleported here. What is this place? Juwu looked at the environment that looked like a starry sky world, but there was not much fluctuation in his heart. Now he was not a human being, but a zombie without many emotions. Roar! A fat zombie appeared beside him. Juwu saw him and kicked him to the ground without hesitation. The fat zombie roared twice, but still stood up obediently. At the same time, more and more zombies appeared around. Corpse worms, white-eyed zombies, mutant zombies, macho zombies, red-haired spiders, centipede zombies, meat mountain zombies, stitched zombies, ghost-eyed poisonous spiders, double-winged zombies, all kinds of zombies. But without exception, they made people feel sick. Roar! A double-winged zombie flapped its wings and landed beside him. Sniff! What a strange smell. It's a bit like blood food, but the smell of zombies occupies most of it. Since Juwu became a zombie, not only is his consciousness well preserved, but by devouring the corpses of zombies, he has actually restored his incomplete body to a complete state. If he hadn't seen the survivors have impulsive desires, he would have thought he was a human being. But this is not bad. Juwu glanced at the fat zombie who staggered to his feet next to him, stepped forward and kicked him to the ground again. As for the movement of the two-winged zombie flying beside him, he said, "What does it matter? I am also a zombie anyway, so why should I be afraid of you? What are you looking at? Be careful or I will hit you." Juwu rolled his eyes at it and even spoke fluently without any reservations. Roar! The two-winged zombie was stunned for a moment, but just when he wanted to teach this seemingly weak guy a lesson, Juwu looked at it without giving in, and it also noticed a hint of color in his eyes. Whoosh! The flesh wings behind the two-winged zombie flapped, and when Juwu thought that this guy was going to attack, it suddenly squatted down. Roar! The zombie's roar did not change, but it changed its meaning in his ears. I follow you. Huh? Are you crazy? Juwu cursed inwardly. It's useless to follow me. I won't harm my compatriots. But this two-winged zombie seemed to be determined, following him all the way, shuttling through the sea of corpses. If there was a zombie that disrespected him on the road, it would clench its fists and beat it. The blue-eyed leader zombie is the most powerful among the current zombies. Although it may not be able to beat the Meat Mountain zombies of the same level, it can fly, and its super high mobility makes it impossible for Juwu to get rid of it. The number of zombies is increasing, and almost the entire mysterious space is filled with densely packed zombies, and Juwu is running all the way. He also found a very large meatball in the zombie group, a complete meatball with enlarged blood vessels on it, and it seems that there is no problem to put a whole person in it. The zombies around avoided it far away, as if they had seen some prehistoric beast, leaving a space around the meatball. What is this ghost thing? Juwu came not far from the meatball and saw the trembling flesh and blood vessels on it. Suddenly, there was a crash. A handful of blood mist exploded from the meatball. Juwu looked carefully and saw that the blood mist dispersed, and the blood vessels on the meatball burst. In the spilled blood, dense white creatures also fell. Squeak! Dense white worms were crawling on the ground. They were all white, with a bloody mouth in front and back. Shu Mu's scalp was numb. And this was not the most terrifying thing. He turned his head and suddenly found a white worm sucking a pool of blood on the ground. Its whole body was dyed red by the blood in its body. Puff! The meat worm that sucked enough blood curled up. After a while, its body twitched slightly, and a crack was torn from the spine. Then a weird-looking zombie crawled out of it. It had no eyes and ears, but a pair of concave noses sniffed lightly, and the slightly open mouth was full of fine white sharp teeth. The whole body looked like a human, but crawling on all fours. It looked a bit scary from a distance. So disgusting! Shu Mu looked for a while and turned away. He originally thought that these zombies were simply mutated humans, but he didn't expect that they would actually reproduce on their own. And the scene was still so disgusting. Although it can be seen from their eyes that these reproduced zombies are just ordinary white-eyed zombies, this is very bad news for humans. No, I must reveal it to humans when I have the chance. Shu Mu thought silently in his heart, but he didn't notice that among the zombies, a hunched zombie was quietly looking at him. Whoosh! In the gorgeous starry sky, red meteors suddenly flew in. Shu Mu looked at the flying meteors and was about to admire the beauty when his face suddenly changed. This meteor is coming towards us. The meteors in the starry sky are very dense. Human inertial thinking makes him think that these meteors will not fall to the ground at all and will be consumed by air friction. But this is not the ground, but a mysterious space. The size of the meteor is not very large, but a fist-sized meteor was enough to kill him, and they filled the sky so densely that there was no room to dodge. And Shu Mu always felt that many of these meteors were flying towards him. What's the matter with the slight agitation in my body? Shu Mu did not dodge. Facing so many meteors, he could not dodge at all, and it was also good to be buried here with all the zombies here. Whoosh! Dense meteors, dragging long tails, crashed into his body. As soon as they touched, they melted without any impact. The expected death did not come again. Instead, he felt that there were many more pure powers in his body, which were washing himself. He opened his eyes and saw that his body was emitting colorful brilliance. The fat zombie and the double-winged zombie on the side were the same. It's just that the brilliance on their bodies is a little more single, and the brightness is also much dimmer, but their momentum is rapidly increasing. Looking into the distance. Sure enough, all the zombies were bathed in brilliance. Their strength is also increasing rapidly, and the higher the bloodline level, the stronger the brilliance on their bodies. The brilliance on the white-eyed zombies has dimmed and cannot be seen clearly. Their evolutionary journey seems to have ended here. It's bad had this bad thought in his mind before he lost consciousness. A lively carnival party was held in the school. The publisher was a very tall and strong man, and most of his companions were the same. They were all very talkative. Facing the many survivors who came to participate, they all expressed a certain degree of goodwill, but Li Kun always felt that they were internal personnel and did not want to communicate with them more. Just, "Hey, brother Li Kun, your goods are very good. Our boss is willing to buy them at a price of more than 0.5%. A young man with short hair, wearing a floral shirt with half of his chest unzipped and speaking carelessly, put his arm around Li Kun's shoulders. Li Kun broke away from him a little uncomfortably. More than 0.5%? He showed a disdainful expression appropriately. Well, do you know how good our boss's weapons are? Any of them is several times better than those in the Doomsday Mall, and the price is 10% cheaper. It's just 0.5 cent more, but my boss doesn't care about it at all." Then, the short-haired guy was embarrassed, gritted his teeth, and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Brother Kun, how about 0.7 floors? This is my highest authority, and you have a lot of goods. It's already a stretch for us to take them all." At this point, he looked around and leaned into Li Kun's ear and said, "We recently discovered a very mysterious portal. After investigation, it contains huge energy. How about this? I can make the decision and give you 2 places." Mysterious portal? Hearing such a heavy news, Li Kun raised his eyebrows. "Okay, but 2 places are not enough. I want 10. "What? 10? The short-haired guy jumped up in fright and couldn't help raising his voice. No, no, Brother Kun, you are scaring me. 10 are too many. My boss will kill me. Okay, I'll give in a little. Li Kun counted on his fingers, as if he calculated carefully. The goods are only half done, but the places need 10. 10? The short-haired guy shook his head like a rattle. No, the opening of this portal requires a lot of gold coins, and the number of openings per day is limited. 10 is too many, definitely not possible. Huh? Have you been in? Li Kun heard the meaning of the words, and the short-haired guy did not shy away, nodded and said, Yes, we have been in a few times. What's in it? Li Kun asked curiously. The short-haired young man hesitated for a moment. This news can't be disclosed casually. I understand. Li Kun smiled and waved his hand. A fully armed shadow servant walked out from the shadow behind him. He was holding an iron plate with a red cloth on it, and on the red cloth was a silver-white metal stick-like weapon. Brother Fu Wenquan, how is it? Li Kun handed the weapon to Fu Wenquan. I heard you say that you like stick-type weapons the most. And I just happen to have one here. The attributes are pretty good, and the attribute bar attached to it can also increase extra strength points. I think it is very suitable for you. Heh, thank you, Brother Li Kun. Fu Wenquan also took this coveted weapon without hesitation. Can you tell me what's inside now? Li Kun came over to ask, and the shadow servant next to him disappeared silently. Fu Wenquan glanced at the disappearing shadow servant obscurely. This guy is very strong. However, it is not because of his own strong attributes, but because all the weapons on his body are blue attribute equipment, and the attribute values are directly maxed out. From this, we can see how many weapons this survivor has. No wonder the general asked me to take the initiative to contact this survivor, and I and others have acquired so many high attribute weapons at one time. Then, facing the zombies tomorrow, the combat capability of me and others can be greatly improved. Facing those monsters, my brothers will also reduce a lot of casualties, and can also spare the energy to protect other weak survivors. Li Kun and Fu Wenquan reached an agreement. All the extra blue and green weapons accumulated in his hands were sold to them, and the price was still reduced to 90%, but Li Kun still fought for 6 places to enter the mysterious portal. It just so happened that Shu Mu and others could enter once each. The time of entry was set at 7 o'clock in the evening. Because this mysterious portal is only opened at night, and now it is a peaceful time, no one can hurt anyone. So Shu Mu and others planned to enter this mysterious portal tonight to have a look, hoping to gain something. The weapons were originally expected to be sold for a day, but in just half an hour, they were all bought by a huge force. In the early days of the apocalypse, Shu Mu couldn't think of another organization that could have such courage and such a huge amount of money. It must be the internal personnel. But they probably wouldn't have a good time in the apocalypse. After all, Shu Mu discovered early on that zombies are very sensitive to the number of people gathered. The more people gather in a place, the more zombies will be attracted there. Coupled with the 90% mutation rate, dense crowds are the most likely to suffer. So they were definitely attacked by a terrifying number of zombies in the 3 days of the apocalypse, so that they had such a huge demand for weapons. After all, their number was there. Even if he cleaned up the weapons that exploded in the entire school, it would probably just solve the urgent problem. But Shu Mu definitely wanted to help. That's why he agreed to their request and sold them all his remaining good weapons. Otherwise, in order to prevent a single organization from dominating, Shu Mu would not sell a large number of weapons to any one organization. They are an exception. Shu Mu believes in their character, and in addition to reducing the price by 90%, he also gave them some of the best items as gifts. I just don't know. Can those hot weapons still be used? If they can be used, will they still be covered in dust? On the other side, in a well-lit base, Fu Wenguo sat upright and watched the battle video released on the screen in front of him, his face extremely serious. These guys are still evolving, and their speed is far faster than ours. It seems that we still need to gather the strength of the survivors, otherwise it will be difficult to resist the attack of the zombies behind. Fu Wenguo turned off the lit screen, turned to his son, standing beside him, and asked, Xiao Quan, How is the matter going? Fu Wenquan responded seriously. In reply to the general, the weapons have been purchased. The superimposed attribute values are indeed very strong, and they have been installed on the brothers. But I still haven't seen the powerful awakener. But I have given them the quota to enter the mysterious portal, and agreed to meet at 7 o'clock tonight. I believe I will see him then. Well done. Among the nearly 40,000 zombies, more than 30,000 are ordinary zombies, and there are about 7,000 elite zombies, and even fewer leader zombies, only about 1,000. In addition, although the explosion rate of weapons in the end times has increased, it is only about 25%, 1/4 probability. Shu Mu harvested more than 9,000 white weapons. But white weapons are not rare at all. Although most survivors only have white weapons, what they pursue are the stronger green and blue ones. So if the white weapons cannot be sold, and Shu Mu did not cheat Fu Wenquan and others, then these weapons can only be thrown in his hands. There are about 2,000 green weapons. Shu Mu looked at the best ones among them, and after selecting a few useful ones, he packed them all and sold them to Fu Wenquan. He took all the green weapons. The average selling price in the mall is more than 40 gold coins, so Shu Mu charged him 40 gold coins for each piece, and 5 gold coins more for the few better ones, so he made about 80,000 gold coins from the 2,000 green weapons. Fuck! My assets almost doubled in an instant. Shu Mu, who received a huge transfer, felt that he was suddenly enlightened. If it were before the end of the world, if I were so rich, I would fire my boss. The explosion rate of blue weapons is a bit high. After all, apart from the leader zombies, even elite zombies have a chance to produce top-quality items, but they are not as good as those dropped by the leader zombies. However, the strength of these big guys is very strong. Ordinary survivors are almost dead when they encounter them, not to mention wanting to kill them. However, the probability of killing the leader zombie dropping green equipment is almost 100%, and the blue equipment has reached more than 30%. This is calculated based on the number of zombies killed by the shadow servants and the equipment explosion rate. A total of 412 blue equipment. Shu Mu's summoned creatures include 18 shadow servants and 2 shadow dogs. On average, each person has 10 blue equipment, which can be said to be armed from head to toe. And the same is true for himself and his 5 teammates. The attributes are superimposed, surpassing the shadow servants. After all, the levels of himself and others are around level 8 or 9, while the shadow servants are all basic level 1. Shu Mu has no extra spirit points to upgrade them. This is indeed a problem. There are not enough spirit points. The weapons Shu Mu and his companions needed were about 260 pieces, but Shu Mu had to be a little conservative. He only sold them 130 pieces. Although not many, it was economical and could arm a dozen or 20 people. 400 gold coins per piece, 130 pieces, a total of 52,000 gold coins. Shu Mu, level 18, 80,000 experience points. Attributes, Strength 18, 31, Speed 18, 38, Constitution 18, 28, Spirit 18, 3. Talent, Gift, Summon, Shadow Servant, Shadow Hound. Equipment, NA. Wealth, 265,017 gold coins. Mall, Enabled. Calculating. The newly enabled achievements were still being calculated. Shu Mu glanced at them and didn't pay any more attention. Now his eyes were all on wealth. 265,000 gold coins. Rich, too rich. Can't spend it all. Shu Mu looked at his panel and grinned happily. Li Kun and others who had just returned looked at the boss sitting in the corner and grinned, and couldn't help but hold back their laughter. But they didn't dare to disturb him, so they ran to the rooftop to get some fresh air. Have you contacted your old friends? Li Kun lay on the rooftop fence and asked his companions next to him. Liu Chuya sighed and said with some regret, I did contact them, but few responded. Well, it's the same for us. The 2 sisters, Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin, looked at each other, but they were fine. At least they were still alive and well. Li Kun turned around and looked at the city that was still prosperous but much quieter, and felt a little heavy. He came to this city alone, thinking that he could make a name for himself here. But he didn't expect the end of the world to come so suddenly, disrupting all his plans. But it didn't affect him much. Anyway, my parents had passed away long ago, and I had no contact with relatives and friends. It didn't matter what I did alone. It was the same for Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin. But Liu Chuya was a little worried. Fortunately, she got through to her parents on the phone. It was said that the military there had built a safe place, and they were safe there now. Wang Jimin was not to be mentioned. He had accumulated hatred in his heart, and he was more ruthless than anyone else to the zombies. "It's a headache!" Li Kun scratched his hair irritably, and Liu Chuya asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sad?" Li Kun glanced at her profile and said, "What can you, a little girl, know? Hey, then I want to see which one is a girl." Liu Chuya pulled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white arms, and wanted to use force. Li Kun screamed and turned around. "Kunzi, don't run!" Liu Chuya chased after him carelessly, and Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin laughed. The silent atmosphere was broken. After playing for a while, everyone went downstairs. The floor was very spacious. After all, this used to be a place for students to play, so apart from the few rooms where everyone lived, the rest of the place was filled with a lot of collected items. All kinds of food that are easy to preserve. Rice, noodles, dry food, canned food, bagged snacks, everything is available. Meat products are mainly dried meat and the like. Extra fresh meat. Everyone found a few large freezers and piled them in a room, which were also filled with large ice cubes moved from the butcher shop so that they can stay fresh for a period of time even if the power goes out. Drinking water is piled up in boxes, and various happy water, boxed milk, and other drinks are also moved a lot. Li Kun even got some game consoles, chess and cards, etc. The purpose is to have entertainment after the power goes out. Several supermarkets were completely looted. In addition, they already have several vending machines here. Anyway, food supplies are not scarce at all. Even some high-end fruits that they can't afford to eat on weekdays can be eaten by everyone. After all, these can't be preserved for long. They will be stale after 2 or 3 days. What if they are wasted if they are not eaten? We need to get some more generators, medicines, tools, and lighting. Shu Mu looked at the people coming down and stuffed all the needed supplies into Li Kun's hands. "Boss, Li Kun opened his mouth. He had just come back and was about to go out again. Liu Chuya behind him patted his shoulder and said, "Boss Shu has ordered, so go quickly. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back." Li Kun felt bitter, but couldn't say it. "Where's Brother Wang? I asked him to get some cars that are easy to drive. It would be better if you can modify it and add some spikes, so I have to trouble you to get some related parts." After Shu Mu arranged for Li Kun, he said to Liu Chuya, who was showing off behind him, "Don't be idle either. Go and collect some quilts, clothes, etc. for the winter to prevent the temperature from dropping later." "Puff!" Li Kun couldn't help laughing. "Let you show off, but you have to go out with me. Go quickly. Go early and come back early." Li Kun and Liu Chuya went out with a lot of noise. They both knew that this was a serious matter, so they were very active. After the two left, Shu Mu turned his attention to the two sisters. "Tang Lingyu, due to your awakened ability, I have to trouble you to communicate with other survivors." After Shu Mu arranged for his sister, he said to his sister, "Tang Lingyin, you are responsible for protecting your sister, okay?" "Yes," the sister answered loudly. After these 2 days of living, the two sisters got along well with everyone. Especially Shu Mu, who saved Tang Lingyin's life, so Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin listened to Shu Mu's words, although they have always been very well behaved. The shadow servants were not idle either. While collecting supplies, they would also investigate the surrounding environment and record the surrounding buildings. They would also inquire about the news between the survivors, and even what abilities and talents those survivors had, which were all under the investigation of the shadow servants. It can be said, everything around them was exposed under the investigation of the shadow servants, but there was one exception. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky had become very gloomy. Compared with yesterday, it was not so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, and some scattered lights began to light up in the city. Although the number was not large, it was obviously much more comfortable compared to the darkness of the previous 2 days. After a day of revelry, the survivors did not rest early. Instead, the arrival of night made them more excited. Coupled with the improvement of their physical fitness, they were excited for a day and did not feel too tired. Moreover, they did not know what kind of crisis tomorrow would be, and today was a rare peaceful day. How could they not have a good time? They had almost collected all the supplies around them, and now there was nothing left in those empty shops. Especially the supermarkets with food were the primary targets of many survivors. Now the moonlight would be the cover color for their real revelry. In a residential building, Shu Mu and the other 6 were all wearing black cloaks and 6 different masks. The one he wore was a kind-looking little monk, and Wang Jibin was a bald man with angry eyes and a beard. Li Kun wore a fat pig head mask. Liu Chuya wore a monkey mask with pointed ears and monkey cheeks. The 2 sisters Tong Lingyu and Tong Lingyan wore a pair of dragon girl masks with small horns, and they looked the cutest among the crowd. "Boss, it's not fair. Why am I wearing a pig head mask?" Li Kun complained to the man with a beard and a bald mask. Wang Jibin did not respond, but the aura on his body was faintly radiating, revealing a feeling that he was extremely difficult to mess with. So much so that Fu Wenquan, who was leading the way, kept sneaking glances at him, always feeling that this guy was not a good person. But he took another obscure look at the dark shadows that had been following them closely on the ground. His heart suddenly sank, but his face was full of enthusiasm. "Boss Wang, the brothers are just ahead, and we're almost there." "Okay," Wang Jibin said briefly, showing the temperament of a big boss. The guards beside him followed closely, surrounding him, with him as the core. Password. At the door of a house, 2 guys standing at the door shouted coldly. "Old times." Fu Wenquan stepped forward in advance and gave the password. The 2 guys gave way slightly, allowing everyone to enter the house. There was a different world inside the house. First of all, the yard inside the house was very spacious, and there were a lot of boxes piled up on both sides. The volume was about 1 meter long and wide. They were neatly stacked on both sides, with a gap in the middle. Shu Mu couldn't tell what was inside for a moment, but in the darkness, around the corner, there were obvious guards. All of them were strong young men. And they were not weak either. They were all around level 5 or 6. You have to know that this level is already one of the best among the survivors. After all, it's impossible for ordinary people to kill hundreds of zombies in 3 days, right? To reach level 3, you need 30 experience points in total. Even if it's the level 3 ordinary zombies on the last day, you have to kill 10. But for the more daring survivors, a dozen zombies is not a lot for them. You can reach it by killing a few every day. But to reach level 5 from level 3, you need 150 experience points. That means you have to kill 50 level 3 zombies. Add the previous 10, and you have to kill 60 level 3 ordinary zombies to reach level 5. And to reach level 6, you have to double it. Very impressive. Shu Mu was very happy in his heart. This is just the strength they showed on the surface. How strong are they inside? No way to know. But the stronger they are, the better. At least when they are at the end of their rope, they may be able to become a way out for themselves. And then the journey was smooth. Shu Mu and others never encountered any guards again, but they took a hidden elevator in the room. They came to a bright room full of technology, and in the center stood a mysterious portal. There were 2 colorful round stones on the ground. The distance between them was only about 1 meter, and it seemed that one person could pass through. And they emitted colorful light vertically upward. When they reached a height of 2 meters, they twisted slightly, deflected to the middle, and finally connected together, forming a round door made of colorful light. Awesome! Li Kun saw such an outrageous scene and immediately shouted, "WTF!" Shu Mu and others seemed to be calmer, at least on the surface, but they were also very shocked in their hearts. This round door is not just a light frame, but when everyone just ascended to this room, they seemed to sense someone coming in. The colored original stone vibrated slightly. The light on it radiated, and while forming a round door, the hollow part in the middle was also covered by a layer of faint colorful light, forming a colorful light door like a water curtain, and from time to time there was a flash of gorgeous fluctuations on it. The colorful light door faintly vibrated. After Fu Wenquan led everyone here, he introduced enthusiastically. "It has been charged. Boss Wang and the brothers can just go in directly. As for what you can get inside, it all depends on luck." According to the information revealed by Fu Wenquan before, inside this mysterious portal is a dark space, but not far in front. The ground is sprinkled with light, outlining a glowing road. Follow the road straight forward. You can find a small stone platform that stands shoulder to shoulder. The carving on it looks like a holy book, and there is a palm print deeply engraved on the book. Just put your palm on it. You can feel your body filled with power. After a while, they will come out of the body again. But the remaining power in the body can also benefit the person a lot, and even awaken new abilities, but only a few. Most of them just become a little stronger. At least that's how it is for me. Fu Wenquan smiled bitterly. He was not so lucky, just a little stronger, and he didn't even know it if he didn't observe carefully, and it cost 100 gold coins. "Brother Fu Wenquan, wait for me to awaken an awesome ability, and then I will show you." Li Kun, wearing a pig head mask, said carelessly, holding his shoulders. The others just listened and didn't respond. Fu Wenquan smiled and arched his hands. "Then I wish you good luck." Li Kun nodded. He was the first one to step into the colorful portal. The colorful water curtain shook slightly, and Li Kun was sucked into it under the gaze of everyone. The waiting time is the longest. Fu Wenquan did not leave, but started chatting with Shu Mu and others, talking about various topics. However, everyone was not very interested. Even Wang Zhiban, his main attacker, only responded with a faint, okay. Fu Wenquan had a headache. These people were not easy to communicate with. Shu Mu frowned secretly. This was the only place that the shadow servants could not detect. It was as if it had been wrapped in an invisible protective shield. Even the stealth skills of the shadow servants could not enter. Only when they were around him could they not be affected. And there was always a faint force checking on him and others. Shu Mu glanced at the cameras in the corner. It was not this. It should be some kind of awakened ability. However, several groups of shadow servants were wandering under his feet. One of them had the ability to hide. No matter how they explored, it was useless. About 10 minutes later, Li Kun ran out excitedly. Although we couldn't see the smiling face behind his mask, from his tone, everyone knew that he should have made a lot of gains. "Haha, I didn't awaken a new ability, but my original ability has been strengthened. Now I don't have to be just a shield man who gets beaten." Li Kun introduced to everyone enthusiastically, without considering the other people around him. His ability was originally just to summon a shield with extremely strong defense, but now it has become a new shield that can cause some counter-injury. Isn't this still a shield that gets beaten?" Shu Mu silently complained in his heart, just from passively taking a beating to a certain degree of counter-injury, but this is also pretty good. The next person to enter was Liu Chuya. The monkey mask on her face made Fu Wenquan very curious about who was hiding inside. However, judging from the height, body shape, and walking posture, it is likely to be about her, lady. But why would a lady choose a monkey mask? The monkey is the most powerful and unruly guy among the original characters, so is her awakened ability a combat-related one? And is it the strongest among the few? He had no way of knowing these. However, based on the previous positions, he could guess that the monkey mask should have a good relationship with the Kun brothers. Was it a one-attack, one-defense lineup at this time? Liu Chuya had already crashed into the colorful light gate. Fu Wenquan still wanted to find out some information. But although Li Kun looked carefree and seemed to have a good relationship with him, he would immediately shut up when the topic turned to other people, and even changed the topic with other topics, so that he could not get any useful information. This time it took longer. Fu Wenquan could be sure that the lady with the monkey mask must have gained a lot. At first, he had no reaction after staying for only 2 minutes, and it took him a total of 5 minutes to come out, including the back and forth. After Liu Chuya came out, she returned to the team indifferently, without words, without emotions, and even the other people in the team did not change. It was just that the person wearing the little monk mask walked up silently. "It's my turn." Shu Mu did not hesitate for much. Facing the flashing, colorful light curtain, he ran straight into it. A very cool feeling, just like a handful of clear water splashed on the body on a hot summer day. Soft, cool, but very short-lived. Shu Mu slowly opened his eyes. As expected, everything around him had changed. He was no longer in the bright room just now, but in a very majestic world. His vision seemed to be stretched, and he could see very far away from where he was. There was no obstruction around him. Even behind him was empty, just pitch black everywhere. No matter how good his vision was, he could not see what was lurking in the darkness. The sudden change in the environment made Shu Mu look back with some discomfort. When he saw the colorful light gate still standing behind him, his uneasy mood was stabilized. At this time, right in front of him, groups of tiny light spots like fireflies floated and gathered, illuminating the road in front of him, and even the road on the ground was faintly glowing, as if it was a road paved with light. Outside the light gate, Li Kun and his group were extremely nervous, so much so that when facing Fu Wenquan's topic, Li Kun was a little absent-minded. He didn't care about Fu Wenquan either. At this time, he was thinking about what the monk's mask meant to express. The monk was the master of several original characters. He was also the core figure of the group, but he was weak and needed protection. Doesn't that mean he should be an auxiliary staff? He is not less than 1.7 meters tall, has a fast pace, is capable, and should be a male. His previous position was slightly close to the core, so he is most likely not in the front row, so the awakening is an auxiliary type. Summoning? Li Kun sneaked a glance at the shadows at their feet. Indeed, if my brothers have awakened summoning skills, they must be treated like treasures. Powerful summoned creatures can be used as bodyguards, and they can also be counted as an extra combat force. And weak ones are also useful. They are very useful for exploring the way and gathering information. Click, click! In the silent world, crisp footsteps echoed. In the pitch-black environment, a long fluorescent passage guided Shu Mu forward, but this road seemed to have no boundaries, and he could not see the end or reach the end. The temperature is a bit cold. Shu Mu touched his pimpled arm, stopped, and looked back. There was still only a long fluorescent passage on the road behind, and the surroundings were still pitch black. It seemed that this road was the only bright one in the world, and I didn't foolishly go to seek death, wanting to explore what was in the darkness, but just followed this road and kept moving forward. But I seemed to have forgotten the time and everything while walking on the road. Have I forgotten myself? Have I forgotten the happiness of my childhood? Have you forgotten the motivation to become stronger? Or have you forgotten who I am? Where should I go? Where should I return to? A series of questions lingered in my mind. Shu Mu's eyes began to wander, and the whole person felt a little light. But his steps were crooked, and he limped along the bright road in front of him. But the further he went, the longer the road seemed to be, and he himself was being pulled smaller and smaller. At this time in the darkness, a rustling sound gradually appeared, as if some creature was stepping on a dead branch, rustling, very dense. Do you want to stop? Who are you? What are you doing here? The weird, low, and confusing voice echoed in my ears. I don't know. I don't know. Shu Mu murmured, his steps shaky, as if he would fall off the road in the next second, fall on the side of the road and blend into the darkness. Swish! The rustling sound stopped on both sides of the darkness. Then pairs of red eyes appeared. Some of them stood on the twisted branches of the dead trees, some hid in the dark corners, and some had walked out of the darkness and came to the sides of the road. The tiny dots of light floating on the side of the road illuminated their tall figures. They were shadow servants wearing tight black combat uniforms. They stared at Shu Mu quietly. Although they did not move at all, a sense of worry was revealed from them. However, no one came forward to disturb him, but their eyes were all gathered together. The road was winding. There were all kinds of confusing voices along the way. There was only a narrow road ahead, and the end could not be seen. It was like a walking corpse all the way. There was no direction, but his steps were shaky. He walked along the road under his feet and walked into the depths of the world little by little. And the colorful gate behind him was getting farther and farther away, as if it had completely merged into the darkness. But the bright road under his feet has always been his route. As long as he is willing to return, he can go back to the starting point through the bright road under his feet. Plop! A stone fell into the water, splashing water. Shu Mu suddenly woke up. He saw that he was now on the edge of a cliff. There was still a bright road under his feet, but there was a cliff that suddenly appeared in front of him. If he took another step forward, he would fall off the cliff. The cliff was bottomless and covered with a thin layer of white mist. No one knew what would happen after falling down, but the bright light in front of him still rode a road, but it was based on the void and extended straight to the edge of the cliff on the other side. Do you want to go up? Shu Mu swallowed and looked around. Both sides were still pitch black. Although he didn't know what was inside, as long as he thought about stepping into this dark environment, his heart would inexplicably tighten. It seemed that there was some unknown danger lurking inside. As long as he dared to step into it, he would be swallowed up, and he would never come back. There's nothing here, but it can't be a dead end. Let's just go. Shu Mu gritted his teeth and made up his mind. What I lack the most is courage. I'll fight. A stone on the side was kicked out of the cliff. Swoosh! It drew a short curve. It fell straight down the cliff and soon disappeared. There was no sound of landing. However, Shu Mu was not affected. Instead, facing the empty void, he stepped forward without hesitation, as if the road was under his feet. Buzz! Golden waves rippled from the landing, point to the surroundings. The originally empty void suddenly appeared a large area of golden lines, and the vast road appeared in front of him, but except for a little bit of faint golden lines under his feet, the rest of the place became nothingness again. At first glance, I thought this was just a cliff with nothing, but Shu Mu's next foot also stepped on it and landed steadily on it. Hey? Nothing? Shu Mu's face lit up. Although he had guessed that there was a hidden road here, the moment he mustered up the courage to step on it, he couldn't help but feel like he had survived a disaster. Ta-ta! Shu Mu stepped on the transparent road that occasionally lit up with golden ripples, and his pace involuntarily quickened a lot. Below him was the bottom of the bottomless cliff. The feeling of walking in the void was quite exciting. The distance between the two cliffs was still quite long, but if a person ran on it, it would take only a few minutes to reach the other side. The road on the other side seemed to have finally come to an end. Shu Mu stood between the edges of the cliffs. Not far in front of him, there was an extremely huge chair, the kind of extremely black chair. But underneath it were white human bones, stacked up layer by layer, forming a pyramid-like structure, and the black throne was sitting on the top of the skull. The smile on Shu Mu's face suddenly turned pale when he saw this building. This scene made him a little scared. Although his shadow servants killed many zombies in the end of the world, it was only the shadow servants who took action, and he took action only a few times, not to mention seeing a pyramid-like skull. These things piled up. It was simply disgusting. Is it still up there? Shu Mu looked back. However, the building in front of him blocked all the views behind him. Except for the dark scene on both sides, he could not see anything at all, and the faint light points guided him from the corner of the building to the top, in front of the black seat. Hey, Shu Mu sighed. He has come all the way here. Do we have to turn back? And it's just an empty building. He could step on the cliff with his eyes open. Could these just scary things block his way? Absolutely impossible. On top of a pyramid of bones. Shu Mu climbed up with bumps and bumps, looked at the strange black seat in front of him, and sat down on it without hesitation. It was a bit cold, but nothing happened. The backrest behind him was a bit high. Shu Mu estimated that it was about 5 or 6 meters long, and there were many strange patterns on it, which seemed to have gathered into some mysterious symbols. I couldn't understand it. Shu Mu felt that he looked very small sitting on it, as if he was sitting on the throne of a giant, and there was a feeling of inappropriateness. Huh? Palm print? Shu Mu looked around and finally found a palm print on the right armrest. It was a bit too big. When he put it on it, it was like a child was placed in the palm print of an adult, leaving a lot of gaps around it. The shadow throne vibrated slightly. The twisted patterns on it were unpredictable, and after a while they began to emit black air all around, and the black air condensed into a stream, turning into strange symbols in the air. With a whoosh, black tails were dragged out one after another, pointing at Shu Mu himself. Fuck! Shu Mu was shocked. How could there be such a situation? But at this time he huddled on the right side of the throne. His palm was sucked tightly, unable to break free, and the throne was very tall, so he huddled in a corner, looking pitiful. Ah, hiss! Facing the thousands of flying symbols he couldn't dodge. Shu Mu just lay down. It didn't matter, it didn't hurt anyway, he was just curious about what it was. But at this time, there was a pain in his palm. It was as if there were 10,000 needles piercing it. It hurt so much. But this situation didn't last long. The pain in his hand disappeared in just a few seconds, and a cold energy forcibly drilled into his body and quickly spread throughout his body. Shu Mu felt that he was a lot more energetic all of a sudden. He pinched his empty left hand. It was covered with a shallow layer of black lines, densely packed, and when he opened it, he saw the strange symbols that kept drilling into his body. They were cold but powerful. This was his most intuitive feeling. As long as he lightly swung his fist, a black breath would burst out from above his fist, but since there was nothing in front of him, he couldn't know how powerful this punch was. Hey, I made money! Shu Mu grinned, his right hand still sucking on the palm print. Not bad, not bad. The hardships along the way were not in vain. Although I don't know how much I have improved compared to before. But the most intuitive feeling is that there is a pure power in my body, and this power can increase my explosive power by 1 level. And the black gas that burst out from my fist is very strange, although I don't know what the effect is. But Shu Mu always feels that this black gas may be harmless to me, but it may not be to others. Huh? Why isn't it over yet? Shu Mu looked at the seat under him in surprise. His right hand was still tightly sucked. This strange throne has turned white. Could it be that those black lines have all turned into strange symbols and flown into my body? Will I be dyed a color? Damn, that won't work. I don't like black, especially on my skin. It's okay, it's okay. I still have such a handsome face, just like the handsome guys who like me. I'm suave and elegant. Shu Mu grabbed a white mirror. His own appearance was reflected on it. He didn't have sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, but his eyebrows were moderately thick, his facial features were relatively regular, and his face was relatively clean and refreshing. He was at least a handsome boy. There is a vertical line on the forehead? Damn, this is too energetic. It doesn't suit me. Shu Mu cursed. He wanted to wipe it with his right hand reflexively, but his right hand was still tightly attached and didn't pull it out at all. But he had just finished complaining. The vertical line on his head disappeared lightly. It didn't melt into the air. Instead, it dissolved into the skin and hid in his body. If it can be taken back, can it be summoned? Is this thing my third eye? Shu Mu saw all the changes in himself and took a mirror to look at all parts of himself. Except for the lines on his forehead, the lines on other parts of his body have disappeared. But as long as he clenched his fist, dense lines would appear on his fist, as if the whole fist was dyed black. Very cool. But there was no reaction in other parts. He couldn't figure out how to make them all appear. The lines on his forehead didn't make any sound. Even if he silently prayed in his heart and opened his third eye, there was no movement, which made him embarrassed. Hey, I thought I had awakened a new talent. Shu Mu was very curious about the changes in himself, but he looked at the attribute panel again and again, but there was no new change. Even the attribute value did not change. Just when he was regretting it, the huge palm print on his right hand suddenly shrank and became smaller, and wrapped his entire right hand in it. Shu Mu was indifferent. This thing is always startled, for fear that it will not scare itself to death. ZZ! The palm print became hot, and a trace of burning breath emanated. Fuck, are you crazy? Shu Mu's eyes widened. His right hand seemed to be placed on the teppanyaki, scalding, burning, and stinging. He wanted to pull it out, but it was like it was stuck on it and couldn't be pulled off. Fuck, I don't believe it! Shu Mu was so angry that he was burned. He held a blue axe in his left hand and chopped it hard on the armrest. The temperature of this thing seemed to be getting higher and higher, but his right hand was sucked very tightly, as if the whole hand was cast into the armrest, although the armrest became as white as jade. But Shu Mu looked at it like a pile of bones merged together, and then a throne was carved out. It's just that the original appearance was covered with black lines, so it didn't look very obvious. And now, his right hand was embedded in a huge bone, and he couldn't pull it out. There was no way, he could only chop it hard. Bang! The axe fell steadily a few centimeters in front of his right hand, but the armrest was not damaged at all, but there were cracks on the axe. No, this is a weapon with blue attributes. Even if it is an ordinary axe, it is made of iron. How can it fall on this weird throne and become so crisp? Shu Mu pulled away the axe. The axe shattered with a bang and fell on the seat and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Its essence was absorbed. Shu Mu was shocked, but he didn't panic completely. Since he couldn't resist, he sat back again, but his expression was tight. His right hand felt so burned that he almost lost consciousness and turned red. "Don't roast me." On the cold throne, Shu Mu felt more and more uncomfortable, but the burning sensation seemed to weaken. "Hey, it's okay?" He raised his hand gently. His right hand actually rose up, the handprint became his own size, and the red skin returned to its original color. "Is it finally over?" Shu Mu shook his right hand, which had been left there for a little too long, and was a little sore. He suddenly pulled the corner of his mouth. He quickly opened his attribute panel again, and this time a new prompt finally appeared on it. Character, Shu Mu, level 18, 30,000 experience points. Attributes, Strength 1831, Speed 1838, Constitution 1828, Spirit 18-3, Talents, Gift, Wealth, Skills, Summon, Shadow Servant, Shadow Hound, Nene, Wealth, 265,017 gold coins. Mall, opened, calculating. Except for the talent column, there is no change in the rest. Damn, new talent? Shu Mu's face flushed and the corners of his mouth were almost pulled up to the sky. Amazing. He actually awakened a new talent, but I always feel that this talent is a bit wrong. No, it feels a bit inappropriate. This Shadow Throne has been making trouble for a long time. As a result, he did not awaken any outrageous shadow skills, such as blackening, transformation, bewitching, etc., but instead awakened a wealth skill that had nothing to do with it? Well, who cares? It's a profit if it's awakened. Wealth, the power of wealth reduces your consumption to half of the original, including but not limited to spirit and gold coins. What a talent! Shu Mu's eyes lit up. He got rich again. According to the annotation of this talent, if I want to summon the Shadow Demon Dog again, doesn't it only take 5 points of spirit? Strengthening. Another big wave of strengthening. Bang! At this time, the shadow throne under him suddenly broke, and in an instant it turned into a handful of white ash, dissipating in the skull pyramid below. It was close. Shu Mu took a look and stood firmly in place. It's different when the mental power and speed are strengthened. If it were the same as before, I would definitely not be able to react to such an emergency, but now I can stand on it steadily. Are we going back now? Shu Mu looked at the other side of the river in the distance, but he felt inexplicably relieved. He had already walked through it once, so it would be much easier to walk back. The space between the two cliffs was no longer empty. There was no more bewitching voice on the road, but walking on it gave him a deeper understanding. A golden road lay under his feet. It was like welcoming a victorious king. When the monk mask on his face walked steadily on the only glowing road in the darkness, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely sacred, as if the surrounding darkness was no longer boundless, but a citizen standing in the darkness. Outside, Fu Wenquan was still racking his brains to think of a topic. But Li Kun's mind was far away. Like Wang Jibin and the others, he was focused on the colorful light gate. It's been 10 minutes. Did this person also gain anything? Fu Wenquan complained silently in his heart. He felt that the colorful light gate was broken. Why did most of the people who went in only 2 or 3 minutes come out, while they all took more than 10 minutes? However, it is said that those who stayed in there for a long time saw some different scenes. It's a pity that when he entered, there was only a glowing road and a stone platform engraved with books and palm prints. Fu Wenquan was thinking about it, and a response came from the door. It's out. Li Kun and others looked at Shu Mu excitedly. When they saw him nod slightly, they immediately felt relieved. However, on the surface, the crowd still did not react much. There was no verbal communication, nor any extra movements. The man with the monk mask, like the lady with the monkey mask before, silently returned to the team, which made Fu Wenquan a little helpless. And who was next? One of the two wearing dragon lady masks, or the big bald man with a beard who seemed to be the leader of the group? "We're going!" The two ladies wearing dragon lady masks came forward together. Among them, the one who looked a little shorter stopped outside the door. The taller one, after obviously looking back at everyone, rushed in with his eyes closed. "I must work hard to become his helper. This is a vast starry sky, but the surrounding stars are no longer dense, small, bright spots, but have become huge planets, heavy and oppressive. They seem to be pulled together by some mysterious force and seem to collide. And in the small path left in the middle, a tiny person suddenly appeared. She stood in the void, and all around her were huge planets that were crowded and spinning slowly, as if she would be crushed by them in the next second. Can't you see clearly?" Tang Lingyu opened her eyes that reflected the planets, but the scene imprinted in her mind was still pitch black. It wasn't the kind without light. It was the whole world that suddenly fell into darkness, without any concept of light, and no objects could be seen. However, she didn't panic too much, but tried to walk forward a few steps, and then moved forward steadily. Below her was the void of nothingness. Beside her were crowded and spinning planets, but she couldn't see everything, so she could only grope, relying on her own perception, and move forward little by little. The cold wind in front of her suddenly appeared. They blew, and at once they turned into sharp blades, cutting her exposed skin fiercely. Tang Lingyu bit her lip. She couldn't see anything, and there was pitch black in front of her, except for the slight feeling of stepping on the ground under her feet. There was nothing around her. There was nothing to touch or hold. When she walked, it was as if she had lost her sense of gravity, swaying and about to fall down in the next second. The strong wind now affected her sense of direction, making every step she took very difficult. "Can't stop. I must not stop." Tang Lingyu kept her head down and tried to move forward. Accidentally, she staggered and fell to the ground. She didn't have time to hesitate and quickly got up, trembling against the cold wind blowing in front of her. She was blocking. The world behind this door would never harm her life, as long as she could become stronger. No matter how much suffering she had to endure, it would be worth it. "I won't let my sister get hurt again. And absolutely can't disappoint their expectations of me." It took more than 10 minutes for him to come out. Fu Wenquan was dumbfounded outside the door. He watched everyone who went in wait for more than 10 minutes before coming out, except for the first brother Li Kun, who clearly told him that his skills had changed. After the others came out, they returned to the team silently, making him feel itchy, as if he was being scratched by a cat. "I succeeded." Tang Lingyu's face behind the Dragon Girl mask was flashing with crystal tears. She wanted to tell her teammates the good news as soon as possible, but the situation at the moment did not allow it. So she could only suppress the joy in her heart and pretend to return to the team indifferently. In the past few days, since she and her sister were integrated into the team, she has been a marginal figure with no effect. Although her teammates cared about them and did not ignore her, she could not help at all. After all, her mind reading had no effect on zombies. So much so, in terms of fighting zombies, she seemed to have no characteristics and could only rely on the equipment given by Brother Shu to crush those weak zombies. And her sister could at least protect her teammates, although they were very strong and did not need it. But she was indeed the most useless one in the team, so she had always felt a big gap in her heart. She had always wanted to help her teammates, especially Brother Shu Mu, but she had no way to do so. Helping them would only hinder them. But now she was finally different. When her sister came out, Tang Lingyin couldn't wait to enter the world inside the door. What she encountered was completely different from the previous few people. In front of her was not a fluorescent road that looked hopeless, but a ladder leading to the sky. Tang Lingyin exclaimed, "There really is a ladder." After saying that, she began to run up. The road ahead was fine. It was just like an ordinary stone staircase. It just looked high, but it was not difficult to climb. Especially under the premise of improved physical fitness, it was far less tiring than imagined. But when she came to the 100th step, a picture suddenly appeared in front of her. The scene of the apocalypse just erupted. Countless humans who were still fine a second ago, the next moment their limbs twitched and they struggled to fall to the ground. A moment later, they got up from the ground with stiff movements. A terrifying ho-ho sound came out of his mouth. Facing the questions of his relatives, they rushed forward without hesitation, and blood and screams merged. Tang Lingyan bit her lips tightly. Her face was pale and her body was trembling slightly, but she did not stop for a few seconds, and she directly ran through the screen and stepped on the 101st step. She felt her body heavier. Tang Lingyan continued to climb up. Not long after, she came to the 200th step. Sure enough, the familiar scene appeared again, similar to the previous one, just in another direction and another area. She was very decisive this time. Even when she just stepped on the 201st step, the weight on her body became heavier again. But she did not stop for a moment and continued to run steadily upward. When she came to the 300th step, she rushed through directly, without hesitation, without stopping at all. In this way, she passed all the way. But after all, she was still a girl. When she ran every 100 steps, she would stop to rest. Of course, she would not run on the entire 100 steps. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? The further she went, the more weight she had on her body, the more tiring it was to run, and the intervals between rests became shorter and shorter. Tang Lingyan was also annoyed. After a short rest, she continued to climb up. This girl didn't believe that this ladder had no end. When she came to the 500th step, she found that she couldn't directly break through the screen this time, but her feet seemed to be stuck, staying in place for a full 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, she was forced to watch the screen for 10 seconds. The scene in the screen was no longer the scene of the apocalypse just after the outbreak, but time directly moved to the middle of the apocalypse, a desolate world. The survivors shown on it were only 1% of the original ones, and the rest of the survivors either turned into terrifying zombies early or were eliminated by others in the apocalypse and turned into food for zombies. But what shocked her most was that she seemed to see her own figure in the screen. She tried hard to see more this time, but the screen seemed to be fixed for only 10 seconds. There was no way. Tang Lingyan adjusted her breath. She continued to climb up. Sure enough, when she reached the 600th step, she was fixed again for 10 seconds. She stared, with her eyes wide open, trying to find her own figure in the picture. The miserable conditions of the poor survivors in the picture were also seen one by one, and her mood changed silently. Disaster, fear, death, salvation, burden, responsibility, friendship, family, affection, home. It took more than 20 minutes. Fu Wenquan was so anxious that he scratched his head outside. This broken door was definitely aimed at him. Why did each of them stay in for so long? He was kicked out after just a few minutes. But no one noticed Fu Wenquan's depressed mood. They were all observing Tang Lingyan. They only felt that after she went in, Tang Lingyan had become a little different, and her sister felt it particularly clearly. Tang Lingyan was originally a cute and playful girl, but now she has a sacred feeling, with an inexplicably elegant and noble aura. Sister! Tang Lingyan ran back to Tang Lingyu and shouted softly, and the sacred feeling disappeared, returning to her original appearance. Everyone was a little confused, but when they saw Tang Lingyu nodded slightly, they put their minds at ease, just thinking that she must have experienced some strange things in there. This is normal. Everyone is like this. Finally, Wang Zhibin walked out of the team with a resolute step. It's finally Boss Wang's turn to appear. After waiting for so long, finally waiting for this moment, Fu Wenquan suddenly became energetic, and Fu Wenguo behind the surveillance. He also got a little more energetic. Although I don't know whether Boss Wang is a powerful survivor who cleaned up the backs of the school zombies, but at least he is the boss in name. So he also attaches great importance to this. And the brothers under him just happen to have awakening detection type skills, but they still can't detect their abilities and characteristics. This means that there are hidden awakeners among them, and they have been on guard against them in advance, which makes him not dare to be too bold. He can only stare and watch all the way to now. But except for Li Kun at the beginning, he has not collected any useful information at all. Add more to be continued tomorrow. Red Earth. Scorching temperature. Slightly distorted space. Wang Jibin stepped on this hot earth, and the extremely high temperature made him sweat all over. He reached out and untied his clothes and wrapped them around his waist. "Do you want to step over here?" Wang Jibin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked around. This is a very vast red earth plain, flat and wide, but there are many red magma pools on the ground. They are constantly emitting extremely high temperatures, which is also the main reason for the abnormally high temperature here. And the magma flowing in it is still bubbling. If you fall in, you will die without a complete body. And just as Wang Jibin had just avoided a magma pool beside him, as he continued to walk forward, strange sounds suddenly appeared in the magma pool next to him. Ho ho! Strange creatures without any hair but with bright red skin crawled out in twos and threes, and when they saw the humans next to them, they roared and pounced on them. Mutated zombies? Wang Jibin was slightly stunned when he saw the strange-looking zombies in front of him. But before they were about to pounce on him, an exaggerated-looking Fang Tianhuaji suddenly appeared and suddenly swung out a half-moon posture, chopping the zombies that pounced on him into two pieces. Ho ho! The zombies' roars did not stop. This kind of monster with red skin also crawled out of the other magma pools, and the number was astonishing. But Wang Jibin showed a wild smile on his face. Come on, I hope you can make me happy. After that, he was not in a hurry to move forward. Instead, he slowly rotated the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand and chopped down all the zombies that pounced on him. Puff! Fang Tianhuaji in his hand thrust out suddenly. The zombie that just crawled out of the magma pool in front was directly pierced, then lifted up high and thrown back into the magma pool, causing quite a stir. Not enough, keep going. Wang Jibin killed like crazy along the way, not wanting to let go of all the red-skinned zombies that crawled out of the magma pool. He slashed all the way. However, the number of red-skinned zombies seemed endless. As long as there was a magma pool around, they would crawl out of it densely. At first, only 2 or 3 crawled out every few seconds. You can go to the back. Every second, 5 or 6 crawled out at the same time. If the magma pool was not large enough to accommodate only a few, the number of zombies that appeared would be even more terrifying. Is there something in the magma pool? Wang Jibin chopped down the zombies that crawled out in front of him with his halberd and poked his head into the magma pool. A wave of heat came towards him. If it were an ordinary person, his skin would have been burned by this heat wave. But he was thick-skinned and not affected much. But he didn't dare to get too close. Even if there was something inside, he couldn't explore it. Facing the seemingly endless zombies, he was satisfied at this time and didn't stay here for too long. Let's go. Brother Shu is still waiting for me. Wang Jibin took a deep breath, exerted his strength suddenly, and shot out like a sharp arrow. As for the zombies blocking the way, they were split open by the Fang Tianhuaji in his hand. Unstoppable. He was like a fierce chariot. Roaring and screaming on the road, any obstacles on the way forward would be flattened, and he couldn't hinder his pace at all. 10 more minutes. Fu Wenquan was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, there was no one in this group who didn't gain anything. It feels like a big loss, right? If he didn't know that the world inside the door could only be entered once, he would definitely have tried to go in again. Why could others stay in there for more than 10 minutes? But he was kicked out after just a few minutes? Well, why? Shu Mu and others did not stay for long after awakening, but directly said goodbye to Fu Wenquan. There was no way. He could only put on a forced smile and lead everyone back. Along the way, he also tried to find out what they had awakened and what they saw in the world inside the door. But except for Li Kun, who responded to him enthusiastically, others still ignored him, which made him very depressed. The other few people can't see much change, but the changes of the Dragon Girl mask and Boss Wong are very obvious. Looking at the people who were gradually going away, Fu Wenquan stood there and thought silently. When the previous one came out, there was a very obvious sacred feeling on his body. Although it dissipated not long after, it was definitely an extraordinary gain. and Boss Wong is the leader of the team, so his strength should be the strongest among them. And when he came out, his body seemed to be burning with a fiery flame. It was as if it was a flame with a huge amount of energy, spewing out a lot of heat. And Shu Mu sighed. Everyone returned to the temporary base. It was obviously 9 o'clock in the evening, but the few people were not sleepy at all. Instead, they chatted with each other with interest, talking about what kind of world they saw behind the door. Li Kun said it was very normal, just as Fu Wenquan said before. Following a glowing road, you can find a stone platform engraved with books and palm prints. But when walking on the road, you can always feel a strange sound in your ears, faintly ringing. Listen to me, those things are really scary. Li Kun made a face at the few people sitting on the sofa. In the dark, I clearly saw that they were evil ghosts without bodies densely wandering around me. He was frightened. He kept his head down, regardless of anything, and kept rushing forward. Finally, along the way, except for the tempting sound that kept lingering in his ears, he didn't encounter anything else. He ran directly to the end and came to the stone platform. That's it. He just finished it. But Liu Chuya was different. She came to a primitive jungle. There was no glowing road in front of her. Instead, she kept looking for directions in the jungle. But the magical thing is, the small animals in this jungle seemed to know her and kept guiding her, and she didn't encounter any difficulties on the way. It just took a little time to reach her destination. Outrageous! This is too outrageous! Li Kun shouted loudly. This really shouldn't be the case. There are dangers on the road ahead, but she is not in danger, and there are small animals to help her. It's not fair. This is absolutely unfair. Boom! Li Kun held his head and screamed. Liu Chuya crossed her arms and smiled. I told you to exercise more often. If your willpower is strong enough, will those tempting voices have any effect on you? 12 o'clock came quietly. In the city, there were still some lights on. Suddenly, like the faint candlelight swaying in the dark, they were extinguished one by the cold wind. Here it comes! Shu Mu and the others in the room cheered up. The lights above their heads also went out, but when several large flashlights were turned on and shone on the ceiling, the whole room was covered with bright light again. There were also several very large generators on the side, but they are not used yet. Apocalypse System, Famine Week. Apocalypse System, with the end of Peace Day, I believe that the remaining survivors are ready to face the next challenge. System, Famine Week is officially opened for 7 days. During this period, the malfunction will be closed. The food from the outside world will be marked with the effect of accelerating decay. For example, a fresh apple will only last for 3 days before it will rot. Doomsday System. During this period, the full attributes of the zombies will return. When night falls, their attributes will increase by an additional 10%, and the equipment drop rate will also be adjusted accordingly. Doomsday System. Killing zombies will have a certain probability of dropping food, and any food has a chance to drop, so in order to survive, please fight hard. The voice of the Doomsday System echoed for a long time. Except for Shu Mu and his friends, the other survivors hiding in their rooms were all confused. What? What? The mall is closed? Then where can I buy food? Fuck, I just wanted to change a bucket of hot instant noodles as a midnight snack, but it was closed just like that. I'm still hungry, what should I do? Hey, fuck, isn't this a scam? No, return the goods, I don't want the gold coins. Hurry up and return all the food to me. Many survivors reacted. I understand that the mall is a big pit, and it is a big pit that I stepped into, but there are also people who have stored food. Fortunately, we are slow and don't want to buy anything. The 2 survivors in the team looked at the pile of food in the corner of the room and silently thanked. Fortunately, I originally wanted to keep it for a look and exchange it for gold coins when I found something I wanted. But now, there is no chance to buy it, but it won't be long. With the negative status of the Doomsday System, we will fall into a state of famine in 3 days. It is worthy of being called Famine Week. The name is not wrong. People are iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will be hungry. Food issues will definitely become the primary issue for all survivors. 3 days later, the food that the 2 of them have stored will be an endless treasure. Of course, I don't know if the bagged food will be affected. However, the closure of the mall alone is enough to make some guys who don't store food panic. As for getting food by killing zombies, but who knows how high the drop rate is, and who would take the initiative to do something risky for no reason. Even if it hasn't been 3 days yet, there are definitely many survivors who have already faced a food crisis. In order to solve the crisis, they will buy food from other survivors, especially those who have pure grains. Wouldn't it be possible to sell it at a better price? Prioritize perishable foods such as fruits. The same is true for frozen meat items. After all, many survivors have no doubt about the terrifying power of the Doomsday system. After all, the Doomsday has been created. Will they be easily stuck with bugs? Freezing alone is definitely not enough. So the first consumption is fruits, vegetables, bags of snacks, and rice and flour can be left for the last. If they are really attached with the rotten effect, they have no other choice. They can only bite the bullet and kill zombies, trying to use its pitiful explosion rate to fill their stomachs. It seems that our plan needs to change. Shu Mu looked at the food piled up in more than a dozen rooms, and suddenly felt helpless. He had hoarded it for so long, but you told me that it can only be used for 3 days? It will all rot after 3 days? This is no joke. Fortunately, I can sell it to other survivors. I can definitely earn a lot of gold coins. Of course, I am not a particularly black-hearted guy. I can exchange 1 gold coin for a meal. This is not a scam. According to yesterday's level 3 ordinary zombies, as long as you kill 1, you can get 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins can satisfy a person's food and clothing for a day. I am definitely very conscientious, and the quantity is large and sufficient. The food in more than a dozen rooms is enough to support dozens or hundreds of people for a few days. Of course, Shu Mu did not forget about himself and others. You know, on the rooftop, they also put a piece of vegetables. Yes, the kind of potted vegetables. The yield is small, but the quantity is large. Most of the rooftop is filled with various types of potted vegetables. There are tomatoes, cabbages, and several pots of small orange trees with fruits. And meat. In another room with good air circulation, there are also some chickens and ducks in cages. These were found in a poultry market. When they were found, they were so hungry that they were breathing in more than breathing out. However, with Li Kun's feeding, they finally recovered. They barely had some energy and could continue to survive by replenishing food. If all food would be affected by the rot, then 3 days later, Shu Mu and others would have no choice but to attack them. The reminder of the Doomsday system did not stop. Doomsday system, the achievement function has been enabled. Survivors, please check your achievements. They will improve your attributes. After that, survivors from all over the world temporarily gave up worrying about food and began to check their attribute panels. Sure enough, a new reminder appeared in the achievement column. Shu Mu did the same and opened his attribute panel without hesitation. Shum level 18, 30 XP. Attributes, strength 28, 20 28, 38, spirit 28. Talents, gift, wealth. Skills, summon, shadow servant, shadow houndment, omitted. Wealth, 265,017 gold coins. Shop, closed. Achievements, 1. Survivor, none. Physical strength recovery is slightly improved. 2. Cataclysm Slayer. All attributes plus 10. The body is condensed with the power of thousands of dead souls. There is a certain probability of intimidating those of a weaker level. And the strength is reduced by 10%. Shu Mu took a quick glance and found that he had indeed unlocked 2 achievements, but the focus at this time was not on them. Instead, my spiritual points suddenly increased to 41. Damn, I'm rich. Sheep Survivor. Added points, none. Gained, successfully survived the early stage of the disaster. Effect, slightly improved physical recovery. This is an achievement that all survivors have unlocked. The effect is very weak and almost unnoticeable. This also led to most survivors disdaining this achievement. After brewing for a long time, the result is just this. Just this. Disaster Slaughterer. Unique. Added points. All attributes plus 10. Gained. The survivor who killed the most zombies in the early stage of the disaster. Effect. The power of thousands of dead souls is condensed on the body, and there is a certain probability of intimidating those with weaker levels, and the strength decreases by 10%. Unlike other survivors, Shu Mu has a special achievement, and the effect is not only not useless, but also very terrifying. Not to mention the unknown effect, just the added points are terrifying. All attributes plus 10. What is this concept? Shu Mu's physical fitness has doubled by 1/4. With all the attributes added together, even the strongest creature on land, the elephant, can be easily defeated. And the most important thing is that his mental power has been improved, and it has increased by 10 points at a time, which is outrageous. This is an attribute that even equipment cannot add. The basic mental power has become 28, so I can get 28 mental points every day in the future. This wave is really a big improvement. Shu Mu's face is about to burst with laughter, and the 10 points of mental power added were before today's refresh. That is, my reserve increased by 10 points first, and then there is another round of refresh. The mental power has reached 28. Directly add another 28 points at a time, plus the original 3 points. My mental points are directly added to 41 points, and the wealth talent that I just awakened, all consumption is halved, so my mental points are too much to use up. Ha! So rich! Shu forced a smile on his face, and the whole person was enveloped by great joy. But he happened to be in a position where the flashlight was shining, so his face was illuminated by the pale light and looked a little weird. The boss is grinning again. Don't mind him. It's normal. Li Kun covered his face with his hands and said to the people around him. Lucia patted his shoulder. What are you talking about? You dare to say bad things about the boss? Be careful. I will report you later. Hey, you dare. Do I dare? You will know later. Fuck you. Auntie, I was wrong. Li Kun surrendered decisively. If the boss knew that he was saying bad things about him behind his back, he would definitely be crushed by him. Shu Mu didn't have time to manage their fights, but studied how to use his extra spirit points. Put the upgrade aside for now. Even if Tianying and the others were all upgraded, they could only increase 1 attribute point at most. If they were all replaced with summoning new shadow dogs, they would increase their combat power. He spent 40 points of spirit to summon 8 shadow wolves. They were all powerful summoned creatures. Shu Mu only let Diying and 2 shadow dogs stay by his side. The rest of the shadow servants and shadow dogs formed teams 1 by 1, cooperating with each other, and were responsible for lurking in the darkness. If they encountered zombies, they would be solved directly. Guiying turned into his original form, and his Meat Mountain zombie puppet died again, and he could only look for new prey again. But now he has a new partner, a strong shadow dog, which is even better than him in terms of attributes, and they can also be blessed with skills. At this time, the ability, awakened by his companion, is Lava Jet. He can open his mouth and spray out a stream of lava with a terrifying temperature, as long as he doesn't find a suitable puppet. I have to rely on this companion temporarily, and because they are both shadow creatures, they work together perfectly. Roar. In the darkness around, the familiar roar of zombies rang out. They are back, and they are back with a new attitude and a stronger appearance. A zombie lying on the wall turned his head 180 degrees and looked up and down at the empty house. Don't see me. Don't see me? Don't see me? A thin man wearing glasses timidly hid in the corner, trying to curl up his body and reduce his footprint as much as possible. Sniff? The zombie lying on the wall, although he can't see the hidden human, the familiar smell will not deceive it. Damn it, he's coming? Did he see me? The man widened his eyes and tensed his body. This was a manifestation of fear and tension, and he was ready to run away at any time. Roar! The zombie didn't get very close. Instead, it just moved 1 meter on the wall, and suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a ball of green liquid at him. What? The man was frightened by this situation and quickly stood up and tried to run away, but the green liquid that had already sprayed over him poured directly all over him, covering him from head to toe. Ugh, it's so disgusting. The man was extremely disgusted, but now is not the time to think about these problems. However, no matter how the man ran, even if his invisibility was always on, he couldn't get rid of the zombies that were chasing him. Damn, can this ghost thing see through my invisibility? Or is it these things on my body? The man ran and hid carefully while trying to clean the liquid on his body. But this thing dried very quickly and had formed a disgusting film on his body, and it was not the kind that was particularly easy to get rid of. It was sticky and slippery, which made him very irritated, but he could only get rid of the one on his face first. Roar! The zombies kept hanging behind him. No, I can't get rid of it. The man was sweating profusely. He looked back and saw the zombies climbing and jumping on the surrounding buildings. He couldn't help but feel scared. Why was he so unlucky? He ran into such a disgusting guy as soon as he arrived. It seems that this is the only way. The man seemed to have thought of something again. He quickly changed direction. He ran into another building with the zombies behind him, and the goal was very clear: climbing to a higher floor. Brother, I'm sorry. The man really couldn't get rid of the zombies behind him. I just wanted to lead this guy to another survivor first. As long as I can survive, I promise to avenge you. Facing the tightly closed security door, the man kept walking. A key-like thing appeared in his hand and he shouted softly, "Lock and open!" Click! The locked security door opened instantly with a snap. His body did not stop and directly hit the security door that had just opened a crack, causing the entire door to collide violently with the wall. Bang! There was a huge noise. The survivor sitting inside looked over in bewilderment. What's going on? The terrifying darkness descended again. The problems faced by many survivors are not only the upcoming food problem, but also the zombies that are gradually returning. Ho-ho! Zombies are wandering downstairs of the apartment building. Are there more zombies again? Zheng Shuai leaned over to look down. He saw a group of zombies crowded together. At this time, there was a sudden noise in a room on the second floor. The zombies immediately began to riot, roaring randomly, waving their rotten limbs, and surging towards it densely. In the end, the open space downstairs was already crowded with zombies, but they piled on each other, stepping on another body and climbing up madly, so that a pile of corpses was formed, and the zombie on the top actually flipped in from here. Damn! A survivor hiding on the second floor immediately noticed this, and quickly picked up his weapon and chopped down the zombie that pounced on him. However, the zombie that was chopped continued to crawl up. Yo! I wonder how many lives you still have? The survivor spit on his hand. He had to get rid of it before other zombies climbed up. But just when he wanted to continue, the zombie that had just climbed up actually opened a bloody mouth in front of him from the chest with a bang. And among them, a strange tentacle like a snake suddenly ejected. There is also a mouth-like structure at the front. The fine and sharp teeth inside are intertwined, which looks very creepy. Puff! The strange tentacle ejected with a swoosh. Very quickly, like a sharp sword, it pierced his shoulder directly. Ah! The severe pain made him scream. Fortunately, he had always been very alert. When this guy made a strange move, he had already reacted. Otherwise, it would not be his shoulder that was pierced, but his heart. Jenny, are you okay? His companions also reacted at this time and hurriedly ran over with their weapons. Ho-ho! The mutant zombie, whose head was chopped off and stared at them with one eye, did not continue to attack. Instead, it stared at the three people opposite, ran over, and stood ready for it. Jenny, are you okay? Two companions ran over, one of whom stayed beside Jenny. Seeing that his white shirt was stained red with blood, and the tentacle stuck in his shoulder was slightly squirming, which looked very disgusting, so he quickly picked up the knife and cut it off. Puff! The tense tentacle bounced away. The severed tentacle was retracted and the cracked mouth healed instantly. The zombie's face was no longer complete, but it was clear that there was a weird smile on it, which was very creepy, disgusting, and horrifying. And the short tentacle still left on the shoulder. It was still squirming and twitching wildly on the shoulder. It seemed to be abandoned by the mother body and was making a painful wail. Ugly thing, die for me! Freeze! Another companion shouted. The raised palm emitted a blue light. However, Jenny, who was pale on the side, suddenly pulled out his weapon, and in the surprised eyes of his teammates beside him, he directly cut off his raised palm. Ah! The man who raised his hand, before he could get angry at his companion's betrayal, was so painful that he couldn't help but kneel on the ground, curled up, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. A little consciousness made him tremble slightly, trying to freeze his arm to stop it from bleeding. However, the severe pain made him unable to say a word, and the large amount of blood lost in an instant made him feel weak and unable to use his skills at all. He could only watch as the blood soaked his body and wet the ground, creating a shocking scene. "Johnny, what are you doing?" The other companion had no time to react, and such a tragic scene had already happened in front of him. At this time, his face was full of horror. While shouting angrily, he hurriedly retreated. As for his teammates, they were lying on the ground weak and almost unconscious due to excessive blood loss. And Jenny was obviously not right, not to mention his behavior of stabbing his companion in the back. Just the appearance of his ferocious face and black veins crawling all over his body, it can be roughly guessed that this guy has been infected. "Fuck, I forgot that this is not the beginning of the apocalypse," he reacted instantly. "Now is not the beginning of the disaster. All wounds scratched and bitten by zombies will lead to infection into zombies. And because of the protection mechanism a few days ago, they would not be infected. So they habitually ignored this point. But this point is very fatal. Now there are 2 zombies of unknown strength on the field, and one of his companions is lying on the ground, which is already in a state of exhaustion. It is estimated that he will not live for long. So he decisively chose to sell out his teammates. Mist! He took a deep breath and spit out a long white mist in front of him. The mist quickly spread and filled the entire room, making their figures vague and no one could see the direction of each other. But he could see everything around him clearly, so he took the opportunity to escape quickly. Swish! A black shadow flew out of the mist. Fuck! Sneak attack! He didn't even look back, but just leaned back to the right to avoid the strange tentacles that shot at him. Swish! The strange tentacles that didn't shoot accurately were quickly retracted. The amplitude of the rebound made him sweat coldly. He rolled over and tried to avoid it, but he was still hit in the ankle. Fuck, don't get hurt. He didn't want to become a zombie, although he lost his balance after being hit hard and fell to the ground. But after he lifted up his trouser legs and found that there were no scars, he was relieved. But now there is still a problem. It seemed that he could not escape. Although the fog blocked the sight of all zombies, confused their sense of direction, and even blocked his own smell, his fog could not cover up the sound. And the zombie that could spit out tentacles seemed to be sensitive to sound, so the sound caused by his running would make it aware of it. But once he stopped and hid in a corner, it suddenly became quiet again and did not attack again. But should he move slowly to the door? That was impossible. His fog could only last for 30 seconds. 30 seconds was his golden time to escape. If he missed it, he could not escape and would have to stay here forever. Mamma mia, I don't want to die yet, he began to sob, but the huge crisis of survival enveloped him, making him a little breathless, but he did not dare to cry out loud. Quick, save people. Yuan Hao kicked open the red-hot door, and Zheng Shuai behind him was holding a golden toilet plunger. Go, Zheng Shuai shouted. He was holding a toilet plunger, but his aura was like that of a general holding a spear, unstoppable. Just as the fog had dissipated, 3 zombies roared and were about to use the blood food that fainted in front of them. A golden toilet plunger hit them hard in the face. This seemingly ordinary thing was actually very powerful. A huge force directly blew the 3 of them to the opposite wall. Bang! 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 The white wall was hit hard in an instant, and 3 figures were deeply imprinted on it, the kind that could not be scratched off. Swallow Dragon Flame, blast your face! Zheng Shuai made a handsome pose. The toilet plunger in his hand was thrown aside, and his hands were stretched out in front of his chest, posing as if he was emitting a vital energy wave. Boom! A huge column of flame sprayed out. It really blasted the faces of the 3 zombies. However, the power was a bit disappointing, and it only burned the clothes and the surface of the skin black. However, the power caused did not cause them serious damage, but was not as strong as the previous toilet plunger. Yuan Hao sighed slightly. Could this skill be more powerful? Why is it only strong on the outside, but weak on the inside? Fortunately, his other 2 teammates are still reliable. At this time, Sun Yuecheng stepped forward to take over the attack, and waved the gentleman's sword in his hand, and a sword flower, and the 3 zombies falling from the wall had several more blood holes on their bodies. Plop! The zombies that were pierced in the head and heart and other fatal places all fell to the ground and died. And his girlfriend. She was half squatting on the ground, looking at the fainted survivor, and the hand that was originally releasing the healing skill was retracted, and she slapped him. "Pah!" accompanied by a loud slap. The survivor who fainted woke up in a daze. What happened to me?" "My face hurts," said. His face was rapidly congested and reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he could see his face, he would find that there was a palm print with 5 distinct fingers on his face. Sun Yucheng's girlfriend dodged slightly and returned to the team. Jiang Shuai stepped forward. He squatted slightly, patted his shoulder, and asked in a friendly manner, "Brother, are you okay? Now that the zombies have been dealt with by us, you are safe." "Oh, thank you, thank you." The man thanked sincerely and turned his head to look at the 3 corpses lying in the corner, with a little grief in his heart. 2 of the corpses were his living companions and teammates a few minutes ago, but now they have become disgusting zombies and have been killed again. "By the way, why did you faint here?" Yuan Hao stepped forward and helped him up in a friendly manner. He was the most mature and most commanding guy in the team, so his greetings made the survivor completely unable to suppress his heavy mood, and he choked up and said, "Be careful not to get scratched. Those who are scratched or bitten will be infected and become zombies. My 2 companions are like this." "Wow, monkey, it's bad. Those zombies ran away." Jiang Shuai suddenly shouted, interrupting the survivor who was still choking. Yuan Hao turned his head and rolled his eyes at him in the window. "Isn't it just right that they ran away? Do you really think you can beat 10 people alone?" "That's right." Jiang Shuai nodded first. "Isn't it easy to beat 10 people? Then he shook his head again. "No, these zombies ran in one direction." "Please, can you be more clear?" Yuan Hao was a little annoyed. This guy was so impatient. "Can you explain it clearly at once?" "Brother Hao, the situation is not right. The zombies downstairs have left. They seem to have fought with a group of zombies on the other side." Sun Yucheng said, "Zombies will also fight among themselves?" Yuan Hao was full of questions. However, he did not doubt his teammates' words, but came to the window, looking at the scene outside that looked like the war of the century, and sighed. There was a very open space under the quiet apartment building. Usually, this was the main road for pedestrians to pass, and 1 or 2 cars could drive in. Not far from the main road, it was connected to the square and the park. Coupled with some shrubs and greenery on both sides, the overall range was quite wide. And now, these vast terrains have become the fighting grounds for 2 groups of zombies. The leader of one of the parties was very conspicuous. Because his appearance was very similar to that of an ordinary person, but the color in his eyes was a color that he had never seen before, which was more noble, elegant, and majestic than blue. And his position was also very conspicuous. After all, the other zombies were either crawling or standing on the ground, and with the densely packed zombies around, a single zombie was not very obvious. And it was stepping on the head of a huge, somewhat outstanding elephant mutant zombie. The elephant zombie had long fangs that almost reached the ground, looking very clumsy, but also very powerful. And its eyes were blood red with a hint of blue. From this we can see that its strength is definitely very strong. It actually took a leader zombie as a mount. The few people who noticed this zombie were a little shocked. They had also encountered leader zombies a few days ago. Among them, the old man zombie who had been chasing them for a long time was a blue-eyed leader zombie. It was very difficult to deal with. After a whole day, they still couldn't solve this guy, but were embarrassed. If it weren't for some reason on the way, the old man zombie gave up chasing them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good day later. Zhu Wu stood on the head of his subordinates. At this time, there was a bright moonlight and dark red sun above his head, and a wicked smile on his face. "Little zombie, how dare you be so presumptuous?" Zhu Wu spoke aloud to himself. Now, this time he took the initiative to provoke a fight between zombies, not his own idea. It was the will of the Doomsday system. They wanted these zombies with higher bloodline levels to take the initiative to provoke a fight between zombies. The winner can devour the body of the loser to gain more energy and become stronger. In this way, they can keep up with the pace of some survivors who are upgrading faster. Otherwise, it won't be long before the entire Doomsday will be overthrown by a few particularly strong survivors. That's exactly what I want. Shu happily accepted the will of the Doomsday system. He couldn't bear to kill his compatriots, but he was very happy to kill those zombies. Wow! When the breeze gently caressed his face, the sleepiness dissipated. Good morning, boss. Just got up and saw Lee-kun still playing games. When there was no power outage, he not only looted a lot of game consoles, but also got a lot of power banks. In addition, he downloaded some standalone games, so now he has many more ways to entertain himself. Where are Brother Wong and the others? Shu Mu looked around. Several rooms around were open, but no one was inside. Lee-kun tilted his head, his eyes still on the game, but he answered fluently. Brother Wong and the others went outside to investigate the situation. He stayed here with nothing to do. The vegetables on the rooftop have been watered, and the chickens and ducks next door have been fed. Okay, then let's go out too. Shu Mu greeted Lee-kun. He just had a casual breakfast. The steak was not fried well, and he was still not suitable for this kind of eating. But the egg custard tasted very delicious. It was soft and sticky, and he liked it very much. The broth tasted pretty good too. His appetite had grown, and he ate the portion for 2 people in the past. After leaving the warm home, the temperature outside was a little cool. The breeze that brushed across his face from time to time should have brought the fragrance of the soil, but now there was always a bloody smell that could not be dispelled. Shu Mu and his companion's base was in a commercial street not far from the school, so they could easily reach the school gate by walking a few steps. The campus, which was full of vitality before, has now become deserted. Except for the fallen leaves, there is no one. If the bloodstains and corpses had not disappeared inexplicably 3 days after the disaster, this place would definitely be called Hell on Earth, and it would be impossible to get close to it. But now there is nothing but desertedness. Perhaps the zombies here were almost cleaned up by Shu Mu's shadow servants 3 days after the disaster. So last night, there were only a few thousand zombies in this school. Although their level has reached the 5th level, their strength has increased. But the shadow servants together with the new shadow demon dogs, there are a total of 24 shadow creatures. It was still easy to clean up here. As for their corpses, they were piled together and burned to ashes, and the blood on the ground was also cleaned as much as possible. So now the campus is quite good, except that it is empty. But there is still a faint smell of blood. This cannot be dissipated, but it can be ignored. Compared with other places, this place is relatively fresh. Other places in the city are also covered with bloodstains, all left last night, and there are all kinds of wandering zombies, with an extremely strong stench. Shu Mu and his companions did not encounter any zombies along the way. The shadow servants and shadow dogs were particularly diligent last night. They have almost cleaned up the school area. Maybe because they have been cleaned before, it has become very easy to clean up this area. However, the density of zombies in other places has increased a lot, and their levels have also increased to level 5. The attributes of elite and leader zombies are even more outrageous. The levels of shadow servants and shadow dogs are only level 1 and 2. Even with equipment bonuses, it is a bit difficult to fight a leader zombie alone. Fortunately, there are enough shadow servants and shadow dogs, and they also have various skills given to them by Shu Mu. There are offensive, defensive, and auxiliary functions, and they work together perfectly. So far, not only have there been no casualties, but a lot of zombies have been cleared, but the speed of clearing has slowed down. We can only push forward little by little. Boss, those students have all run away. Lee-kun and Shu Mu walked around the empty school, sighing with some regret. These juniors are not smart at all. The boss's summoned creatures have almost cleaned up this place, but they still run to other places. Yesterday, on a normal day, the dozen or so students who survived in this school all joined other organizations. So they all ran away. Now there is no living person in the school. Even stray cats are gone, and there is no living creature to be seen. Hulu! Some bubbles emerged from a pool somewhere. When Shu Mu passed by the wishing pool, he looked at the bottom of the pool, which looked empty, and had a thin layer of coins. Boss, is this our school's wishing pool? Lee-kun also noticed the wishing pool. However, apart from some sighs, he did not find anything else. Shu Mu had a faint smile on his face. Yes, it's the wishing pool of our school. I haven't seen it for a long time. As he said that, a shadow servant appeared beside him. He crouched slightly, knelt on one knee, and raised his hands above his head. There was a pile of silver coins on it. Shu Mu took two and waved his hand. The shadow servant beside him disappeared. Boss, the posture of your summoned creatures. Li Kun looked at the disappearing shadow servant curiously. Shu Mu coughed slightly and rolled his eyes at him. Don't worry about it, take one. Oh, okay. Li Kun held back a smile on his face and took a coin. Throw it out. Let it spin under the sunlight, and with two splashes, it fell into the water, and then lightly and shakily fell to the bottom. Hulu hulu. A string of bubbles came out of the water in a hurry. It was very small and not very conspicuous in the silver pool, but Li Kun, a big-headed guy, noticed it. Boss, I know, let's go. Shu Mu stopped Li Kun, who was about to talk nonsense, and dragged him out of the campus. Huaimu University is located in the west of the city, and it is located in the outermost circle. Except for the commercial streets serving students, other places are still a bit depressed. If you drive out for more than 10 minutes, you can still see the green wilderness. And Shu Mu and his destination is naturally not the wilderness. Following the cleaned commercial street, the two came to the outside of a light factory. Wang Jibin and others were there, and the things produced inside were dolls that students liked more. Usually, some students come here to work and study. The school is also very supportive and will give some subsidies, so this place is usually quite lively, and there is also a large square next to it. The population flow is very large. Now, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, this place has also become a severely affected area. Even if the initial disaster is over, there is still a very large group of corpses. Shu Mu sent the shadow servant to another place, and some zombies on this east road were left behind. They were used as a whetstone to hone Li Kun and his team. They could also provide them with experience and increase their levels. Otherwise, how could they grow up relying on Shu Mu's protection alone? The doll processing factory is an independent building. Before the end of the world, there were many workers and students who worked and studied here, but now it has become a paradise for zombies. Wang Jibin and his team were guarding outside and had no intention of going in. I'll go see what's going on inside. Tang Lingyu closed her eyes as she spoke. Among them, an ordinary zombie was wandering around the factory entrance for a long time. It seemed to be secretly observing the situation inside. Roar? A leader zombie noticed something was wrong. Holding two axes in his hands, he rushed to it aggressively. Tang Lingyu was about to control her escape, but in the blink of an eye, her vision turned bloody, and she lost the other party's information. The zombies are dead. How? Wang Jibin asked Tang Lingyu, who had just woken up. This was Tang Lingyu's first attempt to awaken her new skills. Everyone had high hopes, but they were also worried about uncontrollable situations. Tang Lingyu shook her head. Not so good. The zombie I controlled was discovered to be abnormal by a leader zombie as soon as it approached, and then it was killed. She was a little discouraged. Obviously, her newly awakened ability was very powerful, and she could control creatures with mental strength not higher than hers, even zombies. But her strength was too weak. At present, she can only control ordinary zombies, while the mental power of elite zombies and leading zombies is much higher than hers. Moreover, she is not skilled enough, and the zombies she controls will be detected as abnormal by high-level zombies, and they can't escape. If we can't explore inside, then we won't go in, Tang Lingyan suggested. Listening, Li Kun frowned. If we don't go in, how can we deal with the zombies inside? Can they come out? Yes, let them come out. Wang Jibin nodded affirmatively. Li Kun suddenly felt bad. How can they come out? Can we lure them out? The bait is actually me? Liu Qia patted his shoulder. You don't need to be the bait. Li Kun smiled when he heard that. Haha, you are the bait? No. Liu Qia frowned and slapped him on the head, saying, It's not me. We don't need to be the bait, but you have to contribute a little blood. Blood? Li Kun was stunned. But this is also good. A 9-foot-tall man still has some blood, after half a day. Li Kun leaned against the wall with a weak face, thinking 1,000 shits in his heart. There were 3 bowls of blood in front of him, all of which were his. Ahem, don't worry, with your strong body, you will recover soon. Liu Chuya encouraged him a little embarrassedly. After all, no one expected that the leader, zombie guarding the factory gate, was unexpectedly smart. Not only could he suppress the temptation of the fresh blood, but he also discovered their routine. He blocked the factory gate and didn't come out. And the zombies inside were also blocked, and none of them came out. However, many zombies from other places were attracted, but their strength was very average, so they were hastily dealt with. So the first problem at present is to deal with this leader zombie. At this time, Shu Mu was lying in the car, listening to music and watching their actions quietly. He did not make any suggestions or provide any help. Everything depended on them. We can't get in and we can't lure it out, so we force it out. Li Kun couldn't bear it anymore. After shouting that word with full of energy, he opened the back door of a truck. There were rows of large plastic bottles inside, and it was filled with flammable gasoline. The ordinary zombies with relatively intact hands and feet controlled by Tang Lingyu grabbed a pile of flammable items covered with gasoline. First light them and then quickly throw them inside. Roar! The leader zombie also couldn't escape the characteristic of being afraid of fire. It stood up quickly, grabbed the axe in its hand, and wanted to chop off the flying fireball. However, how could the flame be extinguished so easily? And the various items covered with gasoline included clothes, wood, etc. Some of them scattered more after being chopped, and the factory gate was directly filled with a pile of large and small flames. Well done! Several people cheered. The leader zombie at the door could not withstand the baptism of fire. He rushed out of the factory gate angrily. He grabbed the zombies hiding not far away and still throwing things. Tear them to pieces. Wang Jibin and others also took this opportunity to sprinkle fresh blood on the ground outside the factory, which made Li Kun feel distressed. Slight smell of blood spread out. The zombies in the factory smelled the breath of blood and immediately began to riot. The rumbling sound of collisions continued. Listen to the sound. It is estimated that some zombies ran desperately and jumped directly from the higher floors. Those who did not reach the level of leader zombies would be smashed into meat patties on the spot as long as they exceeded the 5th floor, and they would die. At the factory gate, a large number of zombies emerged in the blink of an eye. They rushed towards the blood-stained ground in a dense crowd. Even though there was no blood food there for them to feast on, they still squeezed in layer after layer. In a short time, a bunch of zombies were crowded there. The zombies at the bottom were probably almost dying from being crushed. The leader zombie who was guarding the door before seemed to be the one with the highest status in the factory. He roared. He wanted to drive all the zombies back. Among the zombies, there were leader zombies with blood levels not lower than his, who also roared, causing the zombies to be noisy all the time. This was the effect that Wang Jibin and his team wanted. Along with the noise of the zombies, it seemed that there were conflicts among them. Several leader zombies with higher strength actually started fighting in the zombies. You punched, I bit. The scene was so bloody and exciting. And the ordinary zombies below also had conflicts with the fight between these leader zombies, and they were in a mess. Damn, so zombies can fight among themselves? Li Kun smacked his lips. But the current situation is the best for him and others. They don't know how many zombies have come out of the factory, but it is certain that luring zombies outside is definitely much safer than going into the factory and facing the dense swarm of zombies. There are more than 1,000 zombies emerging outside. There are not many elite zombies among. There are only about 50 or 60. And the number of leading zombies has reached 4. One of them is the zombie holding a double axe who was guarding the door before. He is tall and mighty and looks very strong, among the others. There is a young zombie wearing glasses and holding a straight blood-red weapon in his hand that looks like a pen. The other 2 are wearing work clothes. They look a little older, and they should be workers in the factory. The zombie holding the blade pen stood aside without making any noise. The factory director zombie, who was tall and strong, holding 2 axes, attacked fiercely, one after another, forcing the 2 worker zombies to retreat. However, The two worker zombies attacked one after another. The one in front was responsible for resisting the frontal attack, while the one behind was secretly taking advantage of the gap to make up the blow. The weapon in their hands was an extremely heavy iron rod. When it was swung, it was full of power, and sparks flew when it hit the double axes, showing the power of both sides. Roar! The factory director zombie was furious. He kicked away an ordinary zombie that fell at his feet. He quickly raised his hands and used the axe in his hand to block the iron rod that was secretly hitting him from behind. The huge force made its body tremble slightly. If the ground was not a relatively hard cement ground, otherwise, if it was replaced with a relatively fragile stone brick ground, it would be directly broken. As the level increases, the loss of intelligence is also quietly increasing, especially for zombies with higher bloodline levels. Almost all of them have a certain level of intelligence and are good at using some weapons that humans like to use, and these weapons are all graded. This leads to the current leader zombies becoming more and more terrifying. What's more, their levels have also caught up with the levels of ordinary zombies. In addition, their basic attributes are nearly 10 times higher than those of ordinary zombies. Therefore, their average strength has almost reached the level that a single shadow servant can hardly deal with. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that each of them is a Superman who can't fly. Are there still 5 leader zombies in there? Shu Mu lay in the car and frowned slightly. When Wang Jibin and others were on full alert and ready to rush outside the factory to reap the benefits, one shadow servant after another had already sneaked into the factory to detect the specific situation inside. Among them, the number of ordinary zombies has reached an outrageous 8,000. This number is very exaggerated. Even the employees in the factory definitely don't have such an astonishing number. You have to know that this is a small doll processing factory. It doesn't need so many employees. And there are already more than 1,000 zombies outside, plus more than 8,000 zombies in the field. Doesn't that mean the number of zombies in the field has reached 10,000? You have to know that the students in Huaimu University, which the shadow servants just cleared, are only about 30,000 to 40,000. And in such a small processing plant, there are already nearly 1/3 of them. Isn't this outrageous? And the total size of this factory can definitely not accommodate so many workers. Besides, this is just the field, and it does not include the situation in the workers' dormitory not far away. The number of zombies is very dense, and most of them are ordinary zombies. The number of elite zombies and leader zombies is very rare, and almost the 4 leaders and elite zombies outside account for most of them. Shu Mu said nothing. But the shadow servants have been feeding him information. At this time, 2 shadow servants who cooperated with each other led by a shadow demon dog found a secret door. Hualala! The strange sound of the tide filled the room covered with green moss-like plants. In the corridor outside, there was a heavy safety passage and a bright elevator passage. However, the elevator passage had been out of use. It was out of power and opened its door wide. But the bright light had gone out. The green light of the safety passage flashed from time to time, making the claustrophobic elevator environment look very strange. In the dark corridor, it flickered. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole dark room was shaken, followed by the sound of rain falling on the ground. 2 shadow servants left the densely packed corpses and followed their companions, quietly sliding from the safety passage to the corridor. The corridor, which should have been quiet and dark, was now filled with strange screams. Then, in an open room, a bunch of sticky and wet big flesh worms crawled out. Among them, many of them had already undergone changes in their bodies. For example, monsters with short limbs crawling on the ground like dogs. Some of them look like a pool of rotten meat. They are completely different from the appearance of flesh worms. They are sticky and have no specific shape. They look very disgusting. There is also a hint of a baby's head in the front part, but there are many wrinkles on it, and the body of the flesh worm is dragging behind it, which looks very weird and absurd. The shadow servants only think that they are a new type of zombies that have just appeared. They don't care. After all, the aura on them is just that of ordinary zombies. and the level seems to be only 1 or 2 levels. They are weaker than the ordinary zombies now. It is estimated that ordinary people can easily get rid of them with a solid piece of wood. Therefore, the 2 shadow servants and the shadow hound took the initiative to let them go, and then quietly passed the crawling corpse worms and sneaked to the door of the room. The shadow hound is a shadow creature. Although it can't use the stealth skill, it is also a shadow creature and has a very high affinity with the shadow servants. This also led to it being able to sneak along with the shadow servants without adding any burden. This is also the main reason why Shu Mu let a shadow servant and a shadow demon dog team up. Although the number of shadow servants is much larger than that of shadow demon dogs, it is likely that 2 shadow servants will cooperate with 1 shadow demon dog. And the effect is also very obvious. A shadow team can completely control a leader zombie. The shadow servants have come to the door. They also discovered the creatures hidden inside. They saw that there was no group of powerful elites or leader zombies hidden inside. There was only a pile of meat of unknown level. A complete pile of meat. It was a meat-like creature that filled up most of the room. It would also tremble slightly with its breathing. The blood vessel-like structure on it crawled all over its body and would tremble with its breathing, and there was also blood flowing inside. It turned out that the sound of the room surging like a tide was the sound of blood flowing in its body. As for the corpse worms crawling by the door, they were all the offspring it produced from time to time while breathing. As a mother corpse, it did not need to show its face, but quietly hid in a room at the bottom of the factory, operating silently and providing violent soldiers for its zombies. From the moment it was born, the meatball mother corpse has been hiding under the factory, operating silently. In order to survive its weakest stage, it chose to keep things quiet. In addition to devouring the blood food in the factory, it strictly prohibited its zombies from running outside the factory. The factory director zombie was its trained subordinate. The main reason was that at the moment of its birth, it thought that many zombies of the same period, as it would not listen to any of its orders. In order to prevent them from causing trouble for itself, it trained a leader zombie to help it guard the gate. At this time, a few humans who didn't know whether to live or die actually came to provoke its general. Now, it has long passed the weakest stage, and the number of zombies under its command has reached more than 8,000. Although there are not many elite and leader zombies among them, such a large number of zombies is enough to destroy any threat that comes to provoke it. The meatball mother corpse is still silently creating soldiers for its zombie group, but before it can display its grand ambitions, 2 shadow servants and a shadow demon dog have quietly come to its habitat. Kill it! Shu Mu, who received the feedback, issued a cold order without hesitation, and the shadow servants strictly followed it. The meatball mother corpse has a huge body. This means that it also has the same high physical defense as the meat mountain zombie. Even if the body is chopped to pieces, it can be restored to its original state in the blink of an eye with its super recovery ability. But the shadow servants and shadow demon dogs are not only capable of physical attacks. The ability given to them by Shu Mu is enough for them to easily get rid of it in another way. A shadow servant went to find reinforcements. Soon, 15 shadow servants. The ghost was not convenient and did not come, and 8 shadow dogs arrived and blocked the front of the meatball mother corpse. If they were not afraid of disturbing the meatball mother corpse by killing the corpse worms, no zombies or corpse worms would be able to leave this place. The meatball mother corpse felt a little bad, but it did not have a specific visual organ. Its only detection ability did not detect anything. It just felt that the habitat where it was staying was inexplicably dark. The whole room was shrouded in darkness, and it was the center of the darkness. Boom! The meatball mother corpse exploded in an instant. It was a force that erupted from its body that made it explode instantly. And then a group of flames enveloped the body parts it exploded, making the whole room spread in the sea of fire. Above the sea of fire was a faint black light. It seemed to compress all the aftermath of the explosion and the burning damage of the flames into the room, and the sound could not penetrate the room. The zombies in the factory were unaware. After a short pause, they lost their sense of the mother corpse. The shadow servants left one after another. They all had their own tasks. For example, the four Tianying, Tiang and Gang, targeted an office building. Most of the zombies inside were ordinary zombies that were relatively thin. However, the number of elites among them was surprisingly high, so they had to rush back and clean up the office building first. The rest of the shadow servants were similar. They all had their own areas to clean up, which were not arranged by Shu Mu, but places they chose spontaneously. Even the shadow demon dogs. They would go in groups of 3 or 2 to clean up a group of zombies. If they encountered a difficult guy, they would also look for support and make sure to clean it up. Shu Mu thought about it carefully. The more than 1,000 zombies outside alone were enough to keep Li Kun and his men busy for a whole day. If there were more, they would only get into trouble. Therefore, the more than 8,000 zombies in the factory still have to be locked inside and not allowed to come out. As for how to make them obedient, of course, just kill them. The shadow servants who had just left not far away were summoned back again. Shu Mu asked them to kill all the zombies that could still stand in the factory, and not let any zombies have a chance to come out again. The shadow servants obeyed the order. The first thing was to focus on killing the leader zombie that was still staying inside, and the remaining elite zombies could not escape the fate of being destroyed in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining more than 8,000 ordinary zombies, it was very easy. With their basic attributes, it was estimated that they could not let the shadow servants move their muscles. Tianying and his men directly guarded the entrance and back door of the factory, and the rest of the shadow servants were also distributed at the gates of other floors. Not only did they block the zombies' chances of entering and exiting, but they could also clean them all up without missing a single one. Shu Mu hummed happily. More than 8,000 zombies. Although most of them are ordinary zombies, each of them can provide 5 experience points. Not much, but a large amount. In total, it can bring more than 40,000 experience points. From last night to now, Tianjing and his men have killed almost 500 zombies for themselves. It sounds like a lot, but now it is 10 o'clock in the morning. 10 hours. Every hour, each person kills 50 zombies, which is not a particularly heavy task for them, and 24 shadow creatures, killed nearly 12,000 zombies in total. It can be said, some scattered places in the western area have become empty, with no survivors or zombies wandering around, and look very deserted. What they brought was a huge amount of experience of nearly 70,000. Shu Mu, level 19, 100,000 experience. Attributes: Strength 29, 41, Speed 29, 48, Constitution 29, 38, Spirit 29, 2. Talent, Gift. Skills: Summon, Shadow Servant, Equipment, Slightly. Wealth, 344,000 gold coins. Closed Achievements: 1 Survivor, 2 Cataclysm Slayers. After more than half an hour, Shu Mu finally reached 80,000 experience points with the harvest from last night. He also successfully broke through to level 19, and to break through to level 20, he still needs a huge amount of experience of 100,000 points. Just keep waiting. Shu Mu was a little helpless. As the level increased, the experience he needed became more and more, so I have to kill more zombies. Now the number of these zombies can barely keep up. But I can move forward. My level will become higher. Maybe the experience provided by the zombies in this city may not be enough for me to continue to upgrade. But this is for the future. Maybe I can try to raise a group of meatball mother zombies? It doesn't feel very humane. Forget it. After my city is cleaned up, I will go to support other cities. As a friendly compatriot, it is definitely not too much to support you, and it is unconditional support without any hiring fees. The battle in the factory was silent. Even the gate to the factory was blocked tightly. However, the several leading zombies who were still fighting outside noticed something was wrong at this time, and they stopped and looked at the gate, especially the factory director zombie with 2 axes. While roaring angrily, he actually wanted to break in, but I don't know when. A 3-meter tall muscular zombie with a breath that is not inferior to it, appeared quietly, and in his hand, he was holding a struggling young zombie. Isn't this the leader zombie who had been watching the fire from the other side? Where is the weapon in the young zombie's hand? At this moment, it was inserted into its own chest. Only a little dark red liquid flowed out of its shriveled body. The ghost smiled evilly. At the same time, a smile appeared on his resolute face. It's just that the controlled zombies themselves have stiff limbs, not to mention facial expressions, which makes this smile very stiff and weird. Bang! The ghost grabbed the young zombie and threw it to the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. The lower body of the young zombie. With inertia, it bent and folded with the upper body. Whole body was smashed into a meat paste. The ground collapsed directly, and a terrifying pit appeared. With the improvement of their own attributes, the punches and kicks of the current leader zombies in Tianying are all very powerful, especially the ghost. Its strength has skyrocketed in almost every stage. As the zombies have become stronger, it has also occupied a leader-level zombie. In addition, after 10 hours of development, its zombie level has reached nearly level 10. Even without the blessing of weapons and equipment, its attributes are nearly twice as high as those of the current level 5 leader zombies. Bullying them is like playing, of course. Among the current shadow servants, only he has such outrageous attributes, and the levels of others are only level 1. The attributes on his body are all blessed by equipment. As a result, their average attributes are only about 40, which is not enough to catch up with a fully developed leader zombie. The level of ordinary zombies is 1 point per level. The current level 5 zombies have 5 points of comprehensive attributes. It is comparable to the elite zombies on the first day, and the attributes of the current elite zombies are about 3 to 5 times that of the former, and the level 5 is about 20 points. The leader zombies are more outrageous. Almost all of them have 10 times the attributes of ordinary zombies. At level 5, they suddenly have 50 basic attributes, which makes the shadow servants, who have an average of 40 points, feel a little uncomfortable. Roar! The ghost roared at the factory director zombie with 2 axes. Suddenly, the factory director zombie stopped shouting. He didn't plan to rush through the iron gate, but turned around and wanted to escape. The 2 worker zombies on the side did the same. However, Li Kun and the others were not happy at this time. Hey, kid in front, stop quickly. Li Kun suddenly appeared and blocked the factory director zombie. Under the tall body of the zombie, he looked small, but he held a transparent shield in his hand. He looked very fragile, but his appearance was indescribably full of confidence. Roar! The factory director zombie didn't care about the tiny human who suddenly appeared. It just wanted to escape at this moment. In the past few days, zombies have been fighting on orders. The winner can devour the opponent's whole body. The loser will only die, and his body will be devoured by the opponent. So when facing an unbeatable opponent, the best way to deal with it is to run away desperately. I, Li, am here. How dare you cross over? Li Kun shouted in a serious manner. He held up a transparent shield with both hands, and a pale light suddenly burst out. The shield standing in front of him, which was as high as a person, suddenly turned into a vast long wall. The factory director zombie, who was about to cross from the side, could only raise the double axes in his hands and smash it hard. Li Kun, who was behind the shield, didn't even last a second to be handsome, and instantly seemed to be hit by a car. He groaned fiercely. His body was dragged backwards. His feet plowed 2 black scratches on the ground. Damn! My shoes are broken. On the other side, Wang Jibin was about to shout twice, but after hearing Li Kun's big talk, he chose to remain silent and just pulled out a heavy sword as wide as a person's shoulder. Name, effect, sword skill power increases slightly. Stram. This is his favorite weapon. Not only can it directly increase 5 points of strength, but its effect can also increase the power of one's own sword skills, even if it is only slightly. But a slight increase can sometimes determine a quantitative change, and his target is the 2 worker zombies who are running away in another direction together. Flame Slash! As soon as they met, Wang Jibin spared no effort. The heavy sword in his hand swung forward, and it instantly attached a thick layer of flame-like brilliance. The 2 worker zombies sensed the crisis. They raised the iron rods in their hands and crossed forward to resist. Bang! Sparks flew and flames exploded. The bursting fire blocked their sight. Wang Jibin took advantage of the situation and attacked. The heavy sword in his hand was swung repeatedly like an ordinary long sword. The two worker zombies were exhausted. They were attacked by him alone and retreated again and again. As for the escape, they could only be temporarily shelved. At this time, Li Kun heard something strange again. Although he had the blessing of weapons and the original level attributes, his overall strength was not inferior to the factory director zombie in front of him. But he had a fatal flaw. That was insufficient physical strength, and his skills consumed a lot of physical energy to maintain the strong and durable characteristics of the shield. At this moment, the factory director zombie also launched a fierce attack. The double axes in his hands repeatedly chopped on the shield in front of him, but there was not a scratch on it. But Li Kun in the back was forced to change from holding it with his hands to carrying it on his shoulders. Moreover, he plowed 2 long scratches on the smooth floor. The shoes on his feet were really broken by the friction. Now the soles of her feet were rubbing against the rough ground, which was very painful, but her skin was thick and could hold on. Liu Chuya took a deep breath, holding a curved blade in each hand, which was slender and sharp. The charge of the factory director zombie had been blocked by Li Kun, but if he was allowed to continue attacking, Li Kun might not be able to hold on for long. So it was time for her to take action. Tang Lingyin put a layer of shield on her in time. Yes, it was a thick shield, and it could be maintained all the time. Tang Lingyin's shield was not a newly awakened skill, but a derivative of the original skill. Just like Li Kun's counter-injury, the factory director zombie's attack just now not only made Li Kun plow a long scratch on the ground, but it was also shaken by the rebounding impact, but it was not very obvious. In the subsequent attacks, it lost its initial ferocity and became somewhat irritable and chaotic. When Liu Chuya joined the battlefield, it decisively gave up the thorny turtle shell in front of it and roared angrily at Liu Chuya. Liu Chuya did not tolerate it either. She took a step forward, and the sharp blade in her hand flew towards its throat. The factory director's zombie did not dodge or evade. He grabbed the double axe in his hand and went to meet her. But when it launched an attack, there was always a vague mental force that would suddenly restrain it. It always paused slightly. Liu Chuya took advantage of this pause and stabbed 2 wounds on it every time, and then deflected and escaped from its attack range. Even sometimes, when it was forced into a hurry, it would attack randomly, but it would only chop on a layer of shield on Liu Chuya that was completely invisible. So that after several attacks, Liu Chuya was like an assassin with an infinite shield unscathed. She only needed to pay attention to the timing of dodging at a certain time, and then she could output without any brains. But it paused again and again. Every attack was dodged or blocked. On Li Kun's side, 4 people besieged the strongest factory director zombie. On the other side, Wang Jibin, with his own strength, beat the 2 worker zombies so hard that they were miserable. He was originally the one with the highest level among the few people, except Shu Mu. In addition, his skills were the only one among the few people who were more offensive, and it was a direct and explosive heavy slash. As for the consumption of physical strength, it was also offset by the blessing of equipment attributes and level. His overall attributes were a few points higher than the 2 worker zombies on the opposite side, although the points were not many. But Wang Jibin also had the bonus of shield. In addition to the open and close attack method, even if the 2 zombies cooperated, they were attacked and embarrassed. The situation on the field was developing in a good direction. As for the remaining ordinary zombies on the field, they were chased by the ghost and fled everywhere. He liked the feeling of chasing. The 3 most durable toys were distributed to his companions by the master, so now he could only catch these ordinary zombies to play with. And they were not strong. A punch or a kick could kill a large number of them, and it was not fun to play with them at all. Shu Mu didn't care. As long as the situation was under control, it would be fine. So he waved his hand and let him find zombies to play with. The cleanup activities in the factory were still going on. Although the number of zombies in the field was relatively dense, it was much easier to clean up, but there were more than 8,000 of them. Even if they stood still, it would take a long time for Tianying and others to kill them. But these were not the main points. Shu Mu was originally listening to music quietly in the car. He just needed to pay attention to the situation on the field at any time, but he couldn't relax for long, and a reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Doomsday system. Touch the yellow task. The dungeon will start. Survivor Shu Mu, please be ready. Teleportation countdown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Shu Mu just sat up with a confused look on his face, and before he had time to think about what was going on, he was enveloped by a white light and instantly disappeared in the vehicle. No one on either side noticed. They were all experiencing their own battles and did not notice someone who suddenly disappeared in the vehicle. Even Tianjing and the others did not notice the disappearance of our Lord. They still followed Shu Mu's instructions and killed zombies without stopping. This is an abandoned, gloomy building. A cement-paved road, winding and continuous, passes through the gloomy and lifeless dead woodland. The dead trees are illuminated by the moonlight. Like a group of evil ghosts with bared fangs and claws, they lie on the side of the road, watching the cars and passers-by on the road. However, this road has long been abandoned. How could there be living people passing by here? Shu Mu was the only living person. However, he did not cross the road. Instead, he stood blankly at the gate of the building, which was the center of the road. Creak! The rusty iron gate creaked in the breeze and opened in front of Shu Mu. 6. Shu Mu stared speechlessly. At this moment, he was standing in the cold wind in thin clothes. The dark environment became his foil, but his mood was like the dry grass whistling in the cold wind. Messy. Faced with such an outrageous emergency, Shu Mu could only stand outside the weird building, like an abandoned pet, guarding pitifully. Crack! A strange cry sounded very appropriately. Get out! Shu Mu was in a very bad mood. Facing a crow flying from the iron gate, he just waved his hand casually. A knife flew out with a whoosh, as if it had eyes, and pierced its body in midair, causing it to explode into black mist. Crack! The poor crow lost its life just after a crack. As for the knife that flew into the darkness, Shu Mu ignored it. It was just a white weapon, not worth anything. Not only could it not be sold, but there were also too many surplus goods piled up. It was just a piece of it, and he didn't care at all. Is this weird building the copy I have to go through? Shu Mu frowned, looking at the late, open rusty iron door, hesitating whether to enter. Before coming here, I heard clearly that the yellow task was indeed triggered, which led to entering the copy. And this copy is a new thing. I don't know what's inside? How dangerous is it? But when I want to summon the shadow servants, I find that it doesn't work at all. Tianying and the others can't be summoned. It seems to be divided into another space. No matter how I call, there is no response. Even the substitute that had been integrated into his own shadow was the same, without any sound, and disappeared. Damn it! Without the substitute. Shu Mu's eyes were obviously more panicked. After all, this was his biggest life-saving trump card. But now the trump card is gone. The strongest ability to summon creatures has also been banned. What else does he have besides his powerful attributes? Life is not easy. Shu is a performer. Staying here would only be a waste of time, Shu Mu muttered, although he felt a little unbalanced, but he could only bite the bullet. The cold wind was howling. A strange manner, like a monster that chooses people to eat, stood coldly in the dark environment, waiting for its prey to come to the door. Go in. Shu Mu took a deep breath and stepped into the manor. Creak! The rusty iron door suddenly closed. Very scary, but a very familiar routine. Shu Mu turned around and looked at the iron gate. It's quite normal, but I just don't like you. After that, a hammer appeared in his hand. Ha! With a light shout, the hammer was swung like a meteor. Bang! The tightly closed iron gate was instantly dented from the impact. Then, the huge force caused the screws embedded on both sides to break from the stone wall, and the stone chips flew. The tightly closed iron gate flew out in an instant and fell into the darkness. Looking at the iron gate that flew to an unknown place, Shu Mu clapped his hands and said with great satisfaction, "Do you really think I'm stupid? I kept you. When there is danger, it will be too late to run. Remember to close the door behind others next time. After that, Shu Mu walked into the manor without caring about the empty entrance. This is a very large manor. There is a long stone wall on the outside. Except for the entrance of the iron gate just now, the rest of the places are sealed tightly. But today it is destined to have more entrances and exits. 1 hammer for 80. Shu Mu grabbed the iron hammer. With one blow, he could break a big hole in the stone wall. Very good. It's really inappropriate for such a large manor to have only one entrance and exit. I took the initiative to let you take advantage of me today. I'll open a few entrances for you. Don't thank me too much. Shu Mu hammered the wall frantically. All directions were taken care of very comprehensively. There were nearly a dozen holes in total. Now, the manor, which was originally a bit abandoned, became even more desolate. Looking at the white flower under his feet, Shu Mu apologized slightly, but the flower looked very inconsistent, a bit like it was made of paper. Unlucky. Shaking his head, he stepped on it, ravaged it hard, and stepped it completely into the soil, and then slowly left. This is a manor that combines Chinese and Western styles. The overall structure is relatively retro, and the gate is made of heavy mahogany. Shu Mu doesn't know much about this kind of thing, but looking at this integrated gate and the fine lines on it, you can tell that these 2 gates alone are very expensive. They look heavy and have a long history. On both sides of the gate, there are 2 wooden lion-like creatures carved, which are very lifelike, but the third half-closed eye on the forehead has a weird atmosphere. 80. Shu Mu hesitated for a moment, then decisively raised the hammer in his hand and let them break into sawdust on the spot. No matter what weird items they are, just smash them all and there will be no worries. Shu Mu carried the hammer, humming a song, and gently pushed the heavy red door in front of him with one hand, but there was no movement at all. Shu Mu raised his eyebrows. Is this thing so heavy? He was holding his breath immediately. He threw the hammer aside with a thump. He supported himself on the red door with both hands and pushed forward hard. However, the door did not open. Instead, it made a crackling sound. The 2 sides of the red door made a harsh groan, and then slowly fell inside in front of Shu Mu. Bang! The wide red door fell down. Not only did a huge sound in the silent manner, but when it fell to the ground, it also set off a gust of wind, blowing the dust at the door into the air, making people cough with their noses covered. Shu Mu frowned and stepped back. In the room that was originally dark, like a monster from the abyss with its mouth open, red lights suddenly lit. Red lights are not uncommon, but these small lights are only the size of a fist, like miniature lanterns. But if you look at them again, they look like fierce ghosts with bared fangs and claws, and they are not fixed on a certain place. Instead, they float in the air like ghost lights. As Shu Mu looked, they would float up and down with the breeze from time to time. Shu Mu's face tightened. These things are obviously not good things. They are probably either mechanical traps, or some disguised monsters or curses. Shu Mu did not rush in. Instead, he stood at the door. He did not stick his head in, but just moved slightly and looked at the structure inside from the door. Very retro dress. It was like a reception room. In addition to the main seat, there were also some red wooden chairs lined up next to it. There were also some flower pots placed on the stools, with white flowers like paper on them. It was getting weirder and weirder. And in the corner, there was also a winding wooden staircase with exquisitely carved handrails on both sides. But there seemed to be some vague black protrusions on the stairs. Shu Mu couldn't see it clearly from outside the door, but it was known that it went straight up to the 2nd floor from here. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to awaken the fire system. Otherwise, I would have a fire and burned it first. Shu Mu sighed slightly. Among his shadow servants, there were some who had awakened the fire skills, but unfortunately they couldn't be summoned. Now he can only rely on himself. And those blue weapons with fire attributes can only create weak flames. Even more outrageous, they can only increase the power of the fire ability, and it is far from the level of creating flames out of thin air. What's more, it is not certain whether these strange things inside are afraid of fire. Slingshot! Shu Mu conjured up an iron slingshot out of thin air. This thing is actually quite powerful. Especially after his own strength is strengthened, he can pull the slingshot and shoot it out like a bullet. Hitting any object can produce explosive power. To be frank, it is no problem to blow up a big stone, not to mention those zombies. Well, Shu Mu usually doesn't use this thing. It is completely unnecessary. Because the time spent pulling the slingshot is not as good as sending shadow servants to kill zombies, which is clean and profitable. As for doing it yourself, it is completely unnecessary. The show begins. Shu Mu dragged out the mahogany door that fell on the ground and used a sharp knife. Dig a few flat pieces of wood on it, and then he will perform hand-rubbing wooden balls. After a while, Shu Mu touched the 2 bags of wooden balls in his pocket and expressed satisfaction. It's the attribute of this slingshot, but it's green. It can only increase the speed when it is fired. That is to say, it only increases the power slightly and it cannot bring attribute power. How great it would be if my wooden pellets could add the power of fire or freezing when I shoot them out. Shu Mu imagined happily while pulling the slingshot to the full. The wooden pellets rapped on it with a swoosh, broke through the air like bullets and flew away. Bang! The small lanterns that looked like Will-o'-the-Wisp exploded on the spot. Shu Mu almost never missed a shot when he pulled the slingshot. And the power of the wooden pellets was amazing. Every time it hit the small lanterns, not only would it explode on the spot, but the power of the wooden pellets did not decrease at all, hitting the ground hard and making a small hole. It was like a slow-speed machine gun. The power was ridiculous. All the small lanterns were blown up, and the room was also in a mess, with small holes, wood chips, and dust everywhere. Done. Shu Mu touched the empty bag, feeling a little bored. This thing was too fragile, and he couldn't feel the pleasure at all. But there was something wrong with this little lamp. When it exploded, it was accompanied by a sharp scream, as if there was a baby hidden inside. It's getting weirder and weirder. Shu Mu muttered, "How could this be the end of the world? I'm afraid I have entered some weird world." After that, he looked at the door again. The red little lamp inside had completely disappeared, but there was still a faint light lingering inside. But this time the light was normal, dim yellow. It was not particularly bright, but it was clear. He didn't hesitate, paced twice, and stepped in. The inside was destroyed and in a mess. Shu Mu touched his nose. He was just helping his master clean up the dirt inside. It was not a big deal. It was just that there was no intact mahogany stool, so he had to make a few more. Otherwise, it would be strangely empty inside. He searched a little. There was nothing, and there was no clue to get out. Shu Mu sighed. It seemed he had to go up to the 2nd floor. He looked at the handrail staircase. How could it be a staircase? The paving in the middle looked like wooden planks from a distance, but when he looked closer, he saw pure white, somewhat pale bones. As for the protruding things seen at the door, they were bone stairs. There were several empty places in the staircase, which were inlaid with skulls. But who is Shu Mu? The former skull throne was once a king who had tried to sit on one, and now it was just a bone staircase. Shu Mu stepped on it without changing his expression, and after he found that it was very solid and could support his body, he grabbed the handrail and went up little by little without hesitation. It's okay, it's useless except for scaring people. Shu Mu came to the 2nd floor and then began to look around. The building here is slightly different from the one on the 1st floor. It was no longer a spacious reception room, but a bit like a living floor. The place where I came up was the corridor in the middle of this floor, with closed doors on both sides. There were not just 2 rooms. Instead, both sides of the corridor were densely packed with tightly closed rooms. I walked along the way. It seemed that the corridor in front of me had no end. The closed doors on both sides also appeared densely. As I walked further and further, the doors seemed to be getting closer and closer, and my vision and cognition had a slight deviation. "Oh, you want to do the same with me?" Shu Mu curled his lips in disdain, and the hammer floated in his hand again. "Such a compact room. I believe it will be uncomfortable for guests to live in. Come, I will help you transform it, make it more high-end and comfortable." After speaking, he turned into a demolition team on the spot. He alone was against the entire team, and the hammer in his hand was waving like a gust of wind. The wooden door in front of him which was tightly closed, shattered, and broken with a bang, and the wooden walls were all smashed and broken by the hammer. The entire second floor was in a mess, as if it had been hit by a strong wind, and the fallen wood chips were everywhere. Shu Mu took a breath in the middle of the battle. Wow, the space is quite large. It's okay, just let me stretch my muscles. After that, without any pause, he started to demolish the wall again. Boom! A loud noise came from the second floor of the strange manor. Shu Mu was deeply trapped in it. But when he looked carefully, he saw that a wooden staircase suddenly appeared in the empty space that he had smashed. It meandered upwards. The stairs were still normal wooden floors. There were even very natural grass-like plants growing on the handrails, and there were also a few small flowers growing on them, with a faint fragrance, as if calling him to go. Shu Mu sighed. I originally wanted to give you a good transformation. Since you are so sincere, I will come again next time. Shu Mu did not retract the hammer. He just casually carried it on his shoulder and walked up the stairs. No comparison, no harm. The wooden stairs were indeed a bit soft to step on. Every time he stepped on them, they creaked as if they would break in the next second and fall down. Let me change to the bone stairs I used before. These stairs are not solid and not safe to walk on, Shu Mu muttered. When he saw that the third floor was a relatively normal landscape backing, he took back the hammer on his shoulder. At the moment he took it back, the curved wooden floor suddenly rebounded slightly. At this time, Shu Mu also walked up the last step and left the stairs. The third floor was different from the two strange floors above. It seemed to be an attic. With Shu Mu's height slightly higher than that of a normal person, he could only stand upright in the middle and had to bend slightly on both sides. The attic here was in the shape of a triangle. Only the middle was spacious. The height of the two sides was blocked by the slanted top. If he raised his body slightly, he would hit his head. However, this kind of attic seems to be used as a leisure room, which is also quite good. And there is a wooden window next to it. Slightly open the window. Lying in this attic at night, looking at the stars outside through the window and feeling the breeze, isn't it beautiful? If it is in the midsummer, plant a few potted plants in it, especially those vines that can grow very long, with a few small flowers on them. Climb up the window and lie down in the attic. Then lie in this wooden attic, looking at the greenery in front of you, feeling the breeze by your ears, sipping herbal tea, eating iced watermelon. It is a blessing in the world. Shu Mu felt really beautiful when he thought of this. The scenery of this place is very good, but it is a pity that it has changed a lot now. Looking out through this window, all you can see is a pitch-black environment. Looking into the distance, you can only vaguely see a few dead trees in the pitch-black environment. They were twisted hideously, without any green leaves, just bare, like humans who struggled in agony before death, and now could only die shrunkenly on the roadside. Shu Mu came to his senses. There was nothing to be sad about. This was not his home. But now he looked around carefully. The attic was decorated normally, with a few piles of sundries, which should contain some tools or items. However, there was a wooden box about 2 meters long and half a meter wide on the other side. I don't know what was in it. Bang! In the deserted attic. The strange wooden box made a slight shaking sound. Shu Mu narrowed his eyes and held the hammer in his hand. What's the matter? Are you still restless after death? Come, I'll send you on your way again. There was no lid on the wooden box, and a shrunken corpse was lying quietly inside. No, now the corpse was no longer quiet. Instead, a ferocious expression appeared on his face, and his hands were tightly clasped on both sides, as if he wanted to use the force to stand up. 80. Shu Mu did not hesitate. When he found it, he had already picked up the hammer and swung it at it. But the next second, the body lying in front of him had disappeared. The hammer fell on the wooden box. The wooden box was broken into sawdust on the spot, and even the wooden floor below was broken and tilted on both sides, but the body lying inside disappeared. Humph! Shu Mu snorted coldly, and the hammer in his hand disappeared instantly, and a heavy black iron shield appeared instead. Boom! A violent impact appeared from the right shoulder. Fortunately, the shield appeared in time. Otherwise, this mutated zombie could have dug a bloody hole in his body on the spot. Shu Mu did not dare to underestimate it. While looking at it, he put away the shield and took a few steps back. He saw this shriveled zombie. With his hands hanging down, he stood not far from him, and the light from its pupils was a light yellow color never seen before. Trouble. Shu Mu sighed slightly. No wonder there were so many tricks in front. It turned out that they were all waiting for me. But don't underestimate me. Shu Mu took advantage of the small attic, raised his hand and swung the hammer, and smashed several big holes in the attic. This kind of spacious space is suitable for fighting? Shu Mu shook his hands with satisfaction. The zombie opposite was not busy attacking and seemed to be looking at him. Come on! All the weapons that could be carried on his body were put on at this moment. Shu Mu felt stronger than ever before, and he was more confident in facing this new level of zombie that he had never seen before. Level 19, 10,000, 100,000 experience points. Attributes: Strength 29, 62, Speed 29, 69, Constitution 29, Spirit 29, 2, Gift Wealth. Skills: Summon, Shadow Hound. Equipment: Cloud Sword, slightly sharpened, Strength plus 3, 3, 3 blue, Pirate Hat, slightly improved reaction, Strength plus Speeds 1. Sinful Bracelet, slightly improved perception, Constitution 6, blue. Cloud Stepping Boots, slightly increased speed, Speed 7. Wealth, 354,000 gold coins. Mall closed. Achievements: 1 survivor, 2 Cataclysm Slayers. There is nothing much to say about the attributes. It's all thanks to the 19 pieces of blue equipment which are stacked together. The commission brought by each piece is about 7 points. With bonuses in speed, strength, and physique, Shu Mu's strength has almost reached a balanced 60. Not much, but the speed has increased to nearly 70 points. Swish! The yellow-eyed zombie attacked instantly. Shu Mu's mouth cracked. That's it, it's still a little slow, he said. At the same time, one hand had already raised the shield to his side. Bang! The disappeared zombie really appeared at the side door, and one of its hands hit the shield hard. It actually caused cracks on the shield. But Shu Mu didn't care. It was just a relatively ordinary piece of armor with blue attributes, and he was not best at defense. Watch the sword. Shu Mu raised the Yunxia sword in his hand and stabbed it at the chest of the zombie that emerged. The yellow-eyed zombie was not afraid at all. With the momentum of boxing, it hit the side of the Yunxia sword, accompanied by a crisp sound. The cloud sword deflected slightly and stabbed into the air. The yellow-eyed zombie reached out again and attacked directly, aiming at Shu Mu's now wide-open face. However, Shu Mu's face was not completely bald. Instead, he had a weird clown-like mask, which was also a blue attributed armor that could provide a physical bonus. Now he was fully armed. As long as there were things in the equipment column that did not conflict and that he could carry, he had them all on. He even wore a ring on his finger, mainly because there was no bonus if he carried 10. This made him a little depressed, and the toes were not allowed either, so he could only wear boots or something like that. Otherwise, Shu Mu had to equip himself to become a numerical monster, but now he could only fight this zombie back and forth. Want to hit me in the face? You're really ruthless. Shu Mu naturally did not give it this opportunity. He held the shield in his hand and raised it again. He barely blocked it before it hit him in the face. The price was that the shield was completely shattered. It disappeared into a point of light, and his left hand was slightly weak. This guy was quite powerful. After several consecutive collisions, his left hand felt tired, but it was not without results. It attacked him so closely. Then he raised his hand and kicked it in the lower part. It was a pity. Zombies have no sense of pain for this thing. Otherwise, the 3 tricks of kicking the crotch, poking the eyes, and pulling the breasts would definitely work. And now this kick. It just kicked it back. But Shu Mu's strength was not small. This kick directly kicked it out of the edge of the attic. With a bang, a huge hole was smashed in the wall of the attic, and it flew out of the attic through the huge hole and fell into the darkness. As for whether it flew out of the manor, Shu Mu said he didn't know. We have to go down. Shu Mu looked at the ruined attic. Without hesitation, he sprinted downstairs. As for the paper-like objects that suddenly appeared on the 2nd floor, with 2 casual sword moves, they were all chopped into pieces. On the 1st floor, a small red light that looked like a ghost head appeared again. But this time, when they saw Shu Mu coming down, they no longer disguised themselves. Instead, they made ferocious howls and rushed towards him densely. But the result was a lot of red debris on the ground. They couldn't stop Shu Mu at all. Roar! Came to the yard. The yellow-eyed zombie that fell out of the darkness really rushed back, but at this time, it was in a mess. The clothes that were originally worn in ancient costumes became tattered at this moment. There was still some dirt and weeds on them. It seems that when it flew out, it had a very close contact with nature. I don't know if it awakened some of its consciousness before death. Roar! The yellow-eyed zombie who had just returned rushed over angrily when he saw Shu Mu appear in the yard. His speed was very fast. When he stepped on the ground, he could directly dig a small hole. The soil was scattered and the weeds were wiped out. He was worthy of the word brave. If it were placed in ancient times, such a brave human soldier would definitely be a general-level figure. But now, Shu Mu just wanted to compete with such a warrior. At this point, the Yunxia sword in his hand disappeared. Come on, let's have a real fight between men. The yellow-eyed zombie was quite afraid of this sword. At this moment, seeing the Yunxia sword disappear, he was suddenly happy. The speed of the straight charge also increased by 3 points and his fists were clenched. He wanted to have a head-on fight with Shu Mu, but who knew that when it rushed to the front? Shu Mu smiled slightly, and a heavy sword as big as the shield before suddenly fell from its head. That's how it was. It had no time to dodge or defend, and could only choose to bear the heavy sword attack from the sky, and it was immediately smashed into the ground. Fortunately, the sharpness of the heavy sword was not high enough, and it did not cut it in half from top to bottom. In this case, no matter how strong its vitality was, it would not survive. However, the huge size and huge weight also caused several blood marks on its body, and it fell deeply under it. Yo-yo, why is it not working? It rushed so hard. Shu Mu gloated. Zombies are not as cunning as humans. Of course, I am talking about other people, and I am an honest big boy, but I regret it faster. Besides, although my physical fitness has improved and I'm almost catching up with this yellow-eyed zombie, but I am not stupid. The human body is weak. Why use your weakness to touch other strengths? Zombies are missing arms and legs. It's just a small matter. They can be replenished by eating some blood food. If I am missing arms and legs, I can only find an awakened person with healing skills. Moreover, there are probably not many healers in the world who can treat broken arms and legs, such serious injuries, so it's normal to use some strategy. Shu Mu had some free time to think about it, while his hands did not stop. He raised the heavy sword high and dropped it in an instant. The main points are surprise and continuous attacks. As for whether the zombies were killed by the heavy sword, Shu Mu said he was not in a hurry to check and beat them first. Roar! The yellow-eyed zombie was furious. He struggled madly to get up. He could raise the heavy sword high and then drop it, and then slap it back to the ground. It was a particularly warlike person when it was alive, and it took down this manor with its own strength. But I didn't expect it. Today I was tricked by a thief and ended up in such an embarrassing situation. If I let it get up, I will make sure that this thief will have a taste of its power. I haven't used my lifelong skills yet. Now my body has undergone another wonderful change. Although the weapon I use is not with me, I can still use my bare hands to completely defeat this despicable young man. Humph! You still want to get up? Is it possible? Shu Mu hummed. The heavy sword in his hand was raised and lowered frantically. It was just like a crazy fan in the hot summer, and it directly swung out an afterimage and a slight breeze blew in front. With the loud noises of falling, the whole manor seemed to be shaking, and the zombies under his command were also howling angrily. Shu Mu didn't know how long he had been swinging. Anyway, the heavy sword smashed the ground under him and it had completely collapsed. The whole ground was compacted a lot. The wall a little further away was cracked a little by the violent vibration. The zombies under him also changed from howling angrily at the beginning to whimpering from time to time, and now they are lifeless. To be safe, Shu Mu continued to attack for a long time until his arms were completely exhausted. The zombies under him were already blurred. Shu Mu stepped forward. He summoned the disappeared Yunxia sword, barely found the neck, heart and other parts, and stabbed a few times, which was the last layer of protection. So far, this zombie has been completely solved, and there are no higher floors in the manor. Shu Mu roughly reviewed it. There should be nothing missed. But why haven't I left the copy yet? Is there any hidden level? Just when I thought of this, the familiar system prompt sounded in my mind. The dungeon is over. The completion degree is 5 stars, and the calculation is in progress. Apocalypse system about to leave the dungeon. Survivor Shu Mu, please be prepared. Teleportation countdown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Shu Mu's face was filled with joy. I finally cleared the level. I can finally leave this damn place. And what good rewards will I get for completing this dungeon? I was just daydreaming. Shu Mu's sight had already been pulled back to a bright white environment. Well, standing in an open space, I looked around for a few minutes. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be where I parked my car before. Before entering the dungeon, I was probably sitting in the car. The car is gone, so I'm standing in the open space. Where are Lee Kun and the others? Shu Mu looked around. He found that the outside of the factory was in a mess. However, the densely packed zombies had been dealt with. They were now piled up on the side. There was a flame burning on it, and it looked like it was almost burned out. The corpses turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. Shu Mu sensed it again. Tianying and the others had also left for a while. It looked like it was already night. It seemed that the time when he entered the dungeon was synchronized with the reality outside. So he had been delayed for so long? Moreover, when Shu Mu took the time to look at his panel, he found that the experience points had suddenly increased by tens of thousands. It was probably because when he was in the dungeon, his panel was locked and would not change at all. The experience points gained outside would be accumulated and added again when he came out. The experience bar has increased so much in an instant, it looks pretty good. Shu Mu hummed. It is estimated that he will have to upgrade again tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. By the way, why hasn't this Doomsday system responded yet? Is there no reward for the dungeon he completed? Then wouldn't he be getting it for free? Shu Mu was a little annoyed, and the shadow servant he summoned casually also drove him a small car with a relatively complete appearance. Get in the car. Then find the location of Lee Kun and drive slowly over. As early as 5 or 6 hours ago, Lee Kun and his team took a lot of effort and finally successfully solved the factory director zombie and 2 worker zombies. Originally, they wanted to find Shu Mu to leave together, but when they got to the car, they found that he had disappeared. The boss is gone. Lee Kun opened the car door and searched around for a while, but did not see Shu Mu. He got out of the car and patrolled the surroundings. There was no trace of any living person. Maybe Brother Shu has something to do. Let's wait for him for a while. Wang Jibin suggested that everyone rest for a while. It happened that everyone was exhausted at this time. Everyone rested here for a while. But Shu Mu didn't come back. As for the movement in the factory, they already knew it. But since the shadow servants took action, they didn't need to worry too much. Let's act on our own first. Brother Shu may have something to do and left temporarily. After waiting for a long time, Wang Jibin decided to lead everyone to hunt zombies first. The Shu brothers are already so strong, and we can't fall behind, so we have to race against time to become stronger. After a short rest, they hurried to the mall not far from the factory. The vehicle had already parked in the parking lot. Fortunately, there were only a few zombies in the parking lot. Lee Kun took the initiative to get out of the car and beat them up. At this moment, he had sent them to reincarnation. The parking lot is located on the underground floor of the entire building, and through the parking lot. On the other side of the underground floor, there is an underground supermarket. The area is not very large, but although it is small, it has everything. The main categories are food area and living area. Among them, the food area contains the ingredients needed by normal families, various rice noodles, vegetarian dishes, aquatic products, etc. And in life, it is the more common daily necessities needed by the family, such as toiletries, quilts, flower pots, etc. In short, this is a relatively comprehensive small supermarket. Therefore, the population flow here is also very large. After all, in addition to a toy processing factory nearby, there are some residential buildings, and their main customers are them. It's just that the end of the world comes around 8 o'clock in the morning. In the morning, people are busy going to work and school. There are relatively few people shopping in the supermarket. At least, there is not as much population flow as in the evening. Therefore, the number of zombies in the supermarket is relatively sparse at this time. There are a few service staff who roar at Li Kun and others. Wang Jibin easily killed them with his sword. He led everyone into the supermarket. However, the remaining goods in the supermarket have all disappeared without a trace. Except for some useless items in the living area, the food area has been moved away. Li Kun and others guessed that it was probably on a normal day yesterday. This place has been swept by the survivors. After cleaning up the supermarket a little, everyone did not have any extra gains, so they stepped on the elevator that had stopped working and went straight to the first floor. The first floor is the main lobby for welcoming guests. It is very bright, with a wide aisle in the middle, in the mall. If there is any activity, it will be held in this aisle. For example, on Halloween not long ago, several pumpkin balloons were placed in this aisle. Very solid, very durable. There are many passers-by who come to the mall at night. They can't help but look at it. If there are children among them, they will happily run up and play on the balloons. There are also several pots of artificially planted citrus trees at the gate. There are many small yellow citrus fruits on them. They are very sweet and edible. When customers pass by, they can pick 2 to taste. But usually no one would do this, and now the end of the world has come, and even the potted plants have been taken away, and now the door is bare. Even the green potted plants on the side have disappeared. Li Kun and others did not stay here. There are actually some noodle shops on both sides of the lobby on the first floor. There are clothes and products sold inside, but now it is empty, and there is not even a zombie, which is indeed a bit strange. Li Kun and others walked a little more. They took the elevator to the second floor and left the first floor. The second floor is much narrower than the first floor. The main reason is that it is hollow in the middle. The corridor is only a circle around the hollow. It can barely accommodate 5 or 6 people walking side by side. But for 2 or 3 people alone, it is still quite spacious, and the surrounding noodle shops are much richer than the first floor. Among them, there are more formal hot pot restaurants, Japanese cuisine, etc. There are quite a few zombies wandering on this floor. High probability. Before the end of the world, they came here to find breakfast, but their luck was unlucky. They happened to encounter the advent of the end of the world, so they stayed here forever. However, the zombies here are generally weak. After the end of the world, there are no survivors here to provide them with opportunities to develop, so most of them are just ordinary zombies of level 5. There are 3 elite zombies. Li Kun and Wang Jibin did not take action, but asked the 3 girls in the team to go forward and practice, especially the sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin. Liu Chuya is okay. After these few days of hunting, her experience level has caught up with Li Kun, and sometimes she can be a little higher than him. But not long after, they were surpassed by Li Kun again. They both gathered their strength. Each of them set their own goals and wanted to surpass her. As Wang Jibin was the highest level in the team except Shu Mu, his level was always 1 level higher than everyone else. However, as the experience required became more and more, he was only half a level higher than others. However, the levels of the 2 sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin were relatively slow. They didn't like to kill zombies. Generally speaking, they were both auxiliary players, so they rarely had a chance to take action, especially against some stronger zombies. They could only provide protection for everyone on the side. As a result, their experience level was the lowest among everyone. When everyone didn't ignore them, they would give the weak zombies to them as soon as they had a chance. The 2 sisters were also very powerful. Facing the ugly and hideous zombies, they no longer had the fear they had in the first few days. Instead, they walked forward calmly. Working together in pairs, as long as there were no more than 2 zombies in front of them, they could easily kill them. If there were more zombies, they would be in a mess. However, their attributes have been superimposed to the extreme, not to mention the elite zombies. As long as they are determined to escape, even the leader zombies will find it difficult to hurt them. After all, Tang Lingyin's shield and protective barrier, even Li Kun would say fuck when facing it. After cleaning up the second floor, Li Kun and others hurried to the third floor. The main noodle shops on the second floor are various hot pot restaurants, cooking restaurants, etc., while the third floor has more clothes. Among them, the girls and children are the most important. In the inner position, a wide area is also divided to build a rest area. There are many tables and chairs. There is a milk tea shop next to it, and you can also order some barbecue or egg-fried rice at the front desk. In addition to the children who often gather here, there are usually some students from nearby universities who come here to chat and play games after school, so that the business here is really good. It's just that the end of the world has come, making this place unusually deserted, with only a few zombies still wandering around here. Roar! As soon as everyone went up to the third floor, the zombies here discovered them. Li Kun and others were ready for battle, but before they could run to the front, they were shot down on the road by the crossbows in the hands of the sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin. This crossbow was the equipment dropped by two zombies on the second floor. In the past few days, Shu Mu's shadow servants killed tens of thousands of zombies, but no powerful long-range weapons were dropped. The only few were slingshots that seemed to be of little use. But today's luck was good. When the two sisters of the Tang family killed two elite zombies, they actually dropped a crossbow each, and the attribute was blue. In addition to the speed, the additional attribute actually allowed this crossbow to have unlimited arrows. This saved a lot of trouble. The sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin also had the means of long-range attack, and they no longer had to attack at close range. And when facing powerful zombies, not only can they provide protection from a distance, but they can also provide some additional attack assistance. When the zombies rushed to the front of the crowd, they were almost dead. The only two zombies that were still strong were also beheaded by Wang Zhibin at the front. The number of zombies on the third floor was slightly more than that on the second floor. The quality was roughly the same. Li Kun and others also got nothing except experience and equipment. This place was cleaned up. However, there were a lot of clothes left, but most of them were women's and children's clothes. Several people had no need for them, so they ignored them. As for the fourth floor, it was a little different. The structure here was similar to the third floor. There was also a rest area, but the items sold here were no longer clothes, but game consoles, toys, etc. And next to the rest area, there were claw machines and game consoles. Usually there were many children playing game consoles in it. There were also activities such as catching small fish. College students preferred claw machines. Usually, people often went together. With a few game coins in their hands, they picked a doll machine with a favorite doll inside, and then adjusted the button to grab the doll. However, they often returned empty-handed. But most of those who came here to fish for dolls were just for fun. Catching a doll would naturally be a bonus, but not catching one would not be a big deal, and at most they would complain verbally. Roar! A fat zombie the size of an ordinary person, but with an extremely round belly. With a slap, he slapped the thin zombie next to him and rushed to the elevator like a mad dog smelling something. At this time, Li Kun and others just came up and encountered the fat zombie rushing towards them. Wang Zhibin drew his sword and slashed. The sharp sword energy flew out. It cut the zombies wandering in the distance into two pieces, and the fat zombie in front of him was naturally unavoidable. He was cut in half from head to toe, falling from both sides, but an accident also happened during this period. Bang! The compressed power in the fat zombie's body suddenly exploded. It was as if a bomb was stuffed in his whole body. It exploded instantly. The body parts and corpse water fell to the surroundings. When they touched the ground, they immediately corroded and squeaked as if there was an extremely strong acid. Snap! Snap! Drops of putrefactive fluid fell on a transparent glass cover, sliding down to the side. Well done! Li Kun was startled at first, but then couldn't help but praise Tang Lingyin. She always reacted quickly. Whenever she faced an emergency, she would always react immediately and add a strong defensive barrier for everyone. Now there is also a shield, which appears very timely and appropriately every time, without waste or delay. It can block damage for everyone. It can also prevent some disgusting things from happening. As the strongest person in the team, Wang Zibin naturally became the leader at this time. Li Kun and the others had no objection to this and listened to his words very much. Then they left here early. As for the zombies rushing around, Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin would take action. The crossbows in their hands, it turned into a cold arrow of death and took their lives again without giving them a chance to get close. But just when everyone had almost cleaned up the 4th floor, there were bursts of zombie roars on the 5th floor. Everyone looked up and saw a dense group of zombies emerging from the elevator from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. If I remember correctly, this mall has a total of 5 floors, and the 5th floor is a huge movie theater. There are also relatively few people watching movies in the morning. Most of the time, there are many empty seats. It is estimated that only a few people sit in a movie. But I didn't expect it. At this time, the number of zombies hiding on the 5th floor actually reached more than 200, and what's scary is that they are all elite zombies. There is not even a single ordinary zombie. If that were the case, although Li Kun and others were caught off guard, they would not be so scared. After all, with their attributes, facing elite zombies is only a little more troublesome than ordinary zombies. As long as you fight and retreat and be careful not to get hurt by zombies, there will be no problem. There is an antidote in the medicine. In peacetime, most survivors did not pay attention to it, but Shu Mu was idle and bought a few bottles for fun, which was enough for several people to deal with 2 emergencies. But the higher the level of the zombies caught, the faster they will be infected into zombies. So even if there is an antidote, it must be used in time. Oh no, there are 3 leading zombies in the zombie group, Tang Lingyan exclaimed, and everyone also noticed that there were 3 taller zombies in the zombie group. They were all dressed like ordinary people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was still similar to the fat zombie that everyone encountered before, with an extremely large belly. Roar! Dense zombies poured in from the upstairs. However, unlike the chaotic zombie swarm before, this wave of zombies was very orderly. Especially the 3 leading zombies were walking in the front, and the elite zombies behind them, no matter how anxious they were, did not dare to run ahead of them. Be prepared for battle. Wang Jibin turned around and said to the nervous people around him. Understood. Everyone was united. The sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin held the crossbows in their hands tightly. They kept firing arrows. The 3 leading zombies running in the front did not dodge, and their bodies were pierced densely like hedgehogs. But the tiny arrows pierced them, and they didn't hurt or itch. It didn't have much effect. Just gently shake the strong muscles on the body. The arrows pierced on them suddenly fell to the ground like broken branches. Therefore, the sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin could only give up for the time being. Instead, they set their target of attack on the elite zombies behind them. And this time the effect was more obvious. On the way, several zombies fell to the ground with their heads shot through. Liu Chuya, you are responsible for protecting the 2 sisters of the Tang family, Wang Jibin said, and then turned to Li Kun and said, Let's go first. Okay, watch me twist their heads off and kick them like balls. Li Kun was not vague. Holding a shield and a spear in his hand, he rushed out. Flame slash! Wang Jibin turned his wrist, and a heavy sword instantly appeared in his palm. On it, it was instantly covered with a faint afterglow of flames and chopped towards the neck of a male zombie in the front. Roar! The male zombie roared, and the 2 hands in front of him stretched directly towards him, without any dodging behavior. And Wang Jibin did not give up the attack. He had a layer of shield on his body. Even if it was an injury for an injury, it would definitely not be a loss for him. But the waist of the next male zombie suddenly grew a pair of new arms, and followed the first pair of arms, attacking his chest and abdomen at the same time. There was no way. Wang Jibin could only give up this attack. He turned the heavy sword and used the broadsword body to block the attack of the 2 pairs of arms that stretched out from the side. Puff! The third pair of arms grew out from the waist of the zombie and grabbed Wang Jibin's head in an instant. Bang! 4 claws hit the heavy sword. Although he was unscathed, Wang Jibin was still shocked and felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't help but coughed. As for the hand that grabbed his head, it was blocked. But the shield on his body was broke, however. Tang Lingyin hurriedly added another one. At this time, the 2 leading zombies also caught up at this moment. Li Kun also followed at the same time. The shield in his hand instantly enlarged, forming an indestructible wall, blocking Wang Jibin. He blocked the 3 zombies who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to enter, but he was also shocked by the force that rushed over and felt uncomfortable all over. The 3 leading zombies were unreasonable. Bang-bang sounds continued to ring out. They grabbed with their hands, punched, kicked, and bit. All attacks that could be used fell on this transparent shield. However, the shield did not fluctuate at all and still stood firmly in front of them, dividing Li Kun and others and the zombies into 2 sides. Sisters Tang Lingyu and Tang Lingyin seized the opportunity. With the crossbows in their hands, they desperately fired arrows. The group of zombies that just arrived behind them. The number was constantly decreasing halfway, but the number of more than 200 elite zombies was still too large. If they attacked the shield at the same time, Li Kun would probably be drained of his physical strength and die on the spot. But now the 3 zombies are attacking. It still makes him pale and sweat on his forehead. This is the feeling of overdraft that he hasn't experienced for a long time. You know, the last time he overdrew so quickly was in the battle with Shu Mu and Wang Jibin a few days ago. Wang Jibin also saw it, but he did not launch an attack immediately. Instead, he held the heavy sword in front of him. The flame aura emanating from his body all gathered into a torrent and poured into the heavy sword. The pressure emanating from the heavy sword became more and more powerful. His hands were also shaking slightly. It was as if the heavy sword in his hand had turned into a unicorn that was about to wake up, hot blazing and extremely ferocious. "Brother Wang, are you ready? I can't hold on any longer." Li Kun supported the shield with his back, and his whole body was almost drained. Liu Chuya held 2 strange weapons in her hands to protect the Tang sisters. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The 3 leading zombies in front were not a match for her, and the elite zombies that were rushing in from the back were far away from her attack range, and she had no long-range attack weapons in her hands. For a moment, she could only watch anxiously. Roar! The 3 leading zombies outside the shield were also very anxious at this time. They all had high intelligence. Knowing that the human inside was motionless, he was probably holding back some big move. They couldn't help but attack the shield in front of them continuously without any interruption. "Brother Wang, I can't hold on any longer." Li Kun couldn't hold on any longer. His face turned pale as paper, and the shield behind him cracked into light spots with a snap. The 3 zombie leaders' eyes flashed. Finally, the entire turtle shell was broken, and now they wanted the humans inside to pay the price with blood. Flame slash! Wang Jibin took a deep breath. At this time, his whole body was filled with flames, especially between his hands, which were surrounded by thick flames. As for the heavy sword in his hand, it was completely transformed into a flaming sword formed by the burning flames. Wang Jibin clenched the heavy sword in his hand and swung it fiercely in front. Li Kun was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side. But his physical strength was too exhausted, so his feet softened instantly, and the whole person fell to the ground. But fortunately, except for the pain on his face, he was fine. But the 3 zombie leaders on the opposite side were confused. Facing the flaming heavy sword waving at them, the 6-armed zombie in the front quickly raised its 6 muscular arms and crossed them in front of its head, trying to resist his attack. Puff! Boom! The heavy sword with superimposed power cut off its arms in front of its head in an instant, and the neck behind it was also cut off, and a huge head was thrown high. The body that remained in place, especially the neck. From the wound position, a blazing flame instantly broke out, covering the whole body with explosive momentum. Roar! The 6-armed zombie roared unwillingly, but its flying head was burned up in the flames in midair. However, the flaming sword did not stop. The burning flaming sword swung a blazing force in the air like a roaring fire dragon. All enemies in its path would be irresistibly cut into two parts and burned up by the flames on it. Roar! The two leading zombies behind were unwilling to die. They showed their magical powers one after another, trying to escape the attack of the flaming sword. Among them, another male zombie's back swished, and a pair of flesh wings tore through his clothes and grew out. However, facing the flaming sword that had already flown in front of him, he had no time to withdraw and fly out. He could only protect his flesh wings in front of him and wrap it into a ball-shaped object in an attempt to resist his attack. However, the flaming sword did not stop at all. Just like cutting a cooked egg, it was smoothly sliced open, bringing out a handful of blood and burning up in midair. The female zombie ran to the end, so she had a lot of time to dodge, and the two leading zombies in front of her had already used their bodies to offset a lot of the power of the flaming sword. Therefore, the female zombie with a big belly dodged backwards while grabbing an elite zombie who had just arrived with one hand and throwing them forward. Roar! The two elite zombies struggled in fear, but then they followed the footsteps of the two zombie leaders and were cut into two pieces in midair and burned to ashes. The flame sword was exhausted after all. When Wang Jibin swung the flame sword, his strength was also drained. Therefore, when the flame sword was swung out, he did not hold it in his hand and accidentally threw it out. However, the two zombie leaders were too close to the flame sword. There was no room to dodge. Even if he loosened his hands and threw the flame sword out without a controller, he could easily kill the two zombie leaders. But because of this, along with the demise of the two zombie leaders and the fact that the female zombie was walking behind the two zombie leaders, it also took this opportunity to escape the attack range of the flame sword. She was unharmed. With the help of these two elite zombies, the flaming sword completely lost its terrifying power. Just as it let out an excited roar and wanted to go forward to devour these weak humans, a human appeared silently behind it. She was dressed very simply. Even her hair was cut into a dry short hair, so that she would not be easily affected during the battle. In her hands, two strange scimitar-like weapons were inserted straight into the back of the female zombie. The sharp blade tip drilled out from the front chest, and its big belly was also stabbed from the back. However, because the belly was too big, it was not pierced, but it also caused it to be seriously injured instantly. Roar! The female zombie struggled to turn around. Lu Chuya retreated, but the elite zombies who had surrounded her bit and attacked her. The attack on her was offset by several layers of shields that were superimposed in time, and she also dodged to the side and retreated back to the team. At this time, a thin protective barrier with Tang Lingyan as the center instantly spread out, protecting everyone in the middle. Among the elite zombies, a huge fat zombie pushed aside his companions, walked forward carelessly, and pressed the unprepared female zombie under him with the force of a mountain. Roar! Female zombie was furious. The fat zombie pressing on it didn't last for more than 2 seconds, and it dug a bloody hole in its abdomen from under it, and it also jumped out of it. But just after it came out, it was greeted by another zombie holding an object like a stone pillar and smashing it back. Behead! Wang Jibin's eyes were wide open. Dragging his tired body, he slashed at it with another smaller heavy sword. The female zombie stood up to dodge, and in an instant she tore off the head of the two elite zombies that betrayed it. Plop! The headless corpse struggled twice and fell to the ground. A group of elite zombies that were attacking the barrier on the side. Seeing this, they all dodged. In an instant, a large space was vacated for it. Seeing this, the female zombie rushed into the group of zombies angrily, killed a few elite zombies casually, and hid inside and didn't come out. Wang Jibin and others had no choice. They could only retreat into the barrier for the time being. Tang Lingyan tried hard to maintain the operation of the barrier. Even when facing the simultaneous attack of more than 200 elite zombies, she could keep the barrier intact. But the disadvantage was the same. The barrier she maintained also made her unable to move. She could only stay where she was. Everyone was trapped here. If they wanted to escape, they had to kill more than 200 elite zombies outside, plus a leader zombie hiding in the zombie group, waiting for them to show their flaws at any time. Do you want to call the boss? Lee Kun took a short rest and finally recovered some strength. He looked at the elite zombies outside who were densely attacking the shield, swallowed his saliva, and asked Wang Ge with some lingering fear. The last time I encountered such a dilemma was a few days ago, but it was much better than now. After all, there were still many shadow servants to help them resist the attack and kill the zombies, but now there are only a few of them. If they make a mistake in operation, they may end up being wiped out. Don't panic. The longer it takes, the more advantageous we are. Wang Jibin answered while taking the time to sit aside to recover his strength. The barrier is also one way. Just like the shield and Lee Kun's shield, it does not prevent people inside from attacking the outside, and the attacks from the outside will be blocked by these three things. Very rogue, but very friendly to everyone. Sisters Tong Ling Yu and Tong Ling Yin shot arrows with all their strength, and zombies fell down one by one with roars. Lu Chuya also came to the edge of the barrier. Facing the zombies that were only a few centimeters away from her and kept roaring at her, she remained calm. The weapons in her hands would occasionally be like cunning venomous snakes, quickly reaching out and piercing their heads. In just 2 minutes, nearly 10 elite zombies had fallen. The barrier remained motionless, and it looked as if there was no consumption at all. Tang Ling Yin, who was sitting in the middle, had a calm breath. Even her face was ruddy. As if she had received a great tonic, the big-bellied female zombie was so anxious that she jumped in the group of corpses. However, the several life and death crises not long ago lingered in her mind, so she still didn't dare to move much. She could only forcibly control the group of corpses, let them keep attacking the barrier, trying to consume it and break it open so that it can find the flaw and launch an attack. Puff! A zombie was still whimpering a second ago, but the next second, the cold tip of the knife pierced its head and it fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Chuya shook off the dark red blood on her weapon. She looked around as if she was looking for her next prey. The pregnant female zombie learned something. It controlled several zombies to collect some stools and chairs and remove the flea, cushions and other parts on them, and use them as simple protective gear for zombies. It didn't need to protect too much, just the head, heart, and other parts. The effect was average. Although the crossbow was not affected by the power bonus of the Tang sisters, after all, it was not a bow and arrow, but the crossbow itself was a blue equipment. The power was close to the slingshot in Shu Mu's hand. A mere wooden protective gear could be easily shot through. But the elite zombies were not made of mud. A short period of defense. There are still a few agile zombies that can dodge this, but they are only a minority after all. The two sisters of the Tong family immediately changed their targets. There were too many zombies, enough for them to practice the accuracy of the crossbow. Wang Jibin had almost rested. He originally wanted to kill the elite zombies at the edge of the barrier, like Lu Chuya. But as he approached, the zombies crowded in front of the barrier suddenly retreated madly as if they saw a ghost. They ran directly out of his attack range. Wang Jibin was a little confused and turned to walk in another direction. The zombies in the direction he was facing immediately retreated madly. But the zombies that retreated before rushed back again. This is the result of the control of the big-bellied female zombie. It is so smart. Lee Kun and others hid in the barrier to accumulate strength. The big-bellied female zombie hid in the group of corpses. If you want to use the group of corpses to wear down the barrier, as long as you devour the awakened inside, its strength will definitely break through. However, even if the big-bellied female zombie hides in the group of corpses, Lee Kun and others have a way to attack it. A big zombie grabbed a steel bar and wanted to attack, but the big-bellied woman, who had been prepared, turned around instantly. The next second, the arm holding the steel bar was torn off. Same time, the head of the sneak-attacking zombie was torn off, thrown high up and thrown downstairs. Caca! Accompanied by a disgusting, biting sound. The big-bellied zombie threw away the arm that was bitten to only bones and lay on the ground to bite the corpse of the same kind. As for the wound caused by Lu Chuya's sneak attack before, it had healed long ago. For the leader of the zombies. As long as the head is not destroyed immediately, other injuries are not worth mentioning to them, and they can be healed in the next second. The aura of this guy is getting stronger. Wang Zhibin frowned. Now the zombies have begun to devour their own kind, and they can also quickly improve their strength. This is bad news for them. Wait 5 more minutes. Wang Zhibin looked at Li Kun, who was already a little bloody, and planned to let him protect himself, and then rush into the zombie group to kill the big-bellied zombie. At the same time, Shu Mu also quietly touched the 3rd floor. With the shadow of the ground protecting him in the dark, there would be no problem. However, at this time, at the top of the mall, a monster like a giant dragon in mythical creatures flapped its flesh wings and landed on the skylight glass. Roar! It just landed steadily and flew up again and sprayed a blazing fireball towards the glass skylight below. Bang! The skylight instantly shattered and turned into scattered glass fragments, accompanied by scattered small fireballs. Together with the hollow part of the mall, they fell all the way to the 1st floor. Crash! The noise of the falling and the roar of unknown creatures attracted the attention of all creatures in the mall. What's the situation? Shu Mu stood up, and a kind of shadow servant waiting on the side disappeared. But before the shadow servant could feed back the information, a hideous monster fell quickly, and the huge gust of wind blew away several stools in front of Shu Mu. He was not affected, but his face was not very good. Giant dragon? Shu Mu looked at the creature that flashed by, and his mood dropped to the freezing point in an instant, because it went to the location where Li Kun and others were. Damn it! Shadow servants gather! Shu Mu's face changed wildly, and a long spear appeared in his hand, and he rushed to the 4th floor. At this time on the 4th floor, Li Kun and others were also attracted by the loud noise. And the next moment, while the gust of wind was blowing, a hideous monster suddenly landed on the 4th floor. Its wide claws, the glass fence on the edge made a creaking sound. Roar! It stuck out a head as big as the front of a truck. It opened its mouth and bit several elite zombies on the edge. Their hard bones were like a joke in front of this monster. They were bitten and made a crackling sound. Blood foam overflowed from the corners of its mouth. Snoring, the lizard dragon swallowed the food in its mouth. It tilted its head slightly, and its huge pupils fell on the group of corpses. The big-bellied female zombie was terrified. The huge crisis of death lingered in its whole body. It would die. It had finally gained eternal life. It couldn't die in such an unclear way. Swish! The big-bellied female zombie jumped out quickly. A huge head fell behind it in the next second. A gap was bitten directly in the group of corpses. The lizard dragon didn't chew. It raised its head and swallowed, and the zombies were swallowed whole. Powerful digestive organs. It will corrode them into a pool of blood. Ho-ho! A group of elite zombies ran away with their heads in their hands. Even though they are not of the same race, the huge difference in blood level also makes them feel afraid. Roar! The lizard dragon will not watch the blood food escape. The flesh wings behind it kept flapping. Its front half tried hard to drill into the floor, and the space between the floors of the mall was built very wide. Even this huge monster could get in. Li Kun and his companions were shocked. This was completely unexpected. They did not expect that a huge monster would suddenly appear. And the appearance of this monster is very similar to the giant dragon in mythology. Such mythical beasts like this are not something that a few of them, the primary awakeners, can deal with. Ho-ho, an elite zombie, was unable to dodge and was slapped to the ground by the giant claws from top to bottom, and a trace of blood flowed out from under it. The lizard dragon raised its claws in disgust and rubbed them on the ground a few times, rubbing the blood and flesh on its claws off. On the other side, the big-bellied female zombie fled frantically. The target was the staircase on the other side of the lizard dragon. But at this time a guy was rushing up. He looked up, seeing the zombie coming towards him. He picked up his gun and stabbed it. Stab, pick, and throw. Everything came naturally. It was stabbed directly in the head and thrown aside like a rag. It died. It died. It died lightly and quickly. The mall occupies a very large area, especially the 1st floor, which is wide, clean, and bright. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors are a little narrower because there is a hollow part in the middle. But in the middle, there is a part of the connection. so that the hollow part is divided into two parts, which is an 8-shaped shape. The middle part of the 8 characters is very wide, and Lee Kun and others are facing a huge number of zombies in the middle. But now the zombies are running around. They have no time to care about the hard eggshell in front of them. At this time, the lizard dragon is lying on the edge, and the front half of its body has already penetrated into it, just touching the hard eggshell. It is very interested in this, and it stretches out its claws and hits it. Boom! With a loud noise, sitting in the center, Tang Lingyan, who is trying to maintain the barrier, turned pale on the spot. No, I can't stop its attack. The barrier can't hold for 2 more times. If you can't hold it, retreat. Wang Zhibin took a deep breath, straightened his body, and stood in front of everyone. I will stop it. You guys hurry up and run. That's right. You girls will hurry up and run later. At the moment when the barrier is broken, don't hesitate. Brother Wang and I will block it. Li Kun's face was serious, and the shield in his hand penetrated his body and turned into a huge wall, blocking everyone in front of him, that is, behind the barrier. As long as the barrier is broken, his shield can withstand a blow at least. As for what will happen to him after the shield is blocked, Li Kun said he didn't know, and it didn't matter, as long as he could block it. With the speed added by the women, they should be able to run a long distance during this time. He has already notified the shadow servants. When the boss arrives, they will be saved. Lu Chuya chuckled, stepped forward and patted his shoulder and said, Look at how pale you are. You are so weak. What can you do? Let me do it. Women are as good as men. Don't look down on us girls. Bullshit, you are weak. I just consumed too much. Li Kun yelled with a red face. Men don't like others to say that they are weak, especially girls. Tang Lingyu didn't say anything, but she stepped forward and blocked her sister, showing with her actions that she would not leave, unless everyone is together. Tang Lingyan's face was also very pale, but she gritted her teeth, and her forehead was covered with sweat, accompanied by a loud bang. The previously indestructible barrier suddenly had a crack, but in the next second, it healed instantly. But her complexion became even worse. Lingyan? Tang Lingyu's eyes were filled with tears, and she couldn't stop muttering, although she was standing in front of her sister with her back on her back, looking at the barrier that was still tenacious. How could she not know that her sister was overdrawing her vitality again? The pain in her heart could not be expressed. Although she was very reluctant, she was unwilling to selfishly force her sister to stop, because once the barrier was broken, Li Kun and others would most likely die here. Moreover, Brother Shu had saved her sister once before. Therefore, she still had a glimmer of luck in her heart. She thought that even if they were really at the end of their rope, Brother Shu would be like a hero who saved the world. He would always appear in front of them at the most critical moment, block the crisis, and kill the monster at the moment. As for her sister, who had overdrawn her life, she could be rescued again, and she could live happily with everyone. But this is just a fantasy after all. Reality will not develop as smoothly as she imagined. Shu Mu is not a hero. How could he come to save them when they are at the end of their rope? Of course. Although he is not a hero, but he will kill all dangers in the cradle. The lizard dragon failed to break the hard eggshell twice. It was already a little annoyed. It raised one claw high, waving it with a strong wind, and it also exuded a strong fire attribute power. And the open mouth also exuded a strong flame wave. It planned to launch 2 attacks at the same time. Break the solid shell in front of it in one fell swoop. As for the few tiny humans inside, so what? It doesn't care, even if it is burned to ashes. But before the attack fell, Li Kun and others had been prepared to fight to the death when the barrier was broken. But suddenly, pools of black liquid appeared at their feet, without waiting for everyone to be puzzled. One by one, shadow servants emerged from it. There were 10 shadow servants in total, standing on either side of them in pairs. The shadow servants held the shoulders of the crowd with one hand, and in their surprised and delighted expressions, took them and merged into the shadows. With a swish, a group of black shadows sneaked away from here. With Tang Lingyan's departure, the protective barrier instantly collapsed. The lizard dragon had no time to doubt. The attacks in its hands and mouth had already landed on the ground not far away. The fragile floor could not withstand the random destruction of such a behemoth. In an instant, accompanied by a loud bang, the floor collapsed directly, and it was also carried and smashed to the third floor. The third floor was also broken, and it collapsed downwards in less than 2 seconds. The whole mall was shaking, and dust filled every inch of space. Amid the huge rumble, the lizard dragon was directly buried in the rubble of several floors. And a few seconds ago, Shu Mu, who had just arrived on the 4th floor. Seeing the destructive lizard dragon, he cursed inwardly. Flame attack that spread out as soon as it touched the ground. Shu Mu's weapon flashed. The handsome spear turned into a solid black shield. The flames that came in an instant were blocked by the shield, but the floor did not hold up. With a loud noise, the lizard dragon was caught off guard. Before it could react, it fell to the 3rd floor with the collapsed floor, and then fell to the 2nd floor and was buried alive. Shu Mu reacted in time. He stepped on a few stones and steel bars that were still connected. He quickly jumped to another intact position, barely caught the opportunity before the complete collapse, and jumped to the 3rd floor again. The 3rd floor also collapsed. However, the collapsed part was in the middle and the side. The edge was still intact, and the outermost part was still connected to steel bars, pulling a few stones hanging in the air. Shu Mu grabbed it and survived. Neither fell nor was he hit by the rubble. Damn evil dragon, today I will be a dragon slayer. Shu Mu spat and stretched his body. He easily jumped from the 3rd floor to the rubble ruins piled up on the floors above, and the lizard dragon was buried in it. Roar! The collapsed ruins suddenly exploded. Shu Mu, who had just jumped on top, raised his shield helplessly to block the flying rubble while quickly dodging. Boom! The 2nd floor also broke apart. Fortunately, it did not collapse. Shu Mu stood on the broken glass guardrail and looked quietly at the dusty front. The hollow parts of the 1st and 2nd floors were filled with rubble. The collapse of the upper floors made the entire mall look like a long abandoned building, no longer prosperous as before. A lizard dragon with wounds all over its body was pulled out from the rubble. It shook its head. It was obvious that it was still a little dazed by the rubble. Kill! Shu Mu would not just stand there and wait for it to recover. A spear appeared in his hand. He stood up and jumped a few times with the tip of the spear pointing directly at its eyes. Poking the eyes is a special skill. This is his favorite move, and it is very easy to use. Whoosh! A light flashed in the vertical pupils of the lizard dragon. A stream of air spurted out of its mouth. The wide claws were raised and slapped towards his face. Shadow Servant! Shu Mu, who was in the sky, called out softly in his heart. The next second, Shu Mu's figure disappeared. Roar! The lizard dragon's attack fell into the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the dusty sight, Shu Mu appeared silently on the back of the lizard dragon. Swish! A black shadow swung quickly. As expected of a creature that is about to transform into a giant dragon, its counterattack is really quick. Shu Mu had just landed when a thick tail swung over, and the strong wind it brought hit his face and caused a dull pain. However, he raised his foot and jumped, landing right in the middle of the lizard dragon's head. Roar! The lizard dragon sensed it instantly and shook its head quickly. He immediately experienced the feeling of rocking a pirate ship, but he grabbed the slightly raised horn on the top of the lizard dragon and stood firmly on it without being affected much. Roar! At this time, a loud noise broke out in the sky. A huge figure like a meteor fell rapidly. The lizard dragon noticed it and wanted to escape and leave this place. But Shu Mu, who landed on its head, chuckled. A sledgehammer appeared in his hand. It was a real sledgehammer. The handle alone was as thick as a thigh, and the hammer body was as big as a person. 80! Shu Mu shouted angrily. Holding the sledgehammer and swinging it, it seemed to be slow motion, but it was very fast, and the power was like destroying the world, hitting it on the top of the head. Bang! The hot blood splashed all over Shu Mu. His face, hair, clothes, and his whole body was sticky. But he couldn't take care of it at this time. The lizard dragon under him didn't have time to escape, and his head was hit hard by Thor holding a hammer 10,000 times. It wasn't that there were stars in his head. Instead, the whole head was hit hard in an instant, and the brain was shaken. The dragon horn that had just emerged a little bit, it hit the edge and broke on the spot as soon as it was rubbed. and its neck was even more vulnerable. With a click, it felt like it was about to die. But the huge pain on the top of the head made it confused, and it was not an exaggeration to say that the corners of its eyes were broken and bleeding from all 7 orifices. However, this was not the most fatal, the biggest crisis. It was still a huge monster that jumped down from the broken glass skylight. The light above its head was blocked. A huge object, with an unknown number of times the speed, quickly smashed on its back. Boom! The scene was instantly bloody. The dazzling blood red instantly filled the entire space and the entire floor. It was also shaken by the impact. All the rubble and dust around it were lifted up by the shock wave. The entire second floor collapsed completely. While collapsing towards the first floor, it also led to the collapse of the entire floor. And at the moment of falling, Shu Mu jumped early and tried to escape as far as possible. Boom! The huge vibration, the impact made Shu Mu almost lose his footing and fell into the rubble. It's bad! It's bad! I'm screwed! A thin layer of sweat appeared on Shu Mu's forehead. He ran towards a glass position on the edge of the second floor. There was a crisp sound. He directly broke the glass and performed the art of jumping off a building. But falling into a building that was about to collapse was simply not worth mentioning. Lee Kun and others, who were rescued to a distance early. They were dumbfounded and felt the continuous vibrations. Not long after, with a few roars of the lizard dragon, the building began to shake. It didn't last for 2 seconds and collapsed with a bang. This! Lee Kun opened his mouth wide. Is this destroyed by the dragon, or did the boss do it? Impossible, it has collapsed! Brother Shu, so strong! Wang Jibin was also in a trance, but compared to Lee Kun's shock, he was more like admiring, worshipping, and pursuing this kind of power. Tang Lingyan opened her mouth. Not much better than Lee Kun. He is so powerful. Isn't he a dragon slayer? Don't let anything happen. Tang Lingyu was the only one among the few people with a worried look on his face. Why is there one person missing? Ao ho! On the side, a giant tiger was trapped in a cage made of shadows. She was Lu Chuya. Her ability is beast transformation. The crazy woman Lee Kun met before was also her. But the beast transformation now is the evolution of the skills of the second personality on the spot, which seems to have lost her mind, even more. But the improvement in strength is very great. However, most of the bonus of the equipment on her body is gone, and it has become a little weaker. Mainly because of the low strength, when her level is increased later, the beast transformation will become stronger. But before that, Lee Kun still had to overcome his previous psychological trauma. Now he didn't know what kind of emotion he should use to face Lu Chuya. But it's okay, this guy can't remember anything in his normal state. On the other side, Shu Mu jumped down from the second floor, holding a rope pulled up by the activity with both hands, and landed smoothly. Boom! The mall behind him kept rumbling. There was a large area of collapse inside, but fortunately it collapsed inward. The building outside also looked a little crooked, and cracks appeared on the wall. The whole building directly became a dangerous building. The ghost is gone. Shu Mu's mind moved, and he instantly learned about the death of the ghost. But this was not unexpected. The moment he jumped down from the rooftop, he was destined to die. After all, no matter how strong his zombie body was, it could not withstand the impact damage of falling from the 6th floor for the time being. But the lizard dragon couldn't bear it either. First, Shu Mu carried a giant hammer and smashed its head unconscious. Then, there was the ghost. With a terrifying impact force, it hit its body directly. Even though it was already moving towards the legendary mythical creature, it couldn't withstand the huge impact. It and the ghost were smashed into a meat paste on the spot. Deader than dead. Name: Undead Boots. Effect: control the speed of death. Can obtain a small speed increase for a short period of time. Speed 10. Control the power of death. Can obtain a precise grasp of power. Strength plus 10. Constitution. These 2 yellow attribute equipment are rewards for completing the previous copy of the Weird Manor. Although there are only 2 pieces, the effect they add up to is much higher than that of blue equipment. Even if it only improves the overall strength a little bit, but this little bit can play a very big role on the battlefield. Character Shu Mu, level 19, 35,000, 100,000 experience points. Attributes: Strength 29, 91, Speed 29, 100, Constitution 29, 82, Spirit 29, 2, Gift, Wealth. Skills: Summon, Shadow Servant, Shadow Hound. Equipment: Boots of the Undead, slightly, Blood Hands of the Undead, slightly yellow, Cloud Sword, slightly blue. Wealth: 379,000 gold coins. Mall, closed, achievements: 1 Survivor, 2 Cataclysm Slayer, all attributes plus 10. After the 2 yellow equipments were smashed, Shu Mu's speed directly reached 100 points. No more, no less. But compared with the previous close to 100 points, there is actually a big gap. At least creatures like the lizard dragon, which are already on par with mythical creatures, can't catch up with his speed. And other aspects are even worse. The strength attribute is also stacked up quite high, but it has not exceeded 100 points. I need to work harder. Get more yellow equipment. Maybe Shu Mu's 3-dimensional attribute can exceed 100. I'm dead. Why haven't I received a notification about the equipment explosion? Shu Mu waited for a while. The death notification of the ghost had already appeared, but the notification of the lizard dragon had not yet sounded. I have to go in and take a look. Shu Mu carried his weapon and carefully stepped into the mall again from the main entrance on the first floor. It was different from the deserted and lonely at the beginning. The interior of the mall is now in a mess. All the structures are destroyed. The entire floor is completely opened up. It has all turned into ruins, and the rubble is piled on the first floor. The walls are also cracked, tilted, and even broken. It seems that only a small earthquake will make this shaky mall collapse completely. Shu Mu has become cautious in all his actions, for fear of being careless. If the force of touching a large stone is too great, it will cause the large stone to fall to the side, and then emit a small vibration, and the dangerous building will collapse. The place where the battle was fought before. At this moment, it has been buried under 3 layers of rubble inside and outside, the overwhelming dust. As time passed, it gradually returned to the ground. The blood and corpses that had been splashed before were all covered under it, and the dust covered all traces. Shu Mu couldn't tell for a moment whether he had found the previous location, but it should be roughly correct. Ahem, Tianying, go call Li Kun and the others over. Shu Mu looked at the large stones under him. With his own strength, he should be able to lift them easily. But why do this? There are countless layers of stones piled up below. Who knows when to move them? Besides, I have experienced a great battle, and the consumption must be not small. That's right, it is very consuming, and I have no strength to move. Shu Mu doesn't want to work. Now that everything is fine here, Tianying and the others have to clean up the zombies, so the shadow servants have no time to move the stones. Well, Li Kun and the others are free anyway, so it is only natural for them to help clean up the stones, right? 3 minutes later, Li Kun and his group hurried to the inside of the mall. Wow, look, this place is so dilapidated. Li Kun looked around while walking, especially the collapsed rubble everywhere, and jumped up to touch it. Liu Chia was pale and walked at the end of the team, but she was still twitching her eyelids. Li Kun, be careful. This is a dangerous building now. If it collapses, I guess we will all be buried underneath. Okay, right? Li Kun wanted to refute it, but when he thought of his various speculations, he immediately stopped talking. Tang Lingyu covered her chest. He was scared all the way, and from time to time he looked at the cracked walls around him, fearing that they would collapse. Her sister Tang Lingyan was calmer. She just skillfully put a shield on everyone. In this way, even if something collapsed and the rubble fell, it could help everyone to bear it. However, with the speed of the falling stones, everyone should be able to easily avoid it. After all, the super high-speed point is not for show. Brother Shu, Wang Jibin brought everyone to Shu Mu. Shu Mu looked at everyone who had improved and was very satisfied in his heart, but he still gave a skillful command verbally. Tang Lingyu, can you sense if there are any living creatures in there? Okay. Tang Lingyu nodded, quickly closed her eyes, released her mental power, and explored below. Kun, you put out the shield. Once something happens, you must protect everyone at the first time. Shu Mu turned around and gave Li Kun an order. Understood. Li Kun nodded, and a small shield appeared on the wrist of his right hand. Once something happened, it could immediately turn into a super shield. Wang Zhibin and Liu Chuya were both very alert. They held their weapons tightly. Their breath was slightly calm, ready to fight at any time. The same was true for Shu Mu. Half of his eyes were on Tong Lingyu, and the other half was on the pile of rubble below her. Less than a minute passed. Tong Lingyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and several people instantly perked up. When she opened her eyes completely, she found several pairs of eyes staring at her. There is a slight fluctuation of life. Tong Lingyu was a little nervous when she was stared at, but she didn't stutter when she spoke, and she fluently said the results she sensed. Sure enough, the lizard dragon may not be dead, or it is not completely dead. It's a bit unreasonable. Shu Mu fell into thinking. Such a terrifying impact force, and the hammer he had hit before, but it was very crisp. At least it smashed one of its bones. No matter what, it will be severely damaged. Undead is also close to death. But I didn't expect it. My own ghosts were killed in the impact, but it still survived? Is it really so resistant? We still have to dig it up and see. The previous data was slightly wrong and has been modified. The wrong chapters are 78 and 83. I am very sorry for the inconvenience caused to all readers. I apologize. Boom! Under the broken ruins, a huge heart was pulled and hung in the air by several bloody tentacles, and around it there seemed to be an invisible barrier that kept the rubble and dust above it out. However, it also lost all light and was always in a dark environment. Crash! At this time, part of the rubble covering the top was pulled away. Dazzling light. It instantly pierced this small space, causing the darkness that seemed to be solidified to be cut and dispersed. This is... Shu Mu led everyone forward slightly. In the ruins that had been moved away, a heart the size of a wash basin was pulled in the air, beating slightly from time to time, very slowly, but very energetic. Li Kun gestured to his face twice, muttering, "It's so big, bigger than my face." Liu Chuya poked Li Kun's waist with a finger behind him and said, "Look what that is." The direction pointed to was the source of the tentacles pulling the heart. Among them, the most important thing was the blurred remains of a corpse below, which everyone could vaguely see was the remains of a lizard dragon. Secondly, it was the corpses of several other zombies. The elite zombies that had originally fled in all directions were basically buried in the ruins with this lizard dragon. But unexpectedly, even after they died again, they could not even preserve their complete corpses and were instead swallowed by the heart of this lizard dragon. Shu Mu saw more than everyone else. The ghost's body and the corpses of the zombie leaders. Shu Mu looked at the tentacles that were almost all over the ruins and connected to the bodies and felt nauseous for no reason. Race, lizard dragon, yellow eye general. Level 6. Strength 97. Speed 89. Constitution 101. Spirit 79. Dragon body. Endless power makes it difficult for it to get tired, but the corresponding consumption is very high. Skills, Flame Ball, Tier, None. Introduction. A tree lizard that has been very lucky since the end of the world, accidentally obtained the blood of a giant dragon and became the overlord of a world. But its powerful strength also made it arrogant, trying to enter the human world, and with the help of the zombies and survivors inside, it can evolve faster. This is the attribute of the dead lizard dragon. It is very strong, but now it has only become a pile of data. Shu Mu felt a little sorry again. If this lizard dragon doesn't hurt people, maybe I can still show mercy and establish a friendly alliance at that time. In this way, humans can have more companions. As for this beating heart, Shu Mu said that he couldn't check its properties. After all, apart from his own summoned creatures, only dead creatures can be explored. Usually, survivors can only roughly guess the strength of the creatures they are facing by observing the color of their pupils. This heart is still alive, or the lizard dragon didn't show any signs of death because of this heart? Shu Mu frowned and hesitated to make a choice. Li Kun was also very curious about this heart, but since the boss didn't say anything, he certainly wouldn't touch it randomly. Dong! Dong! The dragon's heart was beating vigorously. Although it didn't show any other changes, the tentacles extending from it seemed to be shrinking, and the corpses on the other side became shriveled. It was as if they had all experienced the wear and tear of time, and they were old and shriveled beyond recognition. Bang! Right below the dragon's heart, the remains of the lizard dragon were also sucked dry, and with the next beat of the heart, it turned into a pile of dust with a bang. And in it, a touch of red light fell into everyone's eyes. This is... The moment he saw it, Shu Mu's eyes were attracted by the bead, and the invisible shield above the dragon's heart did not protect him at all. He easily grabbed the bead in his palm. At this time, something strange happened. Chi-chi! Ugh! Shu Mu woke up instantly with a pain in his palm. But before he could let go of his hand, the palm holding the bead suddenly became empty. He opened his palm and saw that the red bead disappeared. Only a circular mark was left in the palm. The dragon's heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Boss! Li Kun and the others were about to remind Shu Mu, but the beating of the dragon's heart seemed to have triggered some mysterious power. It actually moved their hearts to start to move in the same direction. Unable to withstand such a fierce vibration, they could only groan and retreat one after another. Only Wang Jibin stayed where he was and endured not to retreat. Tang Lingyan added another shield to the others, which barely improved a lot. But Li Kun and the others still couldn't get close and didn't know what happened. Shu Mu's current condition was very good. Not only was he not affected, he was also much more energetic. The sun was still hanging high in the sky at this time, but the afterglow of the sunset turned into a layer of golden sand, which was scattered in the messy city. The light disappeared quickly. It was bright in the previous second and became dim in the next second. It only lasted for half a minute, and the darkness that covered the sky and the sun quickly enveloped it. Li Kun and the others originally wanted to use a few flashlights to illuminate, but who would have thought that in the ruins not far away, a faint red afterglow illuminated the site of this area. The beating of the dragon's heart continued. It lasted for 10 minutes. Even Wang Jibin had no choice but to retreat. However, Shu Mu also told them the general situation. Don't worry, just stay away first. Yeah, Li Kun and others were really worried at first. But 5 minutes later, seeing that Shu Mu was still standing next to the dragon's heart, staring blankly like a piece of wood, he gradually began to become active. Now 10 minutes have passed. Li Kun thought that there was nothing to do if he waited, and it happened that night was coming again, so he simply called a shadow servant and asked him to get some dry firewood and make a small bonfire outside. The faint red light was a bit scary, but fortunately the light of the bonfire was very bright, covering up the scary red light. Several people huddled together to roast fire and barbecue, which seemed very warm. Shu Mu also smelled the smell at this time, turned around and shouted to the people who were grilling meat, "Leave one for me." Li Kun stood up and waved the skewers in his hand. "Boss, don't worry, we'll keep them all for you." "Yeah." Shu Mu nodded with satisfaction. "It's worth my cultivation." Turning back, looking at the dragon heart in front of him, which was beating vigorously and constantly emitting the breath of life, Shu Mu was very excited. He raised his hand. The mark on his palm began to turn red and hot, but he was not worried. Instead, he was looking forward to the changes in the dragon heart more and more. Under the cover of darkness, the silent city has become the home of zombies at this time, and those survivors can only hide carefully, praying not to be discovered by the zombies moving in the dark. Otherwise, this night will become very dangerous in the ruins. Li Kun and others roasted the bonfire and enjoyed the barbecue dinner happily. And a little bit inside, Shu Mu was still staring at the slightly beating dragon heart, but now the beating of the dragon heart has slowed down, and the tentacles on it have been absorbed and dissipated. Now there is only a huge heart the size of a person. It is still floating in the air. A faint red light spilled from it and fell on Shu Mu's body. It's strange to say. Obviously, in the previous battle, his whole body was splashed with the blood of the lizard dragon, which was hotter than the blood of ordinary people, stinging and not very comfortable. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time to deal with it. Now nearly half an hour has passed, and Shu Mu suddenly realized that his body seemed to be not particularly dirty except for some dust. Did I absorb it? Looked at it in confusion, pinched his tight muscles, and the problem was not big, there was not much difference. He took a look and found that the attributes had not changed. As the saying goes, the dragon is full of treasures. Whether it is dragon teeth, dragon scales, dragon blood, or dragon heart, they are all supreme treasures. The first two can be used as weapons and protective gear. The latter two can be used to temper the body. Even after swallowing the dragon's heart, one might be able to possess the blood of a dragon. Of course, this is just a legend, and it is also a part of the mythological novels, and there are many bad aspects. After all, the genes of dragons are stronger than those of humans. After swallowing the dragon's heart, who absorbed whom? It is still uncertain. Moreover, the lizard dragon is just a grass lizard that has awakened the blood of a giant dragon. It is just an enlarged version of a lizard with a pair of wings that look scary. Using its blood to temper the body? Shu Mu is afraid that there will be some problems. Besides, the body of the lizard dragon has completely turned into a pile of ashes. With a breeze, it completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Dong, dong, dong! The beating of the dragon's heart stopped, but the red light on it became brighter and brighter, even to the point of being dazzling. Accompanied by a strange tearing sound, Shu Mu looked over and saw slight cracks appearing on the huge heart floating in the air. The heart that was once full of life now seemed to have become a shrunken, empty shell, and inside it, there was a lively little creature that was trying hard to tear it apart. Ah! A miniature lizard-like creature opened its mouth slightly, and a small head popped out from the sunken heart shell. At this moment, the heart that was floating slightly lost its activity completely and fell to the ground with it, and the heart shell was broken like broken porcelain, pieces scattered all over the ground. Race, Lizard Dragon, Level 1. Attributes: Strength 1, Speed 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. Talent: Dragon Body. Endless power makes it difficult for it to get tired, but the corresponding consumption is very large. Skills: Fireball, Bite. Introduction: the exclusive pet of the survivor Shu Mu. With 100% loyalty and high growth potential, please treat it well and cultivate it. Sure enough, this is an alternative means of rebirth. Shu Mu had guessed it long ago, and always suspected that this heart was a means and method for the lizard dragon to revive. However, there was the intervention of the Doomsday system. Its alternative means of resurrection would naturally be punished. After all, it was also a Doomsday creature killed by itself, and the red bead in its dead body was the killing item rewarded by the Doomsday system. Although there was no killing prompt, but it was roughly guessed that this was a similar kind of compensation. Sure enough, after absorbing the red bead, it was like turning on the pet mode in advance, and it was because of the red bead that I became the master of this newly born lizard dragon, and its loyalty was 100%. No need to train it too much. No need to worry about it being backstabbed when it grows up. Well, although the Doomsday system is a bit of a jerk at times, it is doing quite well at this time. Shu Mu was very satisfied with this. Originally, he was ready to destroy this weird heart in advance, or wait for the lizard dragon in the heart to break out of the shell, and then kill it again. But now, it seems completely unnecessary. Maybe I can treat it as a pet dog? Shu Mu picked up the lizard dragon's head and neck. Ignoring its screams, he walked towards Li Kun and others who were roasting fire outside. Little guy, palm-sized, Li Kun was very curious and wanted to reach out to catch the lizard dragon, but the lizard dragon seemed very dissatisfied. At this time, it was thrown on a piece of gravel. From its small but slightly bulging mouth, a small flame like a lighter spurted out. The flame did not look much different from the bonfire in front of it. The power was also average, but the temperature seemed very high. Li Kun was burned on his palm by the flame. He was so scared that he quickly retracted it. However, with his physical fitness, there were no scars left, but his skin was a little blackened by the roasting. After rubbing it hard, it returned to its original skin color. "Oh, you have a bad temper and you don't let me touch you." Li Kun's temper came up. After obtaining Shu Mu's consent, he immediately attacked the lizard dragon. Of course, he just sneaked an attack on it with his palm and touched it, and did not do anything extra. There was no intention to hurt it. After all, this guy is so small and weak, and he doesn't have the power of a lizard dragon at all, even if Li Kun has no bottom line. I wouldn't bully such a small animal for no reason. The current lizard dragon is indeed quite weak. Not to mention that it is only at the first level, and even its four-dimensional attributes are all only 1 point. No more, no less, it is completely the initial attribute. Even if Lee Kun is not equipped with weapons, he can still completely beat this little lizard dragon in terms of speed. Moreover, Lee Kun now has some simple equipment on him, which he almost never leaves, so it is easy to bully it. After a while, it was beaten to a pulp. It turned its white belly and lay on the gravel, not struggling. Its big eyes looked up at the sky, as if it had lost its color for everything. Drops of oil floated on the tender skewers of roasted meat and fell on the campfire, causing a spark. Awoo! The little lizard dragon jumped slightly. It jumped up and caught a piece of roasted meat thrown to it by Shu Mu. It was only the size of a fingernail, just enough for its current size to eat, but its appetite is quite big. Shu Mu has fed it dozens of times, but the little guy's belly has not swelled up. Oh! It bit another piece of slightly larger barbecue. The little lizard dragon held it in its mouth, raised its body slightly and jumped, trying to jump into Shu Mu's arms. But Shu Mu hid to the side with a little disgust. Bang! The little lizard dragon fell on its back, whimpering non-stop. But the barbecue in its mouth, it was stable, without sticking to the dust on the ground. Shu Mu ignored the little lizard dragon's babbling, coughed, and said, "It's a little dirty. Wash it first." Ow! The little lizard dragon was a little unhappy, climbing on the gravel beside, humming, and a faint red light flashed in the delicate scales on its body. The sky had already been dark. After Shu Mu and his friends enjoyed the barbecue, they packed up and planned to go back to the base to rest. Along the way, from time to time, 1 or 2 zombies would run out without knowing whether to live or die, trying to attack Shu Mu and others. Often at this time, the heavy sword in Wang Jibin's hand would bring out a large piece of gorgeous flames, killing them on the spot. Ouch! The little lizard dragon's eyes lit up. The scales on its body also glowed red. It liked the burst of flames brought out by the heavy sword very much, and thought it would be very comfortable to land on it. So it flapped its small wings. It wanted to land on Wang Jibin's heavy sword, but Wang Jibin frowned, and after seeing Shu Mu's affirmative eyes, he swished and decisively took it back. The little lizard dragon, which missed its attack, howled in dissatisfaction. Shu Mu frowned and reached out with disgust. He grabbed its collar in an instant. He threw it directly to Lee Kun and said, "This guy is too annoying. You help me take care of it." Lee Kun held the little lizard dragon thrown in his arms, with a lewd smile on his face. "Hey, you're in my hands again. Don't struggle in vain. You can't run away. Ha!" The little lizard dragon stared. First, his face was full of shock, and then he struggled frantically. With his small claws, he tried hard to pull Lee Kun's clothes and arms, trying to break free. But Lee Kun had a lewd smile on his face. He grabbed its belly and shook it slightly, rubbing it like holding a puppy. After a while, the little lizard dragon lay down again and was held in Lee Kun's arms in a daze, without struggling, completely indifferent. Several people walked quietly on the road. But at this time, in a dark place, several pairs of sharp eyes fell on several people. At the same time, a figure suddenly ran out from a corner in front of the crowd. Everyone looked at it in confusion and vaguely saw that it was a woman. "Save me, brothers. Please save me." The woman suddenly ran out, crying and disheveled, and rushed towards Lee Kun, who was in the front. "Who are you?" Lee Kun was startled and dodged quickly. The woman's pounce was empty and fell to the ground. The woman was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted, holding her red arm, raising her pitiful little face, and shouted to Wang Jibin, who was looking at her on the other side, "Brother, please save me." Wang Jibin was also confused at this time. "You?" Just when they were about to ask her if she needed any help, Tang Ling Yu suddenly stood up and shouted, "She is a liar." As soon as this was said, several people were instantly alert. The expression on the face of the woman who fell to the ground also suddenly became fierce, and a poisoned dagger appeared in her hand. He stood up and stabbed Lee Kun. Lee Kun quickly threw the little lizard in his arms. A familiar shield appeared in his hand. Not only did he not dodge, but he rushed forward, not only blocking the attack that stabbed him, but also knocked the woman to the ground again. "Behead!" Wang Jiban's eyes were wide open, and he stepped forward and beheaded her in an instant. However, although the headless body fell to the ground, there was no blood on it. Instead, it gradually changed its shape. In the eyes of everyone, it turned into a scarecrow, and the head that fell to the side. It also turned into a dog's head. The eyeballs on it were crooked and stared at Li Kun tightly, as if telling a bad curse. Swish! In the darkness, a bow and arrow shot in unnoticeably. Bang! A small black shield appeared next to Shu Mu's head, and the flying arrow just happened to hit it. It was completely blocked. Shu Mu frowned, watching the blue light suddenly gradually light up in front of him, but he did not move. Swish! A shadow servant suddenly appeared in the path of the blue light. He raised his right hand slightly. The palm of his hand flickered with fluorescence, and he caught the blue light that flew past Zizi. The unpleasant burning sound was heard clearly by everyone, but it was not high temperature but extreme cold. The shadow servant threw the ball of blue light that began to condense in his palm to the ground with a flicker of his hand. The ground touched by the light was immediately covered with frost, and soon a large piece of ice crystals formed. "Brother Shu, I'll be back soon." Seeing this, Wang Jiban took the initiative to ask Shu Mu. Li Kun's face was also eager to try, and he seemed to want to experience a battle between survivors. But Shu Mu shook his head. "No need. These guys this time are more cunning, and they will probably run away when you catch up with them, so let them go." After that, a black figure, hidden in the dark environment, shuttled through the building at a very fast speed. On the other side, in a building not far from the crowd, a man with his upper body exposed. Lying on a recliner, his feet resting on the table, he was leisurely smoking, and beside him were two female survivors, all of whom were beautiful. However, at this time, a figure sitting in the corner, who looked very inconspicuous, suddenly stood up and was exposed in the bright environment. Huh? The man with his upper body exposed was a little puzzled by her abnormality, and just wanted to ask what was wrong. The companion in the black raincoat raised his face covered with disgusting green peas and shouted in fear, Damn it! Damn it! I ran into a tough guy." Tough guy? The man with his upper body exposed didn't quite understand, but the witch didn't say another word. She turned around and ran, leaving the confused man behind. "Damn it! You didn't explain it clearly." The man with his upper body exposed, no matter how slow he reacted, realized something was wrong at this time, and looked at the two women who were also confused. "Damn it! You two idiots, why are you still standing there? Run!" After spitting a few dirty words, the man with his upper body exposed also hurriedly ran towards the emergency escape. But he hadn't run far. A black shadow slid in front of him. Swish! Two interlaced long knives twisted his legs. "Damn it!" The man with his upper body exposed reacted quickly. His leg muscles swelled, and he jumped into the air with force. But the shadow servant who appeared with a knife did not follow him, but reached out and wiped his back. Swoosh! Two small darts flew to his chest and neck. The man also noticed the shadow servant's action. But the size of the dart was too small, and the strange thing was that at the moment the shadow servant appeared, all the lights in the entire safe passage seemed to be destroyed at the same time. At this time, the surroundings were pitch black. He didn't have time to dodge the attack of the dart, and was stabbed in the chest by the dart in midair. But his neck was fine, and he barely deflected his neck a little, but it was only stuck at the chin. The sticky and hot blood flowed out, making him very uncomfortable. He fell to the ground at this time, but the pain in his chest and the pain of the wound at the chin made him feel very bad. "Damn it! Damn it! There's poison!" How could the man with the upper body exposed not know that he was poisoned? Otherwise his body would not have felt weak and tired so quickly. But no matter how angry he was at this time, it was too late to resist or escape, because the shadow servant had followed him closely and came to his side. Even his face was close to his. And the weapon in the shadow servant's hand, with a puff, pierced his chest at once, especially the heart, which was stabbed directly through his heart. The man with the upper body exposed had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His lips trembled. He seemed to want to say something, but the shadow servant just pushed him away coldly, and then turned into a black shadow again, sneaking towards other targets. The two female survivors who were originally left in the room. After experiencing the initial confusion, they also reacted at this time, took out their weapons, and chased in the direction where their master fled. But halfway, a shadow servant emerged from behind them quietly and took their lives in an instant. Plop! 2 warm bodies fell to the ground. The dark and windy day is when darkness breeds. They were originally a team of survivors who colluded with each other. They did not kill zombies by legitimate behavior, because killing zombies is very risky. It is very likely that an improper operation will trigger a zombie tide, or even an attack by several zombie leaders. At that time, casualties may occur if you are not careful. After all, no one wants to be the casualty. In addition, they accidentally discovered that they can also gain a small amount of experience by killing other survivors. Although not much, it is better to kill survivors to get more benefits. For example, weapons, food, etc. On peacetime days, in order to improve their strength, they naturally sold the food they could collect. So their demand for food in the past few days is naturally very huge, so they simply started to ambush lone survivors and murder their compatriots. So far, they have successfully killed more than 20 survivors who were alone, including 2 teams of survivors. They were relatively strong, but now they have all become their dead souls. They never missed in every ambush. At most, accidents happened from time to time, but they were easily solved every time. This also caused them to gradually become arrogant. They did not conduct any investigations. As long as there were survivors in their area, as long as they dared to be alone, or a team of several people dared to leave the location of most survivors, they would attack them. But tonight, they failed and ran into a tough guy. Suddenly, the huge life and death crisis that had not been felt for a long time came again. Dong dong dong! The ghost witch ran away. The high heels she used to wear to show off her feet were nowhere to be found. She just ran barefoot on the floor quickly. The cold floor gave her goosebumps. But at this moment she was cold all over, and she was shrouded in great fear, and had no time to care about anything else. But a black shadow behind her kept following her, and she couldn't get rid of it for a long time, but got closer and closer. On the smooth floor, concave and convex shapes also emerged, as if something was about to come out of the black shadow. "Don't follow me. Please, please, don't follow me." The ghost witch ran away while begging for mercy. But with 2 whooshes, the darts flew at a very fast speed, and there was no thought of mercy at all. Although the ghost witch didn't turn around and kept exposing her back, but she was like she had eyes on her back. She slightly tilted her body and dodged the attack of the darts, and it didn't even affect her escape. But the next second she suddenly stopped, because 2 pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in front of her. It was 2 shadow servants in full costumes. "Kill!" The 2 shadow servants rushed towards her in coordination, one in front and one behind, blocking all her escape directions. Behind her, a shadow servant holding a huge axe pressed forward. "Please let me go. I'll turn over a new leaf. I won't dare to do it again. I'm very powerful. I can be of use to you. Yes, yes, I have a good figure. I can." The ghost witch was so scared that she was shaking all over, and she didn't run away, because all her directions were blocked. She began to tear off her clothes randomly, revealing the snow-white skin on her shoulders, and wanted to beg for mercy. But the shadow servant in front of her had no human emotions, and would not be interested in such an ugly human. Swish! Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and the ghost witch's begging expression froze on her face. The hand pulling the clothes lost all strength and fell beside her. Plop! The warm body fell softly to the ground again, on a rooftop. "It's over." Poison Fang put away the bow and arrow in his hand and spit out the gum with a little dissatisfaction. "We have to go." As a long-range shooter, of course, he knows that the failure of the ambush means the exposure of the position. And this time the prey is obviously not a good one. Facing the sudden attack, he was still unscathed. Well, this means that they must not fight head-on. Otherwise, even if they succeed in hunting them down, they and others are likely to suffer casualties. "Tsk, let others fight." Venom Fang came to the edge of the rooftop. Waves of black air came out of his body, a small part of which carried him to the rooftop of the opposite building. Another large group of black smoke, however, separated and flew away with great momentum. It's dark under the lamp. Who knows that I didn't run away but hid in the stairs of the rooftop next door? Venom Fang was proud of his intelligence. Whether the prey would run away or fight back, it had nothing to do with him. Everything would wait until dawn. Here they come. Venom Fang retracted his perception ability and hid quietly. At this time, black smoke continued to come out of his body, covering the whole person. But if someone passed by, they would only think that this was just a corner of the stairs to the rooftop. Except for being a little clean, there was nothing unusual. Swish! A shadow servant appeared on the rooftop. He stayed there for 2 seconds. Then he chased in the direction of the flying shadow. Humph! I thought he was so strong, but he was fooled by a mere trick. He is nothing special. Poison Fang thought with disdain. But he still hid honestly at this time. The next second, the shadow servant returned to the starting point, looked around, and fled again. Tsk! Do you really think I haven't seen this routine? Poison Fang touched his chin with satisfaction, thinking that he must have been fooled this time. But what he didn't know was that the shadow servant, who had been chasing all the way and had not found any clues, specially asked one of his companions to help. Sniff! The shadow demon dog brought his companions. Quietly, they came to the water storage platform on the rooftop where Poison Fang was. At this moment, Poison Fang carefully poked his head out of the door of the rooftop. He looked around. After not seeing any shadow servants, he walked out carelessly, but he didn't realize that behind him, that is, above his head, stood a fully armed shadow servant. And beside him, there was also a very hideous and terrifying shadow demon dog. That group of people is gone. Venom Fang poked his head on the rooftop and looked downstairs. The Ghost Witch and the others didn't send any news. Maybe something really happened. No, I can't stay here for long. I have to go first. Venom Fang thought a lot for a while and decided to go first. But as soon as he turned around, he met a shadow servant face to face. Hi. Venom Fang showed a miserable smile on his face. The next second, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced, he fell to the ground powerlessly. In the dark night, all the actions of shadow creatures will become like fish in water. They often lurk in the shadows and attack in an instant. Let the prey struggle in every possible way. Eventually, they will all fall into the abyss they have built, in a relatively humid toilet. At the location of the wash basin, several faucets were turned to the maximum. The water released from them fell into the pool. The pool was blocked again. The water had nowhere to go, and gradually gathered a pool of clear water. However, the faucet was not turned off. Instead, as time passed, the water was full, overflowed, and flowed on the ground. The leak in the corner was also blocked. As a result, the entire ground was also filled with water, and even when a person entered, the water could flood to the ankle. In the meantime, a man was standing in the middle of the water with disheveled hair. Damn it, what monster did I provoke this time? Liuez roared angrily at the cold toilet. The huge roar echoed throughout the toilet, making his voice very weird and hysterical. However, no matter how angry he was or how much he regretted it, the pursuers had already caught up here. He was the last person in the team. He was also the one with the strongest awakened superpower among the few people. However, at this time, he could only become a stray dog, abandoning everything and running for his life frantically. Swish! A series of black shadows flashed by. Liuez's angry expression suddenly restrained and turned into tension and fear. Looked around hurriedly, but did not see the shadow servant. I was wrong. Let me go. I will definitely run away and never provoke you again. Liuez shouted loudly, but in the silent toilet there was no response at all, only the sound of rushing water, which made the water flow under his feet higher and higher. The toilet door was closed tightly. There were strands of blue ice crystals on it, which sealed all the gaps tightly. But after the shadow servant's strength increased, the stealth skill could even pass through the wall. As long as there was a shadow, they could reach it. So no matter how deadly it was sealed, it could not stop their steps. But this was just a way for Liuez to test him. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Liuez roared with a ferocious face, "Don't force me, I'll fight. At least I can kill one of you." But the voice fell into the darkness and still no response. Even a hand reached out from the shadow, and 2 darts on it flashed with light, flying straight towards his eyes. "A trick!" Liu Eze shouted. With a wave of his hand, 2 blue ice crystals flew out at the same time, collided with the 2 darts in midair, and both fell under the water. At the same time, white gas began to emerge from his body. After spreading to the water surface, it suddenly appeared in a frozen state. Don't force me, let me go, we will live in peace." Liu Eze wanted to struggle, so he continued to shout, "I swear, as long as you let me go, I will never come to provoke you again." But in response to him, a big knife chopped at him. "You forced me." Liu Eze's eyes burst into blue light. He put his hands together and opened them again. He saw a wisp of white gas spreading and condensing in it, and in an instant it turned into an ice crystal long sword. Ding! The wisp of ice crystals flew away. Liu Eze groaned and stepped back 2 steps in discomfort, but this was not his limit. "Go to hell!" he shouted. The white gas on his body spread wildly, covering the water surface with a layer. The thick white gas filled the entire water surface. At the same time, the temperature of the entire toilet dropped rapidly, and the water surface, accompanied by a crackling sound, actually showed signs of freezing. In a short moment, from Liu Eze's feet, all the water surfaces were quickly frozen, and it also spread throughout the toilet, until all the water flows became frozen. And along with the flowing water, they actually turned back and froze the entire pool, including the faucet. The power was really scary. The shadow servant acted cautiously, and at the moment of freezing, he used the stealth skill to avoid it. At this time, when the water surface was frozen, it reappeared, jumped down from the ceiling. The broadsword in his hand was replaced with 2 straight knives, stabbing him in the back. And in front of Liu Eze, another shadow servant also appeared, and several darts appeared in his hands. Swish! The darts were divided into his eyes, neck, heart, and other fatal parts. And the shadow servant did not stand there, but a dagger appeared in his hands, followed by the darts, and flew towards him. Liu Eze had a hideous smile on his face. "A petty trick, a mere attack, and you still want to take my life." With a wave of his hand, an ice wall made of ice crystals appeared in front of and behind him. Puff! The dart pierced it, but the huge hand strength still made it smash several big holes in the ice crystal wall. But in the end, it was still firmly embedded in it, and all the power on it was blocked. But the shadow servant, who had already arrived in front of him, the dagger in his hand deflected, and he used his elbow to hit the ice wall. First, some black mist burst out, and finally the ice wall shattered. He leaned out. At the cost of some injuries, he broke the ice wall instantly with his own strength. He leaned forward. The dagger was like a flying poisonous snake, biting towards his heart. At the same time, the hands of the shadow servant who jumped down behind him flashed with dazzling light. The long swords in both hands crossed. The ice wall in front of him was split into 4 pieces. And he didn't stop for a moment and jumped on Liu Eze's back. He was shocked and terrified. He waved his hand again. The ice surface under his feet broke, and several hard ice cones flew out and stabbed the shadow servant who pounced in front of him. But the shadow servant in front of him did not dodge. The dagger in his hand stabbed his chest. Bang! The ice cone that pierced the shadow servant seemed to hit something indestructible, and it broke inch by inch. The dagger in the shadow servant's hand pierced his chest directly. But fortunately, Liu Eze managed to deviate a few points in the end. His heart was not pierced. However, the shadow servant hanging behind him clamped his neck with both hands at this moment, and the huge force made his neck crackle, and his face instantly turned red, and the white air filled his body. The dagger that pierced his chest was frozen. His wound was also frozen, and no blood flowed out. As for the shadow servant hanging on his neck, he was trying hard to pull his hand open with brute force, but the shadow servant's strength was 2 points higher than his. He really couldn't breathe, but his superpower was activated. A few ice crystals appeared on his neck, barely maintaining it, and his neck was not broken in an instant. But his current state was already very difficult, and the shadow servant in front of him had other weapons in his hands. He waved the sword with both hands, ignoring his companions who were still hanging behind him, and wanted to chop off his head with one blow. This time his flushed face turned pale. He ignored the shadow servant who was tightly strangling his neck, and the two daggers stuck in his chest and shouted loudly, "Let me go! Cough, cough! Please, let me go! I am, cough, a member of the Redemption Organization. As long as you let me go, I will help you introduce that adult. He is." Liu Eze tried to describe it, but the shadow servant did not stop. The sword in his hand chopped straight at his neck. At this moment, the shadow servant who was strangling his neck jumped up instantly. At the moment the sword fell, he dodged, and he had no time to react, and his head was chopped off instantly. In the last consciousness, his eyes rolled. Watching his body fall limply, "I'm dead. I actually died so early. I haven't had time to become stronger, and I haven't become the strongest survivor. I still want to rule the world and own thousands of mountains and rivers. I won't accept this. I really won't accept this." Liu Eze roared madly in his heart, and from the fallen body, streams of black air emerged. It seemed that some kind of existence, after hearing his words, wanted to transform it into a zombie as quickly as possible. But the shadow servant on the side was watching. The knife fell, not even giving him a chance to turn into a zombie, unless he could piece his body together. Oh, by the way, there is no chance for this either. A shadow team suddenly appeared by the wall. Among them, the shadow demon dog opened its mouth and spurted out a flame, which directly burned his body and head into ashes. As for the frozen ground, it quickly melted after his death and turned into a rushing stream again. And the faucet that had not been turned off until now was finally turned on. It took 10 minutes. The 5 shadow servants who left in a hurry, plus 2 shadow dogs, quietly returned to Shu Mu's side. The survivor team that attacked them was wiped out during this period, and Shu Mu also learned everything. "Do you make a living by hunting other survivors?" Humph, what a disgusting scum. Shu Mu's face was very ugly, but fortunately these scums had been completely eliminated. But he was still very unhappy. Although he did not protect the survivors who would hold him back, he would help them when he had the spare energy. If they were in danger again, he would also help them kill the zombies. And he asked the shadow servants to hunt zombies so frequently. One was to improve his own strength, and the other was to help the weak survivors. As long as the zombies in the area where he was located were cleared, their lives would not be threatened. As long as they were diligent, they kept collecting various supplies, or did other things, and traded supplies with other survivors, they could survive. But they didn't cherish it, and they even produced these scums. And this is definitely not an isolated case. The advent of the end of the world means the destruction of the previous order, and the darkness in people's hearts will naturally emerge. Shu Mu's face was as white as frost, and he silently issued instructions in his heart. In the future, whenever he encounters such scum, the shadow servants will directly destroy them, and there is no need to report them to him. As for the Redemption Organization, no matter what, they will be killed if they meet them. It was a dark and windy night. The time had come to 11 o'clock in the evening. The shadow servants were sent out again. After Shu Mu and others returned to the base, they went to rest. Awoo! The little lizard dragon was very energetic. It kept jumping around, and from time to time it overturned a bench, making a huge noise, which made Shu Mu pick it up and throw it out of the door with a frown on his face. Awoo! The little lizard dragon screamed sharply. If others heard it, they would definitely think that Shu Mu was abusing it. And the iron door was also scratched and creaked, but Shu Mu didn't want to put it in at all. He just yawned, straightened the nightcap on his head, and then lay on the bed with a comfortable look to rest. Whew. At this moment, after everyone fell into a beautiful dream, a faint black spot, spreading from the center of the base where everyone was, it spread to the surroundings. The speed of spreading was very fast. In less than half a minute, it gradually turned from a point into a huge black hole. And the black hole seemed invisible and tangible. All the furniture, items, and food in the base were not affected, just floating quietly above the black hole. But during this period, Shu Mu and others who were sleeping soundly were not so lucky. They fell into the dark black hole with the bed under them while they were sleeping. The black hole seemed to be endless and bottomless. Let them fall all the way. Damn, it's another copy. Someone opened his eyes, slightly aware of it. But at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind, and he couldn't control his body, and continued to fall with the darkness. Doomsday system, hidden mission activated, multiplayer dungeon opened. Doomsday system, survivor Shu Mu, please be prepared. Doomsday system, teleportation countdown, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. The system prompt sounded. Shu Mu's vision also became dark. His consciousness gradually faded. Until the end. When his consciousness recovered, he found that he was standing in an open space. It was pitch black all around. Shu Mu sighed and opened his piercing eyes. At this moment, he no longer needed extra lights. In the dark night, his eyes would emit a hint of golden light. This is the heterochromatic pupil that all survivors will have, and as their strength increases, the heterochromatic pupil will become more obvious in the dark. However, the benefit is that they can see things around them clearly in the dark. The stronger their strength, the clearer they can see. With their current strength, they don't need any extra lights at all. As long as there is a little light around them, they can see clearly. Shu Mu observed it briefly. He found that he was at the top of a building, that is, the rooftop. There was also a building very close to him next door. He could jump to the opposite side with just a light jump. However, there was a huge figure standing on the rooftop opposite. He didn't even need it to turn around. Shu Mu knew at a glance that it must be a general-level zombie. It was nothing but practice. Try to end the battle as soon as possible. This rooftop can't stand the tossing. Shu Mu did not hesitate and acted decisively. He shot a series of darts in his hand. Moreover, a long spear appeared in his hand. With a light jump, he jumped to the rooftop opposite. At this moment, the dart had already pierced the zombie. However, behind it, many tentacles suddenly grew, grabbed the darts on its back, and swallowed them directly. Swish! Puff! Before the tentacles could be retracted, they were all cut off by